Ah, anyone breathing? Hello? Hello? Test? Hello? Hello? Beep beep. Hello? Hello? I know that someone can hear me. Yeah, you, exactly. Hello? 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 Yes, 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 nee. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Clay, have you tried in these to plot flight paths?
What?
Do they propagate the globe lie by making you plot flight paths that match with the globe, or are they flat Earth flight paths?
Again, what?
Can you plot flight paths in flights in this it's MS Flight Sim, right?
Yes.
And when you plot flight paths, are they like I imagine they're just sort of propagating the globe lie by making them fit on a ball?
No. You navigate on a flat plane. I've already exposed that. The only thing that this sim uses is a fake curved horizon line and fisheye lens.
All right. So if you try to do that, like what's that guy? So there was some guy who was challenged to make like a flight path that's essentially like if you went from the North Pole to the equator and took a right hand 90-degree turn and then flew across the equator and then took another 90-degree turn, you'd end up back at the North Pole having taken two 90-degree turns. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Have you tried that? Like to see how the flight paths match up?
Oh, my game crashed.
Ah,
I think reshade is not the best thing to use with flight sim.
what does
Every
reshape
time.
make it look fancier?
Oh yeah, reshade just correct some colors that I wanted to be corrected, but since I use reshaded, game just crashed, which is not good. Which is okay. I just need to reset the flight.
Yeah, I have that on Kerbal. If I add loads and loads of different um, mods, it just sort of it crashes and gets all funky.
It's very annoying, especially when you set up a flight for 30 minutes.
What do you have to do to set up a flight? Like, obviously, you got to choose the plane at the airport and stuff.
I do everything manually, like in real life. Like I just load in with a completely shut down plane. You start a plane, which takes 8 minutes. Then you dial in your flight plan, which also takes like 9 minutes. Depends on the flight plan. Then you set up all the other stuff that the computer needs in the plane. Like I do everything like in real life. It's not like just, you know, press play and fly. That is boring.
Yeah, right. And can you save the status? Like once you've logged all that stuff and you're ready for takeoff, can you save it in case something goes wrong, and then you can just go back to that save point?
Yeah, you can save it, but I should have done it beforehand.
Oh, that sucks. Sorry, man.
But it's no problem. It is just recently that it crashed. I never had problems with crashes. Just since I use reshade, just gonna get rid of it now.
Yeah, get rid of that mod.
So I heard you're on a fence now or something.
Oh, I've decided the Earth is flat.
You decided you're okay.
Yeah.
How come? Like, I mean, you have been a big, let's say,
Legend?
argumentator against it. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, well, but when I was arguing for the globe, people kept asking me for evidence, and then they'd point out what's wrong with it, and I thought that seems like the side for me. I'm good at finding variables that somebody hasn't tested, and if you haven't tested for all the variables, how can you be certain?
Uh-huh. So what was the initial point where you like said, okay, can't be a globe?
Oh, I just decided to.
Oh, okay.
Like the no space planes was a bit of a one. Planes need to dip down over the curve, then they should sometimes accidentally float off into space, right?
Well, the thing is that if you look at the absurd mathematics of curvature that should be given upon that spherical Earth that you fly over with a, irony off, with an airplane, it just gets absurd because the pilot just doesn't do anything. And there's so many flat Earth pilots. Like literally, I talked to a Lufthansa pilot last year during the pandemic. Yeah, on Discord, and he
Just a sec. Sorry, I'll be back in just 1 second.
Mhm.
You know, he's just pretending to be a flat earther, right? I mean, which is okay. Kind of like
he's
Stillman. Okay, just wanted y'all to know.
You know that, right, Clay?
Yes,
Okay.
he was pretending. He would have a different kind of voice if he's not pretending.
Yeah, and he was still making fun of it. Like he can't be a very good flat earther because he said, "Oh, and then sometimes planes will just accidentally fly into outer space." Like, oh man, that's not a real argument.
We never claimed that. I know.
It's funny.
Things aren't possible, right? Like a plane can't fly in outer space, and a plane can't be, how do they say it, pulled around or, kind of like going on orbit due to the air pressure or whatever.
Guten Tag.
It's not how
Das ist alles
it
Einzeug, das
works.
soll mal zusammenlegen, weil ich habe noch genug zu tun.
You can't.
Jo, danke.
Der Bautig kommt ungefähr in 3 Stunden.
Jo.
For years, they taught us that powered flight overcame gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now they're saying powered flight is affected by gravity so much that when you put it on autopilot, it just pulls you around the globe.
But
if planes have to dip their nose down to stay around the curve, the suggestion I'm getting from that is if they didn't dip their nose down, they wouldn't fly around the curve because otherwise you're saying planes have to dip their nose down to fly around the curve, but they can also fly around the curve without dipping their nose down. And obviously, you're not saying that because that would be illogical. So what you must be saying is sometimes planes fly into outer space if we live on a ball.
Yeah, they don't dip their nose. The nose is usually angled up depending on the model of the plane and the design of the wings, giving them lift. But powered flight overcomes that, right? That's how they get off the ground.
So what is the tactic behind pretending to be a flat earther now?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Rakia.
Okay.
Why would they have to ask me why you're lying?
Oh, because you're the one who tells me what I think about things.
No. You're the one who said you're lying, not me.
I didn't say that. When did I say that?
They don't sound very much.
Oh my God.
What's it called?
You're a terrible glober and you're a terrible flat earther.
No, I think you're a nice person.
Yeah, you're
When
a
you want to
liar.
be.
I think you're lying right now. I think you don't think I'm a nice person.
No, I think you are. I've said that many times.
Am I being nice right now?
I mean, you're not shouting, so it's definitely an improvement.
No, about telling the truth about you. Is that being nice or is that being ugly?
Well, I don't think sharing one's opinion is nice or otherwise. Making a negative assumption, I think, can be indicative of a.
It's not an opinion, man.
Yeah, are spades spades?
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean, it's not an opinion.
Is a spade a
You're
spade?
just acting like a flat earther, which is fine, right? You can still man the position. I actually like it. Globers do it all the time. They've done it all the time. You're just bad at it.
The difference is if I have to pretend to be a glober, I have to be dishonest in my actions. Whereas if I am to act like a flat earther, all I got to do is just be honest with myself and others.
Honest about reality.
Correct.
There we go. Okay, a bit too high now. So what was the test you did, Clay?
What?
You were saying you did a test and you showed that it was on a flat plane. I'm
Yeah.
curious about the test.
You wanna see it? Made video evidence of it.
Sure, yeah. You got a link, that'd be awesome.
Sure. Of course. I don't make empty claims. I don't lie to
No, I wouldn't
myself.
think you would. It's funny, it's like you get like tiny inklings about people. And when I saw you playing MS Flight Sim, I was like, he probably like, you know, because it's like it's a kind of I would call it, I don't know if you would use this term. I think you sound German, like a sweaty game.
Well, it's not a sweaty game. It's not a game. It's a simulator. I don't really play games
Right.
anymore. It's literally a simulator, simulating real flight with good payware premium airplanes. What did I want to say? I forgot. I will remember again.
Yeah, it's like when I say a sweaty game, like it's like a game that's got a lot of like detail, and it's got a lot of like you need to know lots about it. Like one of those ones where
It's a
you got to do lots of
simulator.
googling and understanding and watching YouTube tutorials and that kind of stuff.
It's a one-to-one world at the Earth, so to say. I mean, one-to-one and Gänsefüßchen, quote unquote, one-to-one. And yeah, it's all about simulating aircrafts. That's just what I like a lot. Many people find it boring, but I tend to be the guy who likes the boring stuff. Was always the case.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that like which games different people like, because I get well into sweaty games, and I was like looking at MS Flight Sim, but then I was reading about it, I was like, I don't think it's for me. But I was playing lots of space sims back then. I've just, as a result of seeing you play that, I've fired up Kerbal again.
Yeah, what I also like is Euro Truck Simulator.
That one does look boring.
Well, if you use a lot
Like-
of mods, it looks pretty sick actually. You can do long trips.
But like,
I mean, let me
I
show you
obviously
some.
think it's probably the case that I just don't understand it.
Does this look boring?
Hang on a second. Let me just open your thing up. Watch stream. Oh god, my thing's still going. Okay, actually, I've got ages. So does
This
that
in,
look?
this is in Romania with a nice Scania. Sound
And
maps.
how are the roads rendered compared to reality? Like I'm about to. I
If
don't
you
think I'll be going
drive,
to Romania. I kind of want to go to Romania, but I don't think I'll be able to on the path. But like, would you go down those roads and would I be like, oh my god, I saw that in Euro Truck Simulator?
if you install map mods which are highly detailed, you can literally drive on your PC for at least 18 hours. That's how big some or let's say 12 hours, like the not 18 hours, but 12 hours completely like without doing breaks, driving in real time
Goodness
across Europe.
gracious. And your job is, as I understand it, to follow road rules and safely get your cargo from A to B without
Yeah,
like breaking the rules or crashing your car or.
yeah. And you of course use a steering wheel, right?
Yeah. I got a joystick when I was playing Elite and a few of those other games.
But I mean, graphically, I don't know how good, like, because I have a bad ping on this Discord since I'm in Germany. I don't know how good the stream is, but graphically, the game looks pretty good, I would say. For truck sim, you know?
Yeah.
But I sold at the moment, I'm not playing it. I'm highly focused on Flight Sim, and I sold my steering because I wanted to buy a new one in the future. Don't know yet which one. But yeah. Right now, I tend to not be focused on Euro Truck. There's just some things I just miss. I think it's just laziness on the developer side that they're not adding it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let me get back to finding this Microsoft thingy, showing that it's actually.
Yeah, that's right. You were finding a thing that showed that MS Flight Sim paths are.
Yeah.
Because we may be talking about the same thing.
The weird thing about MSFS is that they yet to open up the camera API, which would give developers the the ability to actually play around with the camera and modify it to what they please. I think it's kind of suspicious, right? It's just suspicious that they haven't yet given that access to developers, because that would make it able to everyone, not only developers, just normal people, to change all these fisheye shitties and it would blow the game wide open. I would assume. And I think they're a bit scared of that, because then you wouldn't have this extremely curved. Like, you can fly at 30,000 feet and you have like extreme curves, which just again is suspicious for me, because that's like reaffirming this indoctrinative state of making people believe, oh, you already have a very sensible curve at 30,000 feet, let alone the globe in the game menu that you use to spawn onto an airport. Anyways,
it's everywhere. Once you start looking for it, it's everywhere.
Yes, the globe is everywhere. I mean, look at all movies. Most of the blockbusters you watch begin with the globe.
Yeah,
So,
all of the Universal starters. Or we went last night to the Global Village in Dubai. Like the whole thing, it's just like a sort of fun park kind of sort of center. It's like, it could be called the World Village, but to point out that it was a globe.
Before they even ability to leave the Earth and go see whether or not it was a globe, they were advertising it as a globe with the Universal logos, in the 20s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
the
I
thing
mean,
is,
they were even doing it with actual globes, like desk globes that you could sit on your desk and spin
the thing
around.
is, if
It's a bit
the thing
sus.
is, if the truth is so self-evident and the globe is true, why indoctrinating little children, or why reaffirming it so deeply, as backgrounds, as for phones and PC, as intros for movies, as almost everything, and logos everywhere, why would you actually do that if it's just so self-explanatory?
Yeah, why would you have
that
to
live
sell
in-
us in products and movies? Why couldn't we just go outside and look?
Yeah,
Sure. Yeah.
and then we do, and then we tend to be just stupid flat earthers, because we accept reality for what it is and not apply vain imaginations over it that we cannot prove for ourselves, but are relying on people who claim to have made these observations that we ourselves cannot verify to be done. Dude,
Well, I've just found out I've launched a relay in Kerbal, and relays aren't a thing, you don't need them. So now I've got a pointless satellite. Spent some money on putting it there.
dude, I have so much stuff. I don't know. I have so many folders. I will eventually find it. I've posted it many times, but I just have.
You don't have to. I was just curious. Or you can describe how you can describe how you did it.
I will find it. No worries.
Okay.
What I did is I used the external free flight camera, and I got up to the highest point I can possibly be until it stops rendering on the next part of the map, and you will see a flat ground, and above that ground you will see this bluish fake atmosphere that is curved, that is not curving with the ground beneath. Dude, why I'm not finding this picture?
But the question I was asking, which is kind of similar to it, is like when it comes to mapping flight paths, you know, like distances and bearings between places, is it do they then propagate the globe light, or do they
No, you just navigate over a flat map, so to say. Like every flight plan you do does not include any calculations for curvature or sizes or whatnot. It's just the ICARS system where you put in the information. That's it. No pilot in this world cares about what the ground beneath is, so to say. Like, because they just program stuff into their system. There's almost no pilot that will explain to you what the system, like what the. It's like you in a car and you just use your navigation system, and you know that your navigation system will give you the right roads to go through. No pilot is thinking about if the airwaves that he's given is correct.
So you sort of go, I'm going LAX to New York. What was the one? JFK, New York.
Yeah, and
it just chooses that bearing for you.
Yeah, you type in your origin, your destination, and you're gonna have a flight management system or computer that is calculating the flight route. It's calculating everything. What's the most efficient way, the winds, the altitude height. What the pilot always does is he's just giving information that is necessary for the calculator to calculate the route, and the routing system will spew out the right routing, and that's what the pilot is going to accept. No pilot is going to think.
The most work a pilot does is takeoff and landing.
Yeah, and
well, they don't even do that on many flights. I mean, the pilots I used to talk to when I was doing stuff for flight attendants, they said 1 in 20 landings they're forced to do an auto lander. They're contractually obliged to let the plane land itself.
Yeah.
And what they said was, I was like, "Oh, do you like that?" And they were like, "Oh, there's actually a really big divide in the piloting world where the older people keep getting in trouble, like, hey, you haven't done enough auto lander landings, you've got to be doing more of them, we told you." And they said the young people are like, yeah, sure, you want to let an auto lander do my job for me, fine. I'm down with it.
Yeah.
There's something called a minimal decision height, right? For every airport in this world. This minimal decision height is the height where the pilot needs to be able to be in visual with the runway. So in this minimal decision height, you should be able to see the runway navigation aids, and you should be able to land the plane manually from that point from. So if at the minimal decision height there would be like extreme fog, or there would be it would be unclear to see the runway correctly, whatnot. If the weather is going below the minimal decision height, so to say, it is 100% that the pilot is forced to do an auto land. which means because due to the weather, the pilot needs to put his faith completely into the computer system of the aircraft.
Right.
But that's not only dependent on the minimal decision height, it is only also dependent on the company. For example, some companies say, okay, this type of weather condition, like let's say this type of fog, or this type of visual barrier, is the reason why you are forced to do an autoland. Like some companies are very strict with these type of measurements, because it's just, you know, humans at a certain point just can't do anything against bad weather, and it's just safer to let the aircraft do the landing, which is wonderful, which works by the ILS, right?
ILS, remind me what that is? Oh, that's the beacons on the runway?
No, that's the instrument landing system. It's
Sorry, okay.
it's like a beacon of a radio wave that is pointed at the nose of the aircraft, and the aircraft is going to follow that beacon into the glide slope all the way down to the runway.
Right.
And this is a system that has been around before satellites. Before, it's a very old. It's already a pretty old system, but it's wonderful. It revolutionized aircraft landings because due to the weather phenomena I just talked about, right? So already radial aircrafts have used this system. And yeah, it's wonderful because you can land with any weather almost, right?
That's the one they screw with in one of the Die Hard movies where they take over the airport and then they start bringing people into land and they go, oh, we've done something to the ILS, so they think the runway is like 100 meters lower than it is, so they're coming in way too hot, you know, in fog, and by the time they see the runway, it's like, too bad, so sad, you're gonna...
So, by the way, so if you if the pilot would be at his minimum decision height or minimum descent height, he needs to do a go around, right? So I don't know if you've ever been in an airplane that does a go around, but
once, yeah.
So, for example, what is common is a wind shear, which is literally like the wind right before they're on their minimal decision height, right before landing. It can happen that the wind completely twists, so to say, and it creates like a falling phenomenon. Like the airplane will drastically lose altitude. Like it's literally like a drop, because of that change of wind. And then the pilots will initiate a go around, and it's actually a scary thing, you know. Like the cool thing is the aircraft will scream at you and say, "Wind shear, wind shear," and it's not the best thing. It can be very scary, you know. I think it has led to crashes in the past because, like I said, if you drop
the photos of them landing with that is just crazy. Where they, they're like, they're suddenly about to touch down. You can see they're already crooked. Like you can see it's already a pretty windy day, and then suddenly the plane tips up at like a crazy angle.
Here you can see it. I'm streaming it right now.
Hang on, let me open it up. It closes it when you close the stream, and that's reopen it. But I've also got Kerbal on, so I'm switching back and forth. Yeah, that exactly. Look at that, nose down for landing.
Yeah, but this is a wind shear. See, so there's a pocket a pocket of air, and it literally falls. Like it lose. Like this is not normal that the nose drops down like this. This is not the pilot doing it. It's a wind shear, and the pilot is gonna initiate a go around because of that loss of like you would bang into the ground. If he wouldn't do a go around, he would have banged into the ground. It could probably lead to a disaster for the main structure of the airplane. Here's
the one I was in was I think it was a Qantas flight. It might have been in Europe, but it was the go around was just because another plane hadn't cleared the runway yet. So it was just like he's coming in, and it probably wasn't quite high. But I don't, you know, I'm such a relaxed flyer now. I don't watch out the window. I just keep watching whatever's on my phone. but then I suddenly noticed he's like, you know, like I've never heard the engine that loud. Maybe at takeoff, I don't know if they go full thrust at takeoff, but it sounded like 100% thrust. And it was suddenly back up in the air.
Here, this video is a good demonstration.
He was
for
like,
wind
I
shear.
guess, hello folks, I guess you're wondering what that was.
Here you can hear the sound of the aircraft when it wind shear.
Right, so it just shouts
Yeah.
wind shear out and then they go stick forward.
Yeah. The pilots initiate a go around. Like that, dude, wind shear is scary. Like that's not a cool thing. For any pilot. I can imagine, like,
Don't
imagine
think it'd be
you
my
feel,
favorite thing.
imagine you feel how your whole plane is just dropping to the ground. That's why it is just the safest way to just go around. You know, you just initiate the most thrust you have and just get out of there, because it's not worth it. You know. I just love airplanes, man. Such a great thing. Best invention man ever did.
How do I do?
But anyways, I wanted to redo my flight, man. I really wanted to do my flight. Oh, I will find the picture for you, man.
Right, yeah, no, do your flight. Like I'm gaming. I don't want to pull you away from your game to have to do some work for a recently converted Glover.
Some of the craziest things is how these airplanes, the thrust of the engines create the, you know, the flow of gas behind them, but you can't see it. So planes will fly through it like miles away and tumble or be affected.
Yeah.
Well, it's really because I knew from watching what's that one where they fly a stealth bomber underneath. It's like Harrison Ford's the president, and they're like going, oh, it's actually there's a lot of turbulence behind planes. And that was the first time I'd ever seen, I'd ever thought about it, but I didn't know it went that far behind. Is it miles?
Yeah, I forget what it's called, but a long time ago I watched it. You could probably find it by starting to research like planes creating winds or crashes caused by other planes thrust or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I might look it up, but it definitely, they can't even see the plane. Like they don't even know they're flying through it.
Jeez. Some of these things I'm like, I'm better not thinking about them. I keep catching flights. I'm a pretty regular flyer. Maybe.
Flights are so safe, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's true.
And if
no point riding around on a motorbike if you're going to be scared of flying.
Yeah, he rides a motorbike. I don't think he's.
I'm more scared of driving sometimes.
The wind shear is one of the worst things.
I'm more scared of driving sometimes because there's so many stupid people who literally don't think on the road. Like, dude, so many times people like would have crashed into me if I would have not do anything. It's insane. There's so many people. I don't even know how these people are still not still having their car. You know what I mean? Like some people just sleep doing. Anyways, that's what I like. That's why I like you know, airplanes. That will never happen. By the way, if something happens to a point where there's nothing to do anymore, then you can be sure that you're either gonna be dead before you crash because of the decompression, you're gonna be unconscious, or your death gonna be very quick. I mean, it would be like 2 or 3 minutes of pure suffering, or
so that's what you tell me. But yeah, the 2 or 3 minutes of screaming in agony, like I don't know if you've seen the live stream of that Nepal plane crash. If it's real, who knows?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
it looks awful, right? Like you can't hear people screaming, but you can see people like trying to move around and reorient themselves and probably escape the carcass of this crashed
Yeah.
plane while there's flames everywhere. I'm like, that's what I'm terrified of.
Yeah.
Fine, and
But I
looking down and
think-
realizing being sheared in half, and the top half of me is going to
I
burn.
think, but I think when it
Those
comes to
planes
like
are
Hollywood,
human related. Like,
yeah,
Yeah.
but
But that's the problem. There's a human sitting up front, right?
yeah,
It doesn't make
you
me
got
any
a
happier.
drunk pilot.
I
You got a
just
pilot
What?
that's been drinking all night.
I just
Blue
think
said
that
wind turbulence. Hang on, I hate to interrupt, but Blue said he thinks that's called wake turbulence.
yeah,
Wake turbulence.
That seems right.
it's also simulated in Microsoft.
Is it?
And I can tell you, we
Yeah.
almost got flipped over by a huge oil tanker that we could barely see on the horizon. We were at a rig fishing, and we saw this oil tanker. Like, you could barely even tell it was an oil tanker, but you could tell it was huge. And like an hour later, these huge waves came that we weren't prepared for. Like, I put starboard, reverse, port forward, and just turned the boat as fast as I could to point the bow into the huge waves that were created. That's kind of the same thing, right? Wake,
Yes.
awake, wake
Yeah, it is
turbulence.
the same
The layer.
thing, just a different medium. But it's the same thing essentially,
Planes moving forward can handle higher winds going forward or turbulence going into it, but when it's wind shear or wind coming from crosswinds or whatever, or even heavy winds at landing, especially coming from behind you, it creates a bumpy ride, or you have to control it a lot more.
I mean, you can feel the same phenomenon on the road, right? When you drive, when a truck comes close to you, coming from the front of you and drives
sucks
very
you.
fast, yeah, you're gonna feel the air
Drag.
being pressed to you, especially on the bike.
Well-
So it's literally like in water, like
Yeah.
everything is like,
You can see it in water, but it's happening. The same thing is happening
in the air.
air. You just can't see it. It's just the disruption of airflow over the wings.
Yep.
Yeah, there was something ages ago where they ended up doing a news article about it because it might have been a flight in Australia or something, but some flight hit. I think they were calling it an air pocket, but it's essentially an area of really low density or whatever. So the plane just dropped like 100 feet. And they were like, there was no warning of it. The pilots didn't say anything. People are serving food, and then suddenly, like, a bunch of people are chucked against the roof. The food's going everywhere, and people are screaming, and they come back down on the seats, and there's like broken noses and stuff like this. And then they had this big thing of being like, how often does this happen? What is it caused by? I remember being really nervous about it for ages.
When my dad flew to the North Pole, supposedly North Pole, whatever. Anyways,
Your dad flew there.
Yeah. Or was it the South? I'm not exactly sure, but it's like where does Santa Claus live again?
North Pole.
Okay, then it must be North Pole, because it was like a meeting with Master Foods, and they when they do these meetings,
Did you say again? A meeting with who?
Master Foods.
Oh my god! It sounded like you said NASA Foods. I was like,
oh no,
you're there. A moment ago, you're accusing me of trolling, and now you're like, my dad flew to the North or South Pole to meet with NASA Foods.
No. It's like when they have these meetings, they do it all over the plane, so to say, and they like arranged like this fake Santa Claus hotel somewhere there in the north, whatever. Like you go there and you have some fake Santa Claus, and they did like a party and whatnot. Like these meetings are also including parties and so. Anyways, he said when they took off again to fly away from there, it was like a snowstorm, and it was the worst flight. Like he had a lot of flights in his life, but that was the most crazy ones because it. I think if I remember, it was a propeller plane. I need to ask him again, actually. But when they took off, there was like strong winds, so the plane. he said it was almost going vertically. Like he was never
Well-
pressed in a seat like that, and he actually thought that it might be the end. You know, because it was such a crazy weather. But yeah.
Yeah, my dad. That's what my dad used to say. He was always like, "Well, safe." I get into logical. It's like you don't know what's going to happen, but all of the problems are and all of the problems are more easily fixable the higher up you are. Right, like if you have an engine out with like 100 feet, 50 feet off the ground.
I can't hear you really. Your I don't know.
Sorry,
You
I was
sound
probably
weird.
doing. It probably has my microphone in the other ear. I just got one ear, but yeah, I was saying my dad used to do that, and he would say it's safer, and I'm sure he was right because he was a very experienced pilot. But any time taking off with him, it would be like the moment your wheels are off the runway, you were just like pulled into the seat so hard. It felt like it was nearly vertical. It would be so unnerving, and then suddenly it flatten out, and you're like, we're now at cruising altitude. Like, oh my god, you did that in like 2 minutes.
I looked up wake turbulence, and it really talks about how the wind goes over mountains and creates vortexes and stuff. I hadn't found which would be the same thing from a engine's exhaust. You know, it's just the airflow tumbling basically, or vortex. But what I watched was a documentary. I haven't found it yet.
One time I landed. I flew from. I think we flew from Antalya or Tunisia. I'm not sure anymore. We flew back to Leipzig airport in Germany, and that was the weirdest approach I ever had in an aircraft. Like it was like thunder. We flew through thunder. You hear like the big bang, you know, from the thunder, and you had extreme turbulence. And then on the approach, dude, like I don't know, I've never seen such an approach path, but literally we went like straight, and you saw the airport below you, and then you made like an extreme bank angle over like some sea, and then like I don't even know, like I not even a sim I have seen such an approach angle. I don't even know how that is legal, but like eventually, like 1 minute after, you're already on the ground. Like he made this extreme sharp turn over a little lake, and then like 1 minute less or so, we already landed. Like it was very close already to the run. Dude, I don't know. Like that was so weird. It's such a weird feeling when the plane is almost like, you know, like
Yeah, sideways or something.
sideways.
I can tell you whatever you've experienced on a passenger jet, it could do probably 10 times that without an issue if the pilot is good. Those things are amazingly strong.
Yes.
Depends on how you do it too.
Another funny.
If you free fall, you can go really fast, right? Kamikaze straight down.
If you're doing that in a passenger jet, you're in trouble.
I'm just saying, you can't get a bigger speed.
Yeah, but at some point, the structure of the airplane will also have its limits where you break off stuff. The wings can also break off at a certain point of speed.
Yeah. I didn't say it was safe. I was just saying you could get a better speed. Yeah.
Well, that's why when they were saying these passenger jets were doing like 500 miles an hour near the surface of the ground. To my knowledge, that's not possible. Like the drag is so much, they're not designed to do that. So, and you would have so much problems with the drag and with the like turbulence. The plane would just tear itself apart.
Right. It's got everything, the wings and everything get in the way. A missile in a car, right? That goes like a shape like a missile. They go what, 600, 700, 600? Like the fastest land vehicle. So if you put wings and stuff on it, you just add more of a drag, correct?
And another funny story was when my dad was also flying to another meeting, and sometimes they would have chartered the whole plane, you know, because we have so many people within the company. And that particular plane, the charter, it has some mechanical issue. So they went for half the flight or like a certain amount of the flight, and they already drink some alcohol on the plane. then they needed to land at some different airport to get that mechanical issue fixed or some issue on the plane. But they couldn't refuel the drinks on the plane. So what they eventually did is they drank the whole alcohol on the plane. Like at some point, the cabin crew was like, "I'm sorry, don't have anything to drink anymore," regarding beverages. I think that's also a funny thing you can tell.
Oh, okay, like having tea and stuff like that, having enough water to mix them to make. Yeah, I got you.
No, just no alcohol anymore. Like they drink away all the alcohol. You know, the whole crew. I mean, these meetings are nothing more than like, you know, parties, so to say, paid by the company, right? Well, I mean, he has been around.
We only carried a 12-pack.
Right. I mean, I've been around this plane a lot, but not extremely far away from Europe or something like that. But I also don't have the desire to go everywhere, to be honest. Like, it's not like that. There's this desire to get away from where I live already. Many people don't have that nowadays, right? Many people want to travel everywhere, which is not bad, you know. But I'm more
So
like
is
a couch potato.
when you compare the speed, like to a ground speed to the wind speed, why is it seems to go so much faster
It should be the same number
in the air?
So it's very sus. Very sus. It's a different number.
Well, I mean, on the runway, it can't go 500 miles an hour, right?
Which can't.
The airplane.
I don't know that they can't. I mean, they generally don't. I think they lift off a bit before that, but I don't
But they're
really
supposed
know.
to go.
What is the takeoff speed for an average plane? I think like small planes take off quite slowly, and big
Well,
planes. Now,
depends
is it
on
80
so
knots?
many
I think
things.
is average for a small plane, and
Yeah,
88.
I think nearly double that for a big one.
a small Cessna, like one engine, prop engine, is like 60 knots, but a very
60
small.
knots.
Yeah, and then like, it also depends on the weight, you know. If you fully load up that small Cessna, you would also have
The
to
wing
take off at
size.
80 knots. Yeah, so many things it depends on, you know. I mean, you can, if a fully loaded Boeing takes off at 160 knots, you can also use the same plane to take off at 120 knots if you have it completely empty, if that makes sense, right?
Right, weight and all that. Yeah.
And you got some fat
Yeah.
people on board.
Structural
That could be a
design.
problem.
Fuel also is a lot of weight. That's why you will never have airplanes completely fully loaded, which just completely destroys the stupid claims of fuel hoaxes.
Well,
Do you
my
think
point is
the
like,
fuel hoax is a hoax?
yeah,
Yes, fuel hoaxes are
It-
stupid people. Sorry.
yeah,
I
it's a
fully
weird. It's
know
a
it.
So you
weird.
don't think it's a hoax? You just think it's dumb people? Why do you think they like? Because Jin's big on this fuel hoax. There's a few people big on the fuel hoax. What
I'm
do you
a
think
fuel
makes them
hoaxer
think that?
too. I
Because
think
they
there's a
have
You're a
hoax
fuel
behind it
hoaxer as
too.
well.
because they have a big misconception of how airplanes are being used,
How they're
and
fed.
also a big misconception on fuel calculations and in general turbines. Like, there's a reason why you have a combustion chamber. It's for combustion. Like, I've
What's
looked
that got
through.
to do with the fuel?
You need
The
fuel.
combustion chamber doesn't really negate or necessitate how much fuel you have or what kind of fuel it is, right?
You
Well,
need
there's not a
fuel.
combustion chamber on a jet plane. It's just
You-
like the jet engine itself is where combustion happens, but
Yeah.
it happens in a chamber on a internal combustion engine. But
Yes.
it's not even technically internal when the combustion happens in a jet.
Yes.
It's still exposed to the air.
Internal compression.
Well, let me pedal back. I'm not saying these people are stupid, but they're extremely misinformed about airplanes. I have
How do
literally
you think
made
they get that way?
what?
How do you think they get that way?
because instead of doing their own research, they have listened to a video and have fallen for it. You know, like when there's someone is saying, "Oh, you know, every time the A380, the biggest passenger airplane, is going to fly somewhere, it's gonna fully fuel up its tanks, which is completely retarded because no plane would be profitable when their tanks would be fueled up, because you would only be able to at least have like 20% of your passengers loaded. So what they need to do is they actually have the A380 filled up to like 60% or 70%,
It's supposed to have a
or
bladder, right?
even less. So you have a good balance between passenger, cargo weight, and fuel weight. Yeah,
They
you can
just carry
literally.
a percentage of if they get in a storm or have to divert or whatever. They have to carry
Yeah,
a percentage of
there's
fuel
some
over. They
extra fuel
calculate
backup.
the weight of the luggage. That's why they weigh everything. But people saying that
Don't
they
they
didn't
have
fuel
to?
up the hang on. People say they didn't fuel up the plane because it would take like 50 fuel trucks. That's ignorant because the tanks are underneath the airport with lines. Now, if they're
Yes.
not
Well,
fueling
one
up all the way because of capacity, I haven't researched that. So there could be something into that.
In Germany, for
so one bit
example,
that
we have
me on that though,
1 second. In
is
Germany, we have
go
like
for it.
kilometers of pipelines, okay, that are connecting each individual big airports, like Frankfurt Airport, for example. There's a pipeline going to the Nordic Sea, where huge tankers literally get the jet fuel. So they have a direct pipeline going to the airport for jet fuel. Why would you invest billions of dollars or euros into building these pipelines and extreme complicated system if it's just for nothing? Why would you have even refuelers every day doing all the calculations, printing out the bills, and why would people pay for something that was never loaded onto their plane?
Well, I can tell you the
One of
jet
the bits that
engines that
did
I
get me
paid for the
though.
fuel that we actually fueled up ourselves. We put fuel in it. It's basically
Yeah.
the same engine design. It's just smaller.
Yes.
One bit though that did get me was when Jin first started talking about it. He said something to me that sounded really logical, that I was like, okay, I can disprove it this way. This is back when I was a Glober. And he said the wings should bend and the suspension should compress as thousands and thousands of tons of fuel is loaded
Which
onto
they
this
do.
thing.
Which
And
I
I
have
was
video
like,
evidence
okay.
of.
So then I like started trying to find videos, and there's one where like a truck comes up and fills it and drives off. I mean, I don't know, attaches a hose and then sits there for 5 minutes and then drives off. And I was like, he's kind of right. The wingtips didn't move at all. So I can understand how people get confused by that.
They
you
might
wanna
not have
see-
loaded any fuel in the wings, even though the nozzle where you hook up is in the wing. You could divert that fuel into the fuselage or wherever it may be, into the
Yeah, it's a
more
bladder
center part
system.
of the wing. Yeah, it's you have pumps that transfer the fuel. We have the same thing on our boats, so we can pump fuel around to keep us level.
Weight variation has to be distributed correctly. It has to have like a bladder system to distribute it right, and it has to pump it through right. But that still doesn't negate how much they're using, right?
There is a lot of videos on YouTube of time lapses where you can see the airplane wing appropriately bending down with the time the fuel flows into it.
I think the main claim is that they just need enough for the APU or APC whatever unit, right, to prime. They just need enough primer to start. Once they get it started, they can add a mixture in. They can add a mixture that just comes straight from the fucking air that they're flying in. Is the thing that, hey, hold on, stop saying no while I'm not even done with the 4-second sentence, man. Yeah. Does that sound weird? Yeah, it does. So that's what they do. So unless you're inside the engine, stop saying no. Unless you can show me the inside of the engine, what's going on there, plus the fuel consumption.
You have little.
You can see it.
You have little sprinklers that
Can see what?
That sprinkle in the jet fuel, and the
You have a
aircraft
clear
is gonna
jet?
burn. And the aircraft is gonna burn jet fuel. You know why?
No, I
that
hear
I
what you're
know
saying.
you, Demo.
Democ, you just complained about
Demo.
getting interrupted. Now you're
Exactly.
interrupting him every time.
You know
What are you
why
doing?
this?
I know.
You want to learn new information.
It was weird, right?
No, but the problem is that he's not addressing what Democ was talking about. He's
I'm
completely
I'm
diverting what
I'm
Go for it,
Marcus
Clay.
oh
They
dude,
never do,
why
and they
can
never
I
will.
like I get
Come on, guys.
I don't get the ability to answer this question, which is ridiculous.
He said,
Let's not
"Are you
behave
on
like
the inside of the
Globers.
engine? Are you on the
Let's not
inside of the
behave
engine
like
on a clear
Globers.
plane?" Is what he asked.
Oh, can you stop with these stupid strawman? Thank you.
Let Clay speak.
So when you have tons of fuel loaded onto the aircraft, you have like long destination flights, okay, long hauls, for example, where the pilot first needs to fly on a lower altitude because he needs to wait until a certain amount of tons have been consumed by the engines, and then after you have like lost like let's say 10 or 20 tons, the airplane after like 5 or 4 hours already been in the air is going for efficiency reasons, is going to climb further up from, let's say, initially 33,000 feet to 41,000 feet. It depends on the aircraft. And that is only possible to fly in these lower regions of air density because it has lost a tremendous amount of tons of fuel, which hence makes you understand that, yes, fuel consumption does happen. Yes, pilots need to highly calculate their flight routes and be most efficient about it. And yes, I have video evidence of showing you how a huge ton wing, where you have huge tons of aircraft engines on it, starts to bend down while it's being refueled, which can only happen if there's tons of weight being pressed onto that wing. It doesn't make that by magic.
But how do you guys know that you and Rakia aren't just being indoctrinated by knowing more about planes, and in fact, by not knowing so much about planes, we might be more right about how much fuel they carry?
You want to see the video of the wing bending due to the
Is that
tons of
really
fuel?
how many thousands of gallons or tons of fuel is that on a wing? Like it seems to be like they, even with the stuff in the wing, they couldn't carry as much as they're claiming. I think that's part of the point.
That's not really the only contention. The contention is, are you inside the motor watching how much fuel is being consumed by the motor and actually what else is being put in there, right? Are you internally seeing what's going on inside that motor? The answer is no. So stop making stuff up about whatever you just said, because it sounds like you get paid by the plane company.
Oh, dude.
Whoa, dude. Motor inside.
Do we
Are
know
you?
Do we know that?
Are
Do we
you
know that Clay
intentionally
isn't paid by big avgas to propagate the
intentionally
avgas
doing
lie?
this? Are you intentionally doing? Do you understand why military uses like refuel planes for
Stop
their
asking me
military
what I
aircraft?
understand. When you're not in the motor, you don't understand. That's what I'm
Oh,
asking
dude,
you
I know
to
how.
begin with. Don't
Do you
re-ask
know?
me my question with
Okay.
it.
Explain to me how the jet engine
Stop asking
works.
me to explain. I asked you if you know.
Yes, I know. There's a
Yeah,
combustion
you
chamber
know.
in a. Yes, I know. There's a combustion chamber in the middle of the aircraft of the
Show us.
airplane's engine. You can literally go to a museum and look at one.
Show us.
You can literally
So
Show
go
us
me
to
how the
right.
every.
motor works with
You can.
the jet motor you're talking about. Show us how much it consumes, and show us how you can't put nothing else in there but what you claim, the way you claim.
Well,
How
they
Show
claim
us.
it works on combustion, but do we know that do we know that it's actually combustion?
Yes, you can see the combustion fumes coming out of every modern aircraft when it takes off.
Okay, so
It's
maybe
a
they have a
black
little
smoke.
bit left just to
Oh,
to
I'm
propagate
done, man.
the lie.
I can't deal with people who don't want to learn. It's ridiculous.
So HHO motors don't work. Compressed air doesn't work. You can't have air motors. You can't have water motors. You can't have hydrogen motors. You can't have electric motors. Just big gas, big combustion for your plane, right?
Yes, it's the
That's
same
all,
way.
right?
Yes, it's the same way as you use fuel to
Same
make your
way as
car
nothing.
run. Yeah, your car doesn't run on air, man.
You haven't shown us anything yet. Yeah, it can.
Hold on.
Yes,
No,
it sure can.
It could, if they designed a motor that could run on water. Would that mean that is that possible?
You
There's other
still
cars.
have to carry
No
the
jet,
water.
no
No, but I
jet
mean, like, but
engine.
cars. No, to be fair, I hear what you're saying, right? I had a friend who worked on F-18 engines, and he was showing me pictures. And at a certain point, he was sliding through his pictures. He's like, "Oh, I actually probably shouldn't show you this one. I shouldn't even have taken this picture." There's a part on the inside of the engine of the F-18 that, I mean, he's actively working on it, and it's classified to him. They said he can't open that part of the engine or that part of the engine. So a person working on the engine for the company that's doing it on the F-18, even the person working on it, there's still part of that engine that he doesn't have access to. I found that interesting.
It's pretty obvious because it's military technology, and military technology is in many times being protected. Like if you
For
find
what?
a certain way.
Well,
If
but I
you
guess here's the thing: is that how is someone
Whoa.
supposed to be working on the engine? Oh, I hear you. How is someone supposed to be working on the engine but doesn't know actually the full components of the engine? Could it be doing two different things at the same time, or like it could do? Is there more? There could be more going
Have you
on
worked
under
on
the hood
engines?
than we're aware of. This is my point. The person working
I
on
mean,
the engine couldn't have access to the entire engine, so how is he
You
working
didn't
on
say he didn't have access,
it? To a
or
certain
maybe he
part of
doesn't
it.
work on. Okay, but maybe he doesn't work on that part of the engine. Obviously, you
No,
just
he
said he
actually
couldn't
said
show you
he's
that.
no. Well, yeah, he
What's
said
it
What
that
the
do is the
frick?
there was
question.
a
What
part
the
of it that
hell
he.
is going on? Do y'all want to have a conversation, or y'all want to argue?
I'm
I
not
was
trying to argue.
literally
I'm
I,
three
trying.
words. I
Yeah.
was literally 3 words into every sentence I've said so far. You've interrupted 100%. So if your friend showed you a part that he can't tell you about, doesn't mean he doesn't know about. And if he doesn't know about it, it's because he don't have the clearance for that part. He just can't work on that part. It doesn't mean it runs on water or pixie dust or, air obviously goes into an engine. That's what the
Does it?
big part in the front is, air intake. Then you compress the air with fans, you reduce it, and you're turning these fans and compressing the gas and shooting it out the back. That's what creates the thrust. Now, if they have some technology that makes it use less fuel and blah blah blah, who knows? That guy don't even know. So how do we know?
So
But
it's
it's
I mean,
clearance
definitely
what runs.
using
Hold
fuel.
on. Hey, hello. Hold on a second.
what
So it's
That was my
clearance.
suggesting
point.
is
So
possible.
it's clearance what runs the motor or what? Just having
No,
clearance let you
Clearance?
know because
hold
you
on.
just said how things. Hold on a second, please. He just
No.
described how things work, right? You just said how a
Is it
motor or
clearance or
gear,
climate?
how it compresses. So why would you need clearance for that if we all know that? Kind of odd,
Because you
right?
have technologies that would make your
Whoa.
plane use less
No, you
fuel and
don't.
go faster, and you don't want your
No.
enemies to have that, and you're not smart enough to figure that out, then I can't help
If
you.
you're not
Exactly.
smart enough to figure out, you can do what
I
your enemies
just
can do
figured it
better.
out. I just figured it
If
out
you
and
figured
explained
it
it to
out,
you.
then how is it
All
not
right, all right.
secret? It
I
never
just
was,
figured it
apparently.
out. It takes
Well,
air
third
and
graders could
fuel.
too.
Yeah, it
Right.
takes
So can
air and
third graders.
fuel.
Everything
You
is
don't
fuel.
listen?
Water is fuel.
Guys,
Air is
y'all.
fuel.
What the
Hold on.
hell,
Yeah.
dude?
All right. Can we
Beans are
please
fuel. We know.
hold on? Hold on. Hold on. All right. Okay. We all get it. All right. Part of what we're talking about now is we're in the weeds because I think initially the whole point of this was how many gallons could actually fit in the actual wing. That has not been addressed yet. We're talking about how things work that we don't really have access to. How can that many gallons actively fit in the volume of the wing that we're talking about? That I think
Well,
is the
you have a
bigger
friend.
problem.
You have a friend. Call him up and ask him how much fuel they put in those planes that he works on,
No,
and do the math, because he'll tell you how much fuel they're using and why they have to refuel so often, because they are limited on space for the fuel, not the water, right? Not anything else, not beans or whatever else this other guy's saying. The fuel.
Primer. They are limited on primer. Yes, I agree with
Yeah,
you.
those
Once their
those
primer
single
runs
engine.
out,
Yeah. Okay.
once
Yeah,
their
the
primer
primer.
I
runs
agree.
out, then they, whatever else they could add wouldn't be as effective. I agree with you 1,000,000%.
They're
Now
adding
how that
air.
works, afterwards, and what the motor does with just a squirt of gas compared to a gallon that you
Oh my
think you need.
God.
No, God has not. Why do you guys keep going to religion? We're talking about gasoline consumption.
But
You
Oh
need
my
to turn the
God.
fuel off.
Am I wrong? When you add oxygen to fire, doesn't it make it more combustible? So if you
Yes,
have to
so does
compress
Absolutely.
air
water.
into a little
Yes,
bit
that's
of
three different
Yeah,
things
that's
you can
why
add.
you lean
Can't
down the fuel mixture at different altitudes.
It's a
You don't need as
you
trifecta.
much
can't get
fuel.
fire without air.
You don't need
You
as
need
much fuel to
oxygenation.
fly at 30,000 feet as you do at 10,000 feet or 1,000 feet. Yeah,
but
you're
We have
getting it
electric
now, but you
motors
still
too
need.
these days, boys.
Guess what? You still need. You still need fuel and air.
Torque,
I agree. I'm not.
electricity is what you need.
Oh my
Are we?
God.
I feel like. Hold on. I feel like we're all talking past each other because I think a lot of us are on the same page. We're just not on the exact same words of the same page.
Okay,
Because
Y'all just saying it's not enough space to hold all the fuel.
quick
We're not
question.
talking about that.
I mean,
I'm
because
saying
that's what they say.
technology,
Right. Well, don't they say the
First of
reason why
all,
technology
can
flights are
I
so
all in the whole.
expensive?
can we calm
Flights are
down?
expensive because of the gas, right? That's what they all say, right? And
Oh,
that this
dude,
many millions of
Fuzzy,
gallons of whatever are going through.
Fuzzy,
That's
do you believe that gasoline is being made through fossil fuels?
from fossil fuel. No, I think
Yeah,
Well,
there's
something
no.
combustible.
is
It doesn't need to be
gasoline
Isn't
fossil fuel.
gas is like when they
is
reduce crude oil? Don't you have gas as a
yeah
byproduct?
is
Yeah,
is that stuff limited like they tell us?
I don't think it's as limited as they tell us at all. I don't think anything they tell us is accurate.
All right, so it's not limited. So hence, why for do they actually need to create an engine that runs on air? If
Well,
that
no.
stuff is
Here's the
just
point. No, I
being earned
think that
like water and makes a good
right.
contribution into the whole capitalistic system.
Right.
That's a
I think
good
the
ass
whole
point.
point is that they don't want to.
That's a really,
I
really
think
good
they
point.
have technology that can make flights a lot cheaper, but they don't want people traveling. They want people
Why would
stationary.
they? Why was there need if they have just unlimited access to oil?
Well, because again, if you have to have flight, I mean, if we have flights that could go a lot further than they want, I think there's technology being stifled. I
But that
think that
doesn't happen.
obviously is happening. And the reason
Fuzzy,
why they're
Technology, but
charging.
how are you stifling the
Fuzzy, have
technology?
you ever seen
Clay's point is that
one
Clay's
second?
point is
Have
that
one second.
if you're
Eggshells. 1 second, please. I don't want to interrupt, but I really want to get this out. Have you ever seen
okay,
a flight of aircrafts being diverted to other companies, which means you have an old aircraft that is, for example, a regional jet that's being sold to another aircraft carrier, okay, a normal commercial jet that needs to go through the over the Atlantic, you can look at the flight route of these transfers where companies buy these planes. You will see that they have at least to land 3 times to refuel until they get to a certain point in Alaska or the US to actually deliver that airplane that the other company bought. Why is it necessary if that plane has the secret technology that is once it on that altitude in the air, just flying non-stop, that needs to do all these stops that cost so much money to refuel the plane constantly until they can deliver it? That's ridiculous. And you see this with every transfer plane.
So do you think that the price of flights is appropriate for what is actually being done
Yes.
to the world? You do.
Yes. Dude, I can literally take a flight now from here from 1 second. I don't know what you guys have on price. Like, have you ever looked at price of flights? I can take a flight from Germany to England that is cheaper than using the Deutsche Bahn, which is the train
Right, you're right.
to London. Like,
You're
what
right.
is
Have you seen
what
the
is
rocket?
wrong
Have
with
you seen the rocket to the moon? How much gas it consumed?
Oh, D-Mog, I
That's how
don't
they
care
can
about the
tell it
straw
went.
man.
That's how they can tell it
ideas.
went. You're straw manning now too. Straw manner
No,
about what you don't
literally,
know.
I can travel cheaper
You
with an
can do a
airplane
lot of things.
ticket
You can go ride a bike. What's that got to do with air consumption of fuel
because you
in the
claim
motor?
because you guys claim that they make
You haven't
airplane
shown us
tickets too
anything yet.
expensive. They're not too
I
expensive.
didn't
I can
claim anything about. Listen, free does not mean expensive. What are
No,
you
Dima, I'm
talking about?
stop talking to
You just
you,
keep
man.
saying
You're
goofy
gaslight.
words. You keep talking about
Easy
stuff
guy.
nobody's even talking about all the time. We're asking you how the motor is working. What is the ratio?
Dima, I'm done with you. I can have
the
no
ratio,
conversation with you.
the ratio. It seems like we're stuck in the same thing we often are, which is like, is the person who, like, you know, it sounds like Clay knows a lot about this. I don't know. It sounds like his interest in planes goes beyond MS Flight Sim. And we certainly know that Rakia has got the money and the time spare to actually devote his time to flying planes. But the question remains, like it does with the Globe, does them knowing more about it expose them to more understanding so they can actually see the problems with the arguments against it? Or is it that indoctrination that makes them blind to the fact that maybe planes don't run on fuel and they just run on compressed air?
It's what you think you know. What they think they know about it versus what actually internally they know. I don't disagree with them on certain things. How could you? It would be a certain thing. If like Rakia went and fueled his plane, I wouldn't disagree with him. That would be stupid of me. If you put 30 gallons in your car, I'm not going to disagree with you. That's dumb. Now, but the way that one's working compared to the way another one's working on the very internals of the motor that I didn't design, or the harmonics and the way it actually does, and you didn't design, I would disagree on that. Not what you can do,
I don't know
how
how
far
they
you
work.
can go.
Because I know that what I pulled apart is a motorbike engine, and motorbike engines, I mean, work on the same principle, which is when you compress air and add gas, then you can have an explosion, ignite it. You can have an explosion, and you can yield energy out of that explosion. Jet engines far more efficient because it already starts off as rotational energy, whereas internal combustion engines, like I play with, turn outward energy into linear energy into rotational energy, and it's quite inefficient.
You can add blowers and chargers also, right?
Yeah, you can attach generators to these moving parts. Yeah, but you know why planes fly at 30, 40,000 feet? You know why they fly at that level? Because they're more efficient. They use less fuel.
Exactly.
Right.
And by the way, you can
No,
see
right, to ride
in
off the
one
wind.
can I
like
say
a blanket
something?
of water.
So you
I've
can
got a question about that, but
you
go
can
for it,
see
Paul.
the evolution on aircraft's turbines through the decades. So when you look at all turbine engines on older aircrafts that make much more black smoke than the new commercial airplanes that we fly nowadays, when they take off, I guess the black smoke is the magic air that's being compressed. If you look at the development of the aircraft, you will see that eventually people got smarter and they made the ratio of air being diverted around the combustion and compression chamber more openly. Okay, so you can have more airflow, effectively having less fuel consumption and so forth. You can, just by looking at the development through the decades of aircraft turbines for commercial aircrafts, you can see the goal of saving fuel. There is no magic behind this.
All right, out of curiosity, do you believe that the world's prices on food are controlled by a conglomerate of companies?
What does it have to do with the topic?
Hold on, I'm just saying you are aware of that, right? Yeah. So that's not under contention. So other companies could all get together, instead of creating monopolies, they just create the illusion of choice, right? That's a possibility.
So what you're describing could be they change the price of food, or they lie about whether you eat. So if what you're describing is true, just let me finish. If what you're describing is true, they can just manipulate the price of fuel. They don't have to fake how much fuel you're putting on board, right? Because pilots, I don't know how, but pilots know how much weight they've got on board. I'm guessing there's some sort of sensor system in the suspension, so they know how much weight they got on board. Because taking off overweight, at least my understanding as a non-pilot, is deadly. So the two suggestions are, even if we just take for granted the idea that there is corruption in this whole game, the two suggestions are, I can just lie and charge him too much for fuel, or I can lie to this pilot about how much fuel he's carrying. And the second one seemed dumb. But that doesn't mean it's wrong, because we haven't disproven that. So maybe it's true. Maybe you're right. Maybe these people who know more about planes actually know less about planes because you watched a video.
No, here's the thing. I think how often do we are planes refueled from zero fuel to full tank, or do they just keep topping it off every time they touch down, and so it's never?
They don't really do neither.
I don't. Right?
They don't do neither. If they're going,
I don't mean topping off. I mean like filling up a little.
Yeah. If they're going 2,000 miles and they have X on board and they have this much weight they're putting on, so they calculate how much they're going to need for fuel. Then they add their excess. So now they need. That's why they do it in pounds. We need 10,000 pounds of fuel, and they put 10,000 pounds of fuel on board, and they fluctuate where they store that fuel. They're not full capacity. They don't put it all in the wings. They put it where the weight distribution is. So if they have passengers that are sitting mostly in the back, they're going to transfer fuel towards the front part of the fuselage or wing or whatever. They don't put all the fuel in the wingtip when they have room to store it in the fuselage, is what I'm trying to say.
I totally
But what
agree
you're
with you.
missing, what you're
That-
missing,
yeah.
Rakia, is that what Fuzzy and Demok are suggesting is that you, by being a pilot, would actually understand less about this because you would be the first person they're trying to deceive, right?
No,
They're trying
I'm not a
to trick off the
pilot,
pilot.
but you can these jet engines, you can build your own. They're not, the technology is of the how a jet engine works isn't hidden. You can go and watch and you could probably go and even do tours of how they clean out the fuel tanks. Even on a small plane, it's you can see where the fuel tanks are. You can measure all that out. Now, the people that I watched the videos on that measured the volume of these things, and they're saying it's wrong, it doesn't add up, I didn't agree with. You know what I'm saying? When I did my calculations and how the fuel was stored and transferred, what they were saying volume wise, I didn't agree with.
Sure. I mean, I
Yeah,
also
I'm not
think
necessarily.
like when you're getting serviced or something, you would empty all your fuel, right? I imagine that would be one of the steps of that. So I imagine there are many times the plane is completely empty,
Yeah, or when you're
and as
landing,
Blue said before,
like you have to dump your
emergency landing
fuel.
you got to dump, right?
Not
Yeah.
designed to land with all that weight.
But do you dump 100%? I imagine you would just sort of dump until you're down
No,
to
but
20 and then you're
that's what I'm
okay.
saying. The plane is designed to take off and fly with so much fuel. Like let's say you're
Exactly.
going on a transcontinental flight and you fuel all the way up. But you can take off at that rate, right? At that weight, but you damn sure can't land at that weight.
Yes.
Right.
So you have to
right.
dump the fuel, the whole thing. It's fuel. I
We
mean,
have
they mix it
literally
with air and whatever. There's no doubt.
we have
So
literally
you guys
so
sound like
many.
you know a
One
lot about
second.
planes.
We have 1 second. We have literally so many videos of passengers filming fuel dumpings that go over 6 minutes. I mean, you can calculate if you have both wings spewing out tons of fuel over a period of 6 to 7 minutes. What is it that they're stored? Is that water vapor? Is that beans? On what are they running that they need to dump it? And you have literally also people. For example, in California, there was like a few years ago, there was a plane dumping over a residential area where people had like later on, damaged cars because the rain of that fuel would damage the skin of the car
Paintwork,
Yeah,
yeah.
they do it
and
for
so forth.
safety too. They don't want the fire, but they do it also for weight. The plane's not the landing gear and all that is not designed to land with a full load of fuel. But they have an
Timo,
emergency
well,
on takeoff and they're full. They have to dump it.
We had it. I was in a plane that had that emergency.
Why?
It was like I was taking off with my dad out of Sydney, and I looked out the wing and I was like, "The wing doesn't normally do that, Dad." And it was like the fuel flap. The guy hadn't closed the fuel cap, and it was like it was out the top of the wing, so it was like there was definitely stuff coming out of it. You could see this big stream behind the plane, but it wasn't losing everything. But then, sure enough, he looked, and it's like the amount of fuel was just going down, 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 down. We had to do a mayday and land. But the question I want to ask for Clay and Rakia is: these guys seem to be suggesting that, like, could there be, like, if you sort of stretched your mind to be able to possibly incorporate, could there be a way in which, because you guys know more about planes, you've been indoctrinated in some way, that they might have an insight you don't because they're looking at it from the outside in?
Yeah, I literally
No.
simulate real life aircrafts where I need to put the same data. Like this aircraft is a 1-to-1 recreation, just in a digital form, where I put everything in it. And if I don't put the right calculation, if I don't load it up the right way, you will crash that airplane like you would in real life. Like if I put the wrong calculated amount of payload into the aircraft, it will not fly the way it should be, or it would even be
So
unable to be handled
But
and
surely, if
crash.
there was indoctrination, because pilots also like
hold on a
playing
second.
flight sims, right? So
He's saying they dump
surely,
a
if there
lot
was
of
that
fuel and waste
indoctrination,
it
there would
all.
also be.
Yeah,
Why
that's
would
what I
you
was just
waste all
wondering.
that fuel
Yeah.
if you could calculate what you need? If I needed 1,000 pounds,
Timo.
why would I load 10?
Timo, they dump the fuel in
Why
case
would
of an emergency, for example. So they don't no one knows if the aircraft is going to have an engine failure beforehand. That's something no one can calculate. So if you're going to have an engine failure mid-flight, you need to go to a diverted airport and you need to get rid of all the weight, which is a fuel dump. There's literally tons
Supposedly.
of videos of
His
this.
question
This
was
happens
good, though.
every day. Every day this
On a-
happens.
On a normal flight without an emergency, like from Orlando to New Orleans, they need 10,000 pounds of fuel. They load it with 10,000. If that's their threshold, right? They're going to use 8,000. They need 2,000 in case they have an issue. Then they load it with 10,000 pounds of fuel. They don't load it with 30,000 pounds of fuel because they want to be efficient.
Exactly.
The less weight, the easier it is the less thrust you need, the less money you're going to use. So if you have 100 passengers,
and the less
why
fuel
would
you want to
burn more fuel?
consume.
Exactly.
Less fuel you're going to consume. It's the same with your car. If you drive on a completely filled up tank, you're going to first of all use automatically some more fuel because your car weighs more. It's just logically. That's why all these strawman analogies just completely wrong. If they look at the capacity of the A380 and they think because the A380 can take so many tons of fuel, that's how it's operated every day, which is wrong. No, the A380 will never be operated on all fuel tanks being completely filled up. That's retarded. But that happens if people just don't know how briefing works, how the real world actually functions when it comes to aviation on commercial aircrafts.
No, I have to admit, anyone would have to admit, I think, that there's no way to know everything, right? If they have some technology that where they flip a switch or it's whatever, the engine starts.
The efficiency.
Yeah, the efficiency has changed because of the fuel. Then of course they're going to hide that from the ordinary person that could sell it to their competitors or whatever. But these companies go out of business, brother. If they had a way to make it cheaper, believe me, they would.
Right.
Or maybe,
but it is cheap,
all the companies,
right? It is cheap. I mean, how much do you pay for a plane ticket?
Yeah, it's crazy. We paid $150 to fly to Orlando this week. And I couldn't even drive there and back for that price.
Yeah, imagine how much you pay with your car. So this whole analogy of they're actually screwing you is wrong. Especially when you look at the price. Like I have watched documentaries where they show you the bill of a commercial aircraft. Then I calculated this with the average flight price of this flight that they took. And when you go to it, you see the estimated amount of what they're actually earning. Then you need to look, okay, you have a whole cabin crew that needs to be paid. Then you have 2 pilots that needs to be paid. And pilots, they get some good money for what they're doing. And then you still need to have it, you need to have some win for the company itself. That's why you literally had Ryanair coming up with like crazy ideas of making it, trying to make it able for them to have standing passengers like on a train. Ryanair literally at one point.
But if I show you the bill of a restaurant, does that mean that the world's food prices aren't fixed?
Yeah, but we're not. Come on, man. We're talking about fuel on planes.
I'm not.
Okay, well let me
just
talk.
saying.
Then. Okay, well then about the planes, the videos that I watched, they said, look, only one truck pulled up to this plane and put fuel on it because that truck has a tank on it. That's a pumping truck. They're hooking to the ground. They're pumping it through that tank and filtering it and putting it on the jet plane. However many thousands of pounds of fuel they need out of the ground. And they're saying that truck couldn't possibly hold the amount of fuel that they needed. This plane came from New York and landed here. It had to use this much fuel. They're using this one truck to pump fuel on it. It's not enough. And then they turn around and say, well, if they need this much fuel, it doesn't, the wings wouldn't hold it. I mean, it's just ludicrous, man.
I agree with you that there's a lot of bad videos. A lot of bad videos out there. I 100% agree with you. But I know about planned obsolescence, and I know that they fix the prices on everything in the world. And I'm just saying that there's room for
I agree with you.
Shady business practices.
I agree with you. We're not talking about that, though. We're talking about the weight. We're talking about the capacity of a wing in a plane, or the capacity of a plane to carry enough fuel. Can you show me a video that tells me that this plane uses this much fuel and can't possibly hold it? I haven't seen one, brother. And I've fueled up jets, twin engine jets of my friends. I've fueled up Cessnas. I've been to airport. I mean, I fly all the time. I know how the fuel is transferred from tanks and the ground using a pump truck. And these people don't seem to. So
But if I get you, but wouldn't you would agree that a Cessna engine is different than a jet engine, right? Just
it's still
you-
capacity. I still have a fuel
Yeah.
tank in the wing that I fill up. I
I
know,
agree.
and
Yeah,
it's
no,
based
yeah,
on
I hear
weight.
you. Yeah. I just,
So these
yeah, I hear
paper
you.
thin. You go out to the plane. I fly in a Tiger. It's my brother's plane. It's you can buy it for $80,000. It's cheap, a used one. But the wings are paper thin, bro. It's like you could take a punch and with your hand, not even a hammer, and poke a hole through it. But it carries a tremendous amount of fuel. That's where all the fuel is stored in these planes, in the wings, and they're flimsy as shit. You can't even walk out on certain parts of them. Like, don't walk here, only step here. But all the fuel is in those wings. I mean,
Exactly. Like imagine this, okay? I'm gonna pause this real quick. On this wing alone, both of the engines weigh 4.5 tons. 2 engines on that wing. Now, when you look at this video, this is right from a time lapse. When the camera doesn't move in the time lapse, it will always stay at the same position. As soon as he puts in the 2 hoses to refuel the plane, you will see that the wing is completely dipping down. And these wings will not move easily. You need tons of weight to make these extremely huge structures of wings move the way they move in that time lapse.
yeah, they're also designed to flex.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
you watch them during flight, they're going to move up and down. You're freaking out, but those
Yes.
wings are freaking designed to do that, so they're not brittle and don't break.
Yes, they have a honeycomb structure inside, which makes them flexible, which is necessary. You need to have a flexible wing, otherwise there would be a big problem. And having empty wings would even be more worse, because it would
We
make the
designed
plane
a
less.
plane. I'm sorry, you were cutting out.
Yeah.
We designed a plane over the last
Sorry.
3 years. We took it from scratch, made our own molds, designed our own wings. Everything was from scratch, right? And the carbon fiber products that we use with like holes in it, you don't make them solid. You make them with holes in them because it's just as strong, but you reduce the weight, right? That's the whole thing on an
Exactly.
airplane. You want to make it as strong as possible and reduce weight. These planes, you can't break a piece of that shit. Like you can take a sledgehammer and try and break it. You can. It's crazy how strong these products are these days. By the way,
my problem with all
the plane crashed. We didn't pass FAA, so it's not being developed.
Trust me.
I guess my biggest problem with this whole argument is that the price that it actually costs to travel, I think, should be a lot easier and cheaper for a lot of people. And it's
Again,
just
Fuzzy,
not.
I already said I can now book a flight for like 25 euros.
But once you're in Europe, it's really easy. I know,
that is
because we're
like
trying to book. Yeah, it's like $60 to go from Romania to Spain or whatever. It's super cheap. But
I can pay from Leipzig.
If Romania and Spain actually exist.
I can pay a one-way ticket from Leipzig to London for 25 euros. That, dude, if you want to match that with the train price going through the Eurotunnel, is insane difference. Like flying is cheap. Like they're literally not even trying to make people
look. But the question Fuzzy's asking is, could there be something else making these flights more expensive? And his answer is no, and your answer is yes. So could there be a different reason, like just wanting to earn more profit, that could make people charge more for tickets? And Fuzzy's answer is no, they must be lying about the amount of fuel they're carrying. And your answer is yes, they could just charge more.
No, I'm not saying they must be. I'm just saying.
They have the same issues with price and cost. That sets the ticket price.
Right.
Yeah, that's why they go out of business sometimes. They can't overcome the overhead. The plane I posted a picture of is the prototype that we designed from scratch. Well, the engineers did.
Fucking beautiful.
But really that picture right there, that plane was never at that altitude, right? That's a CGI picture.
Yeah, sure, I
See
can
how
believe that. I
easy
mean,
it
the
is?
photo looks all crisp and stuff, but it's still a fucking beautiful plane.
Yeah, well, it
Uh,
crashed.
one more thing, by the way. If the fuel is just so easy and cheap, why is it that Lufthansa, for example, grounded all the A380 fleet, which is a double-decker plane where you can fit up to 800 people into, almost 800. If that thing just runs on air when it goes these 12 hours over the ocean, why would you ground these huge, expensive planes if they're just flying miracles? They just only need no fuel. Like they just, as if they're just saying, "Oh, we don't need that money."
No, but if you looked at back in the 60s or the 50s, when people were like flying and you dressed up and it was a whole thing, and everyone imagines like, hey, I wonder what it's going to be like when, things are supposed to get cheaper and smaller and better and faster, right? That's the whole idea of how technology works, right? And now you don't even get a bag of peanuts when you take a flight, and you're still paying
Yeah,
more than you did
you're
back in the
absolutely
60s.
right. You don't get a bag of peanuts. Things are meant to get better. And now when you take a transcontinental flight, you don't get a bag of peanuts.
I
Like
mean,
sure,
it
you're
depends on the
taking
airline,
off
right?
and landing, and you're traveling in between much quicker, and the flight's much more accessible to a bigger number of people, and they're transporting more people. But where's my fucking peanuts?
Well,
Are you serious?
Well, it's all dependent on
I'm serious.
the
Heart
airline,
attack,
right?
baby.
And what you want to pay, right? It's just with everything
Well,
in
no, but that's
life.
what I'm saying. Like, why? So what is? How much fuel is needed for a first class ticket versus a coach? Do they need extra fuel for that, or are they just arbitrarily
No,
coming up
it
with
has nothing to do with
Yes.
it. It has to do with the
Oh no,
amount of
I disagree with
personnel.
that. Of course, they need more fuel because you're taking up like what it is
More
cabin
space.
space, the amount of size of fuel
Oh
size you've
yeah,
got,
okay,
and
yeah,
weight, and
you're
the
right.
seats are
Sorry, I
real
didn't.
fucking heavy, and the meals are really big, and you've got actually
Right.
like crockery, your real plates versus a silver
Exactly.
tray and somebody crammed into a little thing inside somebody else's butthole. So
Yes.
yeah, it costs more to go first class. But generally speaking, my understanding of the economics of most flights is first in business means that economy travel's free. But that could also be a con. Maybe they're carrying zero fuel, and maybe first class is also a con. Maybe they're all paid actors.
You know what they also sometimes do? With aircrafts, they also sometimes, if there's some cargo space, they will also carry cargo to just get some more bucks for the
Absolutely.
airline. And
I worked for Sorry, I was clipping you. Go for
what
it.
they also do is sometimes they use commercial aircrafts and they change the seating area or get rid of the seats and just make it a temporary cargo plane. That's also possible.
They do all sorts of things.
I
Mail.
haven't heard of the
for the
latter, but I
government.
do know that Australia Post really struggled with getting their next day delivery because they used to use belly
Yeah.
space. So they claimed, as is the narrative, they used to use belly space on Qantas. So Australia has some of the most busiest air corridors in the world. Sydney to Melbourne apparently is busier than any other air corridor. And so it was really reliable. If you wanted a next day parcel in Sydney, you just bang, you got it. But once the passenger planes ground to a halt, it was Australia Post was thrown into disarray because they couldn't get parcels places. That's if you believe the narrative. I mean, look, Fuzzy Ewok and Demok could be onto something.
No.
No. So you're saying the fuel prices aren't fixed either? Like, I mean, this is all.
Well, I mean,
like,
what
you're
it sounds like
talking about
Clay is
economics
saying.
as though all prices of things are not fixed. Like,
No, but it sounded before like the point Clay made was really valid, and I don't think you've responded to it, which is Clay saying if they're in control of things, why wouldn't they just load you with the amount of fuel they're loading you, let you fly an actual normal jet engine plane with the right amount of fuel, and then just fix the price of the fuel? What you seem like you're claiming is like we're going to do something far more difficult, which is trick pilots as to how much weight they're carrying, so that we can make more money on a commodity whose price we control anyway. You didn't really respond to that. You could be right, but you just didn't respond to that point.
Well, even though I'm a flat earther, I don't think that everything in this world is somehow completely corrupted and in itself like like some conspiracy. Like it doesn't even make sense. Like the controllers just want certain things to be run normal, like they do with flights, for example.
Well, what they consider to be normal. I mean, the price of rice and milk and food is a fixed. I mean,
Yeah, but it has nothing
Matt
to do
Damon
with
made a
flying,
comedy
right?
about it. Like they make it's the world. Food is a price fix. Food should not be as expensive or inexpensive as like it should. There's all these issues or problem. People should be able to do this a lot more freely or easily if we have such an abundance or a way to do all these. Like if we're throwing out more food than we're actually eating, the price of food should not be the way it is. Especially if it's such a good commodity that all humans need. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
What should the price of food be?
It should be a lot different than it is now, and it shouldn't be
Where
infected
should
with all
it
this
be?
crap.
Like, how much is? I feel like I can get a bag of rice for like $5 that can feed me for a month. What price should which food?
Would it be better if
what
you
price?
could get that for 50 cents? Wouldn't it be better
Sure,
for 50
yeah.
cents?
I mean, what about negative 50 cents? Should somebody pay me to take a bag of rice off them?
Yeah, but you need to also look at who made the rice. You know, we want to also pay people equally. I pay a little bit more for certain products because I try to get fair trade products many times because I want to have the people who actually, you know, harvest these things to earn a good dime, you know.
But Fuzzy doesn't. Right. Fuzzy thinks that a big bag of rice should cost 50 cents. I mean, I think that's going to cost you more money.
No, I didn't say it
more
should.
money to send your rice from your farm to the market than it will be that you get back on that 50 cents, which is going to be shared like 50% with the shopkeeper, some with the distributor, some with you. Like what Fuzzy's talking about is like, why aren't we paid to eat food? And I want to know that as a man who likes to eat food, I'm with Chucky. I'm with Fuzzy Eagle. Why aren't we paid to eat food? It's a conspiracy against food and being fat. And I'm a big fat boy.
I don't understand.
Nor do I. But I'm going with it.
I really don't understand this conversation.
Nor do I. But let's just run with it and see where it goes. We might uncover something beautiful.
I'm just saying, man, not everything in this world is like this extreme net of you know, people making everything. I mean, how boring would it be if everything is just regarding the economics of this world would be just a big
it's not all a big conspiracy. The problem is there's a lot of conspiracies, and so you can sit and say, oh man, he thinks this about JFK and 9/11, and oh, he thinks everything's a conspiracy. That's the problem, because I don't think everything's a conspiracy. I don't really care if everything's a conspiracy. What I do is I smell bullshit, and then I go try to find out where the bullshit is, see if I can clean it up. That's about it.
Exactly. Holy shit, I haven't heard you speak in such a long time, Glad. You've got a fucking beautiful voice.
Oh, thanks. I'm just next to my mic now, my computer, so.
I don't remember hearing you speak before. You've got a beautiful voice. I think I'm pregnant now.
Dude.
Thanks, dude.
He does, doesn't he? Like, am I lying? I don't say it to anybody. I
you know what's funny is
it's a good voice.
I met my wife here on Discord. She said the same thing. She first heard my voice. She was like, "Oh my god, who the fuck is this guy?"
Jeez, he's got a wife. So, that's it. Cancel the flowers, boys. He's got a wife.
That's true. No, you still sent her the flowers, yeah.
Okay.
What makes me angry is that there's so many flat earthers on like aviation videos posting this stupid stuff about fuel hoax, making us flat earthers who actually looked into this and understand that it's stupid look stupid. Like they go on videos of people repairing engines, turbine engines, and they anyways, I don't even want to go into it. I can't. I'm just saying, please do your research regarding fuel hoax. It is so easy to debunk.
But the thing is, they already say they've done their research. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
They claim they've done their research, but the research they've done has led them to the conclusion that planes use a tiny bit of fuel to take off, and then don't have enough fuel capacity on board, do not have enough space. And I kind of get them on it, right? If I look at the schematic, if I look at the like 3D rendering of how much 30,000 gallons of fuel is, and a 3D rendering of the A380, I'm a little bit like, yeah, kind of where do they fucking put it? And so the question I keep asking is like, is there a chance that by knowing more about the topic, you are blinded to the truth of whether they put on 30,000 gallons of fuel or not? Or whatever.
What's worse, though? What's worse? Is it worse for me to just say, "Oh yeah, I agree. They designed it this way. Those engineers are smarter than me, and it must hold all that fuel," or to do your own investigation and come up with your own conclusion? I say if you do your own investigation and come up with a logical conclusion, that's better than just blindly believing, because we've obviously been fooled in the past and will be fooled in the future. Humans are easily fooled.
That's true.
But I mean, at some point, I
accept that, and I think I do too.
At some point, if I look at reality and I see many things pointing towards the consumption of fuel, let alone the fuel dump, right, in mid-flight that you can, as a private citizen, can experience if you're lucky enough, right? Or maybe not lucky because because I mean it would screw it would screw up your flight eventually. But anyways, there's too much counter evidence, okay, that destroys this whole idea of, you know, engines running on air and whatnot.
The fuel dump doesn't disprove the amount of fuel they're holding. Like if you measure the volume of the plane and then measure the amount they're putting on and it doesn't add up, the fuel dump has nothing to do with that. They would still have to dump fuel in an emergency. Like if you're agreeing that they put fuel on the plane, then the amount of fuel has nothing to do with the fuel dump.
But anyways, I know for certain that the from my experience of simulating these aircrafts, and I flew a bunch of them in simulator, and that's and I also wanted to be an airline pilot myself, but Corona destroyed this whole thing. Otherwise, I would not be here in Discord right now, probably studying all this stuff more deeply. But I'm going to do my private license, which is more than enough at first now. Anyways, I'm not doing this out of like cognitive dissonance or because I'm angry. Like if there would be this wonderful thing of free energy device like your aircraft turbine, dude, I would have no problem. But unfortunately, I need to be true to myself. I don't like lying to myself. You know me, guys. And that's why I need to appreciate what reality shows me, and it shows me that everything from the data that the pilots use for the computer systems, everything from the physical side of the airplane, adds completely up to what is the official statement of aircrafts. And you will not only have this.
I have a.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm not.
You're breaking up, Fuzzy.
I guess it's more.
Bro, you're breaking up, bro.
On what I'm trying to say.
Can you guys hear him? Is it my internet?
If what
is it my internet?
How much? I mean,
I think Fuzzy's break. Was it my internet? Hello.
Sorry, I disconnected him. So.
Oh, okay. I never know if it's my internet that is breaking up. You know, that's why I do this. With asking.
Sorry, was that me?
Like literally,
so I've heard a lot of reason from Rakia and Clay, you guys, but like I don't think I've heard the full. Oh, hang on, Fuzzy left. I didn't think I'd heard the full explanation of why the fuel con people are so confident in the fuel con, because they seem super confident in that, and then I've heard all of your very good reasons about the fuel dumping, and then we know weight on takeoff, and we actually take it on in weight, not in liters, and that it's the handing off of the aircraft from one airline to another, and knowing the economy and all of those things. They seem like really good reasons that involve you understanding the topic. What if Fuzzy gets back, or Demok could probably speak now as to why you guys are confident that planes don't use that amount of fuel? Or anybody else who believes in the fuel
Which,
hoax thing.
by the way, with this is also important, which I always try to point out. If you want to explain this, you at least need to specify a certain airplane, because just in general saying, yeah, airplanes are using not the fuel that they claim to be is stupid, because there's more efficient airplanes, there are less efficient airplanes, there are different size of airplanes, so to just put it all over one theme is...
I guess the question would be, do you believe there is any, and I think the answer you're going to give is no, do you believe there is any commercial, let's put military out of the question, commercial airline or personal aircraft that uses jet engines that in some way lies to the operator and pilot about how much fuel they are taking on board and burning in order to convert that combustion into distance? So you're saying
makes absolutely no sense.
Where's Fuzzy? Fuzzy's gone. Like, maybe Demok can, or anybody else who believes in this fuel con, what's the best argument that it does? What's the strongest case you've got for the fuel con? Because I think we've seen the one where we're like, we don't understand where the thing goes.
I can tell you what the biggest argument is, what they're saying. What they're saying is, if you look at the tons that this or that airplane takes, it would be so many loads of fuel trucks on it, and that's just ridiculous. And the speed of refueling will never happen. And this is because people don't know that these fuel capacities will never be fully used. No airplane in the world takes off with complete full tanks. If it's not empty, it needs to be transferred to another position. If it's empty, it needs to be transferred somewhere, which is highly weird because you want to make some money and not just have a flight where you burn fuel and pay for it. But if you have a complete empty
charging more for the fuel, lie about the price of fuel, get in a cartel where you fix it. Like that's the thing I keep trying to level at Fuzzy and them is like there are so many easier ways to do this con than lie to a pilot about the weight that he's taking off with.
Exactly. There's many easier ways.
So, I mean, he's left now, though. Where did he go? The book wanted to say something, Lawrence.
Oh, no, I apologize. I was unmuted.
Good day, man.
Well, was having
I sent him a message.
Fuzzy was.
Sorry.
I was to say Fuzzy was having connection issues.
What do you think, Jeremy?
Other than to get down there on the tarmac and see and get a sample of the fuel, randomly surprise fucking visits of some spots where they're putting the gas, like, hey, fill my cup up real quick, and then we go check it. I don't know how anyone's gonna know what's going good.
Well, I can tell you, my dad used to buy avgas by the barrel. Just get an actual 44-gallon drum of avgas and keep it at the farm in case he wanted to fill his plane up while he was there, or make big fires. He mostly made big fires with it, I'm going to be honest. But that doesn't mean that what you're getting out of the truck, like the truck could come up to you with just water and load up. Is that what you're suggesting, Jeremy? The truck could just come up to you, say I'm giving you avgas, but actually be loading you up with like 40,000 tons of water.
I'm saying as they have the hose in the plane, you do a surprise inspection, like, haha, motherfuckers, fill this fucking container up for me, and then I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna go check, and you do that randomly, surprise, motherfuckers.
So is your suggestion then that, like, because to me the confusion I would have, I don't know how jet engines work, but I'm like okay with internal combustion engines, and they like if you put the wrong fuel in them, you can get like there's like a sort of less than 10% bandwidth you can get, where you can get like fuel that's relatively low content petrol to somewhat higher content petrol, but like you get above 98 or you get below 91 and the engine won't is my understanding.
I mean, I can see why people...
Like if you put kerosene in a petrol, So you go, my jet engine, but no, actually you're right. Actually, I'm sorry, you're right. Jet engines can run on like anything. They can run anything that burns, you can put in a jet engine. But will it still
I
do the
just
same
want
thing?
I can see why people get into this because it's not a shocker. If they were like, oh, if it came out tomorrow and it was like, oh, all the airplane companies were tricking you and they were upcharging us for, they had some new tech that they didn't share with us. That wouldn't be a shocker that they were ripping the general public off. Would you be shocked? Who here would be shocked if they were ripping the general public off?
I wouldn't be shocked if they were ripping the general public off. I'd be shocked if they were tricking.
You guys know that the fuel is not just in the wings, right?
Yes,
Sure, yeah. I
center
imagine
tank
it's anywhere you
fail,
can jam it.
center
I remember
tank
checking
fail.
this out. I remember checking this out months ago. There's fuel tanks underneath. There's fuel tanks in the back wing and on the wings. Just saying.
You were saying as
I'm
well,
not
Clay, the
taking any
center
side
tank?
of the issue because it's weird. This
How many Olympic swimming pools goes into an Airbus worth of gas?
they say
200.
three elephants worth of fuel on each wing. We did the calculations a while back. 3 elephants fully
That's a good way
on
to
each
measure
wing.
it. I like that. I like that. 3 elephants per wing. I get the conspiracy here. Look, I'm kind of leaning that way. I cannot imagine 3 elephants standing
Okay,
on the
if
wing of a
someone
plane.
claims this, I want
Then
to
you
know
don't know how
which.
big those
I
wings
want to.
are.
No. See, this
The
is
wings
what
are
I'm saying. This is
way
this
bigger than
general.
that.
It's true.
This is
Not a
1
pilot.
second. These are these generalized answers that you get. What is important to actually solve this and understand is I want to know which specific aircraft type, which company and its cost index that the company uses. Every company has a different cost index. The routing number, the routing distance, the nautical miles, the PAX load, which is the passenger load, the cargo loading. And then we can talk about what fuel it actually used and how much it is. Just saying because I read the specifications of a certain aircraft saying, oh, it can take so much fuel. This is how much it will always take is stupid and has nothing to do with reality of commercial aircrafts. So yet I have yet to come across someone who claims all this to give me these specifics, which they can't do. They never do it. Because when they would do this, they would realize how stupid their claims are of 3 elephants
What do
on
you
the
need to?
wing.
But
That's how much the
but
weight is of the fuel that they put in. That's all he's saying.
Yeah, but
the
it's just
point Clay's making is
generalization.
which airline, if you've got an 18-seater, 3 elephants sounds huge. If you've seen the size of an A380, 3 elephants is like, yeah, we could fit them even inside the fuselage and still have room for passengers.
Yeah, easily, dude.
Yeah, if you talk
You
about
can
an
haul 'em
Airbus,
around.
yeah.
That's his point. But I mean, he might be the one that's deluded here because
No,
it
that's
sounds
not
like
my
Clay and
that's not really
Rakia.
my main point because that's also just a general.
No,
My
no,
main point is I go to the specific of the data of the aircraft. I go to specific to the data of the airline that has a specific way of cost index and fuel consumptions and the way they save money. And then I need to look at the flight distance. I need to look at the weather conditions, at the wind conditions of that day, and then I can calculate what the amount of fuel is that is being taken. And then I can make my assumption at the end if that fuel that they need is actually ridiculous or not. No one has ever provided me with that data. The only thing I always hear is people claiming, "Oh, they would put like 3 elephants on the A380." Wow, that tells me so much. It just literally means nothing.
I love you. No, you're speaking very
just telling
well
you
and
how
very
much weight.
emphatically, and you're very funny. I like
He's
it.
just
I
telling you
like
how
it.
much weight. He's just telling you how much weight the gas weighs when it goes on a plane. That's how much weight it is. That's all. I don't know why you're getting so excited about the elephant.
I'm not upset. What airplane? What flight? How long this flight? How long the duration? What cost index does the airplane use? Then we can know what you're talking about. But just saying
And
it's just about the weight that goes on the airplane, it doesn't say anything to me.
but also, I need to
The
know, like, are we talking about an Asian elephant or an African elephant, and a male or a
yeah,
female? Because
I
we're
knew
talking
Eggshells would come up.
significantly distant.
Eggshells just being a joker all for like
Come
a
on,
week now.
Ricky, you gotta find it
I know,
funny.
but you're making it too obvious, dude. We know you're not a flat earther. We know you're just saying things to propagate the conversation.
Come on,
But
you find it funny a bit. Come on, Ricky,
nah,
you find it
I don't
funny a
like.
bit, don't you?
I kinda, but the wings, like I mean, when it's full to capacity, right? It's at its max capacity of fuel. It still has room for weight, right, in its design. So when it's not full of fuel, and like the fuel tanks are closer to the fuselage and the fuselage tanks are full, that's where they're going to transfer the most fuel. They have plenty of, extra weight they could put on the wings or whatever. I mean, you could put an elephant out there. You could take off with it. I think the drag would be too much, but the weight is not an issue. They're way overpowered now. These engines operate way under their capacity limits just to be safe.
I'm just saying, it wouldn't be a shocker to me if tomorrow they came out and was like, yo, these airplane companies found a new technology they haven't told us about for years, and they've been ripping us off on the price of gas for the tickets to get on a plane.
As soon as an airplane company comes up with a technology that can reduce the price, guess what they do? They reduce the price so they can get more passengers and make more money, or they reach that fine line, right? I mean, that's how all companies operate.
Like the question,
Overhead,
Clay asked.
cost, direct cost is fuel about.
There's
So I
one thing,
posted a
DC.
picture. This is
Oh no, it's right here. Sorry, I'm just going to jump in front of you there, Clay. The question, Jeremy, that Clay asked before is, wouldn't it just be easy to fix the price of fuel? And I think if you accept that there can be a cabal of people who can fix the price of fuel, it makes this whole question of why would you then also lie about how much fuel people are carrying if you can just lie about how much it costs? Give them exactly the right amount, and then you don't need to, whack engineers and trick pilots and do all sorts of tricky stuff. Because, I mean, surely as an engineer, I don't know, but I imagine as an engineer, you do a fuel efficiency test where you measure the amount going into a jet engine versus the thrust coming out, and you go, this is or is not nominal. And if you set the price of the fuel, you don't care about the rest of it. You just fix the price of the fuel. That's a question Clay asked, which is like, sure, could they be lying about the price of fuel? Definitely. Are they lying about the weight of fuel? I mean, maybe. Sorry, wait, you go for it, Clay.
So, I mean, I don't know. If they've been lying to us about the shape of Earth, this plane thing seems like child's play.
Right. I'm not saying they couldn't do it. I'm just saying, like, imagine you said, I'm going to lie about the amount $1 is worth, and I'm going to lie about how much stuff costs. It's like, why do both? Either one would fix your problem, but one of them you're going to get caught. Because when you say this is how much this costs, so they can trace back your costs, or somebody's going to, at some stage, empty a plane or weigh a plane or something and go, that's not how much it weighs. You have, my plane has not got 30,000, 3 tons heavier or whatever. I can't convert gallons to weight because imperial system is dumb.
Here's another way of thinking of it.
Still dumb.
These airlines buy routes, right? Some of the routes lose money because of fuel pricing. Like, it costs them more than what they're making, but they make so much more money on their other routes that overall they're profitable. So if they could do it cheaper and make those other routes make money, they definitely would. They wouldn't go out of business ever.
To be fair, Rakia, to be fair to the other side, if what they're suggesting about fuel prices being bullshit, then what airlines do and don't operate and which ones are going bankrupt, all of that's obviously got to be a charade. So if you're going to accept what they're saying about the price of fuel being hokum, then you've got to accept that, like, whether one airline or another is running a route is just a theatre that is made to make you believe that that petrol costs what it costs.
Well, I mean, the
I mean, I think a
conspiracy
better way to
would
go
be,
about it is. Go on, sorry.
well, the conspiracy would be they have a different technology that could propel, give thrust to an airplane that they're not giving the American public, that would make tickets so cheap, whatever. So they keep using this technology. That would be the
Right.
conspiracy. Not that you could take a jet that you can design yourself, and you
Exactly.
have to use a certain type of fuel to do it, and air mixture, which is the same exact jet that these companies are using. Like, you know what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
conspiracy would
That-
be some electromagnetic propulsion that doesn't cost anything.
But you and I, you sound reasonably experienced with pulling apart vehicles. Most, like you know boats, so you know what your boat engine looks like. You sound like you know a fair bit about what planes look like. Like I think, and I know motorcycles, and motorcycles are like, it's just an engine and a frame. That's all there is to it. Don't you think you or me or what's his name? Sorry, he's in these rooms sometimes, but he builds his own cars. One of the other flat earthers, somebody would recognize that, hey, there's this giant metal chunk on the side of the engine that's attached to the drive shaft that has, like, you'd immediately pull it apart and go, what's this?
Right.
That can drive the
That was
fan
making
blades of the
water
jet
burn.
engine.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let's suddenly
You
turn
can
this
buy one of these
inflammable thing into
airliners.
this non-flammable thing into something flammable.
Yeah, you can buy an engine, you can buy an airliner. There's nothing's hidden. We own a hangar that they repair these planes in. You can go look at these engines. There's no special part that I can see or that has been told to me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty much out in the open. Now, do they have technologies of propelling, they're coming out with technologies now that we haven't ever heard of. How long has a prop been around? Now they came out with a new prop, a circular prop or whatever it's called, that's way more efficient. In 10
Is it?
years, the cost to come down, where that prop will be on every boat that it's able to be on. They have to get the
Oh, I
cost
think I've
down.
seen this.
Yeah.
A kind of thing with a kind of weird, it looks like a normal prop, but it's kind of got a cage around it. The whole thing is a loop, circular
Circular or
boat
something
prop.
like that. Reduces
Like
cavitation.
5K
I
or
would
some
think.
shit.
But you
Forgot
can,
the cavitation.
I have a CNC
Yes,
machine that I
it
can
looks
print one of these.
super fucking weird.
But that's the point, though. Everybody, like all these engineers, and you can't hold these secrets as much. Once it gets out, anybody with any type of measuring tools and a CNC machine can produce these things themselves. Like we
So you're
did
saying ordinary
everything
people
in
can test
house.
it?
Well, I mean, there came a time where we didn't have to get our special tanks and big pieces of metal bent a certain way. We could do all of that in house. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we didn't have to send out for this pipe to be this diameter bent this way. We could bend it, stretch it, use plasma cutters, CNC machines to do everything we needed in our own company. Like, it's easy now. That's why when people say we couldn't produce a Model T Ford today, are you kidding me?
I can
Like,
see here Jesse wants to have a chat. Go for it, Jesse and Claire.
It's about something else. Another thing is, by the way, I just realized what during the flight, long hauls, for example, what pilots need to do is they literally need to send reports of the current fuel consumption and also report at the end of the flight that's being analyzed by the company. And if the pilots have literally used too much fuel within the, let's say, frame of reference that they want to see, they're going to be questioned. Like literally, the company is going to go to them and ask them, yo, why didn't you go direct at this point? And why is it that we had this type of consumption during this phase? Why didn't you descend with this glide path? And they need to literally give a statement to the airline, because it's, I mean, just think about the money you can literally waste if you're not operating the aircraft properly as the pilot.
So that's interesting, because I've heard
That's
that
why you
actually
have
from
this.
like Jetstar versus Qantas, which is Qantas will burn fuel to lose money to maintain OTP, on time performance, but like Jetstar, if it takes off late, Jetstar is like owned by Qantas, they're a low-cost carrier. And if they take off late, they're like, too bad we're landing late. We will not burn more fuel to risk product. But the question would be, we need to find some better flight paths for them, because we've got the secret now. Right? We've got the flat Earth secret that could mean that they fly much shorter distances.
Yeah, well, I again, if someone
Aren't they
starts
flying
really,
those distances already?
Hmm?
I thought, aren't they already flying those distances based on all these emergency landings? They're already doing the flat Earth, or you know,
and by the
they
way,
fly
another
a map
thing I
of
would,
the distances.
another thing I
Could be.
would like to be explained is, how is it that we have multiple incidents with modern aircrafts that run out of fuel, okay, and like even crash doing so. So if these engines are like
Crashed with
some,
fuel.
if the
Crash run
no
out.
run out of fuel, like you run out your car, run out of fuel. If these engines really would just keep on running on compressed air, why did they turn off at a certain point and they needed to glide down to the airport?
Or were these
So it's like,
commercial
yeah,
or
good
jet
point.
Yes,
engines or?
yes, commercial jet
Yeah.
engines. I can send you.
Also, no, I got it. I'm not. I hear you. I'm actually. I agree with you. I'm just saying, there's. I feel like there's some sort of shade going on in behind the scenes when it comes to airplanes and what's going on. If they're already
It
flying
was
these,
a
I think they're
pilot
already
error,
flying these
by the way.
these flights. Right. I think
Yeah.
they're flying these flights. Also, how much fuel does it take to run the AC or the heating for the entire?
No, let's stay with the point. It was a pilot error because the pilot did it was a pilot error that lead to the case that this A310, for example, which is to its standard, is still being used nowadays with its system. It's like one of the first automated Airbus systems, and this thing crashed because they just nearly made it possible to, by gliding down to the airport, to land in a last minute.
They
And they
calculate the
crashed,
fuel
unfortunately.
wrong.
Yeah, it was a pilot error, and it just proves to you that these planes are using fuel. If they just use no fuel, why does it run out of fuel eventually? Like the engines shut down mid-flight because they were empty. The fuel was not there anymore.
Well, they obviously need fuel. I don't even think that's what they're saying, that they don't use any fuel. I just think, but yeah, I see
I've
what
only
you're
ever heard them
No,
say,
you
pilots
definitely
make
need.
errors.
Yeah, of course. Especially, yeah. I agree with you. I'm not fully on only one side of the fence here. I just know that there's something. I don't feel like they're being completely truthful with how we are able to travel around the world, especially if we know that they're already using some sort of, flat Earth map to do it.
Well, anyways, like I can't imagine that an airline, just to fake the whole fuel thing, would waste, millions upon millions of euros of an aircraft. Like, makes no sense.
Well, maybe they needed a tax write-off or an insurance policy to pay through or something. You have no idea.
No, you can. The thing is, you can look at the full details of these flights.
I know. I'm just
Okay.
saying, like, don't necessarily think that we all could understand the motive behind people doing things at this stage.
There's a flight recorder on every aircraft, every modern aircraft, that records what the pilot says, what they put into the inputs of the pilot. So they literally, when the airplane crashes, they can recognize everything that happened during the whole flight. What is even more interesting nowadays, modern airlines actually can download the data of a flight, right? So what they do is download the data of let's say a cargo flight, a long haul over the Pacific Ocean. They put that data into a simulator, and then they sit down with the pilot. They have some experienced guy looking through the flight, and then they sit down and say, at this point, you should have improved, you should have done this or that, which would be better, for example, for fuel consumption reasons or other reasons. That's how modern flying has gone, where literally pilot, and I think it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing that they
Where
can
have you seen
correct their
this being
pilots
done?
like this. Huh?
Where have you seen this being done?
I can send you a documentary that shows this.
So one of the things I wanted to ask when you were away before, Fuzzy, I kept asking, and then I realised it was your absence. Is what's the best evidence that you've got? It sounds like Clay and Rakir presented a lot of evidence. They sound like they're very confident in. It sounds quite technical. That planes do use the amount of fuel they're saying. What's the best evidence you've got that there is some sort of funk happening with the volume of fuel that they are using?
Well, I think that the distances to, again, I agree. I'm not saying, I think there's a lot of legit things going on, and there's a lot of bad videos out there about this topic, and a lot of memes. I understand all that. I'm trying to say is that if the distances from these places are different, like we've all seen those, the 17 emergency landings,
that's a different thing, though,
flat Earth.
right? But yeah, so that's a different thing. Well, it could be what you're saying. I'm sorry for jumping in, but what I mean is whether the distances are different, that's a kind of separate thing to how much fuel you have to cover a distance.
I think it's connected, and I think the price of fuel and all this stuff is also connected too, because it's like like everything, every commodity, if we as humans should be able to travel for as cheap as possible, it should be made a priority by all humans to make this the coolest and best, and if we want to be able to travel, which I think we all want to do. So I don't understand why I think there's something stifling the amount of technology that could be used to get us from here in places, and especially on top of the fact that the distances, on top of a bunch of different factors. I'm not saying, I get it. I'm on your side. I get it. Like, I'm not saying that all, I just think that there's some problems going on, and I think that we could have such a better world.
Because the point,
if it was different.
The point that Clay raised, and it might have been because you were having connection troubles earlier, was if these people are controlled and they can control the price of fuel, why would they then also control the volume? If I can control the dollar, well, if I can control the price per liter, per gallon, fuel,
price per whatever you want.
Price per unit. Why do I also then have to do it because if I control the price per unit, I don't need to control the units. And controlling the units is kind of tricky, right? Because I've got to trick engineers, I've got to lie to pilots, I've got to make them like dump fuel. So how are they actually carrying that? Is that water to get a separate fuel tank? How do these engines work? Like, it seems like a lot of complexity when if I control the price of avgas or petrol, I just control the price of petrol. I just do one thing and dial up my price when I want more money for it and dial it back down when I want more productivity. Why would I do both?
It's not necessarily. I got you. I mean, it's not necessarily about. I mean, obviously, there's fuel being used. I get all that. It's when what was I just going to say? I lost it. Sorry, I'm walking the dog here.
That's right. So the question is is why do both? Why control both? If I control the price per gallon, why also go to the effort of controlling the gallons?
It's not necessarily. Yeah. Again, I think that my bigger problem is why is it so expensive to fly around, and everyone says it's because of fuel prices. So, and we all know that that's being controlled, right? But fuel pricing, but that's being controlled 100%. So
sure, yeah, we both agreed on that. Like the controllers and those are petrol prices, and all of that. Yep.
Right, those are the same people who are in control of a bunch of different technologies, and they're also in control of a bunch of different political parties, and in control of a bunch of education systems, and a bunch of different technologies that could let us be better is not something that they want or could profit from. So that's, I guess I'm saying with the fuel thing, I hear what you're saying. I get it. Like there's obviously fuel being used, and obviously, but again, it's just mixed. I don't know. Okay, I haven't spent enough time in it. But the point is, I know that there's different flight distances, so they could be fudging numbers on certain things. And all pilots are really doing now is using an app or software, usually, or using a map that's been provided for them that works already. So it's like if they just have been trained on that map, then they're going to work every time, right? But that map could be altered, as we all know.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, because I think that'd be a good one, which would be because that would actually no, hang on. I think you're actually onto something, Fuzzy, which would be we need to control not just the price. We control the price because we want to make money, and we dial it up and dial it down as we want.
No, they don't want to. No.
What we want to do,
they don't want to make money.
Let me finish.
That's not the motive, though.
What we want to, no, I know. But if you let me finish, you think you're fine. I'm agreeing with you. But what we also want to do is trick people as to the distances between places. So what we need to do is send them out on a bearing and a distance. But if we say you're going to need 40,000 jet fuel, litres of jet fuel to get from Sydney to Santiago or something like that, and that distance is different on a flat map to a globe, then we're going to need to lie to them about how much is on board and lie to them about the distances they're covering, because otherwise they'll land heavy and clean. So it's about hiding the globe delusion.
Okay, if they did have this technology, let's say they did have the technology, they would never let it out because that would trickle down to cars, jet skis. There, nothing. I'm on the phone, babe. It would trickle down to cars, jet skis. Now you're losing $10 trillion a year from selling oil. Right? That's not going to happen. And if they're they control the price of gas. I mean, I don't know what that even has to do with it. They're not going to lower the price. You think they're going to raise the price? I don't get what the price of gas has to do with it.
As a reason why flights are expensive or anything is expensive is by commodities that are controlled by the people we're talking about. Because if we had different technologies that made them completely obsolete, they would no longer be the middleman and no longer have any power.
Like, okay, let me ask this. How much technology do you think has been suppressed by big oil over the decades? 0, a lot, on a scale of 1 to 10.
Well, and anything that they don't want.
Other guys.
Yeah.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how much technology has big oil suppressed?
$35.
Yeah.
Well,
you'd go to 11.
I'd go with an 11.
So yeah, there could be technology that's being suppressed, but the point I was making before, Jeremy, was you can see when you open a vehicle. Like I can see, like I had my first motorbike was an Enfield Bullet, and I remember the first time I saw an Enfield that had a kickstarter, that had an electric starter, and I didn't know it had an electric starter. I just immediately pointed at this lump that was attached to the rest of the engine. I went, "What the fuck is that thing?" I went, "Oh, it's the electric starter. It's a little electric motor with I think it's called a Sprag clutch in there, and that starts the engine." So to add more functionality, just unavoidably, naturally requires you add more parts. There's bits that move and click and whir and turn, and so what we're suggesting is, and like when I say before, they're not easy to build, but jet engines are an incredibly simple thing. It's just this like diamond-shaped 2 cones jammed together with impeller fans on one side and the propeller fans on the other side. And what this whole hoax suggests is that there's a whole nother thing going on that doesn't do what every other jet engine does. Because there are like private jet aircraft. You can buy little jet engines that are like the size of a big bottle of gin, and you can test them, and they'll run based on how much fuel you feed them. So what this whole jet fuel hoax suggests is you've got this identical thing that you can scale up into the size of a Rolls-Royce engine that then is driven by an entirely different powertrain, entirely different source of energy, but it looks to the engineers that work on it and the pilots that fly them identical to something that just runs on jet fuel.
But again, what
And
Denmark
while
was
it's
saying
possible,
earlier was
yeah,
saying that it could be started with conventional fuel or a certain way, but then something then could
sure.
then once you engage it, then like a perpetual motion machine would have to be started at first and then it keeps going. So you need that
That's my
initial
point.
kick, right? But I
That's my
know, but I'm
point. The
saying
perpetual
not right.
motion machine is not also made out of zero volume, right? It's got bearings and it's got some sort of gear mechanism that attaches it to the main drive shaft. So it's going to be some add-on thing that even if it's totally free energy, it doesn't come out of nowhere and just magically appear in the spinning
Right.
turbine.
I guess maybe
Has to
the
get
thing
in
is
the
that you
turbine.
can still have a big turbine looking thing, but only one small compartment of it is the perpetual thing that looks like it's, you know, and if, how often do people get to cut the inside of engines and get access to exactly every single part of it? If it's something small
Well,
enough
you
that
or
it may,
I know.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm
Engineers,
saying
I
it's
suspect that's their
possible.
job. Yeah, people who fix these engines, I suspect that's their job. But it just seemed like in this conversation, it seemed like the people, in proportion to how well they knew aircraft and engines, disagreed with this. But
There's
my point to them was maybe they are blinded and it's their awareness of the topic that makes them less aware of the topic.
there's a scale on how much you could trick me on something, right? Like, what can I be fooled by? Can I be fooled that that heat causes hot water to boil? The likelihood that I'm being tricked by that is a zero. You know what I mean? I would put that at a zero. No one's tricking me. That actually happens. Now this plane thing, you know, just for me personally, I would put that at I don't know, an 8 or a 9, maybe a 10. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea what's going on inside in the guts of
I like it.
thing.
It's a good point. And that's kind of it relates. You're making the same point I am, Jeremy, which is like it doesn't take anything, and it's in fact important that we sometimes look at things and we go, "That's fishy," but then we go, "How do I determine if my thought that's fishy means that that's fishy?" Because our
But if you're
suggestion
gonna go,
sometimes might be people who are more indoctrinated, which is what you're saying, Fuzzy. People who are more indoctrinated to like be told what planes do and how much fuel they burn per hour or thrust or wherever you put the sticks or wherever it is. They might be wrong. They might have been fed a lie and they've never questioned it because they don't know how to, and we do.
well, no, I know, but I hear what you're saying, and I get why you would say that. I hear you but you would say the same argument is like if I'm thinking the world is flat, but if I go to these quote unquote experts, I'm going to find that I'm wrong because
Or
they
they,
said
or
so,
the, no, no, no.
and
What I'm
because
saying is the opposite.
they
Or
can
they've
look at
been
the exact
indoctrinated.
same information. They're looking at the same observation and come up with a different result. Someone could look at the same engine and notice a certain bearing in a certain spot that's proprietary to that thing, and then, I don't know. It's possible
Yeah, I'm with
that
you.
there's things,
I'm
yeah,
absolutely with you.
especially if the things that are in a museum are just a regular engine and not the souped up engine with the turbo conjarger or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, like they're not going to put the one with the high tech. They're not going to put the one with the technology that they have hidden from us in the museum. They're also not going to sell that one to some normal Joe Schmo person. You know what I mean? This is going to be
Right.
something. The fact that big oil is even involved in this in any way raises my awareness level that this could be some fraudulent shit.
Could be fraudulent shit, yeah. I mean, it would need to be the point Fuzzy raised I hadn't considered before, which is if you're going to try and compare the distances on the map versus distances flown, maybe, well, here's how I'd do it. I would give them a different mixture because one of the funny things about jet engines is they can burn on anything. Like if you put diesel in a petrol car, you just good night. Your car's going to be fucked. But if you put diesel or kerosene or petrol or virtually anything in a jet engine, it will still run. That's why the Abrams A1 battle tank uses a jet engine, because they can roll into Afghanistan and jack some local petrol station and their tank will still run. So maybe it's something like they know this is doing a
a flight around the southern perimeter of the flat Earth. So we're going to give them a super efficient jet mixture so that they fly really fast but unaware of it. But what we'll do to the person doing a equal east-west flight path in the north is give them some shitty old diesel, because then they'll at full stick forward be flying slower and not realize it, so that to all of the people the flight paths and times seem correct. So I think if I'm trying to make it work, I think I can. I'll make it work.
Eggshells, do you think Big Oil has suppressed any technology over us over the years?
I think that'd be
The
retarded.
guys making $10 trillion a year, those dudes.
I mean, there's examples of them having done so. If you mean, do I think there are further examples of them not getting caught? Yeah, I would be astounded if there are. Like them.
Yeah,
them,
it'd be amazing.
The whole story of who killed the electric car is GE, General Motors, sorry, and Big Oil killing the idea of the electric car, and that's like an open secret that everybody knows. Do I think there are other ones?
Yeah.
100%.
They put it in a Roger Rabbit movie. Roger Rabbit is about that. I mean, that was the
this new tech. They came out with this technology where we didn't need oil to move cars, and they fucking killed it.
Yeah. Do I think there's
and now we're saying there may be this new technology,
machines?
and now we're saying there may be this new technology to move a plane, and they might have killed it. It doesn't seem too far fetched. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if your question is, do I think there are over Unity machines, like free energy machines? No. Like, I'm a flat earther now, but I don't go that far. But do I think that there could be more efficient technology that are being suppressed by vested interests? Sure. I think it would be improbable if that weren't the case.
Yeah, I'm not saying an over Unity machine. I'm saying more efficient ways to move things, maybe better batteries or something. Obviously, Big Oil doesn't want great batteries running or floating around, shit like that.
Sure. Yeah. I think that's what the patent system gets you. Like, the patent system is a way of stifling creativity. I don't think you even need to do very hard. You just need to maintain a system where I can invest in and buy an idea, even if I'm not going to bring that idea to market. And we've already got that. That's the copyright and patent system. And what that says is I can buy battery technology just to squat on it and ensure that nobody else uses that battery technology. And we know that system exists. We've got strong evidence that people are already doing that. Not just strong evidence. I mean, I would say we've got proof that people do it. So 100% that happens.
Yeah, I mean,
does
Big
it
Oil
exist in a form that fits in jet engines but is invisible to engineers? That's a stretch. I'm willing to believe it, but it's a stretch.
I mean, I don't know what the engineers are. The engineers the guys down on the ground touching the planes, or
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, the guy is like, oh, we've got to change these fan blades, and that's a big stretch for me. But like, somebody pointed this out to me about battery tech the other day, and I went, what if Einstein was right? E equals mc squared means that on a pinhead you can power a car for eternity. There's no, if you could just extract the energy within the mass of a pinhead, you just times the mass of a pinhead by the speed of light, which is just basically infinite, you can power a car on that. And I was like, okay, well, that's ludicrous. And they were like, but the point is, when it comes to battery technology, is the weight and size of battery technology is only limited by our ability to put energy in and take it back out of something. And we just have really stupid methods to do that so far, because it's been successfully suppressed for, the first cars were electrics. Like back in the very early days of cars, they were about 50-50 in terms of electric versus internal combustion. I believe New York had an all-electric fleet of taxis. And then suddenly we got rid of half of that tech and went with the internal combustion. All of it is evidence that there's fuckery going on in these markets. There's no denying that. I think you've got to be wrong in the head to deny that. Like, I'm a flat earther, but even globers have to admit there's fuckery in the energy markets.
I mean, Dude, they're making the problem. I don't know. I just wouldn't be shocked if it came out tomorrow and they were like, Delta, American Airlines, they've all been lying to us. They have this new way to move their thing. The reason why they would never let that come out, if that was a thing, though, is because that would trickle down to boats, cars. How much money are you going to
Exactly.
lose if you have some awesome dope thing where you can run your car for 1,000 miles off of an ounce of gasoline or something?
But my understanding is there's ways you can do physics on burning it, right? The only known way to extract, sort of doing this Einsteinian theoretical shit I'm talking about, is what you're talking about with those is combustion, right? Which is how of combustion there is a set amount of energy released. And that is currently captured in terms of expansion. In an internal combustion engine, that expansion is turned into like pressing a piston, but internal combustion engines are dumb as fuck, like that we're still using is just insanely stupid. And jet engines, which is a bit better, where it spins the fan blades at the back that pull the air in at the front. But that we don't have a better system, sure, but it's not going to be within a car. Like you're not going to get. If you've ever worked on a car, you'll just go, this system is already stupid inefficient. It's so inefficient. Like just the simplest thing is you go, the main heartbeat of a car is a piston going up and down. And then you just get a piston and poke it with a screwdriver and see how hard it is to move that motherfucking thing up or down. And it is insanely hard to move. It just grinds along this cylinder. And when it's fast, when it's moving quickly, that friction's less. It's like, yeah, sure, it might be less, but it's still there. So do we have a way to better technology? Sure. Do we have a way to use better technology that still involves internal combustion? I think unlikely. I'm rambling again.
I mean, I don't know. The plane thing could be all legit, and they are using that much fuel. I wouldn't doubt that. I also wouldn't doubt that there could have some new tech they're not telling us about, and they're acting like they don't have it so that we don't get it for car. Because I mean, honestly, you get it in a plane, people are gonna be like, "Yo, why don't you make a mini one of that shit and put it in my car? If I can move,
Yeah.
if I can go that far with that little amount of energy or whatever." So
They definitely put fuel in planes, though, man. I used to work at an airport. You watch the wings dip down as you fill it with fuel.
But was your working in an airport actually blinding you to the truth of reality? And would actually knowing less about it mean that you could know more about it?
No, I sat there and watched tons of gallons of fuel go into planes and their wings dip down.
How did you know that there were tons of gallons going in?
Because I spilt some sometimes.
Okay, that covers what you were saying, Jeremy, about doing a little test. It's like if you spill some sometimes, then it stinks like kerosene.
Well, you don't even need to spill it. Every refueler, like you would have someone working on a swimming pool, for example. What they have is like a little stripe that they stick into every time before they refuel the plane into a little test of that fuel to make sure that there's no water or anything else inside, so it's pure clean jet fuel. Like there's probably Witsit knows what I'm talking about. Like these testing stripes, they stick into the fuel to know if there's water in it.
To know the composition. That's right.
We test our fuel every time before we crank the engine. We have test strips that we use, but we also have filters on the plane and the boat that will filter out water. I mean, small amounts isn't going to hurt anything. The planes today, they fly at altitudes where the fuel freezes. They have to take care of that, basically. That's one of their major problems.
When this convo is done, I'd like to ask the room a question. We have the right people in here now.
I think
we've done the jet fuel thing to death.
What do you got?
All right, cool. I posted a picture at 48 past the hour.
What is it of? I can't see the chat. What's the picture of?
It says, do you believe or can you imagine a place the only direction is south, a place where there is no east and west. Can you imagine somewhere where south is every direction? Can you imagine it? Try thinking on the level. .live s s.
Hold on, if you
s,
go,
like
Thank you for
if
that.
you're at the North Pole, you can't go. Direction would be every direction would be south. That's right.
but
You can't go east
no,
or
come on.
west.
You're thinking about this like a globe. You're thinking about it like a globe. But isn't that wild that every direction, if you headed north, left, right, south, backwards, forwards, every direction was south? Like, shouldn't some directions of those be north?
Was that? No, I think they're
that's
talking
what
about if
Bev's
you're
saying.
standing. No, if you're standing at, they're saying that if you're standing at the North Pole, there's nowhere to go but south.
But that's global logic. That's global logic. On the flat Earth, it would be very.
It'd be the same thing.
It would be, but hang on, no, settle down. Just
Global
hold up a
logic is an
second. Would it be the
oxymoron.
same thing?
Chill out.
It would be the same thing.
No, but
It'd be
hang
the
on.
same thing.
I think we're jumping to a conclusion here. Okay, maybe it'd be the same thing.
Are you okay, man?
No, oops.
But it'd be
You're
a
at the
different.
North Pole.
It'd be a different same thing.
If you're at the
different
point,
same thing, yeah.
no, if you're at the point, if you're at the point where you're just north and you're at the north spot and then just every direction around you, it doesn't matter. I think that's like flat or globe. Like, well, it works for be the same for both.
I think we just flipped
Yeah, it's
eggshell.
almost like if I was standing in my. No, I'm a flat earther. It's almost like if I was standing like on a dot. If you put a dot on a map and you said, "Hey, is that dot on a map flat or globe? Is every direction from that dot the wrong direction from that dot?" It's the same kind of question. So therefore, we live on a flat plane. So
let me ask this question.
Too bad, globers. Checkmate.
Let me ask this question, eggshells and everybody. Can you guys envision going north and then north eventually becoming south? Can you guys envision that in your brain?
Hold on, real quick before we go off on that. Before we go off on
back
that,
when I was a globe, I couldn't imagine that.
before we go on to that, you know what? I might have a delay. I'll be right back.
So seriously, guys, I'm really interested in this. Can anybody envision a place or a situation where you keep heading north and north becomes south? Picture a grid now on a map, right?
Sure, I can imagine it, but I mean, it's not hard to imagine, right? Like I was playing Sea of Thieves earlier, and Sea of Thieves is objectively on a flat plane, and when you sometimes get you normally got a compass, and the compass points north. If it's north, it's like across the plane. But when you get a compass that points to a specific objective, if you walk past that objective, the compass flips around. And that's kind of the question you're asking, right? Could you imagine a place where the compass flips around?
Well, actually, I'm actually mostly about perpendicularity, right? You have a map, right? You have your east-west line, let's say, right? What happens there to the perpendicularity? In other words, which line on the axis, right? Does any of those lines become a circle? You have your north, south, east, west, right? On a grid. So can you imagine any one of those lines becoming a circle?
I don't know. I can imagine pretty much anything.
I can imagine all
This is
sorts
a
of
brain
shit, man. I
teaser
can
for
imagine
sure.
myself having a big old dick.
Let's not
Yeah,
get
you really
ridiculous.
are. You really are conspiracy theorists.
So if you're on the North Pole,
I am. I just became one.
all right. So if you're on the North Pole and you're on an equinox and you're watching the sunrise, you'd have to go south.
North Pole of what? What are you on a pole of?
Just
Are you
wherever
envisioning a globe?
the
What's on your mind when you say that?
underneath
North
Polaris, under Polaris.
Pole? Okay.
Or where
we
your
give Jeremy a
compass
break. He loves poles, man. Let him go.
under Polaris, or wherever your compass starts spinning, whatever. That spot, you'd have to go south to get to to the sunrise on an equinox or sunset, I guess too. All right.
So where is south from that position in your mind? You're on the North Pole, right? Where is
Everywhere,
south?
anywhere, everywhere.
So south is everywhere.
It would have to be, yeah. If we define this spot as north,
Houston, we got a problem, no?
why? It works the same on a flat Earth.
Uh-huh.
Not different on a flat Earth. You'd have the same thing, no? What would be different?
No, I'm asking you. So south is everywhere.
Yeah. Any direction you go, you got to be going south at that point.
I just can't envision that. Anybody else?
Yeah.
This is one of the
King
most.
the Globe and Stellarium. I'm sorry, I'm preoccupied.
This is one of the most perplexing questions there is, I believe.
It's the same thing on flat Earth, bro. It's not that crazy.
What was this? What was this incredibly confounding question, bro?
Well, when does north become south, for example? Or which one of the arms? Which one? Like you have north, south, east, west, right? Like the picture I posted. Which one of those arms bends? What do you bend?
I don't know what picture you're talking about. I don't know why something needs to bend. You know, south is when you turn around from north.
So there's a north somewhere?
Where's south?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a north.
If you're at north, at the North Pole, what direction is south?
Away from the
Every direction, right? Every direction is south once you're in the North Pole.
The thing that gets tricky is east and west, because now you've got
east and west.
when
Not
you're-
tricky. What's
up?
going on, man? Are we like is everyone drunk today, or what's wrong with
I was
east
just
and
saying
west?
east. The problem with east or west is if say you're in like New York or something, and you want to go east, where are you going to? You want to take one step or move in any direction east? Are you going to get closer to the equator, or are you going to follow the latitude line?
You're gonna update relative to a compass, magnetic declination.
You're gonna get closer to the equator. If you go straight, you're going closer to the equator.
Hey, why didn't you answer any of my super chats last night, bro?
Because your answer wasn't answering Jeremy's question.
What? Because of Jeremy's question, you didn't answer my super chats last night.
Oh, I misread you.
Yeah, you just
answered every time.
super chats, man. $5 is hard to come by.
No,
Here,
that's
bro.
called answering them. You can call the answers handmade dismissing, but that's
Dude, your
those are
answer
the
was,
answers.
"I think that I'm not a geologist." Answer was a good one. That's
that was
that's
yeah.
by
Of course,
definition
you're
hand
asking a
wave.
specific question about something I never heard before. What am I going to respond to that?
I just thought you were there to defend the globe and answer why I think. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
it
know.
doesn't mean I know everything about everything.
But it's funny
I know
though,
what I
because
know
every
about.
time I'm on there, I get 500 super chats about everything in existence. If I don't know every single thing about every subject, there's a ball.
That's
the
not
Globers
on
can't
me.
even pretend to
I'm
answer
not complaining
questions.
about it.
What about in the South and being off by hundreds of miles? Why didn't you answer that?
That's what you claim.
No, that's what the people that actually navigated the South claimed in their charts.
Can you post that somewhere?
Yeah. I'll post a whole book for you. Goes to the navigation
Sure,
section, page 41.
Well, what are they comparing to? Because you said they're hundreds of miles off. Off of what? How did they determine that they were off?
They went and they were supposed to be at certain land masses and they weren't there.
Right.
Comparing it to
And
when
you're
they
saying the
fell in
problem
north
was with
and they're
the
not off.
navigation, not with anything else.
No, with the globe. They navigated using a globe.
Right. That's not the only thing can put you out of course. Like there are many things you're taking into account when you're navigating.
You're talking
No,
about
So
when
you're
you're
already
everything
preemptively
failing,
hand
dude.
waving it. See, that's all you guys can do.
I'm not
Okay.
hand waving it. I'm asking for
You
you
are.
to cite it so I can take a look at what it
He
actually
said
says.
okay, but then you started hand waving it. These
Yeah,
are
you're like, no,
expert
there's something else
sailors
that's
that
How am I
fell in
happening.
the
hand waving
north.
it?
You're saying there's other things
I'm
that can
trying to
happen.
explain. Yeah.
We already know what your answer is going to be now.
I'm
No
saying
matter
there.
what I show you, you're going to say, well, they probably messed up somewhere else. It's just religion. You can say whatever you want.
Of course, if you have no evidence, that's what screwed them up was the
That's what they
navigation
said.
method, and not all the other things that can screw up people's
Okay, but
fortune
the
field.
point is
Then
the same
that's on you.
sailors.
Hold on, Rocky. Hold on, man. Let him
Well, I've
finish.
tried to get in.
Well, I
thought we were
know. You
talking
can
to
go
who,
next,
wasn't it?
bro. You can go next.
Oh,
Not gonna
he's
be a
starting to
shit
drop
show
in the
today.
very end. So
No, Bacon is just
No.
repeating
Not
what
gonna
he's
be a
already
shit
said.
show today. Let Bacon finish, and then you can go next, please.
Didn't sound like he was finishing.
I was almost finishing. I actually finished my sentence by you starting to say yours.
But for the third
Boring.
time. So go ahead and say it again.
Well, let me recall what
Let's
I
be
said.
concise, please. You do go on for a long time. Be concise.
We love you though. You're gonna
This
get
is
there.
one of the reasons I switched sides. We're allowed to talk for longer if you're a flat earther.
Okay, is he done?
You're
Or is
very
that
low,
someone else?
actually.
I don't know. Bacon,
Okay,
are you
so
done?
I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go. So the same people that sailed in the north using the same navigation methods, when they went into the south and used the same navigation methods, you know, the best sailors in the world, they stated in their charts that they were off by a certain amount.
Yep.
That's the whole point. Why are you hand
Didn't
waving
that
that?
happen in the northern hemisphere too?
No.
Oh my God, no! That's
We
the
don't understand.
point.
So I'm sharing my
Right.
screen.
Okay.
I'm sharing
So
the book.
demonstrate that.
I'm sharing the book. So yeah, either this is what we do. Either we listen to people who claim they've done celestial navigation because him and Ruhif said they found their houses, or we talk to the actual sellers that sell in the south. So another case published by Lieutenant E. Middleton of England is substantially as follows. I've sailed with very superior navigators in HM's troop ships, and when only 10 days out of port, we have barely escaped disastrous shipwreck. Although the weather remained fine during the whole 10 days and the sea like a pond, nevertheless, the captain confessed that he was out some 200 miles in his observations. It was only by a miracle we escaped destruction. This escape, coupled with Captain Nilsson's 110-mile error, caused me to smell a nautical rat. And we'll move on.
So is
That's
that
200
an
miles.
indication of
That's 200
you
miles.
not being where you are on
I
You're
can't hear
very
you,
low,
but I know you
Exos.
don't know anything about
Long?
this.
We can't hear you.
Okay.
You're very low, Exos. Right. So what you need to show, if you want to make an argument out of this, is that what put them off was the assumption of a sphere or the method, not the ratings or the conditions, or a lots of things that impact sailors when they're navigating. If you're just saying that people are off in the south, yeah, well, there are people that go off in all sorts of places, including the northern hemisphere.
They're specifically attributing it to the globe, and they're saying it happens when they get in
Show
the
that.
south. I'm about to.
Show that.
And you're just going to dismiss it. You're going to say, no, Bacon knows more about sailing in the Southern Ocean than the people that did it for decades.
I never said that.
That is what you're
Stop
going to
saying
say,
what I
though.
want to say. Sure.
Maybe say show it and you want to see it another time. That way we know you're not hand waving it. The very question, the very fact that you're asking him to cite it and show it is you basically hand waving, not believing it.
Hey, Bacon, I just want to say,
Me
quick,
asking for him to back his claim is hand wave dismissed. What the
Okay, we
fuck?
got South Sea Voyages, J.C. Ross, another discrepancy. We found ourselves every day from 12 to 16 miles by observation in advance of our reckoning. By our observations at noon, we found ourselves 58 miles to the eastward of our reckoning in 2 days. In the United States Exploring Expedition by Wilkes, we find a similar error reported. In less than 18 hours, he was 20 miles to the east of his reckoning and 54 degrees south. The reader will note that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are obtained. Therefore, currents are not the cause of the discrepancy between observation and actuality, as the phenomenon occurs on both east and west. In an announcement by Andrew Carnegie reported by the Boston Post in January 21st, 1911, the Carnegie Institute exonerated the captain of a British ship who ran his vessel upon the rock by proving that the British Admiralty charts by which the captain was guided were 2 or 3 degrees astray. Here's another instant where a captain lost his ship when it was not
Wait,
his
can we
fault.
go slower so we can
No.
address step by step?
But with this, is
Why
there any
not?
way to sort of find out where the error is, like what angle, what direction they're coming from, and then where the error is?
Yeah, sure. You
Where
can just go.
No,
you can
one
go look at
second.
their
They
book.
mentioned that the reckoning was off. That's not the method of celestial navigation we're talking about. That's just you assuming that your direction is right. and the current's right.
Listen,
and the
listen. What
speed
I'm
is
actually
right.
doing is exposing your
And you
bullshit when
and
you
you one
claim that
second,
people have
one
celestially
second.
navigated with a
Dude,
sphere
let
for
me
hundreds of
let me
years.
finish,
You're
dude.
lying. You don't know what you're talking about, so we're going to expose it. You're going to try your
This
best.
doesn't
If you try,
demonstrate
don't get
that.
to expose it with sophistry and really slow
You
talking
interrupted
that
me, dude.
doesn't address the point. That's a good summary,
Okay.
huh?
I was speaking and you interrupted me.
Okay.
I was finishing
I'm
talking
going to
about
step
what
away. I'll come back.
it's
Bacon, you
written
may be
right
done by
there.
then, and then we'll actually have the conversation.
No, it was almost finished. I was just talking about the
We can do an
reckoning.
event
The
right
reckoning is
now.
when you update your.
Go ahead,
He
Bacon.
just
Go
said he
ahead.
had to step away. Right.
Yeah.
No, I just can't listen to
That
you just
reckoning is when
drone
you
Just go
update
on,
ahead.
dude.
Let him finish. Let him finish so we can get this over with. This is going to take all day. Go, Bacon. Go. Be concise.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the reckoning is when you update your position simply based on your direction. That is not celestial navigation. That's what he was talking about there. Show that is the globe assumption that is the problem, because that is your claim.
You're so lost.
We can
Mr.
turn this
Expert
into an
in
event.
celestial
Hold on.
navigation doesn't know how celestial navigation works. Holy shit.
I didn't say that. What the fuck?
You said they use
No,
reckoning
You
has something
don't.
to do with the globe. That's what you
We
said.
can turn this into an event.
I said
We can turn this into an event right now if you don't want to have to deal with any of the bullshit and you can just present this.
No,
Otherwise,
because I have a show in a second. I'm also putting together like 500 different citations over here about earthquakes. I'm just pulling up, and I dropped the PDF for the people who actually want to read it. There are numerous accounts of people saying they use the globular assumption. So what happened was they then contacted the 3 most prestigious navigational schools in the world. They asked them how to navigate in the South on the globular model. They got 3 different answers. They gave them 3 different answers on how to navigate using the globe. This is in the early 1900s. So if in the 1920s, the 3 most prestigious navigation schools all had 3 different answers for how to navigate on the globe, they all showed discrepancies. Then we look at all the charts from the early 1900s and people saying they used the globe, it didn't work. Then we look at the professors saying, we just have our charts and the navigators just use the information and repeat it parrot-like. They don't actually know where it comes from, and that we can do it all using a plane. And in fact, when we get in the South and use the globe, we have discrepancy. Then we have people like Bacon and other people jump on the internet in 2023 and claim that using the sphere is the only way you can celestially navigate, and people did it for decades. Now, in reality, we don't use celestial navigation with the stars anymore. We use GPS. So when we go back to when people actually used it, it didn't work. It didn't work. These are actual people that did it and documented it. And I like it. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to say, does Bacon actually know that in order to use a sextant, you need a horizontal reference point?
No, you don't.
no, the
Oh,
horizon establishes that. Yeah,
I knew that Zenik is
don't.
going to come. I just
Oh my
thought
God.
like 5 minutes
I
ago,
just-
where
I
is
watched
Zenik? Witzel is here, and Zenik is there 5 minutes later going to gatekeep, and here
Because,
he
you know,
is.
it's just insanity almost. I mean, last night, the one
Can
thing
I
I remember,
respond to?
one thing that stuck out last night on that Bacon, you remember this probably too.
Oh,
Bacon,
Zenik.
how racist are you that you don't allow the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile on the flat Earth? You only allow it for the round Earth. That's just so preferential. That's just teacher's pet.
Wow, bro, we are all so smart now. Yeah, they also couldn't answer, dude. They lost the whole debate in super chats
didn't.
alone.
You
Dude,
keep
in
on-
super chats alone, they lost the debate,
They
dude.
got bodied by super
Why
chats.
why don't the tsunamis surround the Antarctica?
Not really.
You got the answer to that.
Yeah, really, Bacon.
You
Actually,
clearly
I asked
got
you
the
guys
answer.
5 different. Zanik, what are you doing? I asked you guys 5 different times. So if we have an azimuthal grid of vision, so we take our coordinate system from an azimuthal grid, and then we take that relationship in the sky that's observed, and then you engineer a globe from it, and then say, hey, look, the globe model matches this azimuthal grid. Does that prove that the Earth's a globe? No answers. Then I explained the azimuthal grid is a
I
vision.
answered
And you
that.
said no. You said no, it's not, because light would have to bend in a way that's impossible. In the very super chat you responded
didn't
to, I
say
said,
that.
light's not physically bending. It's just an optical effect. You responded with, the light would have to physically bend in a way that's impossible. Then I had to repeat this.
I didn't say that.
You did.
No, I never say it would be impossible. If you can put me saying that, put a video of me saying that, I'll pay $100.
Your response was that the light would have to physically bend when the super chat specifically said The light's not physically
I
bending.
said it would have
it's
to
not
bend. I
moving.
didn't say it would have to bend in a way that is impossible.
Okay, but did you respond to the super chat that said the light doesn't physically bend, it's just an optical effect by saying that the light would have to bend?
Yeah.
Right. So you just couldn't even understand a one sentence long super chat. You just repeated what was
Why not?
refuted in the question. So then I had to repeat it, and I even
How
gave
was
you
it
an if.
refuted?
I gave you an if.
No, if
You
you
can answer it now.
see,
Watch, you
if
still
you
won't
see,
answer it, Bacon. You still won't answer it.
I'll answer
If
now if you shut up for a second and allow me to answer you. If you're seeing something in a different direction than it is, you can't do that with a straight path of light coming out of that object and reaching your eye. If you make a straight line between that object and your eye, the direction of the object is the direction where the object physically is. For you to see somewhere else, for the light to enter your eye from a different direction, you can't have that line straight. A straight line only gives you the same direction as it is physically.
It's pretty clear, Witsit. I don't know if it's hard for you to understand.
No,
that
no,
I'm
no.
not
Stop
explaining
projecting
light.
that you guys aren't very competent and you're obsessed with flat Earth.
But
Okay.
that's
So let me
your
show you
problem.
how ignorant the Globers are.
Course you're
This
not
is this
there.
kind of stuff that you guys say. Dude in the chat, what is an optical effect? Light bending. That's the kind of stuff that you guys say. You're not even intellectually equipped for this conversation. So if I have a straight line, Bacon, of light that goes from a source straight to my eye, okay, and I look out at it and it looks like it's diverging away from that point, what is it? Is it look like it's in a different position than it is, or is it going in the straight line of my eye?
A line that is going straight to your eye doesn't look like it's diverging. It's just a point.
Right. So what happens when I see anti-crepuscular rays 180 degrees behind me when allegedly they're parallel rays
Those
going
aren't
straight to my eye from the
That
source?
is parallel.
those aren't reaching your eyes. Those aren't the line of light that are reaching your eyes.
We have to go over
Oh,
crepuscular rays,
so
really.
there's an optical effect with a
That's not
360
optical
degree
effect.
field of view.
No,
There's an
you're not
optical
getting it.
effect with a 360 degree field of view that makes the parallel rays look like they're diverging and not in straight lines to our eyes.
They are in straight lines. They're not going to your eyes. He just got done telling you that.
Buddy,
Yeah.
listen carefully.
If you said if there's a straight line that is reaching your eye, then that line has to be pointing at your eye, right? So you're not going to see them as parallel or diverging or converging. It's just going to look like a point if you have a straight line of light reaching your eye. It's just a point.
If you have those crepuscular rays,
Okay, so we have a 360 degree field of view, right?
I'll talk to you, but you got to respond back to me.
Do we have a 360 degree field of view? Yes or no?
Not by looking.
We had less than that, but we can turn around.
This is what
130
you
versus
can't even
120
answer
degrees.
basic questions. So, like, if
I
I'm on the
answered it.
Earth in your own paradigm and I look straight forward and I see the sun and I see crepuscular rays, then I turn 180 degrees and I see anti-crepuscular rays. That shows that we have a 360 degree field of view.
Well, if you spin around.
Yeah, if you can, yeah,
that's what 180
if you're considering
means.
that,
Well,
yeah.
no, I mean, you said, what's our field of view? Our field of view is like 130 horizontally, 120 vertically. So what? You're saying
Oh
if we spin
my
around, hold on, if we spin around and see anti-crepuscular rays, you're saying that's some type of what? That is only perspective. Those lines are not diverging, actually. It just looks like they are.
That's my point, bud. Thanks for catching up. Oh
No,
my
no,
God, you
they're
caught
not
up.
catching up. They're
You
not
finally
real.
caught up. So they're not actually
they're not real.
diverging.
They
It's just
are not actually
perspective.
diverging, correct.
Is perspective an optical effect?
Depends how you define optical effect.
Is perspective an optical effect?
Well, it depends if you talk about
No,
optical
he
effect.
didn't answer it.
And,
You
hold
people
on.
are just zealots.
No,
dude.
you give us loaded questions. An optical effect can be, for example, light passing through a prism. That's an optical effect. Or you can look at the railroad tracks getting narrower as they go far away. Are those optical effects? Are they the same type of optical effects? I guess you could say they are. I just don't want to get myself pigeonholed into a corner where you come back and bite me with it later because you're so desperate to prove yourself being right.
Perspective is a geometrical effect. It works with light rays, it works with straight wooden sticks. It doesn't matter. It's a geometry. It hasn't anything to do with light specifically.
Correct.
Oh, thank you for that profound input. Okay, so perspective is an optical effect.
Okay, for example, I'm in.
Oh, now it's Xanix's turn to talk again. I'm
Hold
so
on,
surprised.
can I?
I'm personally just surprised.
All right, go ahead.
So geometry is math. Hey, all the Glovers, will you put your crayons out? Take notes. Hey, geometry is math. Geometry doesn't have effects. That's retarded. Geometry is a mathematical construct we use to describe effects. Did you take notes? Did you guys take notes?
Okay, can I respond to that?
Did you take notes?
Come on, let me respond back to that real quick. Would you say that the train tracks looking like they get closer together in the distance, is that an effect? Is that
What'd
an
you say?
optical effect or a geometric effect or
I didn't
both?
hear what you said. You were really low for me.
Okay. The train tracks that look like they converge as they go further away, is that an optical effect or a geometric effect?
It's an
Or both?
optical effect.
It's not a geometric effect?
Oh, well, I just explained it. That's why I asked you
No,
to
no,
take
don't talk like
notes.
don't give me
That's
baby
why.
talk.
Hey,
Talk
Zanuck,
to me like an adult, okay? I
buddy,
don't need to have baby
listen
talk.
carefully. I told you to take notes,
I
okay?
took
Because I
notes.
knew what you would do is just ask a question that was just answered, right? And
Is
then
it a
what'd you do?
geometric?
You
You said because
proceeded
it's
to
just
ask a
math.
question that was just answered. So
Correct.
you have Jesse jumping in. That's a geometric effect. That's
Well,
the
it is a
stupidest
geometric
comment
effect.
I've ever heard because geometry doesn't have
Well, now wait a
effects.
second.
Geometry is a mathematical construct we use to describe
No, to
effects.
represent
Do you
what happens.
understand what I just said?
Yeah, I do. If I
Oh,
take
okay.
a line and
Okay. So we're seeing something different than tangible reality. That
No,
means
you're
it's
not.
optics.
That is
That means it's
geometry
optics.
is tangible reality. Don't you get
Dude,
it?
you people are just so lost in the
Why don't
sauce,
you let
dude.
me
It's
say a
just
sentence
so
and I'll
by the way, you guys will be
quiet.
completely obsolete in 2 years. Just so you know. No, you will be reflected on as these weirdos that tried to hold flat Earth back, and then it finally got out. Okay, because you make every small conversation take forever, and
You
this
know
is
what?
why I end up getting
Will you
frustrated
agree?
because you guys are only here to argue.
No, we're
That's why
not.
you're here. You're here to
It's
see how
it's
tactically
just
can I muddy the waters. You're not here to get to the conclusion.
Let's
So if
disagree
I
then.
see
Let's say it's both optical and
railroad
geometric.
tracks,
How about that?
are
How about this?
parallel in tangible reality.
And I have to be
Which
concise.
it is actually was a
Guys, man,
conversation I
no.
was there was a conversation I was curious about between you and Bacon. And right when Bacon was challenged with Zenik showed up, and 5 minutes prior to this, I just thought, where's gatekeeper Zenik? You know, the one who is like the shepherd of the flock, defending all his fellow globies in here all the time by just constantly bombarding his
And
endless speeches.
this is really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just literally what you do again.
No,
Like
I'm not.
you
I
you
want to be
interfered
Hey,
you interfered with Bacon and Witzer talking in order to protect Bacon
Yeah, but they're
right now.
Hey, we don't need to
conversation.
recap.
I like it.
That subject's
I
so
like
easy.
the
I don't need
discussion.
protection.
All right.
Okay, so just
Can we
like
move on, please?
Rakia's post here says, perspective most commonly refers to linear perspective, the optical illusion using converging lines of vanishing points. Now, of course, this whole orthographic Euclidean geometry perspective is incorrect. We don't have like a consistent ratio of perspective going out from our eyes. It actually changes relative to the distance. But the actual point here is that we have parallel railroad tracks. In reality, intangible physical reality, the railroad tracks are parallel. Now, when we look at them in the distance, they look different than they actually are in tangible reality.
So optical illusion. Is that an
Well,
optical effect?
that's by definition an optical effect. Yeah. If I see something different than it is in actual reality,
Can you have breaks in between your monologues? So
you
I get that. So
understand?
that's why I do. Let me say a sentence without you interrupting me. So
Can
that's
I
why I
also
asked the
say a
question.
sentence, because
Oh my God!
Zanuck is
Listen,
why
let
I
me
gave up
respond.
being a
For God's sake.
Glober.
Let me respond, for God's sake.
You
So
guys
that's why I
make
asked
flat
the
earthers,
question.
dude.
Can really? That's why I asked the question of whether it was an illusion or geometry, and we even can agree that it's both. That the geometry
There you
creates the
go.
illusion, or it's an effect. That's fine. I have no problem. We all know it's reality. We all know that these things are going straight ahead. The illusion is they come together. Okay, I'll go with that. And we also know the geometry makes them go together because I can calculate using math how much they'll be together in my field of view.
Geometry doesn't make anything do anything.
I
Geometry
didn't say.
is how we describe something.
If
The
I
fact
look,
that you guys reify
why
math is
I
very
can't even.
remedial.
Why couldn't I finish my one
Geometry
sentence?
doesn't do things.
You felt compelled to
Geometry,
jump in and talk
can you
over me.
stop? Geometry
I was
doesn't
in the
do
middle
things.
of a sentence, and you
No, I was in the
felt
middle of a
compelled to
conversation,
jump
and you
in and
came
say,
in
"See,
here
I
and
got
just
you
threw
there."
the. Oh my
Let me just
god!
finish the sentence.
Yo, do you want a one-on-one with it? We
No,
can
I
do
just
that.
want
We'll
them to
close
act
it
like
up.
they have a little
Jeremy,
control.
you wouldn't even let me finish my sentence
We'll
after all
close
this.
You
it
guys
up
are
on
you guys are like
one-on-one.
Minutemen.
Otherwise, I
You
mean,
know, you get really excited really fast, and before
It
you
was
even
not
take the belt
more than
off,
a
it's over.
sentence.
Xanax, stop. Just stop for a second. which we can either do a presentation, no one interrupt, or we can do a one-on-one where you can have it out with Bacon or something. I mean, other than that, I mean, everyone's gonna try to get in.
I like when everyone
No,
can
we don't.
talk.
We don't
but,
need
like,
that. What we just need is Witsit and
You want me to make a
Zanuck
list?
to be able to let people finish.
I can make a list.
Yeah.
No,
This
we
is the
don't
problem,
need a
though. This is the
list. What
problem.
are you, Santa Claus?
Let me just point out the problem in advance. Okay, this is the main problem. Is if there's a very specific, concise point brought to the table, every single Glober that's spoken up so far, they just go on this big, long, drawn-out explanation that they've predetermined as their script to not specifically address the point. That's why people get frustrated. You're just
No, we're
wasting our
frustrated
time.
because you're talking over anybody that wants to respond to you.
No, you're not responding. That's the point. You
I am
didn't even listen to that part.
Oh my god, you're incorrigible.
Okay,
You
so
both are, man. If Zanuck, if you can't spot it in yourself, you need to like record one of these conversations and track it.
What's that, Excel?
You need to record one of these conversations and track.
What will that accomplish?
Go
I
listen
just
to
don't think
yourself on YouTube.
I don't think listening to yourself will play it back as you in real time and versus listening to yourself. I think you'll find you'll have a different interpretation.
I respect your opinion. So what do you think's happening?
I think you clip people and you get overexcited, and then you like clip people and speak over them, and then you feel like they're speaking over you.
Okay, maybe. I just know that he was saying some things, and I wanted to say my piece. And as I got through 2 sentences, he started just blowing over me because he didn't like something he heard. That's what I
Like,
heard.
but one of the things we have in these rooms is that flat earthers are given more free reign than others, which is understandable to redress the imbalance elsewhere. But at the same time, like you don't let people finish.
Dude, I just let Rocky have it for trying to interrupt Bacon a minute ago. I mean, we're trying to be as unbiased as possible. Let's just let everyone finish, and we won't have to worry about any of this. Dude, maybe we need a safe word for when you're done talking. You say blueberry pancakes, and then everyone will know you're done, and it's the next person's turn to talk.
Yeah, but Jeremy, watch
Yeah,
this.
we
If
don't
I have this
need to let
conversation,
people
it
chip
will
in.
not take even 15 seconds. Hey, Jeremy, if the railroads are in physical, tangible reality parallel, but then we look at them and they don't look like they're parallel, does that mean that what we're seeing is something different than the physical, tangible reality?
Yeah, I would call it an optical illusion. Yes.
Wow. You see that? What was that? 10 seconds? Now let's try it with the
Not
Globers.
even.
It'll take 4 hours.
Well, let's talk
So-
about corpuscular rays. Let's talk about the sun above clouds
The
having
globe is
corpuscular rays to the lake. Do you think the people on the lake all have different directions to that sun in the center of the picture as we're looking at the corpuscular rays go down and diverging to the lake? If I was on those islands on the lake, do you think they would look? One guy would be looking right, the other guy would be looking left to see the sun, or do you think that everybody's looking in the exact same direction and it's just an optical illusion?
The light rays look different from everybody's position. So instead
No,
of
they don't. They
you
don't.
trying to take over the conversation and avoid the point, we're going to make the Globers actually acknowledge what Jeremy just acknowledged. It wasn't that difficult. So if we have parallel railroad tracks and tangible physical reality, but then when we look at them, they appear different than they are in physical reality. Does that mean that we're seeing something via an optical effect that isn't tangible reality?
I can
Yes.
say that.
I'm now a flat earther, so yes.
So you can now use basic 7th grade logic.
Yeah, I caught up. Look, it took me a while. It took me a while. I got all the way to 40 years of
Welcome
age.
to
and
reality.
I'm back in 7th grade.
Welcome to reality, eggshells.
Yup, welcome, buddy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You're all welcome.
That's
I'll
why
sign
when you look
autographs at the
over,
end.
you look over long distance over, let's say, a marine layer, which creates these optical effects very easily. And then you look down a parallel object like a bridge or a power line at a certain angle. That optical illusion is exaggerated. You move off that angle or gain altitude and get above this marine layer, and those effects, which create the optical illusion, go away. That's why you can't measure the water curving.
All right. Can everybody see the chat real quick? So Witsit said they would all see the light differently. Does anybody agree with Whitsitt that people in those little white spots, light spots on the lake, if they're all in little boats, would they all be pointing different directions to the sun?
See, you had to take it
In
and
relation
grossly
to themselves,
bastardize
yeah.
it. You know?
Just answer the
In
question.
relation to themselves, yes.
Yeah, it's slightly different because when they're that close to each other, it won't be that significant.
No, I'm talking
So-
about the guy on the far. The guy on the far right.
Oh,
Would he be pointing to the left to the sun, and the guy on the far left would he be pointing to the right to the sun?
that's just a blatant straw man. How about this?
No, it's not.
Let's
just
let's
talk-
do this. Let's
Well,
see if
here's-
you
here's-
can. Let me
let me
wait.
give you the
Wait.
answer. Let me just give you the answer.
Wait.
The answer would be no. Everybody would be pointing exactly in the same direction anywhere on that picture.
Wow.
It looks like the rays are coming from different directions, but they're not. That's the optical illusion of crepuscular rays. If you can't understand that, we can't go further than that.
What you don't understand is that that's my point. I get it though because you're always lost. So
Yeah, I'm
if we
glad he
look-
used optical illusion there. That's
yeah,
awesome.
like look, if we look at these crepuscular rays, are those what the rays are actually doing, or is it an optical effect?
It's an optical effect.
Okay. So in your paradigm, those are actually parallel, but they appear to diverge.
Correct.
So they look like they're in a position that they're not.
Correct.
Wow. So we can see things in tangible reality that appear to be in a position that they're not.
Well,
No,
hold
they-
on.
they
I
should
disagree
be
with
there
that.
based on
If you're
They
talking
should
about
be
the
there
railroad
based on
tracks,
geometry.
Your Honor,
hold on a
can we
second.
approach
They should
the
be there
bench?
based on
Hold on.
geometry.
No further question.
Guys.
Why do you need to approach the bridge, Rakir? That's no further
no,
question.
I'm
Can you guys
representing
not hear
Zanuck.
me?
No, you're hot, Mike and Jeremy. I'm
I can hear
representing
You're
Zanuck.
switching
I'm gonna
sides now,
approach the
Rakir.
bench. No,
Rakir
I'm
can
a flat
approach the
earther
bench.
representing Zanuck. We need to
Go-
approach the
go
bench.
for it,
Need a
Rakir.
race set. Don't answer that question,
Okay.
sir.
Hold on.
Who
I
answered me
disagree.
first?
I actually disagree.
I want it
think
stricken
I
from
think
the
the
record.
railroad track. Come on, guys. Okay. Haha. So I actually disagree. I think the railroad tracks are in those actual positions because if you were to shoot a gun at it, you'd hit the railroad track, right? You got your crosshairs over the railroad track. They're looking like they're converging. You shoot, you're going to hit one of the railroad tracks, right?
Jeremy's right.
If that's what you're aiming for.
Actually, no.
Not if
Actually,
you
no,
shoot
you're
in the
not.
middle. No, because they're actually separated. They just appear to converge to a point. If you aim at that point,
that's
you're
not the
going to
point.
miss the railroad tracks. You're
You
going
don't
Correct.
aim
You're
at
gonna
the
shoot in
point
the middle of
where
them.
they've converged.
Okay.
No.
Can
If
I-
you
you put
aim
it-
Never
at the
be-
railroad
there's
tracks,
never-
first of
never
all,
be a point.
if you aim a
But
But
gun
come on,
at
you
the railroad
hear
tracks,
what
by looking
Jeremy's
to a
saying. Jeremy's not saying if you aimed in between the railroad tracks, would you hit the railroad
Yeah,
tracks?
come on,
No,
guys.
he's saying
Jeremy's
where
clearly
they
saying if
appear
you
to
aimed
converge.
one.
wait. Can you
You
guys
guys
calm
are
down?
winning,
where
and
they
then you
No.
just decided to straw man him.
No,
Okay,
he said
first
where
of
they
all,
You get
appear to
all
converge.
antsy
pulled
and
a-
pantsy.
oh my god, if you pulled a gun out,
Uh,
you're gonna be using a scope. So that's gonna zoom in. So it's gonna change the way the railroad tracks look. Oh, dun dun dun! And if you get to the point where they look like they converge, and you put your scope right at that point that they look like they converge, and you shoot, you're not gonna hit the railroad tracks.
Yeah, but
But you also
the
see
whole
no
way
railroad
down,
tracks there.
even if I have a pistol with no scope, or I use the scope and zoom in, and then I just throw it to rip the scope off of the gun, but I keep the gun in the same spot. Like even if you have a pistol with no scope, you're still going to hit the metal part or the railroad
Or you're
track. You
aiming.
know what I'm saying?
Where are you
No,
aiming?
You hit where you're
actually,
aiming.
again,
No,
let's
you're gonna
repeat it
hit the
again. If
center.
you aim at
In
the
between.
point that they appear to meet, you won't hit the railroad tracks.
You're going to hit
So
the
we're
middle
only
of
we're
them.
only aiming at We're only aiming at the metal parts, the two
Metal
metal
parts
you're
look like they
aiming
come together to a
inside,
point, though.
right
two
in the
metal
middle.
lines.
surely.
But the metal parts look like they come together at a single point. So you're gonna have to aim at
Yeah,
that
but
point.
we don't see them at that point.
Yeah, we do. Actually, yeah, we do. So now we
That's
just
the whole
deny
point.
reality.
That's the whole point. You do see them
Um,
come to
can
a
you-
point, but if you
can you
aim
show
at that
that?
point and fire, you're going to shoot to the middle.
Right.
Well, at the point where they converge, you don't actually see the metal parts. That's just a point. It can't resolve anything in that point.
That's yeah.
But if you point,
they're all right.
but
If you aim to
that's
miss the
actually
tracks, you
irrelevant.
miss the
One
tracks.
second. One second. Let me just respond to that because that is actually irrelevant. The whole point is that their convergence implies that they're in different position. So what you're claiming doesn't have to be true only for that point. It has to be true for the whole thing because the whole thing looks like it's converging. and that's not
The
true. You can
convergence only
pick any
implies
point.
that you need
One
better
second, dude. Let
optics
me
to
just
actually
finish this.
see what's there at that distance. That's what it would
Correct.
imply to me.
Do I have a deal or
Just let
something?
Bacon finish a point.
I
Please
check.
be concise, Bacon. Yeah, we hear you. Guys, let Bacon finish his
All right.
point. Be
Yeah, I was
concise,
almost
please.
done. You pick any point. You can pick any point you can see in the railroad track that is diverging, and you shoot at it. You're gonna hit where you're aiming, so the direction is the same. That's the point Jeremy's making.
Oh, wow. Okay. So profound. So if you actually aim where they appear to be converging, you're going to miss the railroad track. Yeah. Very simple stuff. So the
Bro, forget
railroad
the
tracks
point where they're
appear to
converging.
be.
Forget the point where they're converging. I go 20 feet. I got a pistol. I shoot 10 feet down. I'm aiming at the rail, the metal rail, the parts that appear to converge. I'm going to hit the metal rail. If I shoot 20 feet down, 30 feet down, like you're always going to hit the rail. That like
No,
because your bullet,
actually,
if the
as
bullet
you,
goes
if
straight.
you don't zoom in, I don't know, do you not shoot guns? If you don't zoom in and you shoot from
shoot
far
guns.
away, you're going to miss where you're shooting. So you have to
But no, I
resolve
mean
it with
zoom
more
in.
resolution.
If you're already aligned with one of the tracks and you're just moving the distance further, you are still going to keep shooting the track.
Yeah,
Well, let's say we
you're
sit
going
in
to
the
hit
middle of
scope,
railroad
bro.
tracks
No
and we want to
scope.
aim to the left or to the right to
You're
hit the
not
railroad
trying to
tracks.
scope and sight.
The crosshair is
illusion,
always where the
you're not trying
crosshair
to
is,
aim and
regardless
shoot
whether
at
you
the
zoom
optical
Guys,
in.
there's
illusion.
two people talking. No one's backing down. Why?
Wait, do you
The
guys
crosshair
think
is
that?
always
Wait,
where
do you
the
guys
crosshair
think
is
that
at.
physical reality is shrinking so that when I shoot my bullet, it's gonna be it's a matrix is gonna happen, and all of a sudden this bullet's gonna go through the warped, compressed reality and hit my physical
No,
target?
That's
no,
obviously what
no,
what
Matrix.
Globers think. But Globers are retarded, so we need to like break it down for them and make it simple.
I'm not even a
Right.
Glober. Listen, you got a pistol. You're in the middle of the railroad tracks.
But
You
you're
got a
close
pistol.
to a
You're in the
Glober.
middle. You're in the middle. Listen, you're in the middle of the railroad tracks. You got a pistol, no scope, nothing. The two iron bars, whatever they're called, the rails, they appear to be converging. Okay, I look down at my feet. I fire a bullet. I hit the fucking rail. 10 feet up, I aim at that spot. I hit the rail. 10 feet past that, I aim at that spot. I can't hit the rail. Like I always keep hitting the rail if my bullet's going straight. No scope,
yeah,
no
dude.
nothing.
Have you
What?
done that? Have you done that?
I could. I don't.
Zooming in with a scope
So
is
it's
quite
something.
rare.
It's
Not most
something.
people
Could I
can
just
do
add
that.
one thing, guys? So I've heard so many things said. Oh, look at it under the scope and then leave the gun where it is and then shoot it. Of course, you're going to hit the rail if you're aiming at the rail with a scope. Now, if you're aiming at
No
something
scope.
that appears to converge without a scope, if you're aiming at something that appears to converge, right? These 2 points, these two railroad tracks, you're not going to hit it, right?
Correct.
What's the
No.
possibility of you
Dude,
hitting
if
it?
I
And
have
somebody just go out and do it and see if you can do it.
I don't
Dude,
get
I'll
why
bet
we're still
$1,000
talking about
you
it.
don't hit it.
If you have a pistol with no scope, you're a good shot, and you stand in between the railroad tracks and you aim down the rail 10 feet, 20 feet. Why would you not hit the rail?
What kind of pistol do you have, Jeremy, and how far are you shooting, and have you done it?
Yeah, I've shot at Coke cans in the distance, and I always hit them because I'm a good shot. So I know that if I shoot at the rail, I'm going to hit the rail.
What kind of distance
I've
and
had
what kind of
pistols
pistol
before.
are you
Don't
using?
I
What kind
just
of
said
distance?
10 feet. The pistol is irrelevant, dude. Dude, what are you doing?
10 feet? 10 feet, the rails appear to converge at 10 feet?
Does anyone have some relevant shit to say or no?
Well, that is relevant. It's not gonna, it has to be further distance than 10 feet.
The caliber of the gun? The
Well,
caliber
no,
of the gun's
yeah,
relevant,
because
really?
if we're talking about where the railroad tracks actually appear to converge, no one's pulling a pistol out there and doing anything. Okay, like 10 feet isn't relevant, bro. It'd have to be much further than that.
It is relevant. It is relevant.
But it's
If I go
already
10
converging
feet,
after.
20 feet, 30 feet, if I go 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40, however far you can shoot with a pistol. Let's say you got a really good fucking pistol. Let's say you got a rifle with no scope, whatever. I got a 22 with no scope. I'll hit something at 100 yards. So this scope thing is not an issue.
You're going to hit something that appears to be in a place where it's not? You're going to hit something by aiming at it in a place where it appears to be, but it's not.
Well, this is
How
where
are
it
you
gets
going to
tricky.
do that?
Let me help you out here, Jeremy. This is where it gets tricky. Okay, so appears to be where it's not, but we have to explain what that means, which is that we're looking on a physical Earth, right? And then that whole curved space is showing us, we're seeing real physical reality. Like when we look at the converging railroad tracks, there are real railroad tracks there. That's why we're seeing railroad tracks. But the way that we see them, all of visual space is compressing down into a point based on our curved visual space. So if you aim where you see it, sure, you're looking at physical, tangible reality through that lens that converges everything. So you're going to be aiming at the general, tangible reality that's actually causing you to see it, but you're not going to be able to have any type of extreme accuracy. Your accuracy is going to be disproportionate to distance because you're going to have this lack of resolution optically converge into a point that they don't actually do. They don't actually do that. You're just looking through
That's
curved
it.
visual space. Your accuracy will drastically decrease with distance. That's why we use scopes.
What's it? I have a Ruger 1022, no scope. I can hit something easily at over 50 yards. If I look at the railroad track at my feet and shoot my 1022 and I'm aiming for the rail, I'm going to hit the rail. If I look 50 feet down, I'm going to hit the rail. 100 feet down, I'm always going to hit the rail because that's where it is.
That's right. It's where it is in curved visual space. So it's going to compress down. So you have like a much smaller chance of being accurate because you can only see a much limited visual artifact.
Yeah,
Right?
but the thing is, all he has to do is align with the track right at his foot.
That doesn't count though. That doesn't count because then
But
it's
that
cheating.
seems like what he's trying to say. That's why I'm saying you guys are talking
No,
past
we're not aligning with our
You have to
foot.
stand
We're
in the
middle
middle of the
of the
railroad
track.
track to even bring
Just
up the
using-
idea.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the railroad tracks and we're just aiming using the barrel. I got a iron sight on my 1022.
This is what I'm trying. Jeremy, do you agree or disagree that things can appear to be somewhere that they're not because of perspective?
No.
Okay. See, so so are these divergent rays actually moving over there at that angle where they appear to look like they're at?
Bro, I don't know about the divergent rays, but the railroad tracks, no. I'm going to hit them
The same
railroad tracks
thing.
every time with my 1022, bro.
No, you're
Just
not.
straight
You
up.
want to
That's
bet
how it is.
$1,000 on it?
How far?
You tell. Well,
I'm a
far
good
shot
shot.
because we don't
I'm a
see
good shot,
drastic.
bro.
200 yards.
Far enough. Far
Yeah, I
enough
don't know.
where
That's
they
tough, but
appear
it's
to converge.
200
Can
yards with a
Can
pistol
I
no
try?
scope. You got one shot. $1,000.
Can
No,
I
I got,
can
I
I
got
try
a,
with Jeremy? Jeremy, your Coke can example. Now line Coke cans up 6 feet apart from each other, for enough distance where those two lines of Coke cans appear to become one point, and then aim your pistol to that point. Are you going to hit a can?
yeah, but I'm never talking about aiming in the middle or the point of
That's
convergence. I'm
what
just
we're
talking about the
talking
whole
about.
way down. I'm
That's
talking
what
about the
we're
whole
talking.
way down.
Yeah, I
I know,
hear
but
you interrupting me, but I'm saying that's what we're talking about. Where the train tracks
are you sure?
appear, where the train tracks appear to converge, they're not actually together. So if you aim at that point, you're not going to hit either train track. That's what me and Whitsitt are trying to
Hey,
tell
we've
you.
specifically said, my bad, long pause, bro. Go ahead. So we specifically said we're not aiming at the middle of the train tracks. I'm aiming at the actual piece of the train track so we can see the whole way down the iron bar of the rail. We're not aiming at the middle. It's not even something I would do.
We're aiming at the point where the two tracks that are separated appear to meet. Did you hear that part? Because I think that's what me and Whitsitt are talking about. Maybe Whitsitt can say yes or no there.
I missed it. I was gonna say, Jeremy, do I need to ask ChatGPT? Will you believe ChatGPT? I missed the question. I'm sorry. I was literally pulling up ChatGPT to see if Jeremy would listen to ChatGPT. I don't know what it's gonna say though.
Whitsitt, you're saying we're aiming at the part of the railroad tracks that appear to meet, right?
Yes.
But they don't actually meet. So if you aim at that point where they appear to meet but don't actually, you're not going to hit them. Is
Yeah,
that
it
what you're
means
saying?
it's equivalent to going out in the
Thank you.
world with a
That's
pistol and
all.
shooting 200
That's
yards.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Why
the
do
whole
you think we
point.
have scopes?
Yeah, I don't
You
know
gotta
why. I get what Jeremy's saying, but I don't see why he's not getting what we're saying, or maybe he does. I
I
don't
see what
know.
Jeremy's saying. You
you
would have a
gotta
better chance of hitting it 10 feet away, 20 feet away, 30 feet away, right? Because the optical difference is going to be much less.
Yeah, I wouldn't
but
brag
no.
about a 1022, shooting 10 feet away at a can. I would say that, if you're going to look down the railroad track and you're going to see at a distance, at what distance do they appear to converge? And if you're shooting at where they appear to converge, if you have a 1022, how accurate is a 1022 for how long of a distance? Think about it. And then just tell me if you're not going to use a scope. You're not going to use a scope, right? So you're going to aim down and shoot it where they appear to converge. I don't care where you're standing at. If you're standing on a mountain, or you're standing on the ground, you're standing in the middle of the track. It doesn't matter where you're standing. If they appear to converge and you aim at that point, are you going to hit it, and have you tried it?
Guys, stop with the fucking scopes and shooting at the point where they converge. Jesus Christ, you guys sound like fucking Globers right now.
All right, let me
I
read
got a
the
1022. I got a 1022. No scope. There's the railroad tracks start converging immediately from any distance away from you. So I'm shooting at the rails. I keep hitting the rails 100 yards down. I can hit a rail because they're there.
All right, let me read ChatGPT. I said, if we shoot a gun at railroad tracks that appear to converge far out in the distance, will I actually hit the railroad track? It said, no, shooting a gun at railroad tracks that appear to converge far out in the distance will not cause you to hit the tracks. The appearance of convergence is due to the perspective effect where parallel lines appear to converge as they get further from the viewer. Then I said, it then went on to say, that's very dangerous. It's never safe to shoot a gun in the direction of any object or structure. Anyway, I said, I will miss the railroad track because they are not actually where I see them. They optically change position, ? And it said, that's correct. The railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance due to the optical illusion of perspective. In reality, the tracks are parallel and do not intersect. When shooting a gun in the direction of the tracks, the bullet will continue to travel in a straight line and will not follow the apparent convergence of the tracks. Therefore, the bullet will miss the tracks and continue to travel until it hits something else or lands on the ground.
You guys are talking past each other.
No, well, I want to know what's wrong with that.
It's like
I wanna
you
know what's
don't
wrong with it.
understand trigonometry. It's just unbelievable. Actually.
There you go. You get like
Danik,
your
you agreed with
ad
this
hom from
bullshit
Danik.
10 minutes ago.
No,
you agreed with it 10 minutes ago when you said this, and I had to interject and be like, why disagree?
That's true. When Witsi said like the positions of the tracks are in different positions, you said yes. That was weird.
No, they are. If you look
you did say yes, but one sec. But in the next the other times you spoke about it, that's not what I got from your arguments.
For me?
Are we surprised that Zanuck double speaks?
No. I didn't double speak. You're a little bit of a wordsmith, and I get that. I try to understand what you're saying. Let me just say something again. A couple sentences here, real quick.
No,
you got
you just
tracks
double
that
spoke.
start out at the sides of you, and they appear to converge to the center. Trigonometrically, that angle is sound. Whether you use a scope or not, as someone mentioned earlier, as I overheard, the scope will allow you to see what actually happens, how close they get. They'll never converge. They'll never touch. But you could aim where you think they are going as far as your perspective, and you will get close to hitting it. You could hit it actually. It doesn't mean that trigonometry is not real. It's not a construct. It actually says that something from the sides of you will converge to the center, and that mathematically is what happens. If you're on top of one rail track and you were to shoot along the side straight, you will be parallel to it. You will be in line with it. Now you will be above it, which means you got to shoot up versus where you would shoot in front of you 6 feet. That's also perspective. They're the exact same thing. One's vertical, one's horizontal. You're not saying anything we don't know. When you
you got nothing of value.
converge,
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask Jeremy a question.
Actually,
the correct
trigonometry.
question. Zanuck, you're just blabbering away, bro.
I'm not. I'm just trying to explain something so obvious to everybody but you.
Thank you. We got it. Let me ask Jeremy a clarifying question. This will solve it all, I think, because you guys are saying two different things. Jeremy, these guys are saying that train tracks at a distance where it appears to merge, right? You get that part?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're saying
to merge as the thing is they appear to converge 20 feet in the distance, 10 feet, 100 yards. They're constantly appearing to converge. So
yes, it's the inverse tangent of your.
Hold on, Zanuck,
Okay.
please.
All right.
Zanuck, please. So you're saying that past that point, like 20 feet, I understand, but let's say 200 yards, right? Are you saying that at 200 yards, when they appear to verge at that distance, that you can hit one of those two tracks? Is that what you're saying?
if I had an AR or something better, I could hit wherever. Yes, I could hit one of the rails from 200 yards if I had an appropriate gun.
Without a scope.
I mean, that'd be tough. I don't know without a scope, but
How many shots you need? We'll bet $1,000.
No, I think you won't be able to do it, Jeremy. Seriously.
With a
Let,
2,
let,
2,
let
3.
me let me solve this problem. If you look at the picture I dropped, you got the crepuscular rays, okay? Anti-crepuscular rays, really. So, can any glober save the picture, and can you draw the lines where the light actually is over top of this picture? Draw the lines where the light actually is, where it's actually traveling. And then we're going to compare the two. They better be in the same position, though, because you guys claim they're not changing position from a actual to apparent. So you better draw those lines parallel, but somehow match what's in the picture. You see how stupid what you're saying is? Do you guys understand
take
as
it to the
Glovers
sun.
that's stupid?
If you take it to the sun, it gets weird. But
You don't need to
shoot
take it
guns.
to the sun, bro. Jeremy, you've seen auto level, how they do it with the measuring rod. You seen that?
What about an auto level?
Well, there's a distance up to where you can read, right? And once you pass
it's like
that
refraction
distance,
and shit, right?
yeah. So once you pass that distance, you can't really aim it. It becomes blurry. You know, it's not really where it is. That thing, it gets higher.
Yeah, this is barring any refract. I assume this whole time this was barring any refractive effects.
Yeah, we don't need refraction right now.
You don't need refraction. Forget about refraction. Yeah.
That's
just the way your eyes work, bro. It's just the way your eyes work. It's as simple as that.
Also, I want to point out real fast. If you look in the chat, the picture I just dropped, right? You got the Glober saying thanks for the globe proof or whatever. Dude, imagine thinking that this proves a globe, okay? So the sun's right there. You have the light rays coming up. That's multiple degrees above the horizon. On the globe model, 1 degree is over 1 million miles above the surface of the Earth. 1 degree is above 1 million miles. So are the clouds 1 million miles up? No. So this is an optical effect. It's not light actually bending up from the bottom of a ball. It's dumb.
And I would like to make one more statement about the railroad tracks and shooting. It's not if you can hit a track. It's if you aim at that convergence point where the two tracks appear to meet but don't, they're still separated. If you would hit either track, you're not. You're going to hit in the middle.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank God.
I agree with that. That's because there's wood. That's because there's wood planks going the whole way down, or whatever those things are called. And
Jeremy,
I mean,
we're gonna
fight.
2x4.
Jeremy, let me ask you this. Say I'm looking out at the rail tracks with my rifle, okay? And I'm aiming, I'm going to try to hit the rail tracks. And then I don't move the gun. And someone comes and puts a scope on it. And then I look through the scope after previously looking without the scope. What's going to happen? What's going to change?
So you're looking at it with the sights, and then they put a scope on it. I mean, you're going to be able to see exactly where the sights are fuzzy. It's not really as accurate as a scope, obviously.
So all of a sudden, you're going to see a clearer resolution of the railroad tracks, and then they're going to be very distinct and defined. And they're not going to fill up the entire portion of the picture you saw that you thought were railroad tracks. All of a sudden, you're going to see very distinct lines.
They're going to split apart more, yeah.
That's right. So they're going to move position.
And if you aim with no scope into that point, you're going to miss both railroad tracks. You're going to hit the
Their
center.
angular position is not changing.
You use a
It looks like
scope
it's not.
where you can see further, and they open up there too. And you shoot to the point where they appear to converge. You're going to miss both tracks again.
It's going to look way wider than it actually is, right? Because when you put the scope on, you're going to see that they're going to separate. And all of a sudden, there's going to be a gap there that you didn't previously see.
Yeah, but the angle position is the same. That is still an angular inward from where you started from. If you're looking at hitting one of the railroad tracks to the right of you, you're going to angle like to a 45-degree angle to the left. But as you get further away, that angle will be more acute and eventually be very, very small. You might not see it unless you put a scope on it, but you will have that angle, and it still will be the same angle in a scope or without a scope.
If you're standing in the middle of the tracks looking down tracks and they appear to converge to the middle, and you shoot there, you're not going to hit either track, period. If anybody
I agree. You'll be right in the middle. You'll hit the wood in the middle. I agree with you.
Okay, if you look at this picture I dropped right here, this is put into a program. You take a central source of light, and you have these different azimuthal grid divisions, right? Now you see that the position of the sun changes for each observer. The direction in which they look and see the sun coming from changes for each observer, but there's one source of light. This is just a program. It's not a flat eartherism. This is just basic perspective. Do you guys comprehend the picture? See, and this is what happens. You won't say anything right now, but then in a few minutes, you guys will have tons of stuff to say. So whenever your point gets refuted down to the conclusion, you guys just give us crickets. You wait a couple minutes, then you jump back in like it didn't happen.
All right, let's
Yeah,
go
we
back
had this
to my
earlier,
picture.
didn't we?
Let's go
We
back
had
to
this
my
earlier
picture.
when you
I
said.
know, we're going to
Xanax.
stick on this picture,
You're
actually.
still confused. We're trying to figure out what you're actually meaning.
Nope,
We
you're going
know-
to answer my question or you're not going to
No,
talk.
no, you haven't answered mine yet. So let's go.
Okay,
back.
so do I have to mute you? Because that's not how this works. Like, I asked a question. So there's a central source of light in the picture. Okay, this was rendered in a program. We have an azimuthal grid for each observer point on the ground. Do you see that the sun appears to be in a different position for each observer? Yes or no? Thanks for playing.
Those
I gotta
circles
do
are
something.
azimuthal grids. I'm not getting your
Gotta take care of
question.
Jay real fast.
What you're saying is
the sun
what you're
is
saying
not in a
is
different position
not
for
making
every
sense to
observer
me.
on the Earth, even on a flat plane with that sun so far away. What you're seeing there is something completely different.
But you guys were just talking about this earlier with the sun and the lake, and you brought up if there were boats in all of those crepuscular rays. Would they be pointing at the same? If you asked them to point at the sun, would they be pointing in the same direction? Right? We're going over the same shit again, right? And you're saying that they would all be pointing in the same direction, but no, because some are pointing at each other, right?
No,
so some are pointing north, some are pointing east, some are pointing west. They're not all pointing in the same direction, but they are all pointing at the same light source.
Yeah, in reality, the crepuscular rays, you would all be pointed in the exact same direction. You wouldn't zoom into the guy on the left or this guy on the right and say those guys are pointing to that center point. No, they would all be pointing straight up. All of them, not angled
But
at all.
they're all pointing in different directions.
No, they wouldn't be. They'd be pointing. That's so we don't understand, I guess. They all would be pointing in the same direction. All of them. That's what crepuscular rays are. They're all going this. It looks like they're not.
In reference to themselves,
but if you
in reference to themselves, every other person is pointing a different direction.
No, they're not. They're all. That's what's so funny about this. No, if you looked at if you zoomed in at anybody, they wouldn't even be pointing in the direction of the crepuscular rays. They would not even be pointing in the direction of the crepuscular rays. They'd be pointing straight up. It's mind-boggling because it's perspective, and that confuses flat earthers. It really does, especially Witsit. Very confused about crepuscular rays. Very confused about angles. Very confused about but that's what we love about them. Hello?
Yeah, but
I
dude, the
wonder if-
railroad tracks point in the direction of the railroad tracks. Now you're saying the sun's crepuscular rays don't point in the direction of the sun?
No, of course not.
Hey, Zane,
What do you mean no?
No, God, no.
Are you crazy?
No.
What do you mean no?
Hey, Zenik, what if
What do you mean no there, Zanuck? Are you saying if I look west to a sun setting west and the crepuscular rays are pointing west, the sun isn't west? This is why nobody trusts Globus, man.
No,
It just makes sense.
the picture is enough. The picture is absolutely enough. Everybody on that lake pointing to the sun would be pointing the exact same direction, straight up. Although the rays,
All of their arms would be parallel, right?
But it just said they wouldn't. I'm not getting what you're trying to
All
say.
of their arms would be
Me
in
or
a
them,
line.
Bacon?
Bacon Xanax double speaking for the
No,
second,
I'm not double
maybe
speaking
third
at all.
time today.
Everybody,
Who knows?
we'd be pointing in the same direction, straight up. Even though the rays look like they're diverging, they're not. That's perspective. That's an optical
Even Eggshell
illusion.
called you out, the new flat earther.
What if the person?
I can't be more clear than this.
No. SE, to be clear now, I'm a flat earth. But what do you mean? Like they're all going to be pointing in the same direction? Are you suggesting everybody's got lazy eyes or like wonky arms?
Okay, I'll say it again. This is an optical effect. These rays are not diverging. There is no divergence. It looks like it is because that's what an optical effect does. In actuality, reality, everybody that's
That's the
looking at
same
those.
thing.
Oh, let me finish. Eggshells. Now you're doing it. So if I played it back, he'd show you jumping in. Everybody on that lake would be pointing their fingers straight up. You could zoom in. Every boat be a guy pointing straight up. Yet the crepuscular rays are angled. Their fingers wouldn't be pointing toward the ray. It'd be pointing straight up. That's
I
the
did.
effect.
That's my point.
Get
Yeah.
it?
Did
We're
anyone
saying the
answer the
same
other
thing,
question?
though. Yeah, I think that's the same point we're making as flat earthers. Is they'd still be pointing the same point, but the question is, where is that point? And does that
Straight
point
up,
have
not
a
the
point?
angle of the
Like
crepuscular
do I
ray.
have a point?
Sorry,
I
my
don't
bad.
have a point, but I'm still saying it.
Hey, did anyone answer my question?
No, but I'll try.
What question?
Okay. So here we put it into a program. We have a central source of light representing the sun. We have an azimuthal grid of vision on each observer position on the ground. Do you guys see that the sun appears to be in a different position for each observer?
You mean like a different elevation?
A different position.
I think we've all got our own sun.
Yeah, but position in their field of view or position. If you're talking about the position in your field of view, then you're talking about elevation. Then yeah. But understand
I don't
those
think that-
things in the bottom. You said they're azimuthal grids.
Yeah, do you see that the sun is in a different position for each observer?
I mean, I think the
Yeah,
globes
I
haven't
think
yet
I get what you're
Because the
proven
saying.
that
sun's
Yes.
there's
too
just one
close.
sun.
You have it too close.
That doesn't matter.
Like,
Go on.
The flat Earth suggests that maybe there's multiple suns, and I don't think that the globers have effectively proven that there isn't multiple suns, let alone a different sun per
Okay, you
observer.
can't pretend to be a flat earther just by saying gross straw man. So the sun that we perceive is in the
Hang
apparent
on,
position relative.
are you
It's in an
saying that
apparent
the
position relative
globers
to our
have?
observ- Go ahead.
Sorry, go on. Finish.
Okay, it's in a apparent position relative to our observability. Well, okay, sure, some people have claimed that there may be more than one sun. I'm not. There's an apparent position relative to each observer. So we have one sun here. This is just a program. This isn't a flat Earth program. So you put the light source at the top. And Bacon, you could do the same thing, right? You love your programs. Why don't you do the same thing? You put one light source at the top. Then you put a little dome of vision for each position on the sun. And then you see, how do those people see that central source of light relative to each of their personal domes? And they will see them in completely different directions.
Sure, I get that.
Okay, so when you say that it's impossible for them to see things in different directions, you don't understand how an azimuthal grid of vision or a personal dome of
Wait.
observability would
I
even
never said
work
that.
fundamentally.
I never said that. I never said the direction of one person to that object cannot be the same as the direction of the other person to that same object, or can't be different. I never said that. I said that the direction it's the same where it actually, the direction you see is the direction where it actually is. From all those observers, if they point at the sun, they're all gonna hit the sun. All those lines that they're pointing are going to intersect where the sun is. That's the
That's
whole
incorrect.
just
So it
prove
seems
that
that
we
you
all
don't
see a
understand the
difference
picture. So let's start at the top. Let's look at the first one on the left. Take the middle point and draw a line out from that, straight out from that, and tell me if it hits the sun.
If I
Not
draw
even
the
close.
point in the
Not
direction of the
even
sun,
close.
it's gonna be hit the sun. What do you mean?
It's not even close. Here, I'll draw it.
What?
This is the problem. This is why you guys make flat earthers.
All he's done is model a close sun,
The,
and then
the
he's
elephant in the
modeled
room
it
is
at
the
the
sun's
sun's.
too close. Bacon. The elephant in the room is the sun is too close in example.
I don't
That would
think
be
that's
true.
relevant, Zenik. I think
It
that's
is relevant. If you had a light above your
It's not too close.
skylight,
You don't understand basic things. How big do you
Oh.
think this dome is?
You tell
Bigger
me.
than bigger than.
All right, let's say the
bigger than-
dome's 4,000
There's no scale in the
miles.
picture.
Let's say the dome's 4,000 miles. How
Just
close is the
straight
sun?
Okay. Well, the distance to any side other than the center line would be that distance from the sun line divided by the distance to the sun inverse tangent. That'd be the angle.
You
That
didn't
doesn't
say
make
anything
any
about-
sense.
You said the
Why?
sun was too
Because you don't
close.
understand
You're wrong.
trigonometry.
You're always wrong.
You have a sun above you.
If the dome is
And you- and
4,000
you over-
miles,
and you
it
over-
will
hold
be
on.
12,000 miles by
Hit
3
the
would
nail.
you need 3 pieces.
Yo,
of
everyone
No,
settle
you
down,
don't.
man.
You just need a.
Hey,
You just all
yo,
you
I'm just
need.
gonna
All you need is
temporarily
a
mute
height.
people.
All you need
Zanuck,
is a
you're
distance from
definitely
the center
getting muted,
and a
you son
distance
of
of the
a
object.
bitch. You're done. Zanuck, you're done for the day. No one unmute him. Okay? There's 10 people talking. I'm trying to mod. You just talk right through me. Jesus, man. One at a time, guys, please.
We are talking about Zanuck's point, but I mean, if like what Zanuck's trying to disprove is that maybe we pointed at the sun, we all wouldn't be pointing parallel. That's the point Witz is making, and Zanuck needs to disprove that rather than just asserting that maybe that's not the case.
I can't believe I'm actually having to draw lines on little pictures. Like, oh my god, for Glovers. This is why I started schooling Glovers. Maybe
There's a
I'll
problem.
actually create a school. You know, you guys can pay tuition in the form of Cash App. Actually, preferably crypto, so the government
Oh, you
doesn't get
just
all
want
in
to
it.
understand what the hell you're claiming. I mean, if you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
draw
get
it
it. I
to
get it. I drew a
make it more
picture
easy
for
to
you.
understand your
Drew a
claim,
here you go, buddy.
it's not you schooling anyone.
Here you go. Do you see where that arrow's going, Bacon?
I don't see any arrow.
Don't see any arrow.
I think you're doing that on the wrong window.
You don't see.
Yeah, we don't
I wasn't.
see. We
No,
don't.
I was.
It's
I
not
was.
streaming.
It was in this chat. Okay, look, I
Yeah, I
forgot.
think you're.
So can you
Oh, it's in
deny,
the chat.
Bacon, that if you looked along that black line that is at bang on the hour, you wouldn't see the sun just because the
Oh yeah,
sun's not
Witsit did
along
draw
that
an arrow
line?
in the chat. Yeah, there's
And it's
definitely
also
an
on my screen
arrow.
now. So you
Oh, we're
said
looking
that
to the
Definitely
live
an
stream.
arrow
if
that
they
doesn't
took that
point
position of
towards
the
the
sun, they would all hit the sun. Well, that's clearly not correct.
Well, why are you using that thing there to determine what's the direction that the thing is seeing the sun?
I lined it up with the middle of. I lined it up with the
Yeah, there's
convergence
like
point in the dome. What?
Yeah, why is that the point in which you use to determine the direction? Why you think that's the direction in which that observer would see the sun? What are the
Because that's the
circles?
convergence.
If
My god, dude,
the
that's
circles are
data?
clearly the circles.
I think you're right.
The
I think
circles
you're
are.
wrong on this one with it.
Oh,
Well,
Can I
how dare you question
can I
Witsit?
finish
Why
my answer?
are you questioning? Why are you questioning
May I
Witsit?
say why, please? May I say why?
No,
Or maybe I'm
because
wrong. Can you draw?
Bacon
I wasn't
hasn't
done.
finished,
Fuck
so
up,
none of
Angel.
us get
We're
to
trying to listen
finish.
to someone.
No,
Jeremy, can
Bacon
you?
doesn't get to finish, so none of us do.
Jeremy, can you tell it what's Angels to shut up when people are
I
talking?
mean, do I need to make
Try
a
to listen.
list here or what's going on?
I just want to say something. Like lately, I haven't been able to say anything because everybody jumps in front of me. Just want to say, can you draw the line from the center of the cupola, with it?
I drew the line from the center of the convergence point inside the dome.
Prevention. But the observer is gonna be in the center of that cupola, right? If I'm not
It's
mistaken.
totally irrelevant. It's showing the light and how it will be perceived inside that personal dome, and where you're going to see the sun is going to be up at an angle above you.
Yeah, but the observer is in the center of the cupola, right?
Yes, that's right.
It's a personal dome, right?
Yeah,
That's
so
what
you
I'm
see, you
saying.
don't understand.
But look, Witsit is saying that's where you would draw the line, Bacon, and Bacon, you've got to agree that that's where you would have chosen to draw the line.
Witsit. What I think the other guy was saying is
I'm
he wants
sorry,
you to
I'm
draw
sorry. I
the.
was in the
He
middle
wants
of
you to draw
saying
the.
it. I
Can you
didn't mean
shut
to
the
upset
fuck
you,
up?
man.
Can you ever
No,
shut
no,
No,
up?
what
I'm
are
not
you
able
what are you
to.
doing?
I'm
Hold on a
not able
second.
to.
Hold on.
I still
No,
was
what are
in the
you
middle
doing?
of
He was in the
saying.
middle of talking. Guys.
Started
Okay.
first. He fucking bulldozed
But
over.
it
Noah,
sounds,
you can go next. Yeah, I'm just gonna
it
mute
sounds
anyone
like
that's talking right now. I mean, I don't know why I'm getting talked over. I'm not even in this argument anymore. Everyone needs to go one at a time. Don't interrupt people. I can't mod people for interrupting you if you're interrupting other people. So
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think the guy wants that.
I
yeah,
was
you
still
can say it
talking.
after he's done. You can say it
You
after
got to
he's
wait
done,
your
dude. What are
turn,
you doing?
man.
Say it.
This is the way we do it in Flat Earth land. You wait your turn.
Bro, you've interrupted.
Flat Earth come in here and talk all over you nonstop and tell you to deal with it, or you want me to mod this shit so everyone can talk at once and get their points out?
I already muted him. He's not letting the other guy express.
He was the one that got interrupted.
No, I talked first. He interrupted me and bulldozed.
Go ahead,
over
bro.
me.
Make your point.
No, I think it's just because your
Dude,
mic's
that
low.
ain't what fucking happened, dude. What?
Could he turn his mic up? It's quite low.
Can you hear me?
Everyone go one at a time, please. Noah, don't interrupt people, because if you interrupt people and then they interrupt you, I can't just mod them. So keep that in mind.
Can I make my point, please?
Yeah, but not in
my
the middle
turn?
of when someone else is talking. Yes, you can make
Whose
your
turn
point,
is
but
it
not
right
in.
now?
Don't do it when someone else is talking.
Whose turn is it right now?
Well, okay. So here's the thing. Eggshells was speaking, and you started to speak. Maybe did.
No, I was speaking
Go
first.
ahead, man. Let's stop with who was interrupting who.
Maybe there's
Just
a
make your
technical
point and
difficulty.
yeah,
Maybe there's a
just
tech.
make your
Can you
point.
hear eggshells, Noah? I can't hear him right
No,
now.
I
He's been
muted
muted.
him, Jeremy.
Maybe there's been a thing going on where certain people can't hear certain other people, and they need to disconnect and reconnect. Is that the issue?
I think that is the issue because
I've heard eggshells
whoever that is,
before me.
is that Noah?
Yeah, that's me right now.
Yeah, your mic is really low, bro. Like it happened with
Oh, maybe
Bacon
you
earlier
guys
as well, because Bacon's mic is really low.
Trying to reset.
Okay, I'm really sorry for interrupting you in the middle of me speaking, Noah. But what I was saying, Bacon, is could you draw a line on those domes to show where you think anybody within those domes would see the sun, rather than Witsit drawing a line and telling you where you should see the sun and getting you to argue against his line?
All right, can I make
Where
my
the sun is.
Can I just say my fucking sentence that I've been trying to say? So what's it? You see that thing? You're the one live streaming, right? There's that black line right there.
Yeah.
Can you extend that black line down to the ground? Just to make it a little longer so that the beginning is in the center of that dome, and then it goes through that point and then comes out just a little bit.
Thank you. That was what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
trying to
was it?
I was trying to back you up there, but someone who interrupted 3 people before me decided to talk.
Oh my god.
I mean, seriously, dude, if you weren't aware that I was already speaking when you were speaking, it's a bit weird because you started
Yeah,
off
it
by
was just
complaining that I was speaking and then
All
kept
right.
going.
Well, instead of all of this, can I make a point now? Can I ask if my
Go for
thinking
it,
is
Jim.
wrong with the picture that I put in? I drew a picture. Now, is my thinking wrong?
Where's your picture?
I'll post it again. Hold on.
Shout out to the 27 people on YouTube and the 30 plus people in the VC. Let's go.
So those
You're
4
welcome.
people are pointing up at the sun, but they're also pointing in a direction, right? Not just up, not just straight up. And they're all pointing in different directions.
Yeah,
Or
but
is that wrong?
they will intersect the sun, right? If you extend their lines, they
Yes,
yeah.
if they go past the sun, they'll be going towards those different directions that I've put underneath the different people, right?
So they won't.
But
So
what
they
I'm
won't
most
intersect
impressed,
in the same sun. You're saying.
what I'm most impressed by is that we deserve the cardboard page at the back of the notepad rather than one of the paper pages. We are
Well, I
clearly
didn't want
top
all the
third.
lines in the way, you know.
I'm appreciating it.
All right, cheers. But so my thinking isn't wrong there. It's not invalid. That's quite.
Yeah. I mean, Bacon did something like this as well, where was it Bacon or somebody else was like, I'm going to get people to point in the cardinal direction and the elevation that they see the South Celestial Pole. And then he mapped them on a globe. But conveniently, it mapped the globe. But that could just be because they're trying to map it to a globe because in their head it is a globe and it just happens to match that.
I don't know what all of that was. It sounded like a load of gibberish there.
Yeah. But it's just the way globers are. They're like, hey, does this match reality? I'll look at matches reality, therefore it is reality. But that's just a globe lie.
You know what globals also do? If there's something in reality that contradicts their belief and vain fantasies of a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from every expanding universe, they just hand wave it and don't really care about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They just ignore it. They just pretend it doesn't exist.
Yep,
Yes.
facts. When
That's
something contradicts their model, it's just a problem to be worked on.
Yes.
Yeah, facts.
That's
Facts.
Yeah, when the things they think are
globers.
fact are actually assumptions upon assumptions upon assumptions. You're talking about that sort of facts.
Oh yeah, that's
Absolutely. That was exactly the kind of
Those
talking
sorts
about.
of facts. Yeah.
100%.
It's all just assumptions built on assumptions, like a house of cards. You're correct.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
what
what I'm talking about.
global
I'm
what
glad
the
we're on the same
global
page.
model is actually the the whole ideology, if that's the right English term, of the whole religious construct is if there's something that doesn't work, you just come up with some explanation of how it can work. You just make up some science. You must just make up some pseudoscientific calculations, and then you just say, "Oh yeah, there you have it. We have proof because
Exactly.
of my calculations." Because of the data I received, hence it can only be a globe. So we solve the problem.
Yeah. What they
Ridiculous.
do is they go, I'm going to make a calculation, and then if that calculation matches reality, therefore globe, and like how more
Well, no,
disingenuous
it's
can
not
you get?
reality. It's not matching reality though. It's matching a model that they think is reality. They've tried to
That's true.
model. They've assumed reality, and then they go,
Yeah.
"Well, let's match it to my assumption of reality."
Yeah. But that's them begging the question. But that's the way globes are.
Yeah, full of fallacies and straw man.
Absolutely.
What's wrong with the picture I dropped? Let's hear it.
Someone in the chat, you
Why
said
do the
he
arrows?
purposefully. Someone in the chat said he
My question.
purposely drew the lines in an arrow in the wrong direction or something a
Exactly.
minute ago.
I mean,
I
I
was
would
showing
want
the
to
difference
ask. I'm
between
not saying you draw
the
them.
position of the sun and where it is inside the dome. That's
Someone
why I
in
drew it.
chat
I'm not
The
just
saying you drew
convergence
it in the
point where
wrong
this where the
direction.
dome. Okay.
someone in
I'm not
chat
saying you drew it in the
just
wrong direction, Jeremy, but I am going to question why the first arrow he drew was below, like would have gone below the sun, and the second arrow went above the sun for the very first little dome. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong. Absolutely, it's right, because we know we see an atmospheric grid that is a limit of your vision. We live on a stationary plane. We can confirm that in many ways. But why was the arrow high and now low and now it's high?
Yo,
What are you
Witsit,
talking about?
Witsit, what is the source of this picture that you're drawing?
Jaren used some program. I don't remember what it's called.
Well, can't
Oh, he did.
he use that same program to then
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
programmatically draw those black lines that you're doing, so
Yeah,
that it?
yeah, because I'm just like trying to get to the center of them.
Right. The question I'm asking, as a fellow flat earther, is why, if I post two now, yours. But
Dude,
that's
why is
like, and they do
carnivore?
seem to go through the middle of the. They do seem to go through the middle of those little like coffee cup caustics in Carnivore's one, but in the two you posted, they seem to like not go through the middle of them. And the first one you posted, that Solaris has reposted as well, seems to go low.
Oh
At
yeah,
12
so
minutes
that's right.
past the
I
hour,
just
but then at 11 minutes past the hour, it seems to go high.
yes, I
Why?
just tried to answer that, but you were insane and had to impulsively interrupt me. So, yeah, all
I
I
am
did was all I did was arbitrarily draw the line in it. So I fixed it. You guys made the point that it should go down to the observer. So I said, okay, fair enough, and I changed it.
It's just I'm trying to figure out what goes through the center. Carnivores, which is obviously a globe deception. I don't know what
Carnivore
Carnivore's
draws
doing it that way. It's
really
obviously
bright
to
line.
propagate the
What?
globe line, but his ones with the red lines seem to go through the center. The globe line ones seem to match up.
All right, I'm sorry for telling you to shut the fuck up earlier. You're kind of funny, bro.
Let me look at this. Well, that's what I'm not understanding. Well, how come when I'm drawing these lines, they're not doing that? See, he has these really big, thick lines that you need them to be thin.
Well, the test would be, I would think, if I were testing it, which I'm not, because I'm only new at this flat Earth thing, is I would draw a line right from the middle of the sun down to the ball and see if that matched up, rather than from the start of the caustic to the edge of the dome and see where that ends up. Because it seems from your first one to your second one, there is like a 20% differential, and that as an error margin seems quite high. So I'd test, can I make it wrong by doing the carnivore way, and then how wrong does that look? Because that seems like the longer the line, the less the error. But I am just new at this flat Earth thing, so maybe that's a bad way to do error margins.
Well, that's exactly what did is he took
he
the line
just
and he started
yeah.
with the end at the sun and extended the end at the sun and put the beginning at the where the caustic
Yeah.
thing or whatever. That's what Carnivore did. What I think he
Yeah.
would do for actual results, like the actual accurate results, is I would use the program because the program already has the perfect direction in which the caustic is pointing. It's already mathematically in that data, so you could make a perfect line coming out from there if you had the data.
Yeah, I can get Jeremy
I
to
see
do it
what you're
today.
saying. Yeah, you're saying there's a program that's got lots of data that has this information, and we're now trying to get dumb information from good data rather than just getting the good data.
Yeah, basically we're trying to eyeball a line when we could just exactly get the vector. We could have the exact mathematical.
Right. But I don't know. It might come back as a globe vector. So then, should we do it that way?
So I just drew a line straight from the sun down, and it shows that it doesn't land in the middle where the observer is. This literally debunks Carnivore's drawing, which is funny how he chose to use really big, thick line where he could pretend that it does land close enough to the middle where the line's so thick that you can't really show where the middle is. I'm taking the point
Problem is,
starting at the sun,
he just
coming down
redid
through the
it
middle,
with
and
the
it's showing
line.
it doesn't land in the middle of the dome now. So what a
He just did
jogger.
it a minute ago with skinny lines. I would say your second one though, Carnivore, your second one doesn't look like it's bang in the middle of the caustic, if I'm honest. All the other ones look bang in the middle of the caustic to me, but the second one looks like it's slightly to
Wait, let's
the
look at this
left.
real fast. Okay, do you see his line right there, the first one to the left? Does that land in the middle of the dome?
It's not even is that how we do it in the middle of the dome? I wouldn't go
Yes,
to the middle of the
that's
dome.
what
I'd
they
go to the middle of the
requested, that the
caustic.
observer's in the middle of the dome, so the line should come down to them. Okay, so is Carnivore's red line landing in the middle of the bottom of the dome? Yes or no? Carnivore just proved my point. Carnivore proved my point. Now, if you're going to take the line and correct it to the middle of the dome where the observer would be, what happens to the angle to the sun?
So
It's
what's the
off from its
caustic about
actual
then?
position, huh?
Why does it render the caustic that points at a place that is not meaningful?
No, this is based on the way that light works within a dome.
Right. What's the point of the caustic? Is my question.
That would be the convergence point would be the apparent sun position. Carnivore literally just proved it by he's like, my first lines were definitely too damn thick. Maybe he's being not facetious, but the point is when he pulls up the thin line, you see it proved my point. It literally proves my point. So where are all the Globers that were just taking their victory lap? Why is the red line not in the middle of the dome? So he has to correct that angle or it won't be correct, which means it won't be on the sun.
Can you show us your lines? That would help
Yeah,
me
I'm
with
gonna
this.
redraw them.
If you can show us your lines versus Carnivore's globe delusion lie, begging the question, fallacy monkey ball lines, that would help me.
Do you not see, if you look at the bottom left, okay? We start at the sun and we draw this line all the way down to the bottom left dome. It goes through the center and it comes all the way down to the observer. Do you see that where it touches at the bottom, where the observer would be, is not actually in the middle of the dome? It's to the left a little bit. Do you see that? Do you guys not see that? It's clearly not in the middle.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can see it on the one
Yeah,
on the
it's definitely not in the
very,
middle. We're all
very
agreeing.
left and the very right one.
That's right, because
They're
this is
not
just
in
a
the
small
center.
scale. So when you extend this out to extreme scale, you're going to get an even bigger difference in apparent and actual position. Right, so I'm going to screenshot it because apparently I don't know why this is. This is exactly what the data shows on Earth, by the way. Whenever you're closer to actual position on a projection over a plane, then the deviation from apparent and actual is less. Oh, what a coincidence. So you see how that line's
Can
not in
we
the
have
middle?
the
I
whole?
just took a screenshot.
Yeah, absolutely.
what
We're all
I
agreeing on that.
told-
What we're saying is, where would you draw the lines?
This
You would
is
have
what
to
I
draw it to
told
the middle,
Manny.
so it would be better to do what he said, right, and use the actual data to get the
But
exact
I'm
middle
still
of them.
looking at your screen. Where you drew
A
the
5-year-old
black
can tell that's
lines.
not
You
in the
know how you
middle.
drew the three. You drew three black lines. Now, if you could just like reset those and then just do exactly the same thing, but show us what you're talking about, rather than showing us what's wrong with what he did.
Yeah, sure. But like if you could actually follow the logic of what's being said, you'd understand the problem. So they're claiming that inside this dome, if you're an observer in the middle of it, that you're going to see the sun, and if you aimed at it inside your dome, you're going to go right at the actual sun. That's what their claim was. I was like, no, that's
But they're
not true.
wrong. We know they're wrong. We're just trying to figure out what's right, and that's what I'm asking you for.
So then he drew big, thick red lines so it can make it look like it's pretty much.
No, I'm not
middle.
asking what he did. Again, I'm trying to say, what did you do? What would you do that's better?
You would have to get to the actual middle of the dome, then draw the line up from there. And what you're going to find is it's not going to land on the sun.
I'm watching your screen. I'm ready for it.
No, it needs to be a more precise, computer program is what he's saying, that he could actually measure the dome so you could see where the exact middle of that dome would be. Like missing the whole point of the conversation, dude.
I'm happy with the precision that you did with the black arrows. I just want to see new black arrows based on what you're talking about. On your screen.
Well, what I'm doing is
ready
I was in the first of all, you requested that I do what the Glober did, so I started doing that, showing exactly what I'm saying right now, that it doesn't land in the middle on the far left and right, but his picture did it as well, and he did it faster. So I'm using like Canva, so it's taking forever. So he did it. Then I'm like, okay, there you go. It proves the whole point I'm making. He proved it. Carnivore proves my point.
On the ones you're showing. Like if I were to go on the, oh God, your screen's gone away from me. Hang on a second. If I were to look at the ones that's on your screen right now, I would go, those ones, if I picked which side of the caustic was like greater, that would also hint me in which direction that arrow should go. So I'm saying, like, could you redo basically saying, can you do the same thing again, but doing what you're talking about?
What is the caustic is greater? What does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. Forget what I'm saying. Just show me what you're saying. Then you won't need to understand what I'm saying because I'm just saying show me.
Okay, this is not in the center of the dome.
You're still not listening. I'm saying, can you show me what you do want to see rather than complaining about what you are seeing?
Well, I know that you're not. Okay.
Seeing the thing I'm asking for. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just saying, can you show me the thing you are asking for that you can draw, that you just did draw in the way you do want to see it?
Yeah, but I just said in order to do this precisely on this small of a scale, you
No,
need to know
just as precisely as you can.
That's
can you
why
show me
I
the
need
thing
the
you just said was
program that
imprecise?
Jaron used.
You can't do
sucks. This dude sucks.
Yeah. Somebody who
First of all, he's lying about pretending to be a flat earther and being obnoxious about it.
I'm not
and then
lying about
expects
pretending.
Shut up, dude. Quit lying.
What's going on, man?
I'm not
Why are you
lying
being a
about
troll?
And then
pretending.
I thought you were a bit
interrupting
more
and already
classy than
admitted
that.
he was drunk. Why I opened my mic and like 2 or 3 people interrupted is kind of weird. So
Yeah, come on,
you're
guys.
obviously not telling the truth about these things. And it's getting obnoxious. Like you're doing it so obnoxiously, it's disrupting the conversation.
I mean, it was funny at first, but you are saying some weird stuff. It's yeah, I don't know.
My
Do
flat
you want to
earth
see, Jeremy?
fellow.
Do you want to see what I'm asking for, Jeremy?
Be yourself.
Do you want to see, like,
be yourself?
Sure,
He
I'm
is
being
being
myself
himself. That's the problem. He's drunk,
sorry.
right? Aren't
Jeremy?
you tipsy? Aren't you
I'm very
drinking?
tipsy.
Tipsy?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
Jeremy, do you want to see
pretending
what
to
I'm
be a
talking
flat
about?
earther and pretending to
Huh?
be a flat earther.
I'm not lying to you about what I'm pretending.
Are
I'm
you
absolutely honest to
pretending to
you
be a flat
about what I'm
earther and
pretending.
disrupting
I'm
the
absolutely being
Yeah,
honest to you about what I'm
no.
pretending to be.
So he's being himself, a glober that's deceiving about
I
being a
mean,
flat
if
earther
you
and
feel this is advancing the
drunk, and you're
conversation, Rakia,
disrupting the conversation.
Yo, can I hear Rakia speak, please?
sure, go for it, Rakia. It's going to advance the conversation. Go for it, Rakia.
My opinion is this guy is drunk. He's being himself as a drunk glober, disrupting the information by pretending to be a flat earther, which is deceiving.
Maybe just take a break if you sober, till you sober up or something. Eggshells if it's
That's
too
a
much.
good idea, Rakia. Take a break. Asik has suggested the domes aren't even the same size. That's a big one.
So he just continues, Jeremy.
Yeah,
He didn't
I don't
even
know.
Are they
take
the
a
same
second
size?
break.
I don't know if Eggshells wasn't listening or if he was too wasted to understand the words that were just said. Jeremy there was speaking to you, eggshells, not Rakia.
Who are
So
you?
to
Who's there?
clarify again, maybe when you're
Is this
sober, come back.
nobody present sounds
Or
like
were you too
Witsit. I was
stupid
just
to
saying, can
understand the
Witsit
words you
show
said?
us the
Which one
thing?
was it?
I just can't tell.
Jeremy, may
I
I
was
say
trying to
something
say,
about the topic at hand?
sure.
Let's talk
get
about
back
it.
to the topic.
Instead of arguing if who's drunk or not.
Well, it's not about that. Do you hear him? He's disrupting the combo right now while I was on mute. You're a mod, aren't you?
Okay, go ahead. I'm a mod. Go. Say something about the topic. Let's get this train back on the tracks.
So by the way, he's correct. These domes aren't the same size. Clearly, just looking at them. So I think because I remember what Jaren actually did was he did this to show that if you had a personal dome of view, then the angular size of the sun wouldn't change, right? Because no matter how far away the sun gets, you're perceiving it from the same distance. So I just took the picture and I'm trying to make my point. So I'm gonna get him to use the same program, but he obviously just arbitrarily drew domes real fast during the middle of a live on Glowbusters, right, to make the angular size argument. But I still like the thing, like using a program. Where's Bacon? Bacon, are you still here, Bacon? Can you do something like this in a program? Is he gone?
I think he's gone.
Okay. I mean, it's just common sense to anyone that understands that obviously the we can just use the one on the left, right? Like it's just arbitrary, unfortunately. We needed to it'd be cool to make actual scales, but where you perceive the apparent convergence of the light is not going to be a straight angle to the actual position. It's common sense. Like you can just take a dome in your room and shine light through it. Right? Like I have one right here.
I made this point a couple years ago with Sanic. I told him that the easy way to imagine this is, let's say you have a huge pool, right? And you have a light source in the center of it. Then you have a couple people swing down to the pool and then look up at that light source and point at it. Each person is gonna have a different direction that they're seeing the light spot. And this is the same concept as this. I don't know why they don't see it. They don't understand it.
They don't know how their eyes work. They hijacked how your eyes work and made a ball.
Because back then the argument was about the eclipse, that people saw the sun on different spots, and I say that's what we expect to see, right, on a flat Earth on different spots. And they say no, it's only happened on the globe. It can only happen on the globe.
And now we have a model that easily explains it. Thanks, Walter.
I don't know. I think for that Walter
Thanks,
model, you do. I'm not saying Walter's model can't work. I think it actually is the way it is, but I think the light is bending in it. It has to be.
I mean, wasn't the point of Walter's model
Thanks,
not
Walter.
to... I mean, wasn't his point not to demonstrate that this light path would be impossible to obtain in reality from... Sorry, did I break up? Mic check, hello?
Yeah, we hear you. I mean, unless perspective causing the light is causing the thing to appear to bend. I don't know. There is another effect where the peaks hit the troughs. It's called constructive and destructive interference of light. You can make light can appear to bend, but not actually bend. So that's weird.
Also, when does the light start changing directions that it's bending? From the north to the south. When does that happen?
What do you mean specifically?
Well, don't they say the stars have a different rotation in the north and in the south?
Sure.
So when does the light start bending in a different direction?
Like direction from east to west, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Don't the stars all move from east to west?
Yes, they do.
That's right, but if you are antipodally oriented, you on a sphere, you know, will
Yeah,
observe.
they still
Yes.
move east to west, right?
Sure.
But most importantly, when does north become south? This is the question on my mind today. When does north become south in either model?
I mean, if you're going in a straight line in either model, it's going to happen when you cross the North Pole. So you're traveling straight directly at the North Pole. Then you're at the North Pole. Then you cross it. Now you're going south instead of north.
When does
Both
east
models.
become west? When does east become west then?
It's relative. It's
East
relative.
and west is tricky because I don't even.
When you
There's a
turn
lot
around.
of things I don't even agree with people on east and west about in the first place. So. Like if you go west, what do you think is going to happen?
You end up
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I think this is.
You said you end up at the equator.
If
If you
SE
go
is on the
due west,
equator,
yeah.
if SE is on the equator traveling west, and I'm in the northern hemisphere watching him do it, he's going from my east to west. But if I'm in the southern hemisphere as he comes at me, he's coming from the east to the west, right? No matter what.
Yeah,
Yep.
you said Regis. You said you're going to the equator, right?
If
That's
you
a
had
good point, Rocky.
if you
That's a
had
good point.
due east or due west, you're gonna end up crossing the equator. No matter
Look,
where
Even
you're
if you're
I'm on
just
the
standing,
equator now, right? Yeah. I'm on the equator now, and I
unless you're
start
on
heading
the
I know
east.
how to do it. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I know how to do it. East and west is determined on the sun. East is where the sun rises. West is where the sun sets. Anywhere where you are on the earth or seas, all you have to do is look to where the sun rises.
Oh, he almost said
see
globe.
where the sun sets. Yeah, I did.
I'm glad he said that. You know why? Because the sun, yeah, the sun doesn't always rise at the same location. You guys are aware of that, right? So your east and west would have to change then if you use the sun.
It has to do with the I think the equinox, where the sun rises
No.
on the equinox.
If you travel west in a long enough distance, you're going to end up going south. You have to stay equal distance from a point in the north called the zenith point of the North Star. The same distance, whether you're 10,000 miles or 1,000 miles, and you travel west and remain that same distance by using a compass as close as we can, or if you theoretically could put a string at a certain length, that would be west, but you would travel in a circle.
Wow, that is a good point, Rakia. Because I mean, I know it's obvious now that we know that if you head due east or due west, you're going to cross the equator. But it's actually kind of a crazy parallel. Now that we know that, it's sort of like flat Earth. If you head in the same direction too long, you're going to start going south. That's kind of crazy.
See, that's the thing people argue about, though. They say that's the thing people are arguing about. Some people are saying you go west as long as you readjust enough, you'll go around the same latitude line. If you readjust instantly, but I feel like if you're but I feel like if you're moving and you're not getting closer to the equator, I feel like you didn't actually go east. So if you're going around a latitude line, you're not actually going east.
The latitude
Call it
line.
whatever direction you want. I'm not worried about what direction that is. I don't know. I know that
Well, the latitude
if you
line
remain
would
in the
follow.
same distance from the north on a flat Earth and you're going west, you're traveling in a circle. But it's so big, it's such a big radius. Unless you're right at the North Pole, that's. I mean, the closer you get to that point, the closer the circuit would be.
Yeah, Jeremy, what'd you just say about that? Because if you do follow a latitude line, you are technically going east or west, but you're updating.
You can't be. You literally can't be.
Why? What do you mean?
Because it brings you to the.
with the
Say it again,
latitude
Jim.
lines, they're based off of the stars and the sun. But the problem here is that you start at one point and you look at the sun and the stars and you determine east and west are these two directions. I'm going to move east. But as you move along east, the stars and the sun will now change relative to your position. And so, say you moved 100 miles to the east, and then you looked up at the sky and sun and stars again, the direction of east and west would then again change because the sun and stars moved relative to you. So as you're moving in the direction you're moving in is changing because east and west is not like a concrete direction. It's a direction based off of or relative to the celestial bodies.
It's relative to a distance based on the celestial body, like Polaris. But that distance remains constant with Polaris. But if the sky is moving, it depends on the time of day that you can take those distance measurements. Like that's why you have to use those calculations. But if you're able to see the North Star and you travel west and you remain at the same angle to that North Star, you're going to travel west in a circle. You're always going to remain the same distance away from that stationary point. But
Right.
if you draw that point, yeah, go ahead.
But Rakia, if you start at your first point, you look at the North Star, you know the direction to north, and then you get your directions of east or west, and then you just move, say, to the west without ever looking back at the star or updating your path, you're going to take a very different path than as if you were checking up on the North Star and readjusting all along.
You have to adjust. If navigating with the North Star, you would always have to adjust. If you just took your direction that you're going and remain in that direction, you would end up going south. Just same thing with a compass. If you don't follow that compass, you just take your heading, like you just go in that one direction. You go far enough, your compass is off. You're not no longer going west anymore.
Okay. We know which direction east and west are. It's towards the equator. Okay, that's the direction it is. If you were to point, you'd be pointing towards the equator. So now that we know which direction east is, if you move and you don't get closer to the equator, you didn't go east.
Yeah, but it's not directly towards the equator. You have to head. It's always like on an angle, depending on how far away from it you are. You know what I mean? Like you can't just point, if you're south, you can't just point up north toward the equator and say that's east.
The equator is a curved line also. It's a circle around the center point on both models. So
yeah.
Of course you'd have to adjust to remain on the equator. You're going in a circle on both models.
Well, on the globe, you don't. Like if you start on the equator and head due east or due west, you stay on the equator on the globe. It's just when you're in the north or the south hemisphere and you go due east or due west, that's when it's heading towards the equator.
Well,
so when does east become west?
Technically with the globe, if you start on the equator and you take the direction of
Did you
east.
hear me, bro? Did you hear what I said, or are you just gonna talk right through me?
Yeah, it's when you turn around,
Oh,
Essie.
what did you have to say? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
No worries. I just said I was asking when does east become west or west become east? At what point?
You gotta turn 180 degrees around, then it becomes west.
No, but traveling in a straight line. I mean, that maybe I didn't phrase the question correctly.
But are you heading east or west to start?
Yeah, you're on the equator, right?
Okay.
And you're heading east. You keep on heading east. When does east become west?
Not until you turn around.
What do you mean when you turn around?
Well,
you're heading in a straight line, right?
Well, it's a direction. It's not like a area. You know what I mean? Like it's not like if you're talking like a Western hemisphere or something. Like yeah, you'll go east and then you'll be like in the Western world, quote unquote. But that's a location. If you're talking about a direction, which is what we're talking about, it's not until you turn around. You know.
It's like asking what's left of my car. Well,
no, right?
Because my car,
But you
it's like
didn't.
saying It's like saying, when does the left side of my car become the right side of my car? If I turn my car around 180 degrees, but in actuality, the direction of the left hand side of my car is constantly changing, depending on what position my car is in. Just like
Maybe you
east
didn't
and west,
understand the question, bro.
just like east and west are relative directions based on your position to the celestial bodies.
Ask it again, SE, because I don't
Yeah,
understand.
SE, can you rephrase it?
Okay, cool. So look, you take out your compass, right?
It points north.
It points north.
Only north, right? Your compass
Only
is
north.
only
Now your
attracted
mission
north,
is
right?
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
You follow that north, right? Now you keep going. You're not allowed to turn around or change directions. You're heading north. So my question is, can anybody envision north becoming south eventually on that path? That straight line path?
Didn't someone already answer that when you cross the North Pole? I'm pretty sure I heard either Jeremy or Ricky answer that.
Yeah, I can envision that. Even on
Yeah.
a flat map or a globe Earth, I can envision that going to the North Pole.
The reason that makes sense too is because the magnet points and the needle goes to that. Now you're asking east and west if it'll do the same. Well, the magnet doesn't point to east or west; it points
Yeah,
to the north.
I don't think you'll ever reverse your course on a compass until you turn around and go the opposite direction. But going north to south is different. Once you reach that northern point, the center point, and go past it, your compass is going to turn 360. Like it's going to point north again. You'll be headed south.
So okay, envision a map, a grid now, a grid, right? And you head north, or let's say you keep heading west. This is a question to everybody. So you determine where your west is, and you keep going west without deviating. Does west ever become east, or what do you envision happening? How do you envision that working?
I envision it becomes south unless you adjust towards your northern point. If you follow a compass, you're always going to head west, remain the same distance away from that northern point, but you'll never be going east unless you turn around and go the opposite direction.
Wait, hold on. I think Steve Montreal's saying like if you follow the actual equator curved path, not just keep going and then go south.
Well, he said if you just
Is that
keep
what you're
going,
saying?
it's implied you don't use a compass. You just go in your
Right.
cardinal
Yeah.
heading. You're going to start going south at that point. You're going to head west and then west southwest, and then at one point you'll be going south away from north. But if you use
Does
a
everybody
compass,
agree with that? Rakia is getting at a cardinal direction. You keep heading in that cardinal direction.
yeah.
Now, notice I didn't mention any shape or anything, right? I just said a map. You pick a direction and you keep going. What happens?
Yeah, on their model, if you start in the northern hemisphere and head west, you're going to cross the equator. You have to actually end up going south on their model too, I believe. But if you use a compass, it's totally different.
I mean, the thing I was saying, you could apply it to north and south too. Like we know which direction north is. If I move and don't get closer to north, did I go north?
No.
Yeah, so it's the same thing with east and west. You want to follow, bless you, babe. If you want to follow a latitude line and you don't get closer to east or west, like, did you really go east?
Depends on if you're using a compass or heading in a cardinal direction. Like if you head off and you take a compass and you head west, and then you throw your compass away and keep something ahead of you that's in your same direction. You don't deviate. You're going to start heading south at some point. You're going to deviate
So if
off
I
of
don't,
that.
yeah, but if I don't, you apply whatever you're going to say to north, and you realize like you can't follow a latitude line and be going east because you're not getting closer to you're never getting closer to east.
Yeah, you'd have to constantly adjust.
You have to constantly adjust. And in my
Whether
area, I
you
don't know if,
adjust, my bad.
well, in my area, if you don't adjust, sometimes a year you have to adjust more and less. Where your compass is pointing in my area at least, during the summer and during the winter, let's say, drastic times of the year, is totally different, like degrees wise. Like my
Okay.
magnetic north is different in the summer than it is in the winter.
Okay. So let's say I'm pointing north and I'm like going that direction. And then I say, well, I can go north, but not get any closer to north, depending on how I adjust. Like, just apply everything to the north situation. Like, imagine I told you I was traveling north, but I'm never getting closer to the North Pole. That'd be fucking crazy. You'd think I was crazy.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
nuts.
how could that happen?
Because
That's what you're doing with east, though.
Because north and
I don't
south
get to
are
adjust or don't adjusting.
These are relative directions. That's why. So every time you change position, the direction to north will change because north is based off of
a point.
North Pole. The direction to the North Pole, and east and west are just perpendicular to that direction.
Their
So
direction.
really, the only real direction that exists in reality is actually north.
Yep, exactly.
East, west, and south are actually just
cardinal direction.
Yeah, calculations based off of the direction of north. Now,
Absolutely.
the thing is, as you move your position, your direction to the actual North Pole will change. Therefore, the direction will change. So, yeah.
You can prove this yourself. I mean, just take a compass, and the north is where you're at right now is whatever degrees. It's always north, right? But every other degree changes depending on the angle that you're taking.
Yeah, you can't apply north and south to east and west because our compass points north, so that would make north and south straight lines, and east and west circles.
Exactly.
How about a baller perspective? Like, when does east become west? Any baller want to tackle that one?
I think they would just say like the prime meridian, maybe.
The prime meridian on their ball, huh?
Yeah, Tomorrow Island. Tomorrow Island.
Yeah, tomorrow lion. Yeah.
The only real way to head directly south is if you started going north or south, right? Because if you go north long enough, you're going to be heading directly away from the North Pole once you cross over it. But if you start anywhere else, yeah. But
what do you think happens to your compass when you keep flying north? Oh, sorry, you're kind of low.
West or east,
Sorry,
you're just going to keep circling the North Pole or the equator.
You can go over the North Pole from any angle, and once you go over it, your compass would turn around and point towards back from where you came from. You're now headed south, in your direction, but your compass is going to point behind you. No matter what angle you hit the North Pole is always going to be behind you.
That would make sense if the compass points in one direction. Yeah, that would make sense.
I think if you got to a spot, I think there would be a spot where your compass should start spinning. No?
Maybe
that's what they say. It goes crazy when you reach the south or something.
Or it has to start leaning hard, or something has to happen.
Well, it seems like it would lean hard now, right? It's floating in water. I never realized that compasses were actually magnets. I thought they were magnetic material. Now that I just, I've learned recently, or within the last 6 years, that they're actually magnets. But mine is floating in a fluid, so it seems like it should be pointing, down, like down, because my north is actually under my position, right?
Yeah, well, you know that they have different. See, that's why I think that the North Pole is actually at the top, and then it's not a monopole or whatever, and then the south one is just way down deep, because they say for the southern compasses you got to put a weight on it. You got to put a weight on it to on the needle. You got to put a weight on the needle, but you don't have. I never heard of a north compass where you have to put a weight on the needle, and it should be even on both sides.
That's why I think it's a field in your region. That's why I think it's off so much, declination and all that, because the field is stronger and less strong, or pulls in a different direction. But in my area, my magnetic field will make my magnet point north, right? It's not actually a magnet in the north. It's just the field that is in my area is making the magnet point in that direction. Does that make sense?
I mean,
Words,
Witchett's talking about the magnetic anomalies and shit. Like that should be a pretty big anomaly right there, having to put a weight in the south and not in the north.
Yeah. Well, think about just in my area,
I
right?
don't know. That's not like equal. There's no symmetry.
Think
to
about
that.
this also. You guys ever think about this? If you have a ball magnet, right, and you put it next to a compass, and you spin the ball magnet. In other words, a ball magnet has a north and a south as well, right? Half, top half and bottom half, whatever you want to call it. What do you think happens when you do that next to a compass?
The
when you
magnet
spin it?
will follow that field. Like, wherever that northern pole field is creating, that compass will turn. You can do it with something that's not a magnetic field. You
That's
can do
right.
something that's just magnetic. You can make your compass that what it's doing is throwing the field off, right? You're disturbing the field around your magnet compass. So
That's
it's making
right.
that compass move off into a different direction. I can go do it right now.
Yep, I did that yesterday. Now, check this out now. What happens in the Earth when a ship crosses the equator? Does the compass change?
I think it does.
No, it doesn't.
They say it doesn't, though.
I think it would have to declinate some.
No,
It would have to.
Declination
Yeah.
doesn't change. Just crossing
No,
the equator doesn't do anything.
Well, they
See,
make different
Blue
magnets
agrees,
for the
yeah.
south. They make different compasses for the south and north, right?
Well, they actually make
Those are-
5 different zones, but
Yeah.
Zone 1 magnets cover most of the northern hemisphere. The other 4 zones are in the south.
Well, that's the
Wait,
whole
there's
point.
4 other zones?
Yeah, that's the
You
whole
just say that
point.
You just say that there's 1 zone in the north and 4 other zones in the south.
Yeah.
You can use the other two.
You
You
can
can
look it
use
up.
the other 2 in the north, and they work pretty accurate. Like, you can't hardly tell the difference. What he's saying is zone 1 works the best in the north.
Yeah, it's just balancing the compass needle, that's all.
Yeah. In the southern hemisphere, the compass is magnetic on the tip of the indicator, and it points towards the north. And when you get in south of the equator, the compass the tip wants to point down, and that's why you weight the ass into the needle.
We have them in
Hold on,
water
not
on
down.
boats.
You
They
mean,
do not do
hold
that.
on. You mean it wants to reverse polarity like it does in reality?
No, not
When
reverse
let me
polarity.
finish.
No,
Let me finish.
not reverse polarity.
Yes, because I'll even show you a video, and I have it. I can
All
demonstrate
right, you
that.
show it to me.
You know very well when the compass passes the equator, it should reverse polarity.
No, it shouldn't.
No.
The compass doesn't point at
I'll
anything.
show it. I'll post my video with my hand spinning a little ball magnet and showing
I
you
don't
that
care about
effect.
your ball magnet, Odysee. A compass is not pointing toward the north pole of the Earth or the south pole
Yeah, the
of
field.
the Earth.
I know.
The compass is
Don't try to-
aligning itself with the magnetic field. The line of
Ingenious. I would
magnetic
never
flux.
would have
Thanks
thought
for teaching us that, Blue. Isn't that what I just said?
Yep.
So it's not
Well,
like
that's not what SE said.
Well,
I
that's
just
what we're
said it
trying to.
before
That's
you
what he
said
just
it.
said, dude. You were over talking so much and asking if you could talk and tell us what we've already said so much that you didn't hear him. So teach us again what we've already said.
No, I distinctly heard
does
SE.
not point toward the poles. It
Okay,
aligns
that's
itself
what we just
with the
said.
magnetic lines of flux. That's what it does.
Right, magnetic fields. That's why it has so many.
And
It's also much in the southern hemisphere why you have to have different compasses for different zones, because the magnetic field is stronger and weaker in different areas, right?
Field's
Yeah,
flowing
it varies.
in different
It varies
directions.
between a few tenths of a Gauss to up to a Gauss and a half, something like that.
Awesome, thank you. Well, for confirming what we've already said.
Well, good.
I think Blue was responding to SE saying that it flips when you cross the equator, which it does not.
Well, I don't know
That's
if he
my
said
whole
that.
point.
I said that.
That's my whole point.
It does not flip.
I said it
That's
should
my whole.
flip.
Wasn't that my whole point?
Let's let
And
Blue and
Rakia's
SC,
point?
or sorry, let's let Blue and SC hash it out then. Because I've seen the thing SE's talking about, so this is interesting. Go ahead, Blue and SE. Give them 5 minutes, guys.
You're
That way it
saying the
doesn't get
compass
crazy.
flips. The compass is pointing north.
No, that's my whole point, Blue. I said that it doesn't. I asked the question, and Rakia said that it should. I believe he said it should flip, right? And I said, but they say that it doesn't. That's when you came in and you agreed with me, right?
That's right. Right.
Yeah. So what's the confusion here?
Somebody said it flipped. I say it does not flip.
Well, what I said was, in reality, because I've done it, right? You have a ball magnet. You bring it next to a compass, and when you flip it, in other words, let's pretend it's the equator, right, of the ball magnet, north and south. And when you flip it, you see the polarity, the needle, the north flips over to south.
That has nothing to do with.
I have a little toy compass, and I did it with.
That
I
has
can
nothing.
post the video.
Okay. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done, Blue. Go on.
What you're talking about has nothing to do with Earth's magnetic field, and you don't need you don't need another magnet to influence your compass. All you need is a piece of ferromagnetic material that's non-magnetized.
We also went through that as well. Yeah.
That's why
I
they
said I
put
did it
gyro
with a bobby
compasses in
pin.
ships.
Yeah, I've already said that. Boy, y'all are just
Yeah.
bang
Okay.
on.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, so we understand what you're saying, Blue, but he's saying that he's done it, he's modeled it, demonstrated it on a small scale, and the compass does flip, and this doesn't happen on Earth, right, SE?
Exactly. Correct.
Well, you've got a
That would
model
be
of a tomato and a model of a Volkswagen, and you're trying to compare the two things. They're not the same things.
Yeah, hey, Jesse, you flipping that magnet over would be equivalent to flipping the Earth over, and that doesn't happen.
Let's say he takes the compass, places it on the
well,
magnet, and then moves the compass up as it goes around the curve of the ball magnet.
They're trying to change the goalposts. It's not about moving the Earth. If you yourself, the compass, moves between those fields, the same effect should happen.
In the video, SE, in the video, did you have the compass still, and then you rotated the magnet?
Yes.
Okay, so it's no different from you keeping the magnet still and moving the compass. So I don't know why that's even a point of contention. Why?
Yeah, that was my point. That's why you need different compasses in the South.
Well, why is that a point of contention?
Because it doesn't happen
in
their model.
Blue Marble. Why is moving the magnet instead of moving the compass a point of contention?
If the Earth were the size of your little ball magnet, it would do that, SE.
Why is it a point of contention of moving the magnet instead of the compass when you could either move the compass or move the magnet and it's the same thing?
Yeah, he has a valid point, Blue.
I would say
my point. Yeah.
I would say using that little ball magnet, you're overriding any of the magnetic field that the Earth's influencing that compass. You're overriding Earth's magnetic field with
this
that
ain't
magnet.
about Earth's magnetic field, dude. What is the point? Okay, so there's no point in contention in moving the magnet instead of the compass now, right? Are we good?
I don't know. It's a little confusing
I thought that
at
was
this
like
point.
a big deal a minute ago. Okay, it's not a big deal anymore. Go ahead, then.
Because they think they had a gotcha, and it's really not a gotcha. It's what's the term they use? Relative, I believe.
Well, like I said, flipping the magnet would be equivalent to flipping the Earth, which we know that doesn't happen. The compass is reacting to that magnet that's nearby that compass. Moving that magnet around, you can make that compass spin 360 degrees. I don't see how it's relevant to taking a magnet from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere.
It isn't.
Okay, what's the difference if you move the magnet or rotate the magnet or move the compass? What's the difference?
Nothing on that little tiny magnet. There is no difference.
All right. Okay, cool. So not as maybe just
He's saying scale. He's saying scale is the problem.
That's all just fine. If the Earth were the size of that little magnet, it would do just exactly what you're showing.
So scale is the issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, it goes
Okay,
against your argument because the
No, it
Earth is
doesn't.
a much bigger magnet,
Yes.
no?
Yes.
hold on. What do we need to replicate this correctly, Blue? A bigger magnet, smaller
The size
compass?
of the Earth, a magnet the size of the Earth, he's going to say.
Yeah, that's what you need. Something about the size of the Earth.
I couldn't do
What
this.
are the-
Let's say I had a compass that was the size of a dime, and then a magnet that was the size of a basketball. We couldn't replicate it with that.
I don't know. I've never even thought about that, Jeremy. I don't understand what the point would be.
He
We know
just
what
knows
it's
you're
Science.
wrong,
doing.
We're trying to
We don't know
demonstrate this stuff. We're trying to demonstrate this with using science. I know you've never heard of this
That's not
before.
science. Give me a break.
Yeah, we're trying to demonstrate how things could happen and
There's a man that
manipulate
puts
them.
balls in a shed.
Yeah. Well, the ball
Science.
magnet
You
has a
bugging, Blue.
proper. Yeah, the ball magnet has a proper electromagnetic field, which is they can't even predict on the globe. So yeah, that is true. How are you ever gonna figure it out, right? If your dynamo model doesn't work, yeah, you don't know.
He hung two smaller balls than what he could. I don't even know what he's saying now because he did it himself. Science. Put it in the science department. No, there's the call for the laugh. It's the nervous laugh, I think. So you did science by putting balls on a torsion bar.
Yeah, I did.
Putting a magnet above a compass and scaling it, trying to get it as close to scale as you can, just like what you did, isn't science.
It's not like what I
Maybe
did,
laugh
right?
for us again.
Okay, I can't because it is kind of funny. I didn't do that. I didn't do what you're talking about. And the experiment I did had nothing to do with magnetism. Nothing.
Well, thank you for telling us that because that's not what I said. But what you did
Yeah,
was
it is
scale
what you
down.
said.
Yeah, you interrupted. You gonna laugh again too?
Yeah, I will.
You done?
No, I don't know.
Okay, 2 lead balls showing proving something scientifically by scaling it down, and then a magnet and a compass scaling it would be scientific, right?
That's a damn good comparison there, Rakia.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, how you never heard of thought of anything of trying to replicate this or demonstrate it, in any kind
And
of
if he
like more
hasn't done
scientific.
it, if he hasn't thought about it, Jeremy, or done it, how does he know you're wrong? Why is he laughing?
I know how a compass behaves, Rocky.
You have thought about it.
I know what makes it do what it does.
So you have thought about it.
I'm
Because
thinking
a while
about it
ago
right
you
now, Rocky. Have you
Okay, so
thought
you
about
have
it?
thought about it. Yeah,
Have
because
you
a
thought
while ago
about it?
you said you haven't thought about it. Which
I
is
hadn't
it?
thought about a way to
So
try to
hold on a sec. With the
replicate this
same analogy,
thing. Is
then,
what
but
I see I'm pointing at.
Then how do you know it's wrong?
Rocky, it's obvious that you can't take a little ball the size of that thing SE's messing with and a huge
You
compass,
did.
comparatively speaking,
You
and
did.
try, and I did not, Rocky.
I would. Could
You
we
took
turn
lead
it
balls
down?
and hung them from a string. Yeah, you
Rocky,
took
Could we
lead
turn
balls.
it down a notch?
Yeah, we
Just a
can turn it
moment.
down, left lane. Tell them to quit
Yeah, turn
interrupting
it
and
down a
laughing.
notch. This can be a
Blue.
good conversation. This could be a good
Yeah, left
conversation.
lane.
Let's
Go
turn it
on
down a
mute.
notch.
Go on mute, left lane. Quit interrupting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he took
This is the
lead
day I
balls.
start doing what you say to do.
Yeah, he took lead balls and hung them from a string, right? Which is fine. I agree. Scientific. And he thinks he proved something. But now that somebody else is trying to take something similar and reduce it down, scale it down, and try and prove something, he laughs at it and says it's not right.
I didn't scale anything up or down with that experiment, Rocky. There's nothing. Has nothing to do with scale.
Mass attracting mass, right?
that's the issue, right? You're saying that we have to have a magnet the size of Earth, yet you don't have to scale anything up or down when you're doing your
Right.
experiment.
You don't have to have anything near the mass of Earth to prove mass attracting mass. You can scale it down, but Earth's magnetic field can't be scaled down.
Okay. Get a large enough magnet and a small enough compass, and you can probably simulate this.
Yeah,
Is that
maybe
what you did? Is that what you did? You scaled down your mass of lead ball to the Earth. Scaled it down from the Earth's mass.
No, I didn't.
And proved that you have a lead ball as size of the Earth.
I did not scale anything up or down. The gravitational attraction between two masses has nothing to do with the size of them.
So magnetic
Oh my God.
attraction does. I can take a small
Relatively
magnet.
speaking, any two masses attract each other. All you got to do is be able to
Sounds like
measure
you're
the
going
force
against your own
of
fucking way
attraction
of
and
playing.
be able to measure the distance between their centers. That's all you got to do with that.
Okay, cool.
Guys,
So
everyone
but
slow it
any
down.
magnet. Yeah. Well, what he said there while I was on mute, okay, I agree with. So now a magnet of any size, if scaled down properly, or in his case, it doesn't even have to be scaled down. Any magnet should be able to affect the compasses.
And it will, but you've got to get the compass small enough compared to the magnetic field that you're putting it in.
Okay, well, this is easy
Can
to
you
accomplish because
can
what
you
we
not-
could
can you not-
do
yeah, Faraday cage.
is we could stick a bar magnet inside clay, and we'll build the clay as big as we need to around it. Okay. So if we have that, and now we take a compass, say the clay ends up the size of the basketball, like Jeremy was saying, with a bar magnet inside. Now we take a compass the size of a dime and run it along that outside of that clay. What's
Can we
going to
not
be
just
the
do what
effect
they've
when we
done
pass
and
the
use the
equation?
Faraday cage to apparently neglect
You're not
magnetic field?
you're not replicating the way the magnetic field of the Earth operates if you try to think of it as a bar magnet. That's not what it is.
Go ahead and Google Earth's electric magnetic field and please show me what it looks like.
It looks similar.
Doesn't work on a globe. Hey, real fast, does anyone know how I can, like, I have all these different papers I had saved from back in the day and stuff, and I'm starting to find them, and they're all behind, like, a paywall, or you need to access it through an institution, like, we got any
University.
volunteers that want to help me get these papers?
Hey, I'm not good with that type of work, but I wanted to hear more from Rocky. And
Yeah, I wasn't trying. Okay, I gotta go. I was just throwing that out there so someone would help.
I'm not gonna throw this out there. There's two dudes. Okay, I'm not gonna throw them under the bus and say that they're gonna help you, but they might. They're the people I go to, and that's Jace and Chronic. But also, if, like I said, I told you before, there's a school, there's a university, there's a school in California. It's a community college, and like I said, it's a kind of a process. But you got to sign up. If you start a process to sign up to be admitted there, you get a student email, and you don't actually go through the process, but it's a workaround to get a student a college email.
Bro, get them past these paywalls. Let's go, Kosho. Do your computer nerd shit.
One more question, because I'm sorry to interrupt. So, like, say that I have someone that does access the paper. Can they actually download the PDF to their personal thing so that I would be able to send it to me? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Sorry, go ahead.
Maybe
Continue.
Nathan from your last debate. He's a college student or whatever.
That's
right?
true. Wow, thank you. I know a bunch of people in
gotta
college, I
have
guess. I just
someone.
was trying to figure out if I could do it because I hate to have to constantly bug people because I have like hundreds of them. But anyway, thank you. Go on, magnets. I must leave. Bye.
Yeah. So the Earth-sized magnet. What's up with that, guys?
So we can
What's it
scale
real
one
quick?
thing, right, Blue, but we can't scale another thing. That's kind of biased, I would say. Like,
No, my point is I didn't scale anything.
The whole issue is to try and negate the Earth's magnetic field in both scenarios, right?
No, the gravitational experiment has nothing to do with magnetic fields. Nothing.
But you still.
it's the scale that we're talking about, not the actual individual, because they're two different things. But we're basically talking about scale.
I wouldn't say Cavendish had nothing to do with magnetics. Isn't everything affected? Any material
Well, in
on
that
Earth
sense,
affected
yeah.
by a
But I mean,
magnetic? Isn't
yeah,
every
yeah.
material on Earth?
Do they not use a Faraday cage?
Is there a material on Earth that's not affected by a magnetic field?
In one way,
I
shape,
don't
or
think there
form,
is.
materials
it's
are either
important.
ferromagnetic, paramagnetic, or diamagnetic. One of the three.
Yeah, I think the trick is not trying to find something that electromagnetism is or is impervious to it. I think the trick is to account for any effects that might cause. which is usually the case. And I think even Cavendish had considered that.
And Faraday shields do not block magnetic fields.
Not for electrostatics when it's stronger than
Right,
gravity.
yeah, electrostatics.
Only
the small scale.
electrostatics. It won't have anything to do that. Nothing will stop the magnetic field.
What?
You can't block the magnetic field.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So
It's
how
only the
could
case.
Cavendish? How can you
Sorry, Jesus.
control for electrostatics in Cavendish when you can't? That means you can't isolate gravity from electrostatics. Electrostatics is stronger on the small scale.
You can absolutely eliminate electrostatic influence inside the Faraday
Can't.
cage. Yes, yes, you
You
can.
literally can't. No, you can't.
You literally can.
No, you can't.
You
All of it?
literally
No, you can't. Look it up.
The field inside
Absolutely can't.
the electrostatic field inside the Faraday cage is zero.
It's
It
zero.
must be.
In a Faraday cage,
Yes.
there's no sort of electrostatics at all.
No.
You're also using neutral materials, so there's no free electrostatic charge.
Everything's inherently electrostatic. Didn't
Yeah,
we
but
learn
if
this
it's
in electrical?
neutral, then there's no free charges to cause any electrostatic field for other charges to interact with.
That's right.
Just because
So
it's
it's
not
also
no
a
charge
vacuum.
doesn't mean there's no charge.
Yeah, that's not what I said. But in order for electrostatic fields to have an influence on something, there has to be an excess of charge. So there has to be extra free positive or negative charges for there to be an electrostatic field that's going to interact with other charges.
Correct.
As far as you know, yeah.
Well, that's just how chemistry works, right? That we're using electrostatic charges. So, and there has to be an excess.
There has to be an excess.
Bro, you got mad wind on your
So,
mic,
a net
bro.
charge,
You got mad
right?
wind on your mic. The poker chips. It sounds like you're out of breath.
Who, me or Jace?
So we get it.
he's talking about
Equal
me.
charge, neutral.
And you're using a Faraday cage, according to Blue. So you have multiple factors involved that are, discrediting this fallacious appeal to possibilities that it's electrostatics.
Well, no, I just thought that you were trying to have the Earth not influence the experiment. And so that's what the Faraday cage is for, to stop the electrostatics. That's not really...
But what does that mean, stop the electrostatics? There isn't any
No, you just
electrostatics
don't
to
want it to
begin with.
influence the
Jace,
experiment,
I
right?
just looked it up, dude, and Blue. It 100% does not stop all the electrostatics. So as amazing as Faraday cages are, they are far from perfect. They, on the whole, do not provide 100% insulation from electromagnetic waves.
No, they don't.
But you're using.
You just said they do. You said it's
matter.
zero.
No, you just
inside.
mixed two things up.
Neutral.
You just mixed up electromagnetics and electrostatics.
Oh, gotcha. So there's no electrostatics in the Faraday cage.
Right.
Also,
not
another point that should be, made here is that if what you were saying was true, if it was electrostatics or electromagnetics, the implications of that, the conclusion of that, when you do the calculation of what your result should be, if it was those electrostatics or electromagnetic effects, would be on orders of magnitude larger than gravitational effects. So your results would be much more drastic than what they really are,
Unless
because
you can
electrostatics and electromagnetic effects are much more stronger and prevalent than gravitational effects.
So the problem
that
is
doesn't
unless
that
you can
doesn't mean.
identify. All right, maybe I came
Go
in a
ahead,
little
go
premature,
ahead.
but
No,
yeah,
you're
I'm
good.
just saying, like, yeah, unless you can define magnetism, right? It's going to be kind of hard to differentiate what is primarily different about those two things, being electrostatic and electromagnetic, because essentially electrostatic is on the dielectric side, and electromagnetics obviously on the magnetic side, but magnetism is premised off of the loss of dielectricity. So you're just talking about two modalities of one and the same thing. I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, but the strength, I don't care what kind of silliness you want to say that it is, the strength of it that we can demonstrate is on orders of magnitude. It's like 30 orders of magnitude stronger than gravity.
I think your dog disagrees. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, you're probably right about that.
Bro, I can't do this for the next 2 hours, dude.
But you got to remember,
you got to just holler at us when you're like at home or you have free time. If you never have free time to talk to us ever, when you're not out of breath with the poker chips, the dogs, the wind, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little rough, bro. But yeah, I just wanted to say real quickly, the only difference between gravity and the electrostatic or electromagnetic is that one is coherent and the other is not, analogous to a regular light bulb and a laser beam. So yeah, that's the only difference. And when you understand that, you'll see the divine connection between those two things just unappropriated by calling gravity a force and being responsible based on some particle interaction. I mean, this is all a falsehood, and it's based on the fact that you don't understand what magnetism is, so you can't differentiate or see where you went wrong. That's the problem. There's nothing
Which
in
is
the universe
coherent
that's
and which
not.
is
Yeah, there's nothing in the coherent would be magnetism and incoherent would be gravity. But there's nothing in the universe that's not magnetoreactive, and even the mainstream scientists agree with that. So with that being said, it should be, of the utmost importance to understand what it is you're speaking about in regards to magnetism and actually have some sort of a coherent logical premise to support it, not just like false, subjective interpretations based on mathematical abstractions. And that's all you guys have done so far. So this should be, at the forefront of every conversation as to what is magnetism logically.
Blue. Faraday cages are limited in their effectiveness and cannot block static and slowly varying magnetic fields.
come on,
Oh.
everybody knows they're virtual photons.
Oh, like you're free to pretend all that stuff, but it's quite easy to measure the coupling of electromagnetism, right? And it's much stronger than the gravitational coupling. So you can then calculate what your results would be if this was any kind of electromagnetic, electrostatic, electric, magnetic, any kind of those effects, that you can determine what your results would be. And the order, the scale of the results is way, way more than the scale that the gravitational effects happen at, which is what is exactly measured in the experiment.
So you're saying you actually
Gravitational
are
coupling?
from the moving Raptors with the poker chips?
Yeah, that's bad, bro.
Even
Your
with the
wind and
Faraday
that's
cage,
really terrible.
there would be orders of magnitude
Whoever the
difference.
smart guy is that was told that we can't handle his background noise, whoever that is, please go on mute.
The thing is, if you get Cavendish still and not moving, you will say, I must have the electrostatics wrong. Let me tweak it. And then you'll get it to move a little bit, and then you say, okay, I got the electrostatics right, where you could have had them right in the first place, and they should just don't move.
Jace,
So
hot
if you're
mic.
not talking, at least go on mute. Hold on, man. Yo, if you're not talking, Jace, at least go on mute, please. When you're not talking. Oh shit.
I thought I was on mute, my bad.
All right. Okay.
It's the Ghost of Christmas Past over here.
Well, I have the push to talk thing on, so I was not pressing the button. I don't know why it got pressed down.
There are many manuals out there, man. I mean, just all over the place. Try and find one.
So you have Cavendish, it's not moving. You say, I must have electrostatics wrong. You tweak that. It starts to move a little bit, tiny bit, and you say, oh, that's gravity right there now.
Well, it moves in the wrong direction, and then you adjust it the other way, and then it moves in the right predicted.
Right,
way,
they've
right?
weakened the electromagnetic effects with the Faraday cage, but not completely neutralized it. So, what's to say it's not still that? Because you've weakened it. Am I talking Japanese? Sorry, guys.
See, they shifted the argument. The argument was the compass and why it does what it does when it crosses the equator, and somehow we ended up here.
Well, I wanted to know what this is. I blame me for that because I wanted to know why. What were they trying to? What were they trying to remove? Effects wise, you know, in the Cavendish, and what are you trying to remove in this compass experiment that you want to do?
It wasn't about the Cavendish experiment itself. It
I
was
know that.
about
I know that, but I was
making the comparison between me scaling down a demonstration of how a ball magnet should work with a compass, as opposed to how it actually works on the Earth.
right. But this is all to do with the scale of the Earth, right? So we've got to negate
Just about scale, yeah.
the
argument is scale, yeah.
Yeah, but because of effects that the Earth is having on both of these possible experiments.
You can say that, I guess, yeah.
If a really small force like electromagnetics affects the Earth, then what do you think it's going to do to a small ball in a room? Affect it more or less? I mean,
actually,
to say
the
it's not
magnetic
science.
field, the magnetic field comes primarily from solar induction, but so it's a misnomer upon mainstream science to say that it's Earth's magnetic fields emanating from its core. But I'm just saying, like, if they can't even identify what magnetism is or where it's coming from, like, you're going to take their word on anything else. I mean, you're just basing your narrative on false assumption to begin
I
with.
was making a point on Blue saying it wasn't science. So it has nothing to do with who's right or wrong. It's
My bad.
a scientific man, a man that's done experiments all his life. He has patents. He gives lectures in physics departments saying what SC was doing by doing this experiment and thinking about it and discussing it in Discord isn't science, and that he's wrong even though he hasn't thought about it. And then had to switch and say he was thinking about it. Shame. Why do they have to do that? Why can't they just join the discussion and say, well, no, I believe that the magnetic field would do this and this ball magnet doesn't represent this. No, they have to be the way they are because of why? Like, why?
Because they
left
want to
lane thinks it's
falsely.
ego. No, left lane thinks it's ego.
Well, it's
He
all
thinks
it's all
Blue acts
based on.
like that because he has a big ego. Like he just gave that lecture in the physics department. So he must be right. So he comes in here and talks down to us because we didn't give
I'm
a
not talking
lecture.
down to you, Rocky.
You laughed.
I'm not talking down to you. Yeah, I was laughing.
You
Some
laughed.
silly shit you said. Yes.
Yeah, see, silly shit that you said. But if a guy in the lecture yesterday would have said, you know, one of the professors that you were teaching, you wouldn't have laughed at him.
I certainly would if he said something that stupid. Yes.
You're so full of shit. We all see through it, bro. Even left lane.
You do?
Yeah,
What do you see? What do you see,
Wait.
Leslie?
What is Rakim misrepresenting about me now?
Oh, you what?
You keep
Oh,
saying-
you wasn't talking about Blue having a big ego.
No, I was talking about your ego.
My ego. I
Yeah.
was
Your
being
ego.
down to earth trying to figure something out. How can that be a big ego?
Well, I mean, we play it back and re-listen to the stream
Yeah, we
over the last
can.
30 minutes,
We
and it'll
can.
show up.
We can. We'll show me talking to SC, going, yeah, that's pretty neat. I've done the same thing. No ego involved. And then Blue coming in and laughing and saying it wasn't science. Which part is ego again? Seems you're wrong again. Maybe bail out again, saying that's too much for me. I'm gonna, go in the chat and talk about somebody.
Okay,
Which
so
is what you did.
So sitting a little ball magnet down next to a compass is doing science. Is that is that what you think?
You're
That's okay
laughing
with me
again,
if
huh?
that's what you believe.
It's not science?
What
fine
is
with me.
science?
That's what you think.
Yeah, it's not science?
Yeah,
What's the purpose of science, Blue?
To gain knowledge. That's what it is, and that's
To
what you're
gain
doing.
knowledge?
You're gaining some knowledge. So okay, let's call that science. Now let's try to get it right.
What is knowledge?
Can you come up with a large enough a large ball magnet, SC, not a little tiny one, much smaller than the needle in the compass.
Is
Can you
not
find?
is
Well,
knowledge?
tell us what size
Could you
would you like?
could
Yeah.
you please
Well, what
could you
size?
please find a large ball magnet? Let's
I
not
asked you
get
what
too
science
crazy.
was,
Say
Blue.
one 2 feet in diameter.
I asked you what the
2
point of
feet in
science was,
diameter?
man. All right.
Well,
I
I'm
can't
just
get
wondering
anything.
what's the smallest compass you think you can find?
I don't know. That's a little toy compass. That's pretty small.
No, just get a ball magnet that's substantially larger in diameter than the length of the compass needle and try it.
Okay, let's say I get a bigger one, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would you envision would happen if I get a ball magnet with the radius or with the diameter bigger than the needle? What do you think would happen when I twist it? Something would change?
Well,
in respect to the other thing I did?
I think if you let the compass needle line up with the magnetic field of that magnet, and then you just move it toward or away from, the North Pole, it's always going to point toward in the same direction as those lines of flux, is what I think.
Okay, so
what I
not
think is
what I
if
did.
you go past the center of it, like you're talking about, and going past the equator, and something happens, nothing's going to happen. It's still going to be pointing the same direction.
Okay, fair enough. So maybe I'll try to find a bigger magnet and a smaller compass. But you're saying that there won't be a realignment in polarity like I showed in the video I posted.
No, because that's not what you're talking about a compass doing on the Earth. The Earth doesn't spin around under the magnet like that.
Well, that's my whole
Dude, it's the
Are
same
we
thing
communicating?
it's the same thing as if you move the magnet or you rotate the ball. What is the difference? I thought we already cleared this up like 20 minutes ago.
And are we doing science now that Blue is involved? Is this scientific? Now that he's given us the size we need to use, is this science?
The magnet,
What's the
the
difference?
needle in the compass is going to stay lined up with the magnetic lines of flux produced by that magnet.
Okay.
It's going to follow
what is
that.
the difference?
And if you spin the ball around, that compass needle is going to remain aligned with those lines of flux. Period.
Okay, we got the
So
ball.
the compass will spin around.
We got the ball. We got the sphere ball, basketball sized magnet. We got a compass.
Okay.
We got the compass on top of the ball. What's the difference if you spin the ball or move the compass around the ball?
You can do either one, Jeremy.
It wouldn't make a difference. Okay.
If you set the compass directly on top of the pole, north or south, then you're going to get funny things happening. That you're in a cone of confusion, so to speak, at that point. So put the magnetic poles left and right in the compass sitting on top of it. And now when you spin the ball around, the compass needle is just going to follow it.
We're going to do it a whole bunch of ways, Blue. That's
Okay,
science.
do it
We're going to
every
do it a
way.
whole. We're going to do it a whole bunch of ways
Possible way you
scientifically.
can think of, Jeremy.
Yeah. Yes, we're going to do it a whole bunch of ways. Science, like science.
That would be the proper way to do it.
Is that science? Is that science?
Yes, that would be the proper way to do it.
Is that science?
Control it, and do everything you can think of.
Now that Blue has told us how to do it, it's science now?
Try it and see.
Is it going to be science?
Yeah, before it wasn't science, just like the moon's not accelerating now around the Earth. But if we tied a string to it, it would be. Or if we send a guy up in a rocket, Earth is closed until the guy gets there with the rocket, then it's open.
If we do it on a train, Jeremy, is it science?
I mean, we got to get this train back on the tracks, I'll tell you that.
Well, that was silly, Jeremy.
I think if Blue is not laughing, it's science.
Coming in. What's silly is Blue coming in saying the exact thing that we had just said, and then saying what we did wasn't science, but then agreeing that if we did it his way, which is basically the same way, just scaling it up, is science. That is funny.
What's funny is that you don't seem to be able to understand what's different about what I told you and what you were thinking about.
I just explained it very explicitly. It's basically the same thing. You just agreed
No,
it
it's
was
not
the
the
same
same
thing.
thing. No, it's
You
not
just
the same.
agreed it didn't matter.
It's
You
not
just
the
agreed with
same thing.
about
That
90%
you
of what we
can't
had said.
do what
Okay,
I'm
okay.
talking about
Hold
with that
on.
little
Let's slow it
tiny
down. We're
ball
all
man.
going to go one at a time, Blue. Can you hear me? We're
Yeah.
going to slow it down. Let's all just go one at a time. I don't know who was first on that, but just one at a time, guys.
Go ahead, Blue.
You're such a gentleman, Rakia.
Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
I
Let
would just
Blue.
think if you,
No, left lane. It's
I would
Blue's
think if
turn.
you,
What are you doing?
yeah, I'm gonna,
What are you
I
doing,
would
left
think
lane?
I've got
We just
input.
cleared the
I've got
floor for
input.
Blue. Yeah, but it's Blue's turn.
Jeremy,
Hey,
please.
Jeremy, we just cleared the floor for Blue. Is it left lane's turn?
I would think if you were trying to figure out what a compass and how it acted on the surface of the Earth, that you would want to sort of replicate those same conditions, and I think that's what Blue's getting at.
So hang lead balls from a string has anything to do with what we see on Earth, left lane? Is that science then?
That's not. They're not trying to do anything with compasses in the Cavendish experiment.
So everybody but Blue, now that we've cleared the floor for Blue to explain how he's agreed that if we do it this way, it is science. And he's basically agreed with Jeremy that it doesn't matter which way you spin, what you spin, or how you spin it. We should
I
spin it
didn't say that.
always. Yeah, we should do it always. And
I didn't say
basically
that.
agree. It's your turn. Go ahead, Blue.
That's not what I said, Rocky. I advised Jeremy to try it every way he could think of. I didn't say it wouldn't make any difference.
Is that science?
Call it what you like. I don't care.
No, I'm asking you your opinion as a scientific guru, like as someone who gives lectures at physics department to the physics teachers.
Yeah, I did.
Is what I'm saying science? If we do it that way, is that science?
Yeah, if you do a few more things, yeah, sure.
Like what? What should we do? Because we definitely want to be science.
I would make sure I control everything. I would make sure I've got everything, things marked, so I know what direction, what the orientation is between the magnet and the compass. I would think about those things.
But that wouldn't make it science, right? That would just make it a better experiment, like better science. I'm asking you if what SC proposed doing is he doing science?
Yeah, Rocky, pouring salt in a glass of water.
I know. Maybe
science,
laugh again
okay?
at it. Maybe laugh one more time
pouring water
about what we're
salt
doing
in
and
a glass
talking
of
about.
water would be science based on what you're saying.
Okay, so it is science. I'm glad you agree. So why would you laugh at
Ask him a
science?
question and then talk over his answer. That's not.
No, I heard
not
his answer.
Conversation.
No, I heard his answer. Now he agrees it is science. So what I'm asking now is why he laughed at it.
I don't think he was agreeing that it is science.
So it's not science then. Do you agree it's science there, Mr. Chemist? Like when someone takes a magnet and starts filling around a compass, is that doing science? What if he marks everything? What if he does it every which way you can and every scale? Is that science?
What's the hypothesis?
I think my point is made. He shouldn't have laughed. He knows he shouldn't have laughed. He laughs because he's just trying to put us down because of maybe left lane being right. His ego is a little bigger than it should be when he comes here. Even if we're wrong, right? Even if our hypothesis is wrong, it's still science. SE can be dead wrong. He could do everything wrong. He's still doing science. Why is Blue laughing at it? He was in a physics department giving a lecture. He is a scientist. Why would he laugh at anybody doing it?
Sorry, I went downstairs. Can C Montreal say it again because I missed it?
You want to see what's funny too? I didn't hear it either, so.
SE might have stepped out.
Oh, I see.
Is there anybody?
Sorry, guys, I was on mute.
Oh, go ahead. I see. Yeah, me both, and I don't know who that was, but we both are as a gym, but we both wanted to. We didn't hear your test, man, and we're both curious to see if it's Yeah, what it is.
If you
It
would,
was a
SE, take
question, right? It was a question, right? You have a ball magnet, right? You put it next to a compass and you spin it, right? Now the north and the south, once they switch positions on the ball magnet, the compass switched. So it changes polarity, right? The north side of the needle comes towards you, and then the south moves away from you.
Oh
As
yeah.
it switches. So the question I asked was, does that happen on Earth? And Rakia said it should. He doesn't. It should. And Blue came along and he said, no, it doesn't. And I said, that is the correct version of their model. And then
what I would
all
do.
this. Sorry?
Yeah. What are you giving him, a recap? Listen, what I would do is
Yeah, it was.
get the biggest.
Here, sorry, Jeremy.
It's fine. It's fine. This is what I would do: get the biggest spherical magnet you can, and get the tiniest compass you can. Right? It's probably not even that much. Those magnets got cheap, bro. So I mean, you should be able to get a teeny tiny compass for like $2, and then a giant, one of those giant ball magnets for maybe $10, $20. I don't know how big. $50. That'd be awesome to just have. You gotta be careful with those neodymium magnets, though. They're fucking dangerous, but that'd be neat to see. I would try.
So yeah, you'd mark an equator on the ball magnet, and then do the same thing. See if it flips polarity when you go across the equator.
So you would. So let me just make sure. Sorry, go ahead, Blue.
That's a great idea. Mark an equator. Find out where the poles are of the ball magnet. Find out where north and south is. Mark those points, and then mark an equator on it, just like the Earth. And then set your compass up on top of it with the poles lined up horizontally, because your compass won't work if you stand it up vertically, will it?
Let's say I had a. Yeah, well, you put it perpendicular to the sphere or whatever. So let's say I had a magnet and I wanted to figure out where the North Pole and the South Pole was. What would you use to do that?
Another magnet.
Use compass to do
another magnet.
Another magnet.
It's another magnet. All right. Yeah. How do you know which? How do you know which pole is north and south on that magnet?
A magnet that you know the poles of.
Well, keeping in mind that the
I feel like it's arbitrary.
Yeah, the north end of a compass actually points at the south pole of the Earth. It's literally the South Pole. We just call it the North Pole because that's the way our compasses line up.
So a magnet, we know the polarity of will tell us the polarity of another magnet. Okay.
Yeah, sure. As long as one of them is known.
Yeah.
You could actually use the compass to identify the poles.
Yeah, the compass itself would do it.
I feel like that would be circular then, though, because we're trying to use the thing to see about the compass. I know that's how maybe they do.
No, I get what
globe science. That's how they do science, circular.
By that magnet. So yeah, we don't want to use the compass to test the magnet before we use the magnet to test the compass.
Is that blue marble science? Blue.
Let me ask this: Why do you think that the compass would flip on the equator? I don't understand that.
I think it would have to flip on the poles. Yeah. Now that I've rethought it.
At the poles, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why do you think they flip it equators, or whoever thinks it?
I've seen a thing before where when it crosses the halfway point, they had like a bar magnet, and then they like moved it around it, and then when it crossed the thing, it flipped.
Well, I think from that video that C Montreal sent in, that it shows if that's horizontal, that ball magnet, and north and south are horizontal, then as is twisting it is turning different pole to it, and it does polarize the magnet.
If you have it flipping at the equator, then it can't flip at the poles themselves, because it can't be like flip 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 flip. It's just like flip flip at the poles.
Yeah, flip flip.
Are you guys saying it's flipping at the poles? Is that what they're saying?
Well,
I think it would flip at the poles. Yeah.
I didn't hear what he said in that video that you put in, Montreal. Do you know the orientation of that ball magnet when it's doing that?
Actually, that's a good question, and the answer is no, I do not. I will have to. I'd have to check that. Good point, guys. I'm assuming it's
he's
the
Canadian
equator.
now, so this is Canadian science right here for you.
This is me just grabbing a freaking ball magnet and a toy thing and pulling a video in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But that's
this is a good point, man. Because those ball magnets, they're not actually ball magnets.
Hold on. We got Canadian science where you don't even know what you're doing. Then we got the blue marble science where you use the thing to prove.
Hey, you guys made me a freaking scientist. I just did a video for 10 seconds.
Okay, well, yeah, those ball magnets, those type balls, as I remember, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that those aren't like ball shaped magnets. I think there's a magnet in there that isn't actual.
Isn't spherical.
We're gonna have to go over that hairy
I'm not 100%
testicle
sure.
theory you were talking about the other day, because that had something to do with spheres and shit, right?
Yeah, it did.
Hairy-
It did.
hairy
I
ball
know
theory.
you've been eager to get on that one, dude. I know that, but you've been salivating at the mouth ever since that. But regardless, yeah. So this thing that you posted, SC, it's a nothing burger, okay? Because you don't know anything about that
I
ball.
never
that he
said
has in
it
his
was,
hand.
man.
Yeah, well, I wasn't here, dude.
when-
I didn't say you said it was.
Yeah.
We agree with each other then. It's a nothing burger. And
No, it's not a nothing burger. It shows that when you flip a ball magnet, the compass polarity changes. There's nothing that you can say or do that's going to change that. Now it either flips at the equator.
we don't know.
Hold
we
on.
don't know what's happening.
It either flips at the equator or
You
it
interrupted
flips
me.
at the poles. That's the only contention we have here.
Guys,
fair
please
enough.
don't interrupt people's interruptions for the love of God.
Yeah, Kosho.
Well, I'm gonna interrupt people's interruptions. Don't interrupt my regular statement, dude. This was like last night when I was with Gio. I was having a good conversation with Gio, but I promise you, the second he wants to say something, dude, I forget what I'm saying now because he jumps in with his stuff. But I know we actually had a good conversation last night. But anyways, it's not important. Yeah. So I guess you guys already established that. Yeah, you have no idea which way that ball's oriented, which to me makes this irrelevant. But
somebody check Google.
No, there's no Google.
No, stop!
There's
Don't
no
interrupt
Google
my
in that, dude.
interruption. Don't. Somebody check
Son of a
Google.
bitch.
Son of a bitch, right? Kosho, we should check Google right now for the biggest ball spherical magnet we can get. I bet you it's like $50 or something.
You're obsessed with balls, and no, it's not.
It's going to be like $1,000.
It's way more expensive than
you
that.
You guys have no idea, bro. You know how much
he
a
has no
magnet
idea.
like that will cost?
Okay, first thing we got to do is see the tiniest magnet and then get an appropriate, first thing we got to do is see the tiniest compass they have and then get an appropriate size magnet.
That's what you do. Yeah.
You know what Zanny told a story once that he was at like a science, I don't know, some sort of maybe science museum or science, like they had like tables out and he was walking around at them. But there was one table where they had like a ball magnet, like a massive ball magnet, and it was attached to this like whatever it was attached to. But they had a challenge that said, see if you can lift this or whatever. Nobody could lift it. And he said that he did it. And so he lifted it. But the second he got it separated, like he let it go real quickly, I guess. And it crashed against the other one. It fucking exploded in like a whole bunch of pieces. But
yo, those magnets are fucking dangerous, dude. If anyone gets these neodymium magnets or whatever, wear eye protection. You don't want to be walking around with an eye patch or something crazy.
You don't want two of them, dude. Like if you have two of them in the same room, if you have those strong ones, yeah, they'll fucking fly at each other at extreme speed. So you have to keep
even with metal.
Special case.
Even if you just have a piece of metal, you don't even need another magnet. Just a piece of metal will make them shit shard up and go crazy.
Not even shard up. You'll lose a finger, man. If you get your finger in between that and you'll lose a finger, bro. Yeah. Don't mess around with this.
Be careful.
Have you seen the video where the dude try to split them apart? Like he has to build this wedge and get them split apart. It takes a lot of fucking work, dude. Like I'm talking about the ones I'm talking about. They're hockey puck sized. They're not even that big.
No, the one I'm talking about is huge, bro. It's like a block, and the guy even pushes a mouse with it. Okay, hangs a mouse, and he pushes the mouse. So just imagine how powerful that
mouse
is.
Like
a
house mouse.
Yeah, it was pet mouse. Yeah.
He was fucking with his pet mouse with his magnet, dude. He was pushing it.
I don't think that he had intercourse with his mouse.
Relax, guys. Like, come on, man. It's a family show here.
You'd be surprised, man.
Kosho said that. I think Kosho's drunk.
Oh, come on, though. It's allow a bit of, you know, you can
We
tell
do
it was
gotta
being
try to.
sarcastic. Come on.
We
Yeah,
do gotta
you're
try
right,
to clean our act
Kosho.
up
Can
a
you
little bit.
please? Yeah, exactly, Kosho.
Seriously, you guys never seen that? Is it that guy smarter every day or something, or one of
Oh,
these
he
dudes?
does that?
Yeah, he pushes a mouse. One of those guys. He gets a huge magnet, bro, the biggest magnet you can buy, and it's nowhere near the size of a basketball. You guys are in La La
Oh
Land,
yeah,
like.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling Jeremy, dude. Yeah, there's no way. I mean, it depends on what
Jerry,
type. It depends
Blue
on what the
has,
magnet is
yeah.
made out of. Maybe find an iron one that big.
Are you
And
talking
that
about like the
magnet, I
one
forget
that
how much you said it cost, like $1,000 or something.
you're talking about, like the one that what's his name, Ken Wheeler has? Pretty similar.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
which one he has.
it's
The
it's
biggest one you
basically
can get.
it's basically a super magnet. Yeah, it's like a 8 or 10 inch diameter neodymium. I think it's like a N80 Gauss. I'm not too sure.
That's the
It might
one.
be,
That's the one. Yeah.
but either
What's the
way, I
Teslas
mean, they're
on
really
that?
expensive, and you could virtually kill yourself with that thing if you don't know what the hell you're doing.
We have like 12 Tesla, 15 Tesla, like 600 megahertz, 800 megahertz
Yeah,
magnets
but that's
in our lab.
applying current. Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about just
There's
a magnet on its own.
superconducting magnets. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no shit though. What's the material? What materials do you use for those superconducting magnets?
It's a superconductor. I'm not
I
sure
just
the
told you,
exact
it's a
material.
neodymium magnet, so
No,
it's
it's not
They don't
ceramic.
make. They don't
neodymium.
make. Yeah, they don't make superconductors with neodymium.
Well, they're ceramic, basically.
But we cool them with liquid nitrogen, liquid helium. But
Yeah.
they're superfluid helium. But yeah, they're probably some kind of barium oxygen silicate kind of thing, I would guess.
What's the temperature? Is it called the critical temperature? Is that what it's called when the material is going to be superconductive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super critical state. Yeah.
Well, supercriticality is something different. Yeah, there's like a superconducting point. Forget what the exact name of the point is, but
I've seen critical temperature, but I don't know if that's refers to it or not. Let me see.
critical temperature, usually, like if you're thinking about something like CO2, the critical temperature is where it's like in between. It's basically acting as both a gas and a liquid, right? It's in the supercritical phase, which is different. That's not superconductivity or superfluidity. That's a different kind of thing on its own.
Yes.
Okay, it says neodymium requires 10 Kelvin to be a superconductor. Oh shit! It says neodymium. Oh no, maybe it doesn't. Let me see. Let me make sure this talking about neodymium. Give me a second.
Oh, I know which one he's talking about with Wheeler. He has, I think that's the one where he has a cathode ray tube television, an old one, and he influences it from like far away. That's how powerful those freaking magnets. I forget how far away he was, 20 feet or something.
You don't need a super magnet of that caliber to do that. You can do that with like a 3x3 and 35 Gauss from up to, I think it was observed at like 100 feet or further. I can't remember, but it was
It was Wheeler that did it, right?
Well, no, a lot of people have done this, but Wheeler
I think I
talked
remember
about it.
seeing it somewhere. Okay, yeah.
I mean, he has done it. He's taken the magnet up against the analog, tube set TV and showed the field disparity across the tube set. Like, so as you wave the magnet, the tube set reacts to it. And yeah, this is at like really extreme distances where when you were to measure the magnetic field, it's only picked up in like within 2 or 3 feet before it falls off. So it goes to show that It's not necessarily the field rather than the surrounding field that's being affected.
Or the
Like the
direction of
air,
flow.
yeah, kind
Because
of
obviously
ether kind of a thing, yeah.
Well,
you flip it.
mainstream science, like Jace will tell you, that the magnetic fields extend off into infinity and beyond, but no one can ever falsify or verify that. So I mean, and it's not even logical.
You can
So it's
falsify
got to
that.
be. Yeah. Okay. So it's got to be. There's got to be another answer.
Yeah, and I also wouldn't say that.
You've said it before, as well as Kosho.
I've never
I
said
don't think I've
that,
said
dude.
that.
Don't be
Yeah, both
putting
of you.
words in my mouth.
No, you have. So how
You
far
might
does
be
the
thinking about
magnetic field
gravity.
go?
I've never said that. Stop lying. I have never said that.
That's nice. How far does the magnetic field go?
Right? There's the field lines come out of one pole and go into
Not what I asked you.
another pole. So
Not what I asked
they're
you.
not extending just by simple logic. They're not extending out to infinity. They're following a 1/r squared law.
So how far do they go?
It depends on the magnet, dude.
Okay, and 35 Gauss, which I said could be picked up on an analog 2 set at over 100 feet, where you can put it next to a Gauss meter, only measure it within 2 to 3 feet before it falls off. So how far is the magnetic field going?
If I'll take your word that it's 2 to 3 feet, whatever you can measure.
Well, why are we seeing a field disparity across the tube set?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't really know what you're talking about. All I
Yeah,
was chiming in
that's
was to
fine.
say that I've never said that the field extends to infinity. Your little point you're making is moot to that.
What do you mean by field disparity over the tube set? What does that mean?
You can see a distinct geometry pattern across the tube set, and it's the same pattern you'd see with a ferrocell, where you have
Or with
centripetal convergence and centrifugal divergence, creating a toroidal holography across the tube. So
You're just describing the magnetic field, right? Because I was gonna say the same. I was gonna say you can get that ball magnet thing you want to do with the compass. If you wanted to be really sophisticated, you could get like a clear shells to put around that magnet, a couple of them, and then after about the first clear shell, and then another clear shell over that, and then over that clear shell put iron shavings, and then clear shell over that, and then put the magnet in the middle, and you can kind of observe the magnetic field lines. At least you'll get an idea of the magnetic field lines. Do something like that, but yeah, you're just talking about the magnetic field lines. You're saying why does that? Why do they look like that?
Well, I was asked a question by Skylane, and I was answering it. He asked, "What do you actually see on the tube set?" And I was describing the what you see.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying you were asking Jay about the disparity between those field lines. I don't know if I understand the question that you asked him.
I don't know that I asked the specific question.
To Jace?
I mean, I did moments ago, but he's already stated his position on that. I mean, I don't know why we need to beat a
You
dead horse.
asked me something. You said you can't measure the field, yet there's some influence it has on the tube set disparity.
Yeah, no, I said you could. I said you can measure the magnetic field of the Gauss meter within 2 to 3 feet, and it falls off after that. But yet we can still see the effects of the magnetic field across the tube set. And I asked you, why is that? If the magnetic field, you agree, falls off within that said proximity of the Gauss meter, but yet we can still see its effects way past that. So I'm just saying, like, what's the answer to that?
Get a better Gauss
Doesn't
meter.
it pretend?
I don't know. There's like a million
Vision of
different
your Gauss
things
meter.
that can cause that your meter is not sensitive enough. There's some residual field getting out. Like there's, I don't get what you're.
So I'll repeat the question. You take a N35 Gauss neodymium magnet and you measure it with a Gauss meter. After 2 or 3 feet, you can no longer get a reading because you're too far away. But when you take that same magnet across a tube set at over 100 feet away, you can see it affecting the tube set. So, I mean, it's pretty like, it's a pretty direct, question. If you don't have an answer, it's
100
fine.
feet.
I'd have to see like the effect that's happening on the tube set. Like I get what you're saying, but there's multiple things that can be happening, and I don't know exactly what you mean by field disparity on the tube set. I'd have to see exactly what's happening to provide a better answer for what the mechanism that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. But I mean, this is a pretty cheap experiment you could do yourself for less than $100. I mean, or you can look at the hundreds of videos that other people have done and make heads or tails on it. So, I mean, it's out there. It's not like
if you had a more
thing.
sensitive Gauss meter, couldn't you detect it from further?
No.
Well, yeah, of course you could. The detection
Maybe if you had like
threshold is
LIGO or
set by
something, but that's far-fetched.
the sensitivity of the Gauss meter.
Yeah.
Right, because
that
there's
gets into a whole nother debate.
There's no Gauss meters or any kind of magnetic field measuring devices that have a sensitivity equal to the exact 0 point of a magnetic field. That we don't have instruments or tools that sensitive, right? There's an error
Well, I mean,
in the measurement.
you're only bedazzling yourself with is good enough. I mean, I don't understand why you have to have it down to like the 100th decimal point to feel satisfied. But anyhow,
It's not that. You're saying you're not getting a reading. So that's
it's because there's a possibility that the magnet, just because your Gauss meter can't pick up the field, there's still some field past that point. That's the point I'm making.
I mean, you could argue
which
that
is
point,
why
but
you can see
I
it
don't think it's a
influence the
fair.
tube.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a fair assumption to make. I think you'd kind of be off on your own making that assumption, maybe with Kosho or something even. But yeah, I mean, no academics.
It seems common sense, man.
Stand by that.
It seems like
is
common
like
sense.
the most
No,
common sense answer.
It's not common sense at all. It's not common sense at all because even within 12 inches, measuring the magnetic field with a Gauss meter, you don't even get a reading at the center of a magnetic field. So like you guys are completely off the rocker, dude, on making that assumption.
Do you not understand that, like, when you measure a foot with a ruler, right, you're not measuring a foot exactly. There's a limitation to the ruler. It can only measure up to a specific precision, and the foot can extend past that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even measure upon that which measures itself. It's merely a convention that we all just kind of agree upon. So if you want to get down to the micro, inspection of what a foot is, I mean, sure, you could argue that, but I think that's just kind of like off on a different topic.
No,
like we're just talking about reading a magnetic field, right? And I'm just telling you that you pick it up within a certain proximity. After that, it falls off. If you want to have a discrepancy about the integrity of the device itself, then I mean, sure, you could argue that, but it's kind of a remedial argument because it's hand waving the fact that you can clearly see the field across the tube set, no matter what distance within a set proximity, which is like way further than what you're actually reading. So if you're going to make that comparison, then the field disparity, i.e., the picture you're seeing on that tube set, should either fall off parallel with the distance to the point you're making or increase, and we don't see that. So it's just a false assumption without any evidence to support it because you haven't even looked into it. You're just grasping at straws to come up with an answer.
I mean, do you have a pretty good Gauss meter, or is it like Fisher Price or something? Because if it's like a less like I mean, it just works with anything, like a stud finder. If you have a stud finder and it's like, you know, a very cheap one, you can put it on the wall and it'll give you an idea of the wood's behind there, but it might give you a false positive or a false negative based on the edges of where it's telling you the wood is, because it's not very precise. It's not precise. Versus something that's more precise is going to give you an exact idea of where the wood is behind that. So it's the same with if your device is not sensitive enough to measure, you know, a weak magnetic field, then there could still be a magnetic field beyond that, or it's extending beyond that, but it's just not, you know, perceivable by your device. I mean, this is, you can do a million examples, which is the case in like any measuring device. It's not sensitive enough.
Yeah. Well, like I already told you, I mean, you're making the point about distance, but I've already discluded the point because I gave an analogy within 1 foot of distance versus the 3 feet where the fall off lies. And if you were to take the measurement even within a foot, and you were to measure the center of that magnetic field, you're not going to get a reading. So it has nothing to do with the sensitivity, rather the magnetic field itself. But again, I don't know. You probably didn't know that either. Magnetism lies at the plane of inertia, which is 90 degrees perpendicular to the face of the polar north or south facing field. So
Are you saying you wouldn't get a reading if you were at a different angle than that plane?
yeah, what I'm saying is that there's no magnetism at the center of a magnet, and what you call magnetism, i.e. the attractive and repulsive force of a magnet, actually lies off to the side, not at the face of the north or south field. That's why, like, when you put a magnet up to something, you'll notice that it dramatically intensifies as you turn the magnet to its side, whether it's going to repel or attract something.
Yeah, because the field lines come out of the poles, so the field lines extend and they arc around and go to the other side of the pole. So yeah, at that center point, you know, the perfect center point. Yeah, there's not a field there, or you're not gonna detect a field there. I mean, anyone who's seen a magnetic field, you know, knows that. It sounded like you were saying that if it wasn't on the plane, like if it was above or below the plane, you wouldn't detect the magnetism either. You weren't saying that though, right? I gotta be careful. I procrastinated so much in here yesterday. I gotta restrain myself.
Looks like you're going to spend a lot of money trying to get a big spherical magnet, Essie. Just do it with a bar magnet. Get a big bar magnet. Hold your compass right over the top of the bar magnet. It'll line itself up with the magnetic field lines and move it forward in line with the magnet back and forth. And that needle will maintain its orientation. Try that. That's essentially simulating what you're talking about.
Sorry, Blue, if you're talking to me, I kind of heard you, but I can't really talk right now.
Yeah, I just got back. Sorry, I had a phone call. Where'd we leave off? Hey, Blue, I got a question for
you. Go.
What do you think is responsible for the attractive or repulsive force of a magnet?
The alignment of magnetic dipoles.
You said the magnetic dipoles?
Yeah.
And how does that explain the phenomena of attraction or repulsion? I mean, I would assume you're going to get into like the dipole moment or something.
Yeah. Well, I really don't want to get into that. So.
Okay. All right. Would you say, Blue, that that magnetism is the release and emission and interaction of virtual photons?
Well, that's certainly one of the ideas, isn't it?
Sorry, dude, I missed everything you said. I had a phone call. My apology. You can just say yay or nay. I mean,
Yeah, I said that's one of the ideas. I'm not sure how well
right.
documented that is.
No, it's certainly the idea from mainstream. So I was just wondering if that's something you agree with, or if that sounds intuitive to you.
Well, what I'll do is defer to people that know a lot more about that than I do.
What was that, man? Sorry.
I said what I'll do is defer to people that know a lot more about it than I do.
Well, I mean, Richard Feynman, I guess, would be probably one of the Godhead father figures of the whole idea to begin with, and seems to be, the authority figure on the topic. So I guess if you would divert to what he said, then I mean, that would probably be like the most astute response.
Didn't he say that that's not? Oh, go ahead, Jace.
Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
I was going to say, didn't he say that that's not that's not claiming what's happening, but that's just a way of that's a way of thinking about what's happening, or that's like
Right.
that's a way of it's a way that you
Perceiving
can
it.
make sense of what's happening. Yeah, but I don't think that's
Try
a claim
to.
of what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. That's just kind of the framework by which they go by, but yeah, whether or not that has any narrative, go.
Yeah, I'd go by his actual work, right? His work on quantum electrodynamics and the mechanisms of magnetism that are in that, not by the trying to make sense of it in your mind visually kind of explanation.
Well, no, I'm trying to get down to the understanding as to what the mechanism is solely predicated upon, as to why we have, magnetism to begin with. So, and that's kind of what they've condensed down to an answer as being, of course, from a materialist perspective, the emission and interaction of virtual photons and particles to support their understanding of light and magnetism. But it's just, the only issue is it's got connection to reality or nature. It's only there to facilitate within calculations and theoretical potential hypothesis. But again, like, it's never really amounted to much, and giving a logical, rational answer as to what that mechanism is. So, and that's kind of where we've left off, right? And I feel like once science really addresses that, I think like we'll be off onto like far better innovations. But
It's already been addressed.
until then, we're just gonna kind of be left in.
Feynman addressed it himself in his work, right? You should look into the actual mechanisms he proposed and the actual reality of it, rather than the way he gave people to kind of visualize it in their mind and trying to say that that's wrong, and therefore you've debunked magnetism in the mainstream sense, because you have it. You can't tell me even what renormalization is or what perturbation theory is, the actual mechanisms behind what he was giving this visualization to.
Well, I mean, as far as I was aware, that was like his iconic answer, right? Like that was the pinnacle result of his conclusion, was that of virtual photons. And I mean, yeah, we can chalk it up to just being some sort of a philosophical framework, but that's the problem, is it doesn't even, it has no place in philosophy. Like, there's nothing logical about it, and he even admits that. So like, this is where we get off in like ditching common sense in support of abstract theoretics, because it's just trying to reshape the model instead of completely outright disregarding it, and this is a problem.
I feel like you're not listening to what he's saying.
Yeah, like, dude, I agree that it's not virtual photons. Like, most physicists
No, I heard that.
agree that it's not virtual
I
photons. So
understand.
just saying that virtual photons are wrong and da 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 da, we already know that. Feynman originally told everyone that.
Yeah, but what you're doing is taking a high road and saying that it's just over your head, and not that you've said that outright, but that's kind of the implicity behind what you're implying
No.
by saying like it's the answers are within his works, like as if he's actually addressed the matter. But
Yeah,
in all
because they
reality,
are.
he
He
hasn't.
did. He provided extremely precise mechanisms that have been measured to ridiculous, like the number of decimal places that these mechanisms and values have been measured to is quite
But that's
astounding.
precisely the point I'm making, is that when you boil things down to a specific um, micro value, right? That you can say, look at, this is how precise we are. Like, that's fine and all, but that's not at all an answer as to what the mechanism is. That's only measuring and quantifying things. It's not like getting to a result, a conclusion thereof of what it is that's responsible.
It's quantifying the mechanism. He
I
provides
understand.
a mechanism that
Right, a
leads to
description.
specific values,
A
and those can
description
be measured.
and a description. So all descriptions, no explanation, and this is the point I'm addressing precisely.
Well, it is an explanation.
Descriptions are not explanations. Sorry, man. An explanation always
Yes,
supersedes a
it's an
description.
explanation of what's happening, Daiso.
No. It's
Yes.
not. That's by definition not at all accurate.
Sorry, man, but it is.
Okay, well, I guess that's where we just, agree to disagree, but either way. All right, so all figured out, nothing more to see. Got it. Oh, I guess let's pack it up, boys.
That's not what I said either.
Oh, so we don't understand what magnetism is, or we do? I'm confused.
Oh, we have an understanding of it. We're not just clueless like you want to portray, but science is always provisional. You can always improve upon that understanding.
Do you know what understanding means? Like actually getting under the subject and perceiving the foundational framework by which it's premised off, how they're presenting it. Like, unless you're actually doing that, if you're just looking at it from the top down or side view, I mean, you're only going to willingly accept what's given, but you're not actually like challenging what supports it, and that's kind of an issue.
Looking from the emergence of it, not from the top down, it's from bottom up.
Yeah,
and
right.
Any further understanding that we obtain is going to include the understanding that Feynman gave to us, and other people. It wasn't just Feynman, and there's been many people after him who have improved upon that understanding. And so any further improvements upon that understanding are going to include all those prior understandings.
And again, only furthering my argument in the sense that they're trying to band-aid the model instead of recreate the model, which I think is a big issue, because their model's based on non-logical foundations. So,
well, when I measure the temperature to be 70 degrees, I don't throw out that number and be like, oh shit, I was totally wrong. I got to start from the beginning, got to measure it differently. No, it's 70 degrees. That's what you measured.
well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, I don't even disagree with the measuring or the mathematics behind your model. Like, I think your mathematics are 100% accurate. However, I think your explanation is completely ludicrous and has no basis in reality.
You don't know the explanation of that. Was my original point. You're still talking about virtual photons and stuff.
Right, because
you don't
you're
even
taking
know
the high ground.
what the actual explanation is.
Right, that's the high ground approach to hand waving everything into the fact that I'm not qualified to understand.
Well, go on,
I mean,
man. Tell me the
typical.
simple thing of what renormalization is then.
Well, it's not my argument.
Yeah, so you don't know.
It's a straw man.
It's not a straw man, because that's what a huge portion of Feynman's actual work is. That is the mechanism. It's the big portion of it.
So go ahead and enlighten us. What's the deeper understanding as to virtual photons?
I've
I'm
explained
missing
this and to you multiple times, like you have amnesia or something.
Really? Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess it's just over my head, man.
Yeah. So renormalization, to keep it simply put, right, when you have particles like electrons, they have an influence through their field on other particles, in this case would be charged particles, right? And that can cause momentum and energy exchanges, and specific type of momentum and energy exchange that occurs through this mechanism we call magnetism.
Kevin, I mean, these are all just ideas that can never be verified. Like, you've never isolated an electron and showed it to be
That's just
valid.
a lie. Of course we have.
It's not.
That's just you pretending.
No, not at all.
Yes, it is. People have literally measured. People physicists in Nottingham have literally measured the charge density of electrons, dude. So like, what are you talking about?
But again, measuring things isn't isn't identifying things. Like all you're doing is describing things and then slapping a label on it to associate it with some sort of a particle. And then when
Yes,
further
you have
pressed,
to.
and then
You
when
have to
further pressed,
isolate an electron to measure its charge density, bud.
yeah. So you say, as if one actually exists, like there's some discrete packet of a charge carrying particle that exists in nature. I mean, this is ludicrous,
Yeah,
but
it's just a
that's fine.
definition.
That's fine. That's what you subscribe to. That's
It's a
okay.
definition, and we can see, observe, measure all of the properties that we give to it because it's just a definitional thing. And then you can measure the charge density you have to isolate an electron in order to do that. Otherwise, you're measuring the charge density of multiple things. And that's not what's happening.
Well, I think I'm going to humbly bow out, and it was fun. I appreciate the interaction. If anyone else has anything to add, feel free to chime in, guys.
All you need to see.
Oh, DMOC meant to tell you. I sent you an invite to Sin's new cleanser. He's anticipating your arrival.
Okay. But all you need is a C, like you bend like a pin into a C. And you put like a little flat little magnet right there. Or if you have a C and you bend it to a magnet. So you have a little magnet shaped C, the letter C. In the opening, you put the pin. If the pin levitates right there between the opening, it won't go up or down and holds its rigidity, then gravity's not real.
Well, they were trying to say that, magnetism's stronger than gravity. Therefore, that's why you have that effect.
That's true. That's only true in a general sense, though, right?
Well, I mean, what
How
happens?
can anything be stronger than gravity when gravity forms the shape? If gravity actually forms the shape of a thing,
it doesn't.
That would negate everything else.
Magnetism
Gravity
is what's responsible for forming formlessness and shapelessness, shaping shapelessness.
Gravity is stronger in a lot of cases, certain scales.
No, it's not.
But when you talk about generally, I think they got that value, the 36 magnitudes.
Not at all.
Is from the comparison between the repulsion of two protons versus their what their gravitational attraction would be. I think that's where that value comes from.
It's from the coupling, from the strength of alpha versus the strength of the gravitational constant, and how that corresponds to measure mass.
Okay.
And
because
the magnet,
if you have a large enough mass and small enough charges, obviously the gravity is going to be greater in this.
It's their
cases.
S
Those are
and P
specific
orbitals
cases.
which determine their vector, according to my calculation.
Can you demonstrate gravity making a shape for us to show us how strong it is, and at what point that it overcomes anything else?
It's funny, Dysel thinks he knows better than everyone.
and there is no place on the quote-unquote globe where the core of the planet is stronger than the magnetic fluxes. I don't know.
Where can we see gravity make a shape?
Really? Actually, that's a good question, and we can see the product of that, but that's actually one of the things they're exploring when they're looking at.
No,
they try to get probes.
That?
They try to get probes on meteorites.
Yeah, I know, somewhere out there in imaginary land.
Yeah,
I know.
Specifically, some that are in the mid range, because
do they know what a lab looks like?
There's a point where gravity does less of the work to bring things
lab,
together, and that's usually.
Why would you need to go to a meteorite if gravity isn't everything? It's in your tube. It's in your middle toe. Why would you need to go to?
I heard they launched a probe into Uranus, Kosho, but the field of the black hole was too intense and spit it out the nexus.
You got some interesting friends, man, but I wouldn't trust their friend.
Well, you have interesting friends that have to go to Narnia and like imaginary land all the time. Why can't anything be demonstrated right here on Earth?
Well, the principle can be demonstrated here on Earth. but the
No, it
specific thing you're
can't.
asking for, is outside the realms of something you can produce on Earth.
Yeah,
So, which is
reality.
why,
No, it's not, stupid. We're talking about reality here. And if you think it happens in reality, Goofy, why would you go outside of reality to try to demonstrate something that you can't demonstrate? I need the shape made by gravity, which does not
well,
happen
they
anywhere.
don't leave reality to figure these things out. They just find ways to test them.
No, you're in reality. And if you can't do it, then it's not a part of yours. It's not a part of it. It doesn't exist.
When you're swimming in the ocean, you can't cook steak. That doesn't mean that you can't
You
cook
compared
steak in
the
reality.
ocean.
That means you can't cook steak in the bottom of the ocean.
Coach,
So you just have to go
you're
somewhere else.
stupid. Shut up. You every time you talk about something, it's ass backwards and asinine. When you want to say that the water can tell you Earth's moving, but my cup of water doesn't tell me it. But you say an ocean can move and tell you it. So a big body of water can move because the Earth's moving, but a little body can't. Everything you say is ass backwards and asinine and idiotic. You're saying that
I like that.
you can move, you can move,
You said
you
it
can
twice,
move
though.
bigger stuff, but you can't move small stuff. So you can go carry around a whale or 1,000
You
tons
gave
because
an
of gravity.
example already, man.
Listen, shut up. You didn't.
I know you gave an example. You gave 2 examples. You interrupted
Well,
me
you
in
didn't. We're
my
waiting for
example, the
yours.
one example I was giving, but you
You
said
didn't
2.
give
You
no
said the same thing twice
material
already.
stuff, doing anything.
Regardless,
You're talking
Democ,
words.
I'm giving you a
We need a
compliment on the thing
physical
you repeated.
attribute of a thing. Like, are you okay?
All
We
right,
need a
Democ.
scientific guy in a lab doing what you claim.
Bach's going to end up getting muted if
It's
he
never.
don't
It's
laugh.
never.
Well,
It's never
you're going
easy
to
to
end
do
up
this,
telling
Democ.
more stories, aren't you? You're going to say Dr. Seuss
Democ,
said
I'm
water
gonna
can do
forget what I was
this
gonna
on the
say to you,
planet
dude.
Uranus of an
God
asteroid,
damn, dude.
on an asteroid in your imaginary zone.
Simmer down. We got a
Democ,
newcomer here.
that's
Let's hear what,
fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you, Dicelo. That's fantastic,
what-
Democ. I was
yeah.
gonna the Dicelo. We'll hear from whoever
I drink piss. I
you're
just wanted
talking
to say
about
that.
when I'm done speaking.
All
Trying
right,
to finish
go
what
ahead.
I was saying before Democ interrupted me.
Go for it.
But yeah, Democ, yeah, I think that's funny what you said, the ass backwards and asinine thing. But regardless, the ocean and the water. Well, funnily enough, if you investigate how those laws work, the universal law of gravitation, and what the magnitude of strength would be in certain circumstances, maybe it's counterintuitive to you and other people, but it's actually stronger if you have a larger mass. So it's not weaker on the larger mass. So I don't know if that helps, but yeah, you would think that the effect on the ocean, the strength of gravity is going to be stronger. So it is a bigger mass, so it's got more inertia. But yeah, there's no reason to think that a cup should be easier to demonstrate the movement on, because there's going to be more there's more force involved in the ocean's relationship. But yeah.
Well, it's because gravitational effects are from the coupling of the mass, whereas things like electromagnetism are from coupling of unpaired electrons, right? You need iron or neodymium and large groups because they have unpaired electrons that can cause ferromagnetism, right? So the coupling situations are different. Gravity doesn't require that. There's a mass, there's a coupling, whereas something like ferromagnetism, not every material has that, because not every material has unpaired electrons.
Helium.
All right.
But even so, they're heavier than helium,
I
argon.
think you guys been holding hands for a while, man. Let's see what the newcomer has to say. What's up? I don't know what to call you. I guess piss. I drink piss. You got any questions or anything you'd like to share?
Dicelo dictates the flow of the
Well, I
conversation.
mean,
What were you
you know.
saying, Kusha?
I'm still waiting for
You guys are
Dicelo to
just,
live
like,
up to
holding
his name.
Oh, come on.
Well, judging by I drink piss name and whatever he posts in text chat, I think he's better off without the voice roll.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he's
My
probably
bad.
just a boring troll. I mean, look at his name.
Well, I mean, wouldn't he fit right in then with you guys? I mean, I don't know.
I'd say no.
Okay. All right.
Wrong party, Dicelo.
Yeah, Dicelo, I don't like the implicity of what you're implying there.
Hey, man, if the shoe fits.
Like the implicity of what you're implying?
Yeah, if
He
you feel
doesn't
harmed
like
by what I
people.
said, then, you know, obviously there's some sort of a reason. But anyhow, it's all good.
He doesn't like people who point out how he's wrong.
You must
No,
hate
I love
people.
that. I love that. Yeah, but you just got to be
You
accurate with
sure
it.
don't
Not
act like it.
you gotta be accurate, not assume.
He doesn't like it, Jace, when he tells you what you think of something and it's wrong, and then you tell him you never thought that. He doesn't like that. He's like
Yeah.
Winston in that regard.
Evidently so, as he told me. I think that magnetism extends to infinity, and that I think it's virtual photons. All these things he told me that I think, damn, like, must be in my mind, bro.
I mean, you're changing your position by the day, but that's cool. I guess you're not aware of it. You know, it's all right.
Kosho or Left Lane, have I changed my position on this? I mean, I feel like I'm a broken record with this stuff. I say the
Well,
same
it used to
thing
be a
like
side
every
sleeper.
day.
Now you're a back sleeper.
I've never heard you say anything like that. But I think he might be confusing like what people say about gravity, because I've heard plenty of people say that about gravity. I've said it about gravity, but
You said it about magnetism, both
no,
you
I
guys.
don't think so.
Yeah,
I would have guessed that
I don't think I
magnetism extended to infinity, but I'm happy to be wrong about that.
Yeah, it's all
Maybe you
good,
think
man.
maybe like the magnetic, like the electron field, or something like that, because magnetic field is not really quantum field.
Well, magnetic field's a dipole field, so just by its name, or even a quadrupole field, obviously it doesn't. That means that there's poles to it, that it doesn't extend to infinity.
There you go. Hey, could you explain a little bit more about quadrupoles? I always get like, how does that work? Quadrupole, or
Four-way
even
magnet.
like the eight thing pole, like
Octopole.
I don't know, like octopole. How are they oriented? Like how the poles oriented?
You can't even understand a dipole or a monopole. You want to take it up to that level? That's
Oh,
cool.
sorry.
Go
You
ahead.
explain it then, Dicelo. You know it better than Jace. Thank you. Go ahead.
By all means, go ahead, Dicelo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could easily explain it.
Go ahead.
Please,
no
I mean,
big
like
deal.
I said, I'm
just
just
said
asking.
it's
I'm just asking because I don't know. So
yeah, you interrupted
if you don't mind.
to spout your bullshit. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's got 4 different poles, man. That's not a big deal.
How are they oriented? Is what he asked.
I think we're caught up then, Dicelo. I think we're caught up with each other. But if that's the extent to what you know, then please.
Hmm. Yeah, I would say that they're perpendicular to one another.
You would say that, would you?
Yeah, due to pressure mediation, they're held and locked together in their respective locations due to that alone.
How can 4 poles be perpendicular?
It's
Yeah,
just
it
the way
seems
the
that
geometry works of the magnetic field.
I'm trying to imagine that, but to me, I get a picture of like 2 north poles on one side of X and 2 south poles on the other side of X, or like a plus sign, and it seems. I don't know. That doesn't seem correct. That's why I'm asking Jason. I don't.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to understand what polarity is to begin with.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
No.
Sure.
You would just
Sure
have to
you
know
would.
what a pole is.
Okay. Well, can you give me an example of a monopole?
No.
Oh,
We're talking about
why not?
quadrupoles here, because we're
Well,
talking about
but
quadrupoles. Catch
okay,
up.
but you're the one who said that you would have to understand a pole, i.e., a monopole, and I'm asking you for an example of that, and you don't have one.
No, I didn't say a single pole. I said what a pole is.
You said pole, not plural. Pole.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah,
So
what a
what's an
pole is.
example?
I know what I
So
said.
what's an example?
I resent the implicity of what you're implying here.
Okay.
Does that
All
sound
right.
stupid when I say it?
Doesn't gravity act
what is
as a monopole?
So what's the difference between a pole and polarity?
Yes.
Any one of you? You got it? The answer? No?
Well,
Anybody?
I'm not the expert in this, no.
Okay. I mean, is there a difference, or is there a difference between a pole and a polarity, or are those just?
Both positive and negative are poles, but the polarity of positive is opposite of the polarity of negative.
Well, I mean, negative is just a concept because nature doesn't deal in inherent, concepts. This is a concept.
Okay, so you explain it then, because I'm obviously wrong. What is the difference between polarity and poles?
Well, I asked you for an example of a monopole. You haven't given one, and I don't know if I could give you one because I don't think
Is there a
that there
difference
is one.
between fluidity and fluids? What about
Oh,
conductivity and conductors?
you're explaining just simple
No,
attributes.
these are just the way words work, dude. You're just saying
No,
what's
it's not.
the difference between poles and polarity?
When he gets backed into a corner because he's called out on his stupidity, he makes up some nonsense to try to catch us.
How is that nonsense? I'm asking you what the difference is, if there is a difference.
No.
I'm being pretty open here.
A pole, like, so when we say that water is dipolar, right? It has a dipole. The pole is like the negative, it's a position or a region, a negative charge on the oxygen, the negative region on the oxygen, and the positive region on the hydrogens. Those are the poles. And the polarity is the direction, right? The direction of the polarity. So if you have a negative charge, it's going to orientate itself towards the positive charges on the hydrogen. That's going to be the direction of its polarity. But if you have a positive charge, it's going to orientate itself towards the negative charge on the oxygen.
Okay. Well, that's a pretty good answer.
Okay, so now explain quadrupoles to us, Dyslow.
Well, you just duplicate what he said. So you've got two poles now and conjoined in one proximity, and now you've got a quadrupole. Yeah,
That's
you got a
two poles,
quadrupole.
not four poles.
Yeah. Well, you can't, like you said, you can't have a pole without a positive and negative, and the polarity is what determines the direction. So if you had a quadrupole, then you would have two positives and two negatives, right? Which would be,
I think what he's asking is, would it be in an X pattern, or would it be more in like a
cross,
a triangular, pyramid pattern?
No.
So which one
more
is
like,
it, Dyslow?
More like a cross pattern.
You think it's a cross? So, Jace, what's the correct answer?
No, that's right. It's more or less, it's like a plus sign kind of pattern.
Yeah, but this is all due to what I would say geomagnetic precession, being the complete dimensional reification of polarity by definition, and
bingo.
that and that
I had
being that it must be
reification.
three-dimensionally divergent. So.
Oh, and something like a quadrupole mass spectrometer, right? We have two or multiple different magnets, and you orient them so that they form that quadrupole pattern, this kind of plus size pattern or plus shape pattern. And the way you do that is you put them in an orientation where certain parts of one magnet cancel out the field on the other magnet and vice versa, so that you're only left with this, like I said, plus sign kind of pattern.
But part of the problem is this is kind of like perceiving it from like this two-dimensional force, and magnetism divergence is impossible and illogical. So dimensionally, magnetism is extrapolated to be a vortex given multiple divergent vectors from each so-called pole. So the force divergence are tied like a dog to a stake in the ground, to the plane of inertia, or the null nexus of the dielectric inertia, and that would be like the direct center point, right? Which everything's essentially converging or diverging around, regardless of the name you want to apply to it. But at the center of all magnetic fields, there's no magnetism, like I originally stated. Just like at the center of gravity, there's no gravity. So
Okay.
it's
Jay,
just necessitatively.
So cool, Jason. Is this correct, Jace? If like a dipole, let's say you have a dipole rod, magnetic rod, okay, the dipole obviously, and it's got a positive and negative side. As the quadrupole, is it actually four dipole rods placed like that, to where there's like there's two positives.
No.
The diagonals are oriented the same direction, and then
No.
perpendicular to that, the other two rods are
It's
the
not
opposite
4.
direction.
It's only 2, like I said, because you can never separate the north from the south of any magnetic field. Like no matter how many times you cut that rod, you're never going
That's
to
not what I
separate.
said, and it's not what I'm asking. And I appreciate if you stop talking.
Well,
I'm
you're
asking
not
Jason
letting
a
me
different
finish.
question.
You asked if there was 4.
Why would I?
appreciate
You interrupted me to answer a different question. I'm not even asking.
You asked how many rods are in there to create it, and I'm fucking
Yeah,
telling you.
there are 4 rods.
Yeah, and a
So
quadrupole ion trap mass spectrometer, typically you'll have 4 rods
Why is that instead of 2?
to form the shape of the field that you want and the strength of the field that you want.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go, Kosho. What are you gonna do with that answer, bro?
Because like I said, you have to be able to cancel out the field in certain regions.
Cancel it out.
Or negate it.
Yeah, so you have to have north and south. The magnitude of north and south has to be equal in certain regions. Then it has to be offset in certain regions, right? That's how you form the shape of the field. And that requires, at least in the type of mass spectrometer that I'm talking about, it requires four rods.
Is that in like a storybook or what?
No, it's in an instrument in my lab. I've posted pictures of a few of them.
But technically, those 4 rods, they'd individually be dipoles, right? Like if you took them out.
Yeah, they're dipole magnets.
Okay, so that makes more sense
Dipole
to
from
me.
where?
I was trying to imagine what the actual
where are they getting their dipole from?
That's why I was saying it's redundant
imagine
to
what
say
a quadrupole-
dipole magnet. That's like fucking stupid. That's like saying
was trying to-
darkety dark.
Okay, I was trying to imagine what a quadrupole magnet would look like, but it looks like it's just 4 dipole magnets creating a quadrupole field, like a quadrupole.
Yeah.
Or magnetic field is quadrupole, but it's not necessarily like a quadrupole.
Dipole is
have a
magnetism
sphere?
by definition.
Yeah,
That's why I said it's redundant.
the overall field, it's not a quadrupole from one magnet, right? It's the shape of the field is a quadrupole, but it's being made from dipoles.
Here's a good question, Chase. Here's a good question. So when you step it up from a whatever you want to call it, a double pole to a dipole to a quadrupole, does the magnetic intensity increase? And if not, why so?
Yeah, I don't know. I would think so. I don't know. Do you know?
I mean, intuitively, you would think so, right? And intuitively, you would think that the field would be much larger, but it's actually antithetical to how fields work when dealing with magnetic fields. And that's why I was like telling you guys that a much stronger magnetic field has a much smaller spatial footprint. And but nobody can really answer that. And that's kind of where it gets into, you know, the knit and grit behind magnetism and what it really is. But anyhow, I'll just leave it at that.
I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Right. The answer is what, you know, the explanation is where the disagreement would potentially lie, you know. Because I don't think anyone's really addressed it like to any side's satisfaction. I think it's still kind of like this debatable thing that we should really be debating on. But
Well, Dysla, right? Like how am I supposed to address it for you, right? Like you have to know certain things. You have to know how to do path integrals and get transition amplitudes at certain locations in space, what the perturbation
Right.
series is, the coupling constants, the renormalization factors. You need to know all these things for me to be able to explain it to you, the process of what to do.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It takes a great deal of understanding from that perspective to be able to make heads or tails from both sides postulations. So, but yeah. So maybe you or I aren't really the one to ever do that. But I think at the end of the day, somebody who's well versed on both of those backgrounds could maybe make some sort of a logical, concise argument behind the responsible nature of magnetism and why the field is ab extra to the magnet itself, and actually have some formidable way to explain these things away. I mean, that's the hopes, right? I mean, regardless if we agree on it or not, I mean, that would be hopefully your hope too, but I mean, it's not really fair to say one side has the answer over the other. The whole point is to come to an agreement, based on some sort of a rational answer. So ultimately, but in a perfect world, right? And that's all I have to say about that. Yeah.
You ever eat Tabasco sauce on peanuts out of your hand?
What?
You ever like dip your hand in like a jar of peanuts, put Tabasco sauce on it, and eat it?
Dip my hand in a peanut jar and then put Tabasco on it and eat it. Maybe. I think I might have. I don't know. I don't know about Tabasco. I'd be more like Tapatio if I think I was gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't have the hot sauce that I like here, but Tabasco sauce.
Too much vinegar. Too much vinegar in the Tabasco.
It is too much vinegar. I got this stuff that I like lately.
You know what vinegar is?
Yeah, stuff. Never mind. Yeah, go ahead. What is it, Dyson? Say something stupid about your mom, but then it's gonna start a whole thing where you do the whole thing.
So the word
your mom jokes are better than mine, anyways.
So the etymology behind vinegar boils down to sour wine. So there you go.
Oh yeah, I mean I knew that.
Acetic acid from grapes. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say something like something new.
Not true.
No, I gotta
Based on his history.
I was hoping so. Yeah.
I gotta
I think
get
we
a
all
couple beers
expected
in
him
me.
to say something stupid.
Eventually, I gotta get a couple beers in me.
Can you explain vinegar using the words divergence and convergence in the sentence?
Huh.
Nope.
Yeah, I actually was
Might have
using
to call in Ken
vinegar.
Wheeler for that.
I was using acetic acid the other day in a reaction. Shit reek.
Yeah, well.
And then you made
acetic
pickles for
acid.
lunch.
It's better than other acids, though, like sulfuric acid or nitric acid or hydrochloric acid, or hydrobromic acid, especially, makes your freaking eyes burn like crazy.
Do you have to wear goggles?
Not wear a goggle. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, of course.
PPE,
Of course. Of course, I wear.
Well, I mean, that's what was happening.
But it's still it'll get through. You work under a fume hood as well. I have a fume hood and stuff, right? But it gets little bit gets through no matter what you do.
We're picturing you working in the Breaking Bad lab from the first season.
No, I got an official lab.
He's getting nervous now, Chucky. He's like, shit, dude. They're finding out.
Well, your nose is pretty sensitive too. You can probably smell a part per million easily.
Well, that's the danger with certain things like hydrogen sulfide, right?
Yeah.
It takes very minuscule quantities to actually do, serious harm, even kill you. But you can only once you start detecting it, right? Like you desensitize to it very quickly, so you think you're out of the danger, like you're not smelling it anymore because you desensitize to it, but you're still, it's still around, and people have died that way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Sulfur dioxide acts like that. You can tell
Yeah.
the difference in SO2 concentrations of say 1 ppm and 10 ppm. You can tell, but from 10 ppm to 10,000, you really can't tell any difference. It's dangerous stuff.
Well, isn't I don't know. This is a dumb question, but I guess that makes sense because like water is like H2O, and I guess that makes a complete that completes like the empty shell, right? But I guess that would be a S2O, the sulfur dioxide. Is that right? So that
Yeah.
SO2. So that
So
there's like
trying to combine with a water molecule is what it would like to do.
Isn't I think sulfur dioxide is the SO2 is the byproduct of what we have at the mine that's very dangerous. We have to wear not at the mine, sorry, in the smelting process. We have respirators in case there's a leak.
Yeah.
Well, sulfur dioxide, right? It's a sulfur with double bonds. It has two oxygens, but they're double bound, which means it's in a more oxidized state. Hydrogen sulfide is more equivalent to a water molecule, where it's sulfur that's singly
The first one
bound
sounds really explosive.
to two hydrogens.
How explosive is that first one with the two oxygen?
SO2 is not explosive at all.
No.
It's just
No.
will kill you if you breathe it, will it not?
Oh yeah, it will kill you deader than Caesar.
Yeah, we have SO2 monitors around the smelter, and if they go off, you evacuate the city or the town around it.
Wouldn't that be like
anytime
a rapid oxidizer, which would be considered flammable? Like, I don't understand.
Anytime you burn a material containing sulfur in a smelter, what do you got in there? Something containing sulfur, like coal.
Yeah, the nickel ore.
Yeah.
That'll be the outcome then,
Yeah.
the sulfur dioxide?
And about 99% of it will convert to SO2, and about 1% will convert to SO3.
Okay. Wait, but you saying that that's dangerous to breathe in?
Damn right it is.
But that's what
after and all.
That's what
right?
But you're saying that if you burn sulfur, that'll be the outcome. You're saying. So it's dangerous to breathe in, like burning sulfur.
Yes, sir.
You might want to get yourself a fan, Kosho. It's starting to explain a lot of things, bro.
I think it's why we use it to describe hell, Kosho.
Yeah, I know, but I just always heard because people was like, "Oh man, that stinks. It smells like because it's like burning sulfur." But it seems like if somebody could smell that, then they would be like in danger.
Well, I've never smelled the sulfur dioxide living here, but I think that's a good thing.
That is a very good thing.
Yeah, I've been fucking around with different chemicals.
Yeah,
ever since I want to produce. Yeah, okay, guy. I want to produce that. I made hydrogen. Yeah, it's very easy to make hydrogen with the sodium. What is it? Sodium hydroxide or sodium? What is it? Is that right? Yeah, sodium hydroxide. I think. Anyway, and the aluminum foil and water, and I saw with this. Yeah, freebase in it, and there's there's an autoclad aromated concrete, which is like this really light concrete. Rakia says that it's more expensive to purchase it in the concrete, but it's more expensive to purchase it because they have to actually form it, and so I think it requires more work from them from that point of view. But I think that actually producing it, I think it's cheaper, and I'm trying to see if I can produce it myself.
Yeah, put more of that in your pipe, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke concrete. That's right. I want to build my own house, dude.
Yeah, that's cool, man. You want to do a pour in place or stick built?
Well, no, I'll form. You'll have to form them, but I'll model it first so I can form them, because that's the cool thing about it too, is you can form. You can make much bigger blocks because they're much lighter, and so you can you can form them perfectly to how you want them shaped too. So.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So that's kind of like the stuff they make kilns out of, right? It's like super light
I'm not
and
sure.
rigid, but not
It
very.
is super.
Yeah.
Super light. Yeah, I guess they do. I guess they do make kilns out of it, or something similar to it. I think, but yeah, it's very airy.
Right.
But it uses the same process I was describing about making hydrogen. Those are chemicals that are in the cement or in the concrete, because that's what.
Did you just cut out, or is it me?
No, he
Maybe I
cut
did.
out.
No, but I'm saying, yeah, but it does the same process that the. I mean, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it does the same process that takes the hydrogen. It just does that in the cement mix, such that the hydrogen that gets created in the process while it's forming, it'll it's kind of like yeast, like how yeast makes the bread rise. It'll make like the cement
Okay.
fluffy,
Gotcha,
and so it
expand.
becomes so it's basically full of air, but it's still it's a good insulator. I think it's a better material than wood, like if someone building a house. But I guess
Yeah, it's probably a little bit better fire rated too.
oh yeah, it's completely
Dude, I would just say, Coach, just be careful, man. Chemistry is dangerous, bro. There's so many different ways I've almost, deaded myself doing chemistry. So just be careful, man.
Yeah, but you have access to the good
I
stuff.
just picture Kosho like laying all the groundwork out, and like he thinks his house is just gonna magically appear with like this one drop from this vial, and it's just like kaboof. He's like part of the house.
Okay. Well,
I
no,
don't know,
I
bro.
don't. But when I was making the hydrogen, I took a lot of precaution, but I realized that there's a lot that I had to, because that's actually the stuff I was using was actually dangerous, because it had chlorine in it, I think. So there's some chlorine in it. So it wasn't the smartest thing to do, but I did it without the chlorine, and then it worked a lot better.
What do you know about 3D printed houses?
I was doing a reaction with a phosphoric type of acid, POCl3, and I added methanol to it to try to kind of weak quench it. And I had iron in there too that I was heating up, and it was, at like 400 degrees, and the freaking thing exploded, and it almost shot massive amounts of like burning liquid all over me.
Burning iron. Burning iron or burning, what was burning?
Well, hot liquid, right? It was in
Okay.
the solvent I was using
Okay.
was, super hot, but it would have had, all those other things, the phosphoric acid and the POCl3 and iron, all at that temperature.
How long ago was this? I hope you've
Dude, this was like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. Well, shit, man. All I can say is, we need you around, dude. So be careful.
Yeah, luckily I had the sash down, and I saw, like, I only put like 5 mils of methanol in there. I don't know why it went off like that, but I saw it like in slow motion. I literally saw it happening, and like my light flashing before my eyes. So I started to back away, and then most of it just hit the sash. Luckily.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, actually, when I was making my the hydrogen and shit, I totally forgot that that, like, there was a candle somewhere, and I forget what it was. I think I don't know. It was lighting a candle. That's right. And as I was lighting it, like a bunch of the hydrogen had escaped, and there was a small explosion because of I had a whole bunch of balloons filled with hydrogen at that time. So, but yeah, I did a whole double. I stopped with the hydrogen. I just went to helium. So helium is much better. Or much safer.
Yeah, I've seen. This one wasn't me, but another guy on my group. he had one we were doing. He was doing a reaction in one of those big. Maybe you've probably seen him maybe in like Breaking Bad, one of those big like vat reactors.
Yeah.
So he was using, you know, large quantities of reagents, right? And he poured in a reagent. It formed a bunch of hydrogen gas, and of course, a lot of reactions you have to do at high temperatures. So the temperature ignited the gas. Luckily, you know, we have a blowout wall behind there, and it completely took out the blowout wall.
What's a blowout wall? Just like a shield that protects.
Yeah, it's like the vat kind of redirects things backwards instead of forward. Towards you, obviously you don't want stuff coming towards you.
Oh, I
And
know what you're talking
behind
about.
that,
Yeah.
behind that there's like a cement wall, you know, to kind of stop the impact, and it's meant, you know, to take the blow.
Have you guys heard of the electric solid rockets that runs on the throttleable solid propellant? I just posted a
What
a
are
video.
those? What are the propellants made from? You know.
No, I clicked on it for a little bit, but I saw the guy like basically taking like an arc welder to it or something like that, and it looked like this
That
thing
guy's
was
got
like,
a cool channel.
yeah, it was like flashing and flaring up, like it was pretty gnarly. I don't know, check it out.
I like his channel, but I hate his accent, dude. You gotta do an American accent, or at least a proper British accent, you know. But anything else than that, it's no good. I'm just playing, but oh yeah, I
You
was gonna
got to
ask
arc weld with your eye.
I was gonna say, Jace or Dice or anybody. I mean, have you, especially Jace, have you seen that channel called Nile Red, like chemistry channel? That guy does like mad chemistry. I like that channel.
I like Nile Red.
Yeah, he's got like a bunch of. I mean, that's when I realized, like, to be a chemist, you gotta know what you know. You gotta know, the different rules and, you know, all how to combine chemical compounds and this and that. But you also gotta have a lot of that equipment, like the beakers and flasks and you know, Bunsen burners and the stuff the tools required to mix things together properly. You know.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit of equipment and quite a bit of safety precautions. A lot of thinking ahead, and like, you know, there's so many different reagents. It's impossible to know everything about everything, and so.
Yeah. I have a couple apps actually. I got two apps. I don't know how accurate they are, but they're both chemistry apps. Like one's like a beaker. I think it's called Beaker, and you can do like little chemical mixture. You just put different chemicals in there, and you see the reactions. I don't know how accurate it is, but there's another one called Chemistry. It's a similar app, and I think it might be made by the same people, but it's like a full lab thing. And you have like you can access, like, you know, the seems like almost all any chemical in like powder, liquid form, whatever. Burners, beakers, all that kind of stuff, and you can see the reactors that way. But I'd be curious to see if like if I was going to do something in a lab, I'd see what happened there, because it'll also tell you like the outcomes, and like, you know, the free agents or whatever will fill the room or fill the you know, so you'll get all the reactions. It seems like all the proper reactions, but I'm not sure if anyone's ever
Right.
tested an app like that.
Usually when you're doing a reaction, right, there's a major product, and typically that's the one that you want. That's the product you're trying to form. But most reactions, I'd say, you know, about 99% of reactions have minor products. They have side reactions that occur, and sometimes there can be some unknowns in there, because, like, you know, there's quadrillions upon quadrillions of ways of structuring molecules. So maybe a similar reactor, like if you do the prerequisite research, someone might not be working with the same exact structure of molecule that you are. So there could be an unexpected side reaction. And so it's just that there's a lot of stuff to consider.
Could you do like the stuff now Red does? Like you can do all that shit?
Oh yeah. I could do more probably.
Yeah, I figured.
than he
I
can.
figured. Yeah, doing all this stuff at home, but that's just it's cool.
Yeah, for a home
Yeah.
lab, he's definitely got a good setup.
It must be nice because I mean, I'm sure he gets a lot of views and stuff. So it's like he basically pay for his stuff just through his channel. Just do that shit. He does a lot of cool shit.
I don't know. That would be. I would enjoy just being able to do, whatever kind of chemistry or biochemistry that I want to do, or other things, specific things that I'm tasked to do.
Yeah, but it's meaningful stuff. I know we're not supposed to talk about it in here, but you said that you isolated that C, we'll call it cunt 19. You said you participated in doing that, right?
Yeah, I did a lot. My group, including myself, we did a lot of, because my professor, what's it called? My PI is one of one of the world experts in immunology and virology and those kind of biochemical molecular biology things, right? So we were tasked with a lot of the and we're close by to one of the major pharmaceutical companies in the world, and so they had us do some of the research and development work when all that was first starting. And so we did a lot of the molecular characterization of the proteins of it, and figuring out what kind of strands of nucleic acids to use in the big V, things like that, the genome of the big V.
We heard it here first, guys. The big vagina. No, but you heard it here first, guys. The that C19. It turns out it has been isolated. I guess. Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's quite a routine task to do that.
I'm trying to instigate people, or provoke people, and I probably shouldn't because we're not supposed to talk about that. But one day we'll be able to talk about it again, and in that day, you can rest assured that it's been isolated. A lot of people are really adamant about
you
it.
can look up literal pictures from scanning electron microscopes, and the protein data bank has a whole bunch of thousands and thousands of cryo electron microscopy images, and the sequence of amino acids and the proteins and stuff like that.
Now I'm curious, is there anybody here who doesn't think that evolution is real? Show of hands. Okay, good.
That was another big aspect of it. We had to do the phylogeny of the the C19 compared to other similar things. If you get my drift.
Absolutely. My fucking hell, my girlfriend actually had well, actually no, that was H1N1. Well, she had was it swine flu or bird flu? I don't know. A few years ago. That's not good.
Let's just out of respect for the channel, just leave it at this. Right. Let's talk about something else.
Yeah. My bad, by the way, but
it's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, I've always wanted to do legit chemistry, because I do basic stuff, but that's the other thing is you get access to a bunch of stuff just being at a university, whereas most people can't buy that stuff normally, but they may not know is if you get a homeschooled catalog, like a catalog for homeschooled curriculum or whatever, you get access to a lot of those same kind of chemicals that you can't get but in a lab. So something to consider, all you garage chemists or
there's a lot of
cooks.
stuff. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Any kind of precursors, which becomes a pain in the ass for your regular chemist, because a lot of those amines that are used in the making of meth, those are used in the making of a lot of other things, and they're freaking controlled substances by the DEA. So it takes like a month to get them, because you have to do like this application process. You can't just like go on and buy it like you would buy a regular thing. There's paperwork you have to do, and then it has to be approved. And it takes like a month, whereas other chemicals, they take a couple days to come in. And it's annoying.
I thought there was just one. I thought there was like a medicine or something that that was like the only thing that was. But there's actual other chemicals that.
Oh yeah, the pseudoephedrine is definitely one of the chemicals that's controlled, but there's more than that. There's methamphetamine. There's an amine group on there, and amines are used in the synthesis of billions of other things. And there's the structure of meth is quite simple. The amine that's on there is quite simple, and it's a good building block for a lot of other molecules, but it's hard to get the different kinds, the different molecules that are similar in structure that can be the starting point for other molecules. They're all controlled, and so they're hard to get, or they take more time to get, and it's annoying.
You know what, dude? As I got an LLC, we'll talk about this offline, but I have this LLC, and I'm thinking about expanding it to other stuff too. And I think I might have a chemistry area. Okay, and I might hire you as a consultant, because I got all this chemical like that's the cement I was talking about. I really want to produce it myself. I might need assistance with that. Yeah, because I took chemistry, and there's just like the algebra. I don't know what it's called when you do that, but it's like when you
stoichiometry
equations. Yeah, stoichiometry. Okay. Regardless, I forget some of the rules. So
yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to help you with that.
Yeah. And I've seen where you can get all the material to build this, but I don't know if it's like if there's any precautions that need to be. If you can just mix it all together, or what?
Yeah, I could definitely help you with the the mechanisms and figuring out what you how to do it, what you should be mixing together, what you can't.
Of course, I sometimes I've not been diagnosed by a doctor, but I might actually have manic depression. I might be manic depressive. I know, just by the fact that I get real excited to do these projects that are way over my head, and I never really get very far.
Come on, man! I don't think that's manic depression.
Well, I just said I was going to use this stuff to build my own house. When's that going to happen?
It's good to have dreams, Coach Up.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having big aspirations for projects. Like, look at all those YouTube channels, like you said, Nile Red. There's another one, Explosions and Fire, or he has a second channel, Extractions and Ire. He's an Australian guy, right? And he's doing a PhD in chemistry, but he has a YouTube channel where he's doing like backyard chemistry stuff. And you got to start somewhere.
Is that the guy who he's like melting a bunch of metals, or he like puts things like
he makes explosives in his backyard.
No shit. The only thing is that's kind of dangerous, dude, because obviously, but the stuff that I was making, the hydrogen, I found out that that's actually a very common way that like homemade bombs are made. Like they just literally do that same reaction in glass, for example. If you do that same reaction and left it in a glass bottle with a closed lid, it's gonna explode.
Yeah,
and it's like a grenade, basically.
Yeah, the pressure will build up till the glass, can't take it anymore. Then as the glass shatters, the friction from that will cause an ignition of the hydrogen, and then you have a real explosion on your hand.
I didn't even consider that. I was just thinking about the glass blowing everywhere. But yeah, I guess that's a good point too. This is the kind of stuff that's worth noting. But yeah, there was a dude in Austin maybe 4 years ago, maybe, who was leaving like bombs in like UPS boxes, but they were those kind of bombs. I don't know exactly how he made them, but I know that they were basically pressure bombs with the same sort of chemical reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's people like the Unabomber and whatnot, and they like pipe bombs and stuff.
Well, be careful because there's people in here, and I say people because there's more than one, who completely revere the Unabomber. So just be careful what you say. Jeremy's a big fan.
Jeremy likes good old Ted.
I mean, every time I bring him up, every time I was making fun of him for this yesterday, and he, doubled down on it. So actually, what he said was there's a lot of university academics who agree with him, say that he's everything he said was spot on. I never read his manifesto. I don't usually read manifestos, so I haven't given it a glance really, but I would have to doubt that. Hold on.
Well, there's a lot of university people who are, feel like they get shafted, and it's the same it's the same as any kind of job, right? Sometimes you feel like you're underappreciated. Your work isn't getting the attention it deserves. You're not making the money you deserve to. You're not getting the funding you deserve to. There's a lot of people out there who feel like that.
And I think about it. There actually a lot of the people, because wasn't that dude who shot that he shot up that Batman movie theater in like 2008 in Colorado? Wasn't he like a psychology professor?
I don't know. He may have been.
Yeah, I got this dog over here. Give me a second.
I hope we're not boring people with chemistry talk, but if anyone else got another topic, feel free to bring it up.
Well, I tried to provoke them by bringing up evolution, but nobody bit.
Good old Evo.
I gotta take care of this dog right now, man. I feel like you right now, Chase.
Yeah, I'm about to be. I gotta take off too. Second. So.
Wait, what kind of dogs do you have again?
I got a rough collie or a Sheltie. I'm still not sure which one of those he is, or if he's a mix, and a French bulldog.
Oh shit, French bulldog. Yeah, because my friend's got two German shepherds. One of them's like still like a puppy, sort of. She's big, but she's a puppy. I'm trying to help train her.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I got these two from my uncle when he passed away. They were his, but he gave them to me and my parents gave them to me because I was kind of looking for a dog at the time. When as a child, I had a Shiba Inu. If you know what that is. No. They're a Japanese dog, similar to an Akita, but usually smaller. They look like foxes, so I'd be walking him around like the middle of New York City, and people would ask me if it was a fox. Like, yeah, guys, I'm walking my fox in the middle of New York City.
Hey, you might know the answer to this. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I was wondering, is it a Shiba Inu?
Yeah, I had a Shiba Inu growing up.
There's a Shiba in all of us.
His Shibas are awesome. They even though he was a little bastard, but I love them. But have you ever seen? You've probably seen them because there's a meme of one.
Let me just look it up. I mean, I've seen Chinese Shar-Peis. Okay, I've seen this. Oh, it says like the Doge dog or whatever.
Yeah.
Dogecoin. Based off that meme. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, usually a lot of people have had other experiences with them, but mine was he had some psychotic issues. He was like terrified of the thunder, and he had a lot of anxiety issues. We had to put him on Xanax at one point, or like the doggy equivalent to Xanax. And he had a lot of mental health stuff going on, but I still loved him.
Did he have one of those diseases like parvo when he was young? I know that causes that sometimes.
I don't think so. He tricked us because we at the store we bought him from a pet store, right? And he was all excited and loving on us. You know those little playrooms they have. We brought him to one of those little playrooms, right? And he's all loving on us and all full of joy and stuff. And then we bring him home and he's like terrified, hiding from us. He's like hiding under the table and at the end of the hallway. For like the first month, he didn't want to interact with us much. I mean, obviously he came around eventually. He lived with us for like 16 years, but
it's funny. They probably did a bait and switch on you.
yeah.
It's like showed you one dog and then
it's a tricky. His name was Sammy.
I didn't know these dogs were Japanese. I know there's Chinese Shar-Peis. You get these Japanese dogs. I didn't know that. This is what I was going to ask you, though. I was going to ask you about foxes, or about Chihuahuas. Because it doesn't seem weird that those also come from the same animal. And I've heard that they could come from foxes, maybe, but I don't know.
Well, dogs, the species of dogs that we're familiar with, Canis lupus familiaris, they come from Canis lupus, which was a wild dog.
Okay, but I mean, aren't those? Isn't it true that they're still like genetically similar to like what I guess is that species still alive? That wild dog? It's not like a gray wolf. I thought they were like the same animal as a wolf.
Yeah, they're all descendants from wolves. If the actual kind of dog, the like, I guess you could say precursor species to Canis lupus familiaris. Not sure if it's still alive today, but they all came from wolves. That whole kind of Canis lupus line.
Okay, so because Canis lupus is okay. Hold on, just real quick. This to me help me out with this because you're a biology guy, so you would. But if it's Canis lupus, that's like, there's 7 things, or like the order, the family, all that kind of stuff. And then Canis lupus is the species, right? Or it's a species and something else. But either way, if it's Canis lupus, is that like a single species?
Canis lupus familiaris is a species. I think Canis lupus is a genus. So it's a group of organisms. I believe like the colloquial name we give to those are wolves.
Right, okay.
But within that, like there's different species of wolves, and then there's different species of wild dogs too. There's like the African wild dog and
the dingo.
What
is it saying? I'm seeing something that says subspecies. It says Canis lupus has 30 or more than 30 subspecies. I don't really know what classifies a subspecies from species.
Canis lupus has, or Canis lupus familiaris
No,
has.
it says Canis lupus has. This is Wikipedia, so I don't know, but it says Canis lupus has more than 30 subspecies, including the dog and the dingo, gray wolves. Oh no, not. It says though gray wolves only comprise naturally occurring wild subspecies. I don't know. I guess I'm not familiar with this stuff. I'm reading off Wikipedia.
I'm looking too to try to get it straight. I'm not familiar with my dog taxonomy.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm curious, because it's same with humans, though, right? Because there's the Homo sapiens, but they say like Neanderthals and the what's it called, Denisovans.
Yeah,
all that kind of stuff. Like we're all.
That I'm much more familiar with. Yes. Homo sapiens, right, is our species name. Homo is our genus, and right within the genus Homo, there's Homo neanderthalensis, Homo denisova, Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, a bunch of Homo habilis. Right, those are all different species of humans, because Homo means human.
So those aren't subspecies; those are actual species, like the separate species, Neanderthals and Denisovans.
Yeah, right. As of right now, the overall feeling is that they're still different species, but the thing with human phylogeny is that it's not really just the phylogenetic model anymore. It's like the braided stream model, where we have had interbreeding events with Neanderthals and Denisovans and possibly other of what we would call species of humans, of Homo. So that line's getting blurred as to what's really a different species than us.
Yeah, okay.
Because like there's some anthropologists and archaeologists and evolutionary biologists that would say that, you know, like Homo neanderthalensis and Homo denisova, they're not really different species from us, and you know, some would say that they are, but the overall the image is clear, right? There's a going from the past to the present. There's fossils and genetic specimens showing a transition from things that looked more like Miocene apes and the kind of lineage that led to chimpanzees, you know, moving towards things that look like us. That picture is clear, no matter what you want to call a species, what's a different species from us or not. That really doesn't matter, because the overall picture is still pretty clear.
Yeah, it's like you can fill the gaps, or you can see that you can see the trend without having all like the pieces, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to have these different species names to see the emergence of bipedalism and the egg shape of our head and the encephalitis of our brains and the dexterity of our hands, right? None of that is dependent on where we draw the line of different species.
It's interesting, man. Maybe if we talk about evolution enough, hopefully provoke somebody to. Everybody here's got an opinion about fucking evolution. That's impossible. So.
Yeah, of course they do. Unfortunately, though, I do have to take off. So.
Well, take care. Maybe I'll get them to. Fucking. Actually, you know what? I'm supposed to be doing shit. I wasted my whole time in here yesterday. But yeah, but okay, man. Yeah, take care, buddy.
Yeah, see you, man.
I don't know why I'm purposely trying to procrastinate right now.
I hear you. I find myself doing that at times too.
They ever figure out how a compass works?
I think they're working on it now. Yeah, I didn't just watching at the end of that whole thing. It sounded like what you said made sense. I don't know what they were all jumping on, but yeah, because the video I saw, I finally watched the video he showed. It doesn't seem like you can even know how that ball's oriented to know what
No.
twisting it's going to do.
No, you can't. Well, you got a compass there that is effectively a really big bar magnet compared to that little tiny magnetized ball that they're using.
Right.
So that's in no way replicating what goes on with a tiny compass here on the surface of the Earth aligning itself
Right.
with a magnetic flux.
So is this the point? This is the point you were making that they were jumping on, because that actually makes a lot of sense. It would not be a test that would apply to the Earth because it's the opposite in relative strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like the compass in that example would be the Earth almost.
Yeah, it's more like that way.
Yeah.
I've heard them try to say that a magnetic compass, for some strange reason, will flip around when you cross the equator, which is crazy. Of course, it doesn't do that.
No, it does not.
You talking about the magnetic pole shift that they claim?
No, just the way a compass behaves. It literally lines itself up with a magnetic field line.
The field, yeah.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't really work if the core is really hot and iron and nickel melt and lose their magnetic properties.
Yeah, we're not really talking about what causes it.
Oh, sorry.
I
just joined.
What a compass does. There was an allegation that for some odd reason a compass should switch directions when you cross the equator, which it obviously does not. It still aligns itself north and south.
No one, and I mean nobody, actually said that, because I was the one that said it seems like that's what it should do, but no one said it does that. And everyone, and I mean everyone, said that compasses work by the magnetic needle in the compass being controlled and points north because of the magnetic field created by the Earth. Now tell me again how that's any different than what you're saying before you start saying, have they figured out how compasses work yet? You're such a dick, bro.
You want to be an asshole, Rocky? Go somewhere else and be an asshole.
You just said that have they figured your
Come in here
first words
cussing
when
at
you
me,
open your mouth?
motherfucker.
Yeah, I called you a
You guys,
dick
can you dial it back into some not personal thing and into some conversation that's not involved?
Don't come in and say, have they figured out how compasses work yet, when we said how compasses work before you got here, Blue.
Well, good for you. I'm glad you got it right, Rocky.
So don't make it personal then. Like we're
You're the
some
one
dumbass.
making this personal, not me.
You are insinuating that
I didn't
we're
call anybody's name. I didn't make anything personal.
Figured out how compasses work yet, and then make some lame statement about they say that compasses, when you cross the equator, say that the needle should move from north to south. No one said that, Blue.
I think we should get you two in a ring and see who wins in a fight.
I'm winning right now because I'm pointing out.
What happened was I asked the
Nestor?
question. Yeah, Blue. Come on. We asked the question. So would you say then it's not the equator of the ball magnet? Would it be the poles where the shift occurs? Because obviously the demonstration I did, there is a shift there, right? Now, where would you say that? Is it at the poles? not the equator?
Kosher and I were just talking about it, SE. That compass of yours is equivalent to an enormous, gigantic bar magnet compared to that tiny little round magnet you've got. That thing's not aligned. That compass is not aligning itself with the magnetic lines of force like it would be doing on the surface of the Earth. It's simply pointing at whichever pole it's closest to. That's not what a compass
Right.
does
Would
here
that
in the
be the
magnetic
top?
field.
Right. So would that be the top part of the ball, like the south part of the ball? Because you know they are a lot. They are divided like that, I believe. Right. The ball,
Well,
it's
no,
divided north south at the equator on a ball magnet.
should have a north pole and a south pole. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
And the north pole of your compass will point to the south pole of the ball magnet.
Exactly. So when you
But if you
flip
flip
that
the
over,
ball magnet around, then it's repelled by the north pole of the compass, and the other end of the compass is what's going to be attracted. That's all you're seeing.
okay. So what you're saying is then that the change of the compass would be at the poles, is what you're saying on a ball magnet, correct?
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying anything of the sort. I just explained it. There's a north pole and a south pole on that little tiny ball, and whichever one is closest to the compass needle it's going to attract the opposite pole of that compass needle. So if the
Yeah.
north
Isn't that
pole,
what I just said? Sorry.
I don't know if that's what you said. I didn't understand it. You keep talking about it switching. Nothing switches. What
So when
switch are you talking about?
So what happened when you saw the video I posted? When I twisted the ball, you didn't notice that the north part of the magnet turned the opposite direction?
I noticed that the opposite happened. As the other end of the magnet then became the end of it that wanted to be attracted
Yes,
to the
that's
ball.
what exactly. Yes, that's what I mean. Yes, you know
Okay.
what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's what it's doing.
Okay,
And
so
that in no way simulates what goes on the Earth.
that was my whole point. So what do you reckon happens on the Earth then? Do you reckon that if you bring a compass in the south or north pole, it should shift like that? Do you reckon that would happen or no?
No.
And why is that?
What do you mean shift like that, SC? We're talking about a 8,000 mile diameter ball versus a quarter-inch diameter ball. What are you talking about now?
So you're going to size now again. You're going to size. My question
Size in
was
this
simple,
case
bro.
matters.
How would it matter? You're saying
Size in
because.
this case matters.
Okay, explain, please.
Because the field lines coming out of that tiny little, whatever size that little thing is, quarter an inch diameter, the little field lines are maybe 10% the length of the bar magnet compass. It's not going to align itself with the field lines. It's just going to pick whichever end of it's closest to the whichever pole it's closest to. It's
Yeah, well,
literally
just like a bar.
in that case, it's literally pointing at a pole. It doesn't do that on the Earth. The magnet doesn't point at the pole. It lines itself up with the magnetic lines of force.
Well, that's why I asked the question. Do you think it aligns at the equator or at
Hold on, you're
poles?
saying. Hold on,
It
you're saying
aligns
when we
everywhere.
scale it up. You're saying when we scale it up, it acts different.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
You're sitting in a magnetic field here. The lines of the magnetic lines of flux are more or less running parallel to the surface, sort of.
Yeah, but when he moves the magnet there, if you get closer to the North Pole, it points towards the north. If you get closer to the South Pole, it gets closer to the south. When you go on the south on Earth, are you closer to the South Pole or?
Doesn't make any difference. It's lining itself up with the direction of the magnetic flux.
You know, when you go on Earth, are you closer to and you go south? Are you getting closer to the South Pole?
Yeah, of course you're getting closer to the South Pole, but the flux is still running the same direction.
And when a
It's just
magnet gets
lining
near
up with that
a
flux
pole,
line.
And when a magnet gets near a pole, it points towards that pole, right?
Yeah, which is
You
one of
just
the
have-
reasons. Which is one of the reasons why you can't use a compass when you get close to the magnetic poles.
So they do the same thing on Earth that they do on SE's little ball.
Do.
Do.
Me and Blue already talked about this dude and came to the conclusion it's stupid because because the compass has a much stronger magnetic field in that example, so it's not doing the same thing.
So you think that the huge ball that you guys think is an Earth would not affect a little compass the same way like that little ball affects a huge compass? Like, are you thinking this through?
Yes, I'm thinking it through, and the answer is that's right. That's the opposite. I don't know why. I'm not sure why you would think one would give you information about the other when the situation is completely opposite.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. If you take a small little, like the one I had in between my two fingers, the little ball magnet, and you get a bigger one the size of a baseball, and you experiment them with other things, like do you think you're going to have different reactions of forces due to the size difference of the magnets?
Those are your fingers? You got
Yeah,
nice
bro.
looking fingers. You got nice looking fingers, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's the opposite, dude. Like Blue pointed out, in the example of the Earth, you have a magnetic field much larger than the compass. The compass behaves in that magnetic field. And the example, and if your fingers and the compass, you have a magnetic field of the compass needle being bigger than that ball. It's not really the same. You wouldn't expect it, it to give you information on this situation that's completely different, right?
So you're saying the size of the magnet varies in its effects on things.
Or I'm saying the relationship between the two magnetic fields are not analogous to the situation that's happening on Earth because of because of the relationship between the two. Like I said, if the compass needle's field was smaller than the magnet, then I'd say that'd be a good start. But
I don't see how you're doing your calculations here, bro. Maybe I'm the only one, but I don't see how you're doing it.
Which magnetic field is stronger, the needle or the ball?
Obviously, the magnet, bro.
First of all, the needle is magnetized, isn't it?
Yeah, the ball mag. Well, in this case, I don't think it is because it's El Cheapo. Because believe it or not, I stored it next to magnets, and believe it or not, the north became south, and the south became north. If you can believe that.
So you're using a funky magnet, a funky compass, anyways, dude.
No, it's a cheap ass little magnet.
This is how they do science in Canada. Give them a break.
The needle has to be magnetized. It's
Clearly
not a
not
compass if it
science.
is not.
Look, I got a military compass, right? I'll
Okay.
do it again. So chill out, everybody. We have science up here in Canada.
Yeah. Okay.
Unlike what Jeremy thinks.
Clearly not
And
science.
as I pointed out to you, is the north end of what we call the north end of a compass is the north end of that compass magnet. But what it's pointing to, what we call the north pole of the Earth, is actually the south pole of the magnet. So it's going to be opposite if you try using a bar magnet that's marked north and south.
But why are you fixated on a bar magnet? It doesn't a bar magnet and a ball magnet both have north and south?
I'm not fixated. I'm just giving you something that's easy to keep track of. I don't know if your little ball has got a north and a south marked on it, does it?
No, it's just a silver ball.
Okay, so you got no goddamn idea which direction the thing is facing, do you? With a bar magnet, you do. One end of it's usually painted red or has an N on it.
Yeah, but can't I paint the ball red as well? Blue, I don't see where
Sure,
you're
if you
getting.
can figure it out, sure. Yeah, and you can figure it out.
Look,
Take your bar magnet and stick a little ball to it.
Look, I
And
can
then,
update this thing. This was just on the fly. I did it on the spur of the moment, but I can get, I can do it more precise. Yeah, sure.
yeah, you can stick the ball magnet to a bar magnet that you know where the polarity is on that bar magnet. They're marked. Stick the thing on there and then mark it appropriately. Opposites attract, right?
Yeah, this isn't rocket science, Blue. I'll just take a marker and paint half of the ball. I mean, yeah, it's
Sure.
not a
If
big
the
deal.
ball, yeah. Stick the ball to the north end, for instance. Stick the ball to the north end of your bar magnet and paint the opposite end of it as north. It'll be the same
paint the north red.
orientation it'll be the same orientation that the bar magnet's in.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you'll know.
Yeah,
and then spin
obviously,
it
but
around there near your little compass, and it'll make it move. Right.
just like
Which
this
way
one.
it's pointing, right? The same way you did it, right?
Then sit your compass right directly on top of the ball magnet if you can. Sit it right on top of it. And rotate the ball underneath the compass and see what it does.
That's what I'll do
Keeping
tomorrow.
keeping it lined up now, like it is with the Earth, where the needle is lined up in the same orientation as the north and south pole of the magnet is lined up, and see what it does.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I have a military grade compass, so I'll try to find it and redo it. Yeah, for sure.
I think a surveyor's compass is the most accurate. I'm sure the military, they just say the surveyors are bigger, so they're more accurate. But SE, the magnetic compass that you have, it points towards the north because of a magnetic field created by the Earth, correct?
That's what I think. So yeah, that's what they tell us. Yes, correct.
When did you figure that out? Today?
No, not today.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. It was implied that we didn't know how it worked until today, but
that would be incorrect.
okay, just making sure.
What if he did? That'd be something.
Yeah, that would be amazing. If something was different than how it actually happened today. I mean, we actually uttered the very exact words. The magnetic field of Earth is what causes the tip of the compass to point towards north, theoretically. I mean, it as close as it can, because the field fluctuates, moves around, right?
I mean, that would be something if you could measure some kind of symmetry on a compass for when you went super far north and then the super far south as we could get, and see it. No weights on the compass. Just use the same compass. No weights on them, nothing, and just see the tilt of the compass. That'd be something, right? You're claiming that happens, right? Like that should be easy. You get a spirit level, you get a horizontal. We'll see how much the compass tilts off horizontal for the closer and far, the closer you get to the poles. And they should be equal for both of the poles, right? Like if I go to 60 north and 60 south, it needs to be symmetrical.
Yep.
No,
Another thing,
I don't think that's how compasses actually work in reality, though.
Well, I mean, that's the claim. That's what's happening. We're going to try to falsify the claim because that's how these people. I'm trying to clean my act up. Bear with me. That's how these guys. I mean, I don't know if that's Canadian science or real science or blue marble science, whatever it is. It sounds like something you would want to do to check to see if the claim was true, right? Because they need to be tilting the same amount each way.
In their mythical sphere, it would have to be.
Go on the
There would have to
equator.
be equality. Yeah.
Yeah, you go on the equator. You see it's horizontal. Compass, it's horizontal. And
Did you guys ever hear about claims about when some people, sailors or pilots that drive through the Bermuda Triangle, their compasses will go wonky.
It's not just there. It's wherever magnetic fields fluctuate a lot. Like when you buy a car that has magnetic readings, like compass, we call them compasses, but autopilots, like on boats or whatever, have to be, you know, you have to turn in circles for 10 times to set it right and all that throughout the years. Same thing on cars. Like you buy a car and wherever, and you put it on a boat and move it to this other place. You have to reset the compass.
Oh my
Then
god!
once you reset, like how hard is it to reset it though? Like a minute?
It's not hard. Most of them are digital, so you just reset them that way. Like there's a procedure to reset them. Like my compass, there's a needle thing you adjust, because even during the year, my compass points to different places.
Yeah,
Like
I'm just talking about. There's claims I know that have where sailors like they reset or they. I'm assuming they would obviously try to reset their compass, but it still was affected.
yeah, I would think that's more of like the compass is
Conspiracy.
getting screwed up. Like no, it happens. I would think I've never done this, but I mean, just by the way I know that compasses work, that if you go to the South Pole, if you're on the North or South Pole, I think that compass would not be accurate. Like it would spin around. Or,
There's a where is the South Pole located on a flat Earth or plane?
yeah, exactly.
Did they like some people that I don't want to say people decide to put like some big magnet thing for our compasses to point to south on a globe Earth?
I don't know. There's YouTube videos about everything, right? People growing ants and doing all types of things. Try and find me a compass reading at the North Pole or at the South Pole. Verify that that's the South Pole. I mean, I think the closer you get to the south with a compass that works in the north, the compass isn't going to work. It's going to be off, and it's going to point down. Like you have to weight it to make it work right. But you can take basically a compass that works in the south, the far south, and it'll work as accurate as you need it to towards the equator and past it. You can take a compass that works in the North Pole, as close to the North Pole as they work accurately, and go south past the equator as far south, and then there's going to be a point where they stop working accurately. And there's going to be points all along the Earth, like in different places, that compasses get all screwed up because the magnetic field is, whatever. It's just like turbulence when you're flying through turbulent air. If you're flying through a place of Earth that has a magnetic field that's turbulent or not, consistent, then your compass isn't going to work. That's what's making that little needle, move.
So
very, very sensitive.
Yeah. So do you guys know what? Since you're talking about magnetism, what about electro or the aether? Do you guys know anything about any science about the aether? Because that's how our bodies. I know our bodies work through electricity and magnetism. With
yeah, please. I can't hear this dirty Southern heathen say compass one more time. I'd rather hear SC say gas with a Z.
Do I say compass?
Compass.
I don't know how you're saying it. It sounds weird though.
These New Yorkers, they got a freaking ego, eh? These New Yorkers.
Oh yeah, I'm a New Yorker. Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to how I say it next time naturally and see if I say it compass. It is compass, right?
Like
Compass. I think that's how you spell it.
It sounds like that Midwest. Like I live in the Midwest, so I live in Wisconsin, and we really emphasize our A's. Wisconsin, compass, like that.
Well, when I was young, I always thought there was a magnetic mountain in the north because that's what I was taught. That's basically what science taught. The magnetic,
it was a mountain.
Yeah, that's how they described it, I guess.
In
so
school,
that's why
yeah,
the metal needle pointed north. I never knew as a young kid that the compass needle was magnetic. I thought the needle was affected by the magnetic source, which was in the north.
Do you guys know anything about when you go up north and when you look up and you see the sun, but the sun never sets? It's the midnight. I think it's called the midnight sun, where it just constantly goes like a wave, like up and down,
Yeah,
up to the sky without like setting.
I would wager a guess, not knowing. I could look it up, but it would be when it's August, because that's when it's basically July and August when the sun is setting. It seems to be on a closer circuit to me, so it would be closer to the north. So they could always see it 24 hours as it went away around them, circles them.
How do the globe people that believe in the globe justify that?
I think it works on both.
Oh, just the tilt or whatnot, they say?
Yeah, I think it would. That's one of the things would work on both. But the south, you shouldn't be on a flat Earth. You shouldn't be able to see the sun in the sky the whole time, theoretically. And then
From on the South Pole?
Yeah, in the south.
But that's not the case, is it?
I mean, they show videos that show the sun in the sky, but they're kind of suspect. There's definitely not as many, like not even close, and then they're sketchy. But there are ways to explain it if there's light in the south, because if you are in a dome, the coffee cup caustic type thing or whatever, would make the light show up in the south, but not the actual source.
So do you guys think this has to do with like the reason that they're telling us this globe shit is due to like trying to not make us, it's like a spiritual thing? Like
That's
telling
what I
us
personally think. To hide
that
the
we're
creator.
nothing, we came from nothing, that we're exploding into space into a vacuum of nothingness. And if
Let's
it's the other
not
way
go to the
around, everything, all the planets, sun, moon, are revolving around you, and we are it.
It makes you special. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a purpose. You're intelligently designed.
Especially if you not come from a monkey or a chimp. That's a big one. Also.
I'm not a monkey.
What better way to hide the creator than to tell you fantastical stories about creation?
Yeah. And, well, like, how did the fucking... Yeah, there's a lot of shit
I think
wrong
the
with
problem
it.
is, could you, sorry to interrupt, but could you even explain a creator? Or sorry, could you even explain it without a creator if it was flat? I've heard people try. It sounds pretty fucking goofy when they do.
I think either way you would need a creator, actually.
Yeah, but one of them can't be explained without one, though.
I agree with that to a bigger percent, but I think both of them would need
There's
a
definitely
creator.
it's like you were walking into a woods and all of a sudden you see out of nowhere just a Rolls Royce, designed, everything, engine, everything put together out in the middle of nowhere. No one built it, and it's just there, and it just happened out of chance.
Yeah, because of time.
Or infinity, they like to say, or like, how did the cell even like have a DNA? How many amino acids? 21? Yeah, 21 amino acids, I'm pretty sure. All these compartments, all these mechanics, it just did it. And we can't replicate it. We can't make it. Like, we can't make it from non-life material and just in a lab and create it into life material. Life is life.
Well, not yet. That's kind of their claim.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, it's bullshit.
People like fantastical stories. I like them myself, right? Science fiction has always amazed groups of people.
Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, any science fiction.
Fucking George Lucas was on some shit.
Yeah.
Like he's in probably like in Dr.
I see like
Mason.
a line being drawn. Am I open? Yeah.
You're either hot
Can you
micing
hear
or
me?
talking over that dude.
No. Well, I was actually speaking, and then we kind of spoke together, so I'm not really talking over him. But I see a line drawn so often on
Maybe
a
ready?
creator versus the Big Bang, and from my perspective, I base my beliefs and the things that I can observe, and I put the knowledge cap on that with what I see and experience. I don't hold anything for believing in God or a creator, and I don't necessarily take on board the Big Bang either. So I'm kind of like in the middle with believing in what I experience. So I
That's because
think
you
there's a
know
middle
it.
road, some middle
Belief,
ground there
belief.
too.
People have belief because they don't know.
Maybe
We
tell
are
me.
here to experience and to find out and know.
Well, that's fair what he said, though, because a lot of people that believe in a creator think that the creator created the Big Bang, the process, right?
But isn't the first law of dynamics is energy cannot be created or destroyed, so there has to be a creator. So a Big Bang, like out of nothingness, couldn't have. I feel
They
like
have an out for that.
them
They have
saying
an
the
out for that.
creator
They
and
can
the
say
Big Bang thing is like religion and science just trying to get you
they're
to fall under
out
their
for the first.
doctrine.
They're out for the first law of thermodynamics. Is it's always been going, because obviously the first law holds true, so they can't go against that. So they got to say it's always been going for infinity.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? You don't hear him bring it up as this big proof because it's a real tough sell. But it doesn't make it untrue. It just, they like we can see into the future billions of light years. That's how we know the Big Bang, because we see the light that came from the Big Bang, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Isn't that what they say?
Nah,
That's what they say.
We can see. Yeah, we said we can see into the future, so we can see the Big Bang and all that. Yeah.
There you have it.
You mean the past, Kosho?
No, the future. We can see into the future.
You can see into the future and see what happened in the past. Are you feeling okay, bro?
I'm just going off what Rakia said, dude.
I was trying to replicate what I've been told. Like they look into the distance back into time and can look back to when the Big Bang happened.
The fuck? How?
I'm not sure.
They're just making the Big Bang is part of space, and they're claiming that space exists. Like that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Without we're in a container, or we're not in a fucking our atmosphere. We wouldn't have an atmosphere if there was a vacuum of space around us.
Maybe they're explaining it in a childlike thing that doesn't make sense to adults. That's fair enough. But when you tell me it's a point, all of everything was condensed into this point, and then it basically exploded, to use a childlike term again, and is expanding outwards, and everything we have now came out of that point, was created from that point.
Yeah.
Tough sell. That's what I'm saying is a tough sell.
Really tough sell. Really tough sell, but I believed it when I was growing up.
It's saying
everyone. A lot of people we're just gullible when we're kids. Well, let's listen. I don't know.
I mean, I don't believe in it, so I'm not trying to misrepresent it. That's just what I've been told. If it's something different, or I mean, it might be something you believe different that the Big Bang is. Please try and explain it to, adults that are sitting around trying to figure things out. Who am I to say? I can't prove that it didn't happen. That's for sure.
Oh, you're absolutely right in their cosmology. Not only did it happen, but get this. Their cosmology states that it happened in a single spot, infinitesimally small. That's where their cosmology began at a Big Bang. But a logical person would say, okay, then, from that point onward, everything expanded from there, right? Like a grenade exploding everywhere? Well, no, you'd be wrong because they say that it banged everywhere equally. If you can believe that nonsense.
Well, actually, we don't really say that either.
I don't think there's a starting point.
How could there not be?
I don't know. I
say all this.
For maybe the 3D realm, sure. What we experience, there probably was a starting point, maybe. But I think like us as beings, and we're infinite. It sounds like voodoo, juju.
Yeah, juju, voodoo, mojo, jojo. But
Jojo.
But on top of that, what was it you say? Hold on a second. Oh yeah, right. The Big Bang. It's that it didn't happen at a single point.
No.
Oh, so they've been lying to us all this time?
What they've been telling you space is a thing.
No, they may like if you follow it down to an assumptive conclusion, you could say that, but all they do is they talk about it being at a very small volume, very small volume, and they talk about the expansion happening at every location at that small volume, and by the space expanding, that just means that the volume increased, the space became more space. That's it, and it didn't happen equally in all directions. That's not necessarily necessary. That's necessarily necessary, but it's not necessarily the claim because the evidence shows that it could be either way. Like we were talking about the other day with Witchit, that it could have expanded differently in different times, different regions. So it's not really.
No,
I don't know. I don't know how. But I'm just saying that's not the claim that it had to go equally, homogeneously in all directions.
Do you know who Santos Bonacci is?
Yeah, sounds familiar. Spinacci.
He talks about how like the sun, we are like everything you see in this hologram is light, and the sun is the builder, and the creator would be Polaris, the star Polaris, and the planets are like our chakras. I think we have 7 chakras, 7 planets. He says.
Well, why are you telling me what he says?
Well, a lot of it's okay. I just really connect with or vibe with what he says. I've learned a lot of what I've learned from him. I vibe with.
I see. Okay, I wasn't sure if that's what you were saying or if you were.
Yeah, I'm not trying to stand behind. I'm sorry. I didn't try to act like I'm using him as a shield.
Yeah, but I remember this guy. Yes, but I was trying to remember who this is. But he's like a brownish guy, I believe. He talks in front of a whiteboard.
He's Australian.
Yeah, that's right.
He did talk to I forget his Mark. I don't know if you guys know about the
Sergeant
Cosmic Egg. You ever heard of that?
I have heard that. I'm trying to, like I said, I'm trying to remember because this guy's a flat earther, isn't he?
Yeah, he calls it. He says he's like a stationary plane. He thinks there's like several planes of existence, like dimensions. So there's hell. There's a plane in hell, and hell would be like the underworld, hollow Earth, the Antarctic or the North Pole, the hole up there where Admiral Byrd and shit flew over.
Yeah, that's
And
where he
like those
went.
beings that live up there live in that dimension. It's not only like a physical plane, but it's also a mental or like a consciousness plane
Okay.
and stuff.
You believe this too? You said.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like a dream.
It does. It like with lower consciousness, they say your the frequency is like lower, like you vibrate lower. Like red as a laser is very low vibrating. It's not, its frequency isn't high, versus like a blue laser is very high frequency. Like you can do burn tests with lasers, laser pointers, and see which one burns quicker, and it'll be the blue one versus the red one. You see shit like that in Star Wars, like George Lucas did perfect example of that with Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader.
Not really. Their lightsabers aren't better or worse because of color, I think.
No, it's about spirituality, or just all this, not just spirituality and matter are one and the same. It's not, they're not separate. Like spiritual people like to think that everything in this world is spiritual, and the materialist people like to think that it's everything in this world is material. But it's neither of those two. It's one and the same. They're both. They can't exist without each other. But yeah, cool shit. It's cool shit that he talks about Santos Bonacci. Like he does like a lot of stuff about syncretism and like religions, like the Bible, the characters, who those characters were to in other religions. Like Jesus is Zeus or Jupiter, Zeus, Zeus, Jesus,
I don't think
Maria
there's anything that.
or Mary.
Zeus, that makes a lot of sense.
Jupiter's
Okay,
or
who's snoring?
Mary would be Maria.
Hold on a second. Who's
Or
snoring?
yeah, Mary would be Rhea from mythology, Greek mythology. You know, Cronus' wife, Zeus's mother, Mother
don't-
Rhea, Mary, and then
I don't
Joseph.
think
I
you.
think it. I didn't hear.
I don't think you could find anything predating Jesus with any parallels to Jesus, because I've seen that zeitgeist religious thing, and they tried really hard.
Debunk.
They tried really hard to make there be all these parallels between all these religions, and it just doesn't. They don't have any. So
It
I'd be
definitely
interested
does.
to
That's
see
bullshit. I could talk
if you
about the
think you got any
trial
parallels
They all
with
talk about
something that.
Christianity, Egyptians, Hindus, Judaism. They all worship the triune Godhead. It's
Yeah, if
fucking
you got any
laughable.
parallels,
That's not.
if you got any parallels with Jesus and the whole Christianity thing that
Again,
predates
I can talk about
that
it. Jesus is
predates.
the sun in the sky, literally. The
Dude,
12 apostles.
Jeremy's trying to talk, man.
Just
Jeremy
anything
ain't
that
getting his thought out.
Yeah, it's got to predate Christianity, so it's got to be before Jesus was born. Otherwise, how do we know they didn't copy the Jesus religion? Because that happened. So
I don't think the Bible's older than other texts, than like Hinduism or other religions.
I'm just saying, if you're saying something copied, if you're saying Jesus copied this other stuff, the other stuff has to predate when the Jesus thing came out, obviously, right?
Jesus isn't a person. Is my claim. Jesus is, the Bible isn't a literal thing of history. It's too short of a book to be a literal thing of history of historical events. It's all metaphorical. It's all
True,
metaphorical. It talks about the heavens, and it's about how the heavens move in the sky. It's a story, so you can easily remember, quickly to pick up.
All right, that's a cool theory, but like I said, if there's anything that
just look at the Last Supper.
if you're claiming there's like these parallels out there and it's copied or something, you got to show something dating before the Jesus thing happened. That's all.
Hey, can I ask you, Guy? Have you read the Bible before? Like, do you know what it says in it? Because
I mean,
sounds
I've
like
read
it's
bits of it. Like, I know, like, the Bible's been edited several times throughout history.
Sure.
Later,
I
they
know,
take
but
the word, the Bible, as like when a lot of knowledge has been edited and deleted or taken out.
So that's fine, but I'm just asking because of what you said. You said that it's just an analogy for the sky, but like the New Testament specifically is a story about a specific person, and it has like very detailed conversations that he has with people.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's an analogy, really. It sounds like
It's not those detailed conversations. They talk about those are analogies about the body in the heaven. It talks about Jesus died at 33, and we have 33 vertebrae in our spinal cord, or I mean on our back. And Mother or Mary and Joseph, those two would be the pituitary gland and the pineal gland. It's just basically talking about the sacred secretion. About using.
I didn't get any of that in the New Testament. I ain't never heard any of that.
No shit. It's a story. It's a fucking story. It's not.
I mean,
a
the story about the pineal gland
event.
and the pituitary, and that's all the stuff that's made up about the New Testament because that's not in the New Testament.
It's metaphor, dude. I'm telling you. Look up Santos Bonacci.
Did Santos make it up?
He explains it better than
himself?
I do. If you're interested, I can't obviously make you watch it. I can just try to explain stuff as best as I can.
Yeah, but he wrote that shit.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kosha.
I was gonna say he wrote that shit in his diaper, but go ahead.
Yeah, you can say that. I don't give a shit.
I know.
If you think the Bible's a literal historical piece,
I never said I did.
Short.
I never said I did think that. I just know what it's presenting itself as, which is that.
It talks about
mouths
for sure.
It's not presenting itself as an analogy.
God says, "I give you seed-bearing fruits for you to eat." It's basically saying, like, go eat just plants. Don't harm my creatures, because God lives in. I live in those creatures.
So God wants you to be a vegan?
I don't think he said that, dude.
Yeah,
he didn't. He didn't say that at all.
He said, "I give you seed-bearing plants for your fruit, or for your food, and this will be your food." Something along.
So I give you dominion. I give you dominion over the animals, all that stuff.
Dominion doesn't mean killing, or like holocausting, or fucking eating them. That's not what the word dominion means. Christians like to say dominion means like I can do whatever I want with them. Like make them my slave. I can do whatever I want to them.
We should take that part literal, right? When he says, give you the seeds and plants you should eat. That part should be literal.
Yeah.
Okay. So not a metaphor.
Yeah,
there's metaphors and like literal.
That's not what you said earlier.
I didn't say it was all astrotheology.
Yeah,
I just explained to you.
Book.
Sir, shut up. I said about the body.
Why
about
are you
Mary
talking over everyone
I didn't say
and telling me to shut
No,
up?
you're trying to fucking straw man me.
I'm just trying to tell you what I heard earlier. You can go back and change it if you want.
He's changing it. It's fine.
Just need to calm down a little.
Let's all relax. He's changing his point now. He's saying not all metaphors.
Well, I just want to, because my dad's a rabbi. Okay, so I have.
Oh, so you got an echo.
Yeah, you have an echo too, dude, and it's coming from your mouth.
So
That's when I'm talking.
Supposed to be doing something? I thought you
Anyways,
were like procrastinating on doing something.
The point is, The point is that my father's a rabbi, and he's very So, anyways, I learned how to read from him, and I'm going to read to you a verse very quickly. It's called Genesis 9:3. This is from the New International Version. It says, "Everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. Just as I gave you green plants, I now give you everything." So I don't know if that's explicit enough, but
Talk that meat shit.
It could be. It was
Give me
fucking
that
anything.
steak, baby. That part
No,
could be better.
dude, you're killing quite literally God. God lives.
I think people like Santos Bonacci has a lot to say, but I think people get confused. What Santos Bonacci is saying with his syncretism and his astrotheology is that the Bible is true for first and foremost, and then everything thereafter are just codes and clues to back up God's word. So it just proves that God is encoded. Everything is encoded with His word. So you can see relationship in the spine and the 33 and all of that sort of stuff. It's just evidence that God exists.
That's how
I
you
mean,
know the
relating.
Bible wasn't
I don't like
written
the
by
word God.
man. It
'Cause
was
God's a
written
problem that
through
we
man.
have, that we go to war with each other and shit. The word creator or no, the one with no name should be the name or the no name.
The
The
great
whole
I am.
astrotheology thing, I think you can throw to the pagans though, because I mean, does the Bible actually have any kind of, they don't have Jesus's birthday on the 25th and Easter on the vernal equinox or whatever, the solstice, whatever the fuck it is, right? So I don't know if you can really throw astrotheology at the Bible
Well, you know
like
why
that.
we have Easter and Jews have the Passover at the same time?
because he was at a Passover right before he was killed.
No.
Yeah, but if you follow the text, I feel like that guy don't know. If you go through
it's
the
when the
text,
sun passes over the equator to the northern hemisphere.
I'm pretty sure it's because
Spring
he
is
was
coming
at the
back.
Last Supper.
Life is coming back. Without plant life or anything, we are dead. Our Savior is back again. Another thing about on the 22nd of December, we enter the winter solstice, and the sun on the 22nd stops moving for 3 days.
Why is
Like
that, guys?
down and up. It stays in its own.
yeah, but this doesn't have anything to
latitude or
do with the
longitude.
Bible or anything. This is some pagan shit that came way after. Like December 20. Who said Jesus was born on the 25th?
Yeah, Jeremy's right.
It's the same thing with Krishna. Krishna was born on the 25th.
No, dude, hold on, bro. This astrotheology thing does not fit to the Bible. You
But
can't
you're
put it
trying
to
to
the
make
Bible.
it sound like a literal, like historical, like Jesus was a person.
What?
Like
No,
in
dude,
the
I'm
Bible.
telling you, this astrotheology thing can't be pinned to the Bible. That's all.
It definitely can. That's
Give me one
crazy to say
example.
that.
Give me an example of it.
Jesus and his 12 apostles. The sun, the 12 constellations. The
sun has a
12
lot more.
tribes of Israel.
What?
There's that's always recurring thing of 12 in religion.
I mean, that's
in religions.
all right. I'll give you that. Then what?
The sun has 13 constellations, believe it or not.
Is there 13 constellations?
The
Dude,
sun.
how many
the sun goes in
constellations
front
are
of-
there?
No, there's many constellations, dude. But the sun
12 signs of
on
the
the zodiac. Yeah, on the zodiac, there's 13.
No, there's 12.
There's 13.
Unless you're including the sun.
Yeah, there's actually 13 constellations.
Yeah, I don't know. There's 12 signs of the zodiac.
So, okay, I'll give you the 12 thing. That was pretty neat. Then what?
About how the 12 apostles are the 12 signs of the zodiac. We have 12 in our culture reoccurring. We have the 12 months of the year. You got to graduate from the 12th grade. You got,
Yeah, I mean, 12 is a pretty popular
my
number.
God.
So it's really, 12 is a really popular number. So it's not really that impressive. So what else you got?
there's 12 systems in the body.
There's
I
12
know,
eggs in
that's
a
neat.
carton,
There's a lot of
eggs.
there's a lot of
You know,
12s out there. What else?
Santos
Hold on,
Bonacci
man.
does not dismiss Christianity. He's a fully fledged Christian. Everything
No,
else he says.
he listens to other religions like it's music, like jazz,
Why are
rock.
you over
Yeah, but
All
he's still
kinds of religious points and
he still
syncretizes.
said that Jesus walked this earth, and it's a true story.
Well, Jesus walking on water is a metaphor for the sun. The sun never actually. The sun walks on water. Like you can see it as it's setting. It looks like it's walking on water. And like when you're on a lake point.
Bro, I know, but can you give me another example of how you can put astrotheology besides the 12 disciples to the Bible?
You can look at the. You could look at the. I don't know, the Last Supper. I mean, that wasn't during the time of the Bible, but Leonardo da Vinci and his painting. If you look at it, what the disciples are doing, they're all doing things that are characteristics of a specific zodiac sign, and they're separated in four.
Some painting a guy made hundreds of years later.
Sure, he read the Bible. Maybe
that doesn't even if that is true. Like even if that's true, that happened many years later.
No,
after
the Bible has been edited over time. Where the pagan stuff is basically pagan. It comes from Phoenician, the Phoenicians.
Bro, Da Vinci. Hold on, man. Hold on. The Da Vinci thing happened years after. You could have put an alien spaceship in there.
The ancient schools. I'm not talking about like literal time periods where Jesus existed and was born. He was born on this date or that date. I'm making the claim that there was no Jesus in the first place. It is metaphor, and that these ancient schools.
Bro, I'm really interested in this
Egypt.
Listen, I'm really interested in this astrotheology thing. They had me lured into that for a little bit until I saw a bunch of debunks on it. So I mean, if you got something real,
who is debunking it?
Hey, Jeremy, that's Buster. That's hot mic and snoring or whatever. If you want to know,
Like a priest debunk it, or someone religious. It has vested interests.
It doesn't matter who debunked it. The information.
Well, it does kind of.
It's a genetic fallacy.
Doing the debunking, they have vested interests in their business.
It's a genetic fallacy, sir.
What?
That's called a genetic
genetics
fallacy.
Are flawed.
Nope, it's called a genetic fallacy. Hold on, I gotta move someone.
Wait, no. What are you talking about? If someone's running a business and the person that's running the business tries to debunk a thing to benefit their business, they have vested interests.
Yeah. So they have reason to debunk it. That's right. And it turns out if they're capable of debunking it, then they'll do that. Makes sense.
Again, they didn't debunk shit.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Jeremy made it clear, dude, that those things that are attached to it, like Easter and the solstice, those were added after the fact when they were combining cultures with Christianity.
Yeah, there's nothing you can predate Jesus's birth to where there's
some pagan. It all stems from Hindu. It all stems from other religions. All religions around the world worship basically the same thing, but they fight over the stupid shit. This religion, we can't have alcohol. This religion, you can't drink coffee. This religion, it's basically the same thing. It's sun worship. It's the triune Godhead. Christianity, they worship Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Judaism is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Egyptian is
Jews don't worship Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob.
Bro, it's fine. Just the Da Vinci, linking the Da Vinci painting, because they're holding some zodiac signs in this painting that was made years later, doesn't really link the Bible to astrotheology.
But again, it's not a literal historical event. It was all astrotheology. It's a story. It's just a fucking story. And
it's fine.
And Leonardo da Vinci knew that, so he painted it just how the astrotheology
I don't know how
is.
you knew it.
And how the 12 apostles, what they represent. They represent the 12 signs of the zodiac.
Or he believed that and painted it. You get it?
If you got something
he
real
believed that there was 12 signs of the zodiac. Is there no
12
signs of the zodiac?
Dude,
is there no 12 constellations?
Do you know that you're talking to Jeremy, who doesn't who's on your side when it comes to the Bible?
Yeah, he's a Satanist, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a Bible person. So I was into this whole astrotheology thing. You just can't link it to the Bible because it doesn't work. This Da Vinci thing doesn't work for you. The 12 apostles, okay, that's neat, but you got to have something more than that.
It
Yeah, but
actually makes his belief
Dude, it's like
system
talking
like,
some fucking.
dude, the way you can't even control yourself is strange too. And this ain't a fight because people can
Dude,
have
I
their own
was
belief.
talking about the triumph godheads, and then you interrupted me. I was going to draw
I
similarities in
interrupted
what
you.
they represent, and then you're like, like, let me just talk about how the
Let you just
Egyptians.
talk and talk and talk without
Well,
anybody
well,
making
the
a point.
thing, yeah, that's the thing. It's a discussion. You got other people wanting to say things, so you got to back and forth it.
But they won't even let me make my what they want me to make a clarify, but they won't let me clarify.
Dude, you've been talking this whole time. I've only talked like 3 times.
Okay, sure.
Just point me to something else that links the Bible to astrotheology. Do you have anything else?
I did. I already did with the 12 apostles.
I know that's neat. There's 12 apostles, 12.
It's not neat.
Zodiac signs, whatever. I don't know.
There's not
It's
12.
literally
there's 13 constellations.
Okay. Do you know what when the on the 22nd what constellation the sun dies in? It just stops moving for 3 days. It's called
Okay, how does that link to the
constellation.
Bible?
It's the start of
Hold on. How does that
Sagittarius.
link?
Let me please
How does the 22nd?
CRUX Crux constellation. It looks exactly like a crucifixion cross. Oh, there in the stars.
Okay, say the whole point again. I missed it. Kosho overtalked you. That was rude, Kosho. Come on. The crux. It's a
Not
cross.
only it's a cross. It's a cross constellation.
Okay.
It's called a cross constellation. There's
And what
other
happened?
religions that also have their savior dying on crosses. It's
Yeah, but
it's
what's the link to this cross constellation? Jesus died on the cross. That's it.
Well, look up Crux constellation on the internet and see what it looks like.
Yeah, it's a cross. Okay, then what though? It's
Jesus
Okay.
wasn't
Is
the
that
only
it?
one to die on a cross that day. There were 3 men that died on the cross that day. Does the
I know. Is there
constellation
anything
look
else?
like that?
Dude, you're taking it literal.
Well, you're taking it literal. You're saying what the sky is written
No,
down.
I'm saying it's not
You're
a
interrupting
historical.
again,
It's
dude.
just a story. It's
Okay, it's
not
just a story of.
historical events.
It's just a story of a stars in the sky. They actually look like a cross. Gotcha. Does it look like 3 men or 1? Does
What are
the
you talking
star
about?
cross? The
Does the
part that
crux?
you're talking about.
Does the fucking the crucifixion cross look like it has 3 people dying on it, or 3?
Your star.
It's just a symbol of a simple cross. The
So
classic,
one cross.
like where you wear on your neck.
One cross with 1 man. Supposedly Jesus in
Those
the sky
2
dying on the
other
cross.
people represent how humanity treats truth. People wanted to free Barnabas. Was it Barnabas? He was a thief,
Yeah. They
rapist.
freed
They
him instead
wanted
of
to free
Jesus.
him
Yeah.
instead of the innocent truth speaker because Barnabas was like them.
So that part is true, right?
They
You
don't
take
like
that
truth,
literal.
so they're gonna hire. They want the guy free that is just like them.
Is that the
People,
part that's literal?
no, it just says something about human behavior that some people just don't like truth.
Right, but we should take that literally, is what you're saying.
No, you're taking it as a historical event.
Well, that's not what I mean, I'm told that 3 men died on that day, and that was just a small part of the story. That they came in front of the city, and the city freed the criminal because that's how the people are. That's how evil this
Yeah,
world is, right? So
yeah.
that
It tells you
dictates.
that people can't handle
Yeah, I
truth.
don't know why you're talking again, dude.
Wait, I can't
I'll
say
disengage. I'll disengage.
what
You go ahead.
Barnabas says.
Two things,
My
dude.
bad. I wasn't paying attention, guys. Let's all go one at a time. Kosho, I'm gonna need you to stop interrupting people, please.
I'm not
Thank
interrupting,
you.
dude.
It's ridiculous. Kosho should be
clown.
doing something else.
Just everyone, please, one at a time.
Before, when I was talking about the
No, hold on, Beater
triumph
Dora.
Godhead, before I was
That's fine, Beater Dora. I was getting ready to make a point,
Let
man.
Dora talk. He is talking, Kosho. Don't you
I
hear
want
him?
to hear what Kosho was saying.
Not me.
Jeremy interrupted me, sirs. But yeah, I'm just letting you know that the crux is much, much further south than the sun ever in its life. And there's 13 constellations. So just both those, you can rule both those things out.
It dies on I think it dies on the September, also on September 21st. On the is it the fall and equinox?
Nope.
I think.
Not even close.
Well, what is it then?
It's a December solstice.
Dude, what is the link to this to the Bible though? Okay, there's a cross constellation in the sky. Then what? That's it?
No, it's just there's references. It's to astrotheology. You guys were talking about astrotheology, but I'm claiming that Christianity is a descendant of ancient religions that have just tell different ways. Like I was saying, like some religions are
Okay,
specific
point
about
me
other
to
things. Like some religions, like Seventh-day Adventists, believe that everyone
okay.
should be eating plants. Some religions you can't drink alcohol. But
Dude,
I'm
if you
saying
think
they're basically telling you the same thing. They all worship the triune Godhead. Egyptians worshipped Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Hindus worship Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. What those three triune Godheads and all those religions represent is Christianity. We have the sun, which is birth. Father would be midlife, and then Holy Spirit would be death. Hinduism, Brahma is creation or birth. Vishnu is midlife, and then Shiva is death. You have these triune Godhead constantly appearing in all these religions, and there's been many religions of their saviors dying on the cross. I don't know if you're familiar with about Baal, the worship of Baal.
Dude, listen to me. Listen. Give me something that's dated before 0 AD that draws some kind of parallel you're talking about from Christianity to any other religion in any other way. It's got to come before Jesus was born. Otherwise, the other one could have copied Jesus.
But dude, you're taking it as a historical event that Jesus is an actual person. My claim
No,
is he isn't a person, but then you keep tying it back. I need something that
you're saying
when
there's
Jesus
these
was
links.
born. No, he wasn't ever real. There's many people who called Jesus. There could have been maybe a standout of millions of Jesus that seemed very holy and was a famous
Okay.
man.
You're
But
telling me this is a copycat
that's not the
religion.
purpose of the story.
Okay, you're
These
telling me
stories
there's this.
come from other religions.
I know you keep saying the story comes from other religions. You got to predate Christianity with this other shit.
I could give you one. I'm
drawing
surprised he
comparisons to
doesn't
these
know this.
religions. Like what I have to find out when the Judaism was created, then Hindu, and then the Phoenician Canaanites. Like what about you guys
just
know like
find
roughly
something.
when they existed. You can just type it
Bro,
on Google. I'm just drawing comparisons.
I know you have a very clear claim. There's comparisons between these other religions and Christianity.
Yeah, isn't
or
it
the
a little
Bible.
weird?
You need to find. No, there are none. You need to find. You haven't found me one
Dude,
yet.
okay, I'm okay. I'm done then. Let's move on.
Just show me one. Just show one.
No. See you later.
I'd love to see it because that whole zeitgeist thing had me hooked for years. I thought that copycat religion thing was true, but then I've seen it debunked thoroughly. They even had a back and forth. The zeitgeist people and the guys that debunked it had a couple back and forth videos. It was neat. And I mean, in my eyes, the zeitgeist people got destroyed on that copycat religion thing. So
Sure they
I don't
did.
know.
Not heard
History's
the.
been altered plenty of times. Tried to destroy religion because it's a business. They're trying to keep their business alive. They'll do anything to debunk it, to make you believing in just their religion. Because if you go, like example,
Bro,
you
that's
go
a
to a
genetic
church.
fallacy. That's a
No,
genetic fallacy, dude.
sir, please just let me. It's a business.
Okay.
At the end of the day, if you go to a church, there's two churches across the street. You go to one church, the church across the street. You ask them about the other church, and they'll say they're a bunch of liars. They're going to hell. And then you cross the street and go to other church. And they'll say, "Oh, those guys across the street, they're going to hell." It's a business. They'll do anything to keep their business
Yeah,
afloat.
and then they show their
Religion
evidence. Here's
isn't
what
a
happened.
group of people. It's an individual experience.
Here's what happened. Zeitgeist showed their evidence. Then the guy that debunked them showed their evidence. So I'm not worried about who's on whose side because I've seen the evidence. Okay, claiming that it came from these people because they like this. It's called a genetic fallacy.
Yeah, this isn't the first time I'm hearing about this Zeitgeist film debunk.
I mean, I fell for that shit too, dude. I even got a tattoo on my fucking ass back in the day because I thought it was gonna, I thought it was gonna be big. But yeah, turns out that all that Zeitgeist, the religious part of it, was bullshit. It was just to get you hooked in. And you
Do you
the
know?
9/11 part.
Do you know what you ever seen the cross of Baal?
The cross, a ball. You talking about
Yeah.
the crux, the constellation in the sky?
No, I'm just talking about the people that worship Baal.
Oh, Baal, Baal.
Yep.
Yeah, I worship Baal. What of it?
He's got that tattoo too.
That's where we get
To
the
my
word
balls.
cannibal. They were
What is the
Canaanites
fault
that would eat each other,
see,
sacrifice their children to god Baal and burn them.
What of it?
Well, that's where it's stemming from.
so good and
Christianity.
evil, right? You believe in evil for sure. Then. That's your
Yeah,
outcome.
Vatican, popes, and all that shit. They're evil.
Awesome.
They're pedophiles. They love children.
Okay, good and evil. If there wasn't any good, how would you know that was evil?
How would I know that child molestation is bad?
Yes.
Well, I just
If
feel it in my heart.
everyone did it.
I just feel it in my heart. Like if everyone's decided to if someone killed your mom, like what would your reaction be? Like, oh yeah, I'm a robot. It's like that won't affect me. I have no feelings, emotions.
How would I feel?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to. Yeah. Calm down, dude. I know what good and evil is.
I'm calm, dude.
So obviously,
You're raising your voice.
maybe go on mute when you ask a question. Maybe I use calm as in shut up when I'm trying to talk. You got it? So I
got
know
it?
what good.
Okay, let's all calm down. All right, there's no. I
I'm
mean,
not trying to belittle if you're
As he
invested in
overtalks
religion.
you, Jeremy, how long is this going to go on? Because I just gave up, right?
yeah, you
Literally
need to chill out, my
overtalked
guy.
every word I said.
Yeah, just who are you? Just chill, bro.
And then
Don't
it was
ask
a
him who he
huge
is.
pause, and when Jeremy came on, he interrupted you.
Maybe he's new here. Established the rules just so you know. Peter, Dora the Explorer, the server explorer. It's important to understand that over here they make very strict rules about insults. Actually, they're not very strict, but
What was
it's
that
good to not make
insult
any. It's good. I know. No, I'm just laying it
Why
down.
are you telling me that?
I'm laying down. I'm laying down what the rules are so
As he
that
interrupts Coach
that
Ted.
you don't find it surprising.
But I don't understand
yeah,
where this is coming from. I wasn't
it
insulting anyone,
it
and then
doesn't
you're
matter.
just lecturing me
I should have
about rules.
started with the second part because the second part is probably the most pertinent part, which is we also try not to interrupt each other. We try to let each other finish before we jump in. That was my main point, but I was just breaking down the rules just in case you decided to insult people and then got surprised when you got silenced because of it. So just those are the two main rules that they try to abide by here.
Got it. I won't interrupt. I always try to.
You seem like a nice guy, man.
Thanks. I try to be.
Soon Kosho will have a tattoo of you on his ass.
Well, it depends what you look like, but regardless.
So you know how globalists or people that believe in the globe, they justify that Earth is a globe is because we look up in the sky, we see balls. What if everything in the sky was a donut? Does that mean we live on a donut or a banana plane?
What if everything in the sky was a straw man?
Well, hold on. Let's actually address this donut thing, all right? I mean, if the fucking sky was full of donuts, I mean, we're living in a fucking donut world. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is fucking crazy at that point. I mean, anything goes.
I want to
That was a
live.
good idea. Good idea, Arma. Fucking address it that way. Rakia can get hungrier.
Can we
I'm
get
being-
some sprinkles?
I'm being
I
serious.
mean, isn't there a hole in the North Pole?
I think it's the South Pole, and that's the ozone layer, right?
I thought it was the North Pole that Admiral Byrd went to.
Oh, you mean okay? No, we went to both, but the South Pole's. I see what you're saying. I thought you meant in the sky, but yeah, there's supposedly a hole in the North Pole that goes into the Earth. You're saying, right?
Yeah.
Not according to Admiral Byrd.
He could, yeah. I'm just kind of like he could have been full of shit too. History's been altered pretty big time.
Well, what do you remember from
they put him
history?
on like mainstream like television and interviewed the guy back then.
Hey, it's a pretty big deal.
What's this
Yeah,
guy's name?
but like with mainstream media too, you gotta be skeptical as well.
You know, Doorman the Explorer, Bearded Dora. Bro, I'm open to this astrotheology thing or Christianity is a copycat religion, but you got to come with something now.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of breaking it, like learning about it, and then just trying to like talk about it, try to see if I can explain it as best
Yeah,
as
like, okay, here's what you want to look up, bro. Okay, Zeitgeist did a big whole presentation on how it could be linked to this astro, stuff in the sky, and copycat religions. Zeitgeist did a religious portion. You look up Chris White, Zeitgeist debunked. He debunked them. Zeitgeist responded. Chris White responded to them. It was a good back and forth. I feel like Zeitgeist got absolutely manhandled on that shit. So, I mean, you might want to just check that out and just go over the evidence. It doesn't matter who presents the evidence or whatever. Just look at it.
No, I like this evidence though. Evidence has been, I think, has been tampered for the benefit of religions.
I mean, it's possible,
It's
but
a business. Like the true religion that I know is myself and what goes on with my body and like anything that happens to me spiritually,
sexually.
Yeah, I don't need to get together in my church clothes, dress all nice, and just have like a show off my nice clothes and go to a building and get on my knees and bend over and yeah, I don't need to fucking do that shit.
You're realizing you're doing that right now, right?
Don't get
Theoretically.
Kosho excited, guys, please.
I'm getting on my knees.
Well, I mean, you're going to church. We're the church body, right? You're preaching to us. Your religion.
It's not a religion. It's what I experience.
Yeah, your religion. What you experience yourself. You're coming here to church.
Well, I'm just I was
To
drawing
interrupt.
similarities to religions
And I
before.
was almost done.
That isn't my spirituality. That's a religion. Spirituality is like mystical events that only I know, and I probably wouldn't talk to others about.
You ever get that urge to just say something and you just can't help it? You just gotta say it right away, no matter who's talking.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that for 20 minutes now.
No, here we go.
So ready? The man who's searching for proof and Jeremy who says there isn't any. Ready? Check out the Sumerian cosmology story. In there, you will find an almost identical story of Jesus found in the river.
Is that the river Sussex?
Down to the river.
Post
Or
it.
Sussex or Sussex?
Read us the translated part that links up. Let's hear it.
Canadians can't read, man. You listen to that on audio.
Down by the river.
I hope this is better than your Canadian science essay. That's all I
Down
gotta
to
say.
the river to pray.
Yeah, that was pitiful. I
Good
see.
old way.
There goes
Essie says.
If we were in jams, I would tell you no singing aloud.
That's not singing, man.
I agree.
Yep, see?
Actually, you're not bad. You're not bad. There's much worse singers. Like,
You should hear me in the shower. I'm sure you dream about it during the daytime, but you should actually hear it in person.
Hold on, let's hear
Yeah.
this Sumerian story that Christianity. You guys aren't interested in this?
No.
Oh, we're talking about Rakia in the shower, dude. What gets better than that?
I know, Rakia. Don't get Kosho going here.
Yeah, well, we're going to get Essie. What's his worst, man?
Yeah, I'm interested about the Sumerians. I'm interested about the Sumerians so far.
You never heard the Sumerian Jesus story? You're kidding me, guys.
No, I
heard
have.
of it.
I have. I want to hear it from you.
You mean over 20 times from you?
There you go. See, Rakia's on the ball.
We all are.
Rakia, does it link to Christianity?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like you lied to me just now.
That's what you're looking for, Jeremy.
So now you know Jeremy, and then you
No,
guys,
now
whoever
I
you
don't
are,
know.
you know as well.
No,
You don't
now I
trust
don't
me?
know.
You don't trust Rakia? Jeremy? What's the
That
matter
it
with you?
that it links to the Bible. I'd like to hear it for myself. Just read it out loud. Start it with "Once Upon a Time."
Yeah, okay. No, I'm nowhere where I can read something, man. I'm doing something right now.
Is it
As
in
we speak.
uniform?
We'll put a pin in it.
Got a lot of pins.
We gotta learn how to translate uniform.
When I
Get
get home,
Bishay
I'll
in
find
here
it.
and collect the yarn to him. We're gonna connect red yarn to all these pins. Go ahead, Essie. What's up?
I'm just gonna. I said it when I get home. I'll find this thing and send it to you. I'll put it live. This is a known story, man. Rakia knows it. He knows I said it like 20 times. You heard him.
Okay, how does
That's
it link?
very
Give
sweet of
me
you.
a summary of this. What's the one part that links to Christianity? Let's hear it.
Well, the gist of the story is that a woman puts a baby in the river and somebody finds it, and it grows up into be a king, just like
Moses?
the Jesus story. Yeah.
That doesn't happen to Jesus, dude.
That was
What happens to Moses, man?
It was Moses, yeah.
Oh,
that would be a link, though. That would be a
That's not a link.
Jesus went up the mountain and cracked the tablets, and lightning.
Moses wasn't even a
I
king,
told you
though.
I'm busy, man. What the hell you guys want from me? There's a story.
We're gonna
there.
harass you until you read it to us. That's what
I
we're gonna
thought
do.
it was a great story. I see. It makes you look amazing.
It's the Moses story. Okay, I'm wrong.
Well, it's sort of like the Moses story, not necessarily though, because he became a prince, not a king. And
Oh, excuse me. Like, but there is a story of a person in the lake, right? And somebody finds it, grows it up, and it becomes a prince. You said there, right? Okay, there you go. There's a connection right there.
There was definitely
And yeah,
water
that's
involved.
why Jesus wrong. Yeah.
it probably happens a lot, dude.
Yeah. I mean, everybody finds babies in the rivers and grows them up, and they become prince. Yeah.
Yeah, when they specifically kill babies, they were specifically killing kids at that time. That's why they put the baby in the water.
Drowned them in the river. They wrapped them in cloth and buried them in the river. But that's the
everyone settle
evolution
down.
story, basically.
So there's an ancient Sumerian thing from 6,000 years, but we already know the Moses story was from how many thousands of years before zero was Moses?
3,500
At least
years.
2,000-3,000 years.
now.
The story. Yeah.
It's about 1,500
So
BC.
we got something from 3,000, 1,500, so about 4,500 years before this Sumerian thing.
No.
Before this Moses thing, we had the Sumerian thing.
The Sumerians weren't 6,000 BC. They were 6,000 years ago. So it's about 1,500 years or 2,500 years. 2,500 years before.
What's BC stand for in scientific terms?
Before Common Era.
Okay, hold on. Let's get the dating straight. So you're saying this ancient Sumerian thing happened at what year?
I think 4000 BC.
And Moses.
But actually,
dates
no,
to
not
30
really. I mean, they were more recent than that. But yeah, go ahead.
What's the dating on the thing? It could have happened anytime in Samaria's lifespan, or what's the dating on that thing you found, SC? They just know it's Sumerian, so it could have happened at the end, at the beginning, whatever.
Like I said, bro, I just know the story. I don't know the details. It's been a while since I read it, but when I get home, I'll hash it out and I'll give you all the
Okay.
info.
All right. We'll put a pin in it.
Yeah, we got a pin in it, but we got a story, right? Regardless if I got
I
the
don't know
Jesus
what we
wrong.
got. You don't know anything about it. This is just like your magnet compass thing you did earlier. We don't even know anything.
Yeah,
I can't believe you didn't know how magnets work. Blue had to explain it to you.
Yeah, me neither. I had no clue there's a north and south. Yeah.
What was funny is everything they said when him and Left Lane came in was exactly what we had just said, like word for word.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was crazy. That was fun.
They're
Yeah, the
smart
magnet
guys.
thing is something, man. That magnet thing is something.
No, it's not really. But well, I was gonna insult you guys. I'm not gonna do it anymore. But yeah, you're right, Essie. It is something. I'm interested to see the test done. But it's like I said, the test that I had described is very similar to that, which is you get like plastic or clear containers, like spherical containers, encircled upon each other, and put the ball magnet in the middle, a large enough ball magnet in the middle, and then put on the outer shells like a iron shapings, and you'll be able to see kind of the field lines. It would be so you can see how the field lines are oriented to see what a compass would do.
I'll
You
do it
feel
with.
the center of that. Go ahead.
I was going to say I can do it with a bar magnet, like Blue suggested, because I got a real powerful one, a flat one. So I'll try it with that one as well.
So I'm confused why we don't fill a container, a spherical container with I don't know, molten iron, and rotate it somehow and create our own magnetic field. Is that not possible?
It is possible, and they've done this. Yes,
Well, you're going to need enough magma, like the size of the Earth, Rikia. So I don't know. I think it's a non-starter.
You don't need one the size of Earth. I've seen them do it. It's about
Oh, no?
a meter and a half in diameter, maybe about a meter radius sphere. They did that. They made a dynamo model.
Well, weren't you
magnet
guys saying before we need a magnet the size of the Earth to get
Would
the
it sound
thing?
like to use with the compass, but you want to scale everything down to the same the same ratio. But in the example that you were doing, you had a compass that had probably a bigger magnetic field than the spherical magnet, which is the other way around. So you probably want to scale both the magnet and the compass down to the same scale to make it somewhat
So it is
analogous.
scalable, you think? Your
Now it's
opinion, it's
scalable.
It wasn't earlier.
Well, Blue had said it. I mean, he said it. I don't know. I guess when I was talking about it, he said, "Yeah, it's
Oh, you
the
changed his
issue.
mind?
The issue was the relationship between the bigger and smaller magnetic field."
Yeah, he did change his mind after he said the diameter of the magnet would have to be bigger than the compass needle.
The compass,
he did.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sweet. So it is scalable.
Yep.
For it scalable to be a better, it would end up being a better analogy than currently is. I think is.
Well, someone
Better
posted
science.
someone posted $100 sphere magnet in a chat earlier, and then they had a penny next to it. And I mean, if you can get a compass the size of a penny or something, that should be. I don't know about the diameter and shit, but
So it is scalable. Oh my god.
Well, first it
Yeah,
wasn't. They were laughing at me, and then I guess they conceded it's scalable.
Yeah,
well, he's
not.
laughing at the video that you posted.
No, he
in
wasn't.
the description of that.
No,
Yeah,
you
because
missed that part. You came late.
Yeah, I always do. That's why I get praise I get praise. But
Well, that's why you're wrong right now. You didn't hear the early part. That was my fault.
regardless, regardless of that,
you're still being wrong.
no, but because I remember he said he was laughing at. He said he was laughing at, I guess, the way you said it. But I mean, like I said, the video you posted, it did seem like there was or not you guys, but you missed the mark if you were trying to
I've never
demonstrate
seen
it.
the video. I've never even seen the video, so he was laughing at me saying that it should be scalable, and that
I see.
it's science. You see, it's science what we're doing here. You agree it's science?
No, not yet.
It's not. When will it be science?
Well, I mean, careful. Like making an observation, a general observation is not science, but making an observation, a careful observation, that would be science. Like if he had, you know, some sort. If it was an analogy for what it was supposed to be representing, like in the magnetic field of the Earth, and also if there were the poles of the ball were identified, these kind of things, and he was carefully. Like when he was basically the independent variable is him moving the ball around the compass, but in order for that to be a variable, he'd have to know where the poles were. So that all that kind of stuff, I think, would have to be considered.
So pulling a compass out of a Cracker Jack box and rubbing a magnet around it isn't science. All right, I got you.
I don't think so. Yeah. Otherwise, every simple kid and adult with Cracker Jacks would be scientists. But
okay, give him a break. He's from Canada.
I'm not saying that he's. I'm not calling him a simple kid. I'm not calling him a simple kid. I'm just saying simple kids who eat that and adults.
I thought a Nobel Prize was coming my way. You guys hurt my feelings.
I am actually getting a Nobel Prize when they I figured out how to break the speed of light. So I mean,
yeah, I did DM you, but I tagged you. I'm actually in the middle of making an animation to show how ridiculous you are. But yeah, I solved that. Well, yeah, sure. Whenever I'm around you and of these guys in here, SC and Kia and all the rest of them, sometimes I get clouded my brain, so I have to go away for a little bit and think, and it doesn't take that long. But yeah, thinking about your problem, it's fundamentally retarded, and it's not going to be any.
You mean that
Nobel
Zanuck
Prizes.
explained it to you? Zanuck helped you?
No,
it's pretty clear cut. We got a train, and then the train's going. What's up?
Hurry up, get home, SC.
You better.
Here we go.
Ride this train.
Choo choo.
You got a choo choo train.
Asshole plane. Go ahead.
I haven't even brought a plane into this scenario yet.
I said train. I accidentally said plane, dude. I was trying to be rushed because
we haven't made it far enough to get to a plane yet.
Because he's hanging around us.
Yeah,
Did you eat some bad Chinese food last night?
Oh, Kia had it. Go ahead, dude.
You got a train. It's going 100 miles an hour. You put a train inside that train from the back to the front. It's going another 100 miles an hour. The train has went 200 miles an hour through free space. That's not counting the 1.3 million miles an hour you say we're already moving. So it's really, they've actually went 1.3 million plus the 200 if it was in the same direction, or it could be negative either way. This only works if Earth's not moving, dude. I don't know why you don't get this. This whole thing that you got going on, this doesn't work for you.
That's fucking rude.
Like, I mean, how do you not get this? It doesn't work.
You're treating me like I treat SE.
Well, I mean, if the shoe fits.
Doesn't fit, man. And listen to me, dude.
Kicking you around like a French Canadian. That is for sure.
I got news for both of you guys. You're wrong, Jeremy, and I'm going to show you why in just a minute.
Oh, okay. I can't wait.
You
I'm
just
excited.
wait, Jeremy, till he gets his cartoon done. Here.
This is day 4 now?
This is a different. You just made this problem up yesterday, dude.
Yesterday? You were gone.
We've been on this train for 4 days. I don't even like trains. I've avoided using trains at all costs in all scenarios with you guys.
I can see why, dude. And also you've been changing the train around the whole time. And by the way,
I was waiting till I got the train. Nope, that's because I was waiting till I got the train perfected, and here it is, body bagging you all over the place. You're a zombie at this point.
Station on Thursday.
You're a zombie at this point. This train has ran you over so many times.
when I brought it up to them in Gems that night, that they were a little saucy. But remember, what's his name? The Great Angelo. He responded. He gave by far the worst answer I've heard from anybody so far. So, out of mean.
What do you say?
I don't even want to repeat it, man.
Hey, it's that bad.
Yeah, it just wasn't. It wasn't. I don't think he thought about it. Maybe
He's
he
a
did,
bug guy anyway.
Yeah, he's a bug guy, but it just was horrible.
An entomologist.
But yeah.
Well,
yeah,
that could come in handy.
His answer was 40 miles per hour.
What's wrong with that?
The train's already going 100.
Yeah, that don't matter. The smaller train slows the light down because you take the slowest.
No. He's talking about when we had the light going at 40 miles an hour up the train from the front to the back. How fast is the light going?
Yeah.
Only one train in that one, yeah.
Yeah, there was only one train in that one. But that's fundamentally wrong too, because it can be because the train's going 100 miles an hour. So,
and Miss tried to correct him, and he said he doubled down. But like I said, I give everybody a break because I had to take time to think about it. I think it takes time to consider it and think about it to get the right answer.
You must be a flat earther. I like the 40 mile an hour. It makes a lot of sense.
bro, the time travel one's way more or faster than the speed of light or whatever you think happens in that scenario. I mean, that's the tits right there. That's the nut right there.
You got a train, the big train is going 40 miles an hour, and you have a small train that you start off and it goes 100 miles an hour. How fast is the light going then?
If you shoot the light inside the little train, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's crazy. We could easily, I mean, this isn't even hard at this point. We done did in Einstein on this. The speed of light C thing. Whatever Einstein said about the max speed limit of the universe, it's done. You guys are done.
They're not going to call it general relativity. They're going to call it Jeremyism. The one-eyed Janny Quad T.
Jeremism.
Jeremy.
Let me do some quick numbers, and I won't worry about this thing. The animation I'm making. It involves coding. It will take longer, but it sounds like you want an answer pretty soon, and I'm pretty anxious to show you what you've said suggested is really dumb. So give me a second.
I think it's more like frequency energy. You know, when you add the energy, you turn the light switch on, and blink, you see the light.
Yeah, but he's going to show you this number that tells you how you're wrong.
Yeah, bro, there's no numbers. He's tried everything. He's tried the Lorentz contraction, reference frames.
I didn't bring
now
up
he's
Lorentz.
Try to hit me with some math.
Listen to me, punk. I haven't brought up any solutions for this problem at all yet, dude. I haven't said anything about it.
You did say that.
No, the Lorentz attraction was about the original one, and then there was a second one, and then there's this one, dude. I haven't given you an answer for this one.
3 days ago, you said you were going to use the Lorentz contraction math.
Yeah,
until eventually we reach the speed of light, and then it would erase the speed of the train.
No, not until you reach the speed of light. Until you reach the speed of light. Until the light becomes greater than the speed of light, or reaches the speed of light. That's whenever. That's when.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's when you no longer will add the speed of the train.
That's exactly. What I said. You're saying the same shit I said. I feel like I'm in an 8 mile rap.
No. You said until you reach the speed of light, as in like not until the light reaches the speed of light, and it's not even until it reaches the speed of light. It's until the added velocities of the Lorentz factored light, and then that together with the train, these added together equals c or greater. Then you will no longer add the speed of the train. That's what
you can't. Good topic, Jeremy.
This is a good point. You can't get away from this. Once I start putting trains on trains and trains, you guys are fucked. You're going 100 miles an hour. You put a train inside that train going to the back to the front. It's going 100 miles an hour. Now you got 200 miles an hour. There's nothing stopping you from doing that all the way up to light speed and beyond.
Yeah, there is.
What's stopping you?
I'm about to tell you. Hold on.
Length contraction.
Just tell me. Just tell me right now. What do you mean? I'm about to tell you.
I'm doing the numbers, dude.
What numbers? There's no numbers.
Give me a break. Hold up.
There's no numbers involved. Like, I don't know what math you're gonna do. You need to say actual words to refute what I just
No,
said.
so give me a minute.
We'll put a pin in it. All right. We'll put
We're
a pin in
clouding
it.
his mind, Jeremy. Me, you, and SC.
Exactly. No, but you really are, man.
It's fine. We'll put a pin in it. Maybe we'll be on day 5 tomorrow. Who knows?
Maybe you got too many pins in your head, Coach. So you need to release some of them. Maybe that's
I mean,
looking like Hellraiser. You're looking like dude from Hellraiser.
How many fucking pins in my head, man? This is what I'm saying, dude. I can't. Just give me a second.
Take your time. No rush. We needed it within 30 seconds.
I feel like he's the Dave Chappelle guy, that was jizzing off on people, and the girl said, "Yeah, he did it while I was on the phone with him." And Dave Chappelle was like, "Don't you know how to just hang up the phone?"
I think it's number 5, right, Coach?
Coach can't hang up the phone.
Oh god damn it! Don't compare me to that. Oh god. Anyways, what? What did you say, Democ?
I said, is it number 5?
Number 5 might be close, but listen, the reason why the numbers have to be done is because I got to make sure.
Don't say 5.
Sure, the explanation that I give is going to be accurate. Oh, that was a noise.
Let me try and help you, Coach. It's not 5. Like, you gotta have decimals.
Actually, I'm using multiples of 4, so you don't have to use decimals. You'll see.
Do the speed of light without decimals.
The thing is, I'll give you a sneak peek. There's trains inside of trains inside of trains, and I'm just assuming that these trains are the same size in comparison to the train that they're inside of. Give me a second. I'll finish up.
Bro, you got a giant train. You got a giant maglev train. It's going like 500 miles an hour. I don't know how fast those magnetic trains go. Whatever, right? It's fucking huge though. You got a huge one, and you got this whole thing is in a vacuum. How about that? Does that make it easier? The whole thing's in one of those Elon Musk fucking tube.
Already doing it in a vacuum.
Come on, Jace, go on mute, Jace.
The fuck up.
Hey, sir.
So you're on this maglev train. What's up?
You're hot, Mike and Jeremy.
You're on a maglev train in a vacuum. You're going 500 miles an hour, let's say, or 1,000. I don't know how fast we get trains to go. All right. I'd have to guess if you're in a vacuum, you can make it go wild fast. Anyways, there doesn't even have to be humans on this, so I wouldn't even factor any of that in. But yeah, that train's going 1,000 miles an hour. You get a little train inside that going 1,000 miles an hour, and you just keep putting smaller trains inside the bigger one. Have it be like a circle. You have it be a whole circle. Do a circle right around the equator or something. A train circle.
Maybe if you do it above the surface and it's orbiting, maybe that would help them.
Yeah, there you go. Do it in space. That'll help. We'll do it. There we go. Space trains.
And make it go 1.5 million miles an hour while you're at it.
Oh, it already is. Yeah, we already got it going. Whatever you start your numbers at, have it go in the same direction of the galactic movement, and we got a 1.3 million mile an hour. So really, when you do the first train at 1,000, you're really going 1,300,000.
You got it.
Hold on.
1.3 1,000.
Yeah, 1.3 1,000.
This is why it pays to go away and do the math, man, and then come back, right?
1.3
add in a
1,000.
dozen vectors while you're at it. Add in a dozen vectors.
You guys want to hear a fun fact? Just a fun fact about math. When you have more than one vector and you are required to add them together, you end up with only one vector. Just a fun fact.
I never heard that before. Wow.
Combining vectors.
Yeah, who was that?
He was tuning the radio.
Armada.
Itchery, you got some kind of weird mic thing going on.
That was Arma.
No, it's Arma. I was trying to tell.
Whoa.
Armbar, you got serious? I think he left. Oh, that was tough.
Yeah, you guys unmuted me way too fast. I had to fix that shit real fast. That was my mic was dying. Yeah. It's a weird thing where basically it's like it's weakened. So if I bend it, right, it'll like get all fucked up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's good now though.
First of all, greetings.
What's up? Hey, what was I saying? I was trying to jump in and I forgot. I think I
Did
said
you hear how I invented time travel?
no. You didn't invent time travel. No, you didn't.
Oh, I did.
Come on. Yeah, no.
I'm God.
I did.
Well, okay. Let me hear
Okay.
this. All right. I'll tell you where you're wrong.
Okay, you got a train.
Yeah.
And it's going 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And then we put another train inside the big train that's also going 1,000 miles an hour from the back to the front of the train.
Okay.
How fast is the little train going?
Wait. So okay, 1,000. Okay, that'll be like 2,000, I guess, because it'd be 1,000 plus 1,000. Yeah.
All right, then we're going to put another little train inside the littler train.
Yeah, but you can't do that. You can't do that to light speed.
1,000.
You can't. I'm
That's
pretty sure.
also going.
Yeah, but I don't think that
How
works until
fast
light
are
speed.
we going now?
I know you another 1,000. It's like 3,000. But I'm pretty sure once you start
All right,
getting
then
close
we're
to.
going to put another train.
I know you keep doing this
We're
until
gonna
you
put
get to
another
light
train.
speed. I know.
Okay,
I know.
so when at what point can't I do that anymore? Tell me when I can stop with the trains.
I don't know if 100% because I didn't like actually study this. I'm literally just looking this shit online, whatever. But like I'm pretty sure there's like once you start hitting like relativistic speeds, whatever, things start getting like wonky, whatever. Like basically you start approaching the speed of light, but you can't really like you never really
When
hit
can
it.
I stop physically putting trains inside trains? That's the real question.
Well, no, you can keep doing it, and it'll always appear that the next train is going 1,000 miles an hour faster, or whatever. But if you actually
It
go
will
outside
be.
of that, but the thing is, if you go outside of that, right? If you get out of this fucking train system, right? The person seeing okay, so the last train that's supposedly another 1,000 miles an hour faster, whatever, right? Then the speed of light wouldn't actually be. I think it'd be like
Puts you into warp speed.
no. But the point is, it's just like a weird thing though. So if you were outside of it, you'd be like, oh shit, it's getting close to the speed of light, but it's not actually hitting the speed of light. So
The thing is, we would know it would be the speed of light because we know how many trains there are and we know how fast each train goes. So we would know this actually is going, despite what you see or you think you see, or maybe you don't know. We know how fast the trains are going, and when you add all their speeds up,
okay, but the thing is, but like remember, the thing is like speed's sort of like relative. So the thing is, yes, from one train to another, it'll be like 1,000, whatever. But like if you're outside that system, then it's not exactly like 1,000. And you start, I think, if I'm correct, once you start getting close to light speed, it'll be like 900, then 800, then 700.
hold on, my AirPod died. Hold on.
But I'll wait for your AirPod to come alive again. But it's a really weird thing because like you'll always feel like you're going infinitely faster, right? Like you can keep on like increasing your speed and increasing it, but you'll never actually go faster than the speed of light. You'll just approach it. But
It's almost as like you don't really know, like you'll never figure it out, right?
What, me personally, or just like the theory?
No,
or
anybody.
whatever?
No, definitely not just you. I'm talking about everybody.
I mean, I guess in practice, yeah, I don't think so because we don't have that technology to go that fast. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I agree.
We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a very painful process to build it back.
Why do we confuse time with the speed of like a car or something? Like the duration of a car to go back and forth, or a train, like does that really arbitrate time?
I mean, I don't know enough about this to really comment on that. I just know that in terms of like, what is it? Because I know that the speed of like information or some shit is like light speed or some shit. So like in a way, that's sort of goes hand in hand, because the idea is that if you were to travel really, really fast, anything that's like a computer, for example, that does fast processes, right? Those fast processes, right? You wouldn't be able to compute them as fast now because it's traveling fast. And
Trying to talk in the speed of light.
I know, right? I do that a lot. But like, I guess this just to kind of sum it up, the idea is that if you have a computer that's running really fast computations and whatnot, right? Obviously there is a path that like the electricity takes whatever to do all that shit. And the thing is, if you move that at like close to the speed of light, then you do a bit of math and whatnot, and you find out that it can't quite move at its like proper speed. It's a relative thing. It's really complicated, but
It
like
would start warping. But if it was ticking, Arma, would you agree that time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking?
Yeah.
Into the future. We're all off key and shit. Yo, listen, we were outside the train system, bro. You acted like we came outside the train system. Something weird happened. I had a guy on the ground. Train goes by at 1,000 miles an hour with another train inside of it going from back to front at 1,000 miles an hour. The guy outside the train system, even to the guy outside the train, even to anyone.
All I know is I just
involved-
got a complaint from one of my neighbors. We got to keep that French American guy from singing at all costs.
Duly noted.
No matter where you are, if you shoot stakes in the ground where the photon left and where the photon ends, you'll have a distance and a time, and we'll know how fast it was
I
going.
thought that was funny, no?
Yeah, okay, so I think if you do that like 1,000 more trains where you hit like faster than light speed or something, that we should see the photon traveling faster than light. Is that what the end goal of this?
I'm not worried about what we see. I just know if we keep doing 1,000 miles an hour trains, eventually it will be moving faster than the speed of light, and there's nothing stopping us from physically doing that.
No, because that's the thing. I get what you're getting at, but that's the thing with that is, for one, for you to go faster than the speed of light, or even at the speed of light, you need like infinite energy. It's literally impossible to move something, as fast as light when it has like mass.
Well, how
or
much
something.
energy does it take to move a train at 1,000? You don't need infinite
Yeah,
energy.
don't
We
worry
could do
about
the
that
math.
guy, bro. We got a
We
guy.
can-
We got a guy.
do the math.
I know.
We could do the math right now for how much energy you need. Figure out how much it takes to move a train at 5,000 miles an hour.
That's not the
and multiply
that's
that
not
up.
the question, man.
Hold on, real fast. Just so you guys know, all right? I'm like a diet version of the best Globers here, all right? Just don't give me anything crazy. I don't really know this shit like that, all right?
While we're singing to you, Arma.
I'm the diet version.
It's not
That's
infinite
why you guys are
energy.
singing. No,
It's not
no,
infinite energy.
it's not that it's not an infinite energy, dude. It's not a speed that you're even. It's not. It's the speed you're talking about. Is not one that's experienced by anybody. Okay.
You just keep saying that, but I'm telling you how we can do it.
No,
I
but you
know how
can't-
you're saying we could do it. I'm trying to draw out this answer for you, but I can give you the fucking spoiler. But I think I'm gonna wait on that a little bit. But to answer the question from the other one, those stupid others, the second one, which was the oh yeah, it was about the two people and the light and the stakes. Yeah, with the stakes. Yeah, that's in one reference frame. Those stakes exist in a single reference frame. That
Yeah,
distance,
the Earth reference frame, the reality reference frame, remember?
Yes. And that's the reference frame that you need to get the time from. So get the time that those stakes were placed in that reference frame. Don't use the time from the other reference frame and the stakes in that reference frame. You're going to get a flawed answer, which is why you have a flawed.
We're going to need a slow motion camera.
Cesium atomic clocks don't work on that train. What's going on?
Time from one reference frame and distance from a different one. That their distance, the distance marked on one reference frame and the time from another are not going to glean you an answer.
I feel you. Cool. Let's use the guy with the clock on the ground. The guy's on the ground. He's got a clock. He clocks the one train going by. It goes at 1,000 miles an hour. We put another train in it and moved 2,000 miles an hour. We keep putting trains in. Eventually, he's going to clock them going faster than the light speed. There's nothing stopping us from building these trains, bro.
I could spoil this for you right now, dude.
Well, hold on.
Diet Kosher.
Diet Coke. No, hold on. So, I mean, I don't know if Kosher. I mean, because I could be wrong about this. I'm pretty sure I'm right though. But here's like an exaggerated version of this, right? So, let's say we have light speed, the speed that it is, right? Which is, I guess, 186,000 miles a second.
A second.
Right. Yeah. And let's just say, for example, you're or what is it? An hour? Isn't it like 600 and
like 600 or something? Yeah.
a million miles an hour. Point is, let's say you're 1 mile an hour shorter than the speed of light, right? Yes, obviously from an outside, I guess, person, right? They would see the speed of light only 1 mile an hour faster than you. But to you, though, because your perception of time, I think, is like slowed down or some shit or whatever, you're gonna see that shit at the speed of light. So yeah, like I think that's how it works. Where basically light is always just the speed of light. Depending,
From every perspective.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, but I mean, it does work out though. If you
If you're actually standing out there with a stopwatch, it doesn't work at all now.
Wait, so I got that right,
guy
Carson?
out there. I got a guy out there with a stopwatch. He clocks the one train, 1,000 miles an hour. Second train, 2,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Third train, 3,000 miles an hour. We can keep building trains until we go fast enough, right? What's
but
stopping
here's the
us
thing.
from making the trains?
No, that's fine. But once you start hitting, like, I think once you start hitting relativistic speeds, whatever, that 1,000 miles an hour, like adding onto it becomes like a weird, like relative thing. I think where basically you're no longer really adding to the people like on that next train, they think they're going 1,000 miles an hour faster. I think
We're only worried about the guy on the ground, dude. There's a guy on the ground. He's
That's what
clocking
he's
his shit.
saying, though. You can't see it. The guy on the ground can't see past the speed of light. It just becomes blurry or whatever.
I'm not worried about what you see or what anyone sees. The thing is, we can make the trains and we can make the 1,000 miles an hour go until it adds up to more than light speed.
Okay, you can't though. That's the thing. So this is what's wrong with the thingy though, right? So once you try doing that, once you try scaling it up to like light speed, you're literally gonna run into issues where basically you have to put in like an exponential amount of energy just to get it to actually add that next 1,000 miles an hour. Once you start getting to like, if I'm correct, once you start hitting like relativistic speeds, and once you start getting like, once you're like, I think like, I mean, this is just me. This is like there's no numbers to this. I'm just kind of guessing this. But once you're like what, like a percent off from the speed of light, for you to like, actually no, that wouldn't even count at that point. I don't know. Point is, you would have to throw in like a bajillion times of energy just to fucking to get it to move an extra mile an hour or some shit.
I hear you. We got a train moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
I want to put a second train inside of it. Does it take more energy or less?
Once
energy to
again,
move?
I feel I have to explain the model to you. At that speed, Arma,
what's up?
At the speed of light, your model says that not only what you said, but the energy part, but also that things expand, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going
bigger.
to touch that though, because I don't even. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I wouldn't touch that with you if I was you either, but just putting it out there.
Yeah, because I saw a video on that because I was trying to wrap my head around it, and I do get it. I do think it's a bit weird. Like I'm not gonna lie, I do think a lot of this shit, in this whole globe thing is a bit wonky, whatever. But it is what it is. I'm not an expert on it. I'm not an expert. I haven't really studied it, so I'm not gonna really, personally, I'm not gonna, say anything about it. But yeah, it is a bit weird though.
Fantastical. Don't use weird. It's fantastic. It's like Fantasyland.
I mean, I'm like I said, I'm not gonna touch it though, because But it is weird though, because I've seen like a barnyard like hypothetical where it's like, what if you have like a ladder traveling at this like close to the speed of light, and the one thing expands from the ladder's point of view, like, oh, the barn does a thingy, whatever, and then from the barn's point of view, it's the ladder that's expanding or some shit. I forgot what it was. And then like they close the door or some shit. That shit gets weird. I'm not even gonna touch that, but whatever. It is weird.
That's exactly why I brought it up, to show the ridiculousness of the model. Thank you for bringing that up.
It is weird, but I think it's relevant to this point though, to the train thing. But we're just touching strictly, or maybe it isn't. I don't know. But it is
weird, Arma. What if I sold you a car and told you, look, if you go over 100 miles an hour, what's going to happen is your car is going to start to expand.
Yeah, it's weird. It is weird.
Yeah,
I mean, definitely, it's weird. But I'm sorry, I haven't studied it personally to be like, or so.
Okay, we got a train going 1,000 miles an hour. If I want to put a train inside that train and make it go 1,000 miles an hour, does it take?
I think technically you'd have to
finish.
Okay, my bad.
SE can't hear me. Somebody will tell SE you can't hear me.
See what you're trying to do now.
Jeremy. SE, you can't hear Jeremy.
Oh no, I can't. Oh, don't tell me.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's going nuts, bro. He is losing it.
I'm not
Sorry,
losing it.
sorry, bro. I swear I
Nope.
can't hear you. I'm gonna do the thing.
I
All
took
right.
care of it, Jeremy. Don't worry about it.
Thanks, Raga. All right. So I got the train going at 1,000 miles an hour. I put another train inside that train. Does it take more energy? Does it take more energy than it took for the first train to make the smaller train go 1,000 miles an hour?
I mean, I think in theory it might be like a really tiny percentage more. I don't know for sure though. But other than that, I'd imagine it'd be practically the same. Yeah, probably the same amount of energy. Like I said, I don't really know this shit that well. I just know kind of, you know.
That might be one for Kosho or one of the.
Yeah, but
maybe
but
probably bacon.
But if I am correct, it probably is like. But if I am correct though, it probably is like a really like minuscule amount more. But like, you know, if I had to guess. But other than that, practically the same. Yeah, probably.
Why would you think it costs more?
Because the whole relative shit thing. I think the whole like relative speed, and then once you go to like relativistic speeds, you have to like throw in like a bajillion times more energy or some shit. So I think it's always technically present, but it's just like minuscule at the slower speeds. So if I had to guess, it's just you probably like like a really tiny amount, maybe like a nanoscopic
You think
amount.
it costs more to make a smaller object move?
Oh, a smaller object? Then no, my bad. I thought we were just
inside the first train, bro. Has to be smaller.
I was just thinking, just like 1 + 1 = 2. My bad. All right. Okay. So for the smaller train, then no. I mean, that's. Of course, that's less. I mean, it's a tinier thingy, less weight.
Okay,
you know?
They're all tinier, bro.
Or less
They're all
mass. I don't know.
tinier trains. Yeah, they're all tinier trains. They're all going to cost less energy.
Okay.
All right. There's nothing stopping us from doing this.
No. Okay.
I
Even
know
if
you guys want to try to
hold
make
on.
this not happen so hard, but
No, but listen, even if they are tinier, right? The whole point though is that they're always going to have a size to them, which means they're always going to have like, you know, mass to them, which means you're always going to have to like, you know, if you want to get it faster than light speed or even at light speed, you need to literally throw in like an infinite amount of energy because it's just not happening otherwise.
Nope, not infinite. You can. It's probably easily calculable how much energy we would need
to hit light speed. It's infinity.
To make 1,000. No, all we have to do is make trains go 1,000 miles an hour until it adds up to over light speed.
No, once like I said, even if the object is getting smaller, you're still gonna have to throw in like an exponential, maybe not exponential, but you get what I'm using. You know, it's like a colloquial version of exponential. You're exponentially throwing in energy.
So you're saying it's going to take more energy to make the smaller train that we put inside the first train. It's going to take more energy for that smaller train to go 1,000 miles an hour inside the bigger train.
No, at the relativistic speeds, you will.
Let me tell you how the model works, bro. Matter cannot achieve the speed of light. Plain and simple.
All right. Yeah, that's what I was pretty much hinting. That's why I said an infinite amount of energy, because I think at that point the difference between the speed of the object and light would be like a infinitely small amount, which is practically zero, which is practically, you know, you hitting light speed, you know. I mean, depending on how you look at it, some people are like, no, it just hits it.
It takes less energy for the smaller train to go 1,000 than the bigger train, right?
Yeah, but once you start hitting the relativistic speeds, that doesn't really. I'm pretty sure.
Dude, I'm not worried. Dude, this is crushing relativity right here.
No,
I'm not worried about your fantasy relativity thing. This destroys it. This thing.
Kosha, help me out here. I mean, I might be getting some of this wrong, but help me out, man. I mean, I don't. Come on.
Don't worry, Arma. Don't worry, Arma. I just when I want to make sure that when I jump in just now, he is going to be finished. He's not going to wake up.
But real fast, Kosha, you will jump in if I say anything wrong, right? Because I mean, I don't even know if I'm saying shit wrong right now.
I
haven't been listening really because I'm trying to do this math real quickly.
I mean, okay, well, I guess you just
I'm
continue
doing this
that
math very quickly. Yes, very quickly.
All right, because I'm
on your own,
soon.
Arma.
No, you will be vindicated. Arma.
Don't worry, Arma. It's still a spinning globe, sir.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just continue. I guess with this, but like, I mean, like,
you're doing good.
From what I've seen online, because you know, I get bored. I want to watch YouTube videos about fucking random science shit, right? What I've seen Yeah, like once you start like hitting those relativistic speeds, you really do have to throw in like a bajillion times more energy, and it's like you're not hitting light speed. You really do need like, yeah, an infinite amount of like.
Yeah, but it's relative to the first train. I'm sorry, it's relative to the train that it's inside. So when you put a train inside a train, you have to put in as much energy for that train to make it. It's only going 1,000 miles an hour. Even relativity is not going to save you. Reference frames, expansion, contraction, time dilation. There's literally nothing that can save you guys with this.
No. Here's what's gonna happen, right? You take a train, you have a smaller train in it, you do give it, an extra 1,000 miles an hour from the first train that was already going 1,000 miles an hour. So the inside train is going 2,000 miles an hour. You keep doing this until you start hitting relativistic speeds, right? And to the person on the tinier trains, let's say we have fucking like midgets, all right? Like they get smaller and smaller in these smaller and smaller trains,
Little
right?
people.
Yeah, little people. Yeah, my bad. I forgot. Little people, right? So yeah, we have little people riding these fucking littler and littler trains, right? And to them, all right, excluding their size difference, right? Everything, the mile, whatever, everything is still kind of whatever, right? To them, they'll be riding, I think, an additional 1,000 miles an hour. But the thing is, if you're outside of that system, I think it's like, no, you're not really going much faster. It's weird.
The guy outside the system is on the ground watching this all happen.
Yeah, it's like because to the inside they're like, oh, we went another 1,000 miles an hour, another 1,000 miles an hour faster. Well, the outside guy's like, wait a minute, they only went like a little bit faster because you're hitting these relativistic speeds. So it's like that's weird.
No, that's what your guy made up in his head. That's not really true because we can get these trains, we can make them go faster inside each other. And eventually they will be going faster than the speed of light, despite what you're just saying you can't. What's stopping us from building trains inside of trains inside of trains?
Because that's like the most impossible and practical thing ever.
Well, besides that,
keep saying it like, oh, we could do this, no problem. Even with infinite money, I don't think you could even do that.
But let's grant this. Let's say we can't build it. We still wouldn't go faster than the speed of light, though, because the people on the tinier trains would think they're going an additional 1,000 miles an hour. But the outside, if you're on the outside, it's like, no, you really didn't go an additional 1,000 miles an hour. It's all like a relative thing. Like relative to the last train, you're moving an additional 1,000 miles an hour at that point. But outside,
in theory, though, if you took the measurement from outside, where you could see through the windows or whatever of all of them, then that thing on the inside would be moving at that speed compared to the actual Earth outside of it or the ground.
No, well, no, because that's what I'm saying. Well, okay, here's the thing, right? So if you have, anyway, this is it's like I said,
now it might be a good time to call for Coach Show again.
It would be nice if he just kind of popped up, but I mean,
all right, well, if you 10 more seconds, Arma, let you wrap it up.
Couldn't you just do it with one train in theory? Like if you were going 500 miles an hour in a train and you shot light, it would be going 1,000 miles an hour faster than the speed of light because you have
500. Well, you said 500, so
500.
Absolutely, Gio.
No, but that's why I brought up the hold on. But that's why I brought up that one example where if you're, let's say, speed of light, right? Obviously, is 600. I think 680, right? Or 670 million miles an hour, right? And let's say you're traveling 669,999,000, basically 1 mile an hour shorter than the speed of light, right? To someone that's not traveling that speed, right? They will see you and they will see light, right? Like almost neck and neck, but like the light will be traveling, 1 mile an hour faster than you. But and to you, light is traveling at light speed, all right? So even though the person outside is seeing light, just slightly faster than you, relative to you though, because you're slowed down or whatever, right? Because of the whole time thingy, right? You're gonna see the light moving like light speed. It has to do with that whole relative thing. It's fucking weird, but yeah. Did you get that, Jeremy? Because this is the second time I said that. Jeremy?
Go show. Arma needs your help. Go show.
Finally, someone
he's doing great.
Is bacon in the house?
Bacon.
Yeah,
bacon.
Listen, it doesn't matter if bacon's in the fucking house, dude. We're on speaking terms, man.
No, but Jeremy, did you hear that though? Did you at least get that? Like, or was I just talking to a wall? What's happening?
Okay, listen to me, Arma.
No, but what did I say though? What did I say? I don't think you were listening, man. I said a whole thing.
Yes, I heard you. And let me respond.
So,
if you're on the train, you're on the train. You shoot a photon from the back to the front. The train's going at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
You shoot stakes in the ground when the photon leaves, and then you shoot another stake in the ground when the photon lands. Right? You have a distance that the photon travels.
Okay.
You shoot them in the ground of Earth. Right? You got holes in the bottom of the train. You can shoot a stake in the ground of Earth. We'll have a distance.
Yeah, that distance is light. It's going to be, you're going to measure it to be light speed, but the person on the train is going to basically, let me see. So what would the person on the train see? Let me see. So you shoot the stake, and then you shoot the stake again.
We got them blindfolded, bro.
I think
if we shot the stakes,
so the time would be slowed down. So then,
if we shot the stakes in the ground of the train, let's say we put stakes in the ground of the train, then we'd have light speed, right?
Yeah, it would just be light speed for the light photon or whatever.
However, the stakes in the ground outside the train are going to be a farther distance apart, right?
Wait, hold on. We're shooting stakes inside the train too.
We can do both. If we shoot them inside the train,
stakes on a train. Yeah.
Stakes on a train. If we shoot the stakes inside the train on the floor of the train, we'll have the speed of light. Okay, right?
Stakes on a train.
Yeah, stakes on a train. Yeah.
Hold on, Kosho. This isn't the time to jump in because this is where I got you. If you shoot the stakes on the ground inside the train and do the thing, you'll end up with light speed, right?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Wait, on the train? I'm trying to think.
The floor of the train, yes, the floor of the moving train. It's going 1,000 miles an hour. You shoot the stakes down, you're gonna come up with light speed, right?
Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to figure this
out. It's in a vacuum.
And it goes. It would travel. I think it would travel shorter distance, or would travel faster distance. See, I need to draw this out too. Actually, this is fucking weird. Okay, hold on.
More cartoons. Hey, put a pin in it.
No, because I feel like with this kind of thing, there's too much to think about. So I think it's easier to just draw it out and figure out what the hell's going on. Because I'm trying to think about that. So, because I know the person outside sees the speed of light. The person inside is ever so slightly. Yeah, they're 1,000 miles an hour. I might have to do like an exaggerated version of this. Where what if they're traveling at near the speed of light? That might actually help me out. Let me think. Hold on, no, I got this. Give me a second.
You got it? Because I spent a lot of time preparing this.
Kosho. Let me see. So Kosho, we shoot a photon. We shoot a photon through the front of a moving train from back to front.
Don't ask me another goddamn question, dude. When I already got the fucking other one solved, man. Don't make a fourth scenario. There's no photons involved, sir. There's trains out of trains.
No photons. Where's
not this train. The third one is not photons related. It's trains inside of trains.
Bro, this is all the same thing, kind of. So listen, there's a train.
It's not the same thing, kind of, dude. Trains inside of trains is not the same thing.
Oh, okay, I think I figured it out. So the person on the train would actually measure a farther distance. Slightly farther distance, ever so slightly farther. Because if you take this to the extreme, where someone's actually only a mile an hour shorter than the speed of light, right? For them to do like a light second on that train, right? Yeah. So it would be a farther distance on the train. It would be a slightly farther distance.
Remember, if they put the stakes down on the floor of the train and it's in a vacuum, they're going to measure C, right? The speed of light.
Wait, in the train?
Yeah. You shoot.
Yes, if they continue to stay at 1,000 miles an hour, they'll measure that. But once they slow down, though, let's say they slow down the train, they'll be like, "Oh shit, this is actually like a greater distance than it should be, or whatever." I think if they slow down the train, they slowed it down because if they slow down the train and then they look at it, which doesn't make any sense because 1,000 miles an hour that's not really enough to really measure anything crazy. But in theory, though, I imagine it would be like a slight. It would be a slightly greater distance. So, that's interesting, though.
Listen, you're on the train.
Yeah.
You put stakes on the floor of the train. You shoot the photon. You put another stake down.
Yeah.
You got the speed of light, right?
Yes, relative to 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
What do you mean relative to 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, to the person traveling 1,000 miles an hour,
speed of light or not?
But relative to them being 1,000 miles an hour, because if they're traveling, let's say, like close to the speed of light, then obviously that's a different, it's different.
Okay.
So
okay, they put the stakes on the ground inside the train. They got the speed of light. But they also put stakes in the ground.
Outside,
So
yeah.
now they have their time. They can go back and measure the stakes, and they're going to have a longer distance. Same time, longer distance.
Wait, which one's longer distance, outside or inside?
The one that's outside the train on the ground.
Is it? I thought it'd be inside would have a
Would
longer
have to be
distance.
No, the train's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. It's not going in reverse. I don't know what scenario that happens in. But
No, because I'm thinking about the extreme. Let's say you take a person who's traveling 1 mile an hour slower than the speed of light, right? Because their perception of time is like slow, whatever, right? In order for them to experience like whatever, I don't know, like 1 light second, that's impossible. The train can't be that fucking long.
The perception of time is not slower.
What? Okay, but what I'm saying is like if they're moving that fast, right? Okay, I guess it's faster for them, but
time moves faster for them. That's right.
But I mean, we would see them moving slow as fuck, though, right?
That's right.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I was just kind of, yeah, but that's the thing, though. So in order for them to see, the equivalent of 1 light second on that train that they're moving, that's 1 mile an hour slower than the speed of light. Wouldn't that distance be fucking like huge? From where they throw the stakes on their train versus stakes, outside of that system? That would be a huge distance, wouldn't it?
It'd be a shorter distance.
Or on the train?
No, I thought you meant from viewed on the train. It's a shorter. So where are the stakes thrown?
Oh, okay. You know what? Okay, so I guess yeah. Hold on. All right, hold on. This is actually throwing me off. So are they throwing? Because if it's thrown on the train itself, then yeah, if it's thrown on the train itself, then that's the same distance, I guess, because the train's the same fucking whatever. Unless you're, but I guess they're throwing the stakes from the train onto the ground as well. Wait, Jeremy, help me out here. What's going on here? Actually, are they throwing stakes like on the ground from the train as well, or like can you elaborate on
Jeremy? Oh,
yeah, I'm trying to think about this because because if you're just throwing it on the train, then you're going to get that that distance, that 1 light second distance, or whatever amount of time we're going to deal with whatever, right? That's fine. But here's the thing though, if you were to throw stakes onto the ground from the train, then I think that distance would be greater, right?
Are these ribeye steaks? Because I'm getting really hungry.
That's funny, but no, I'm trying to think about this because like, see, it's better to put it into like as a picture than in words. But I think the idea would be like, let's say, so your perception of time is fast. We see them as slow, right? And let's just say, for the sake of this, example, right? Let's just say for every one of their seconds, it's 10 seconds outside of that system. All right, so let's say 10 seconds pass for me, 1 second passes for them, right? So in that example, their distance would be like 10 times greater, right? Does that make sense? Am I just talking to myself now? What's going on here? I'm trying to.
I'm really trying to animation, dude.
Okay.
I mean, I can tell you what happens. I'm just thinking about it, and I'm not thinking about it as far as distance goes.
Yeah.
I think that makes it a little bit.
But if you were using distances though, and you were to throw stakes from the train onto the ground, I do believe the distance would be greater from the stakes being thrown from the train onto the ground, because you remember there's that whole difference, like for 1 second for 10 seconds for the person outside the system. I think it'd be 1 second for the person inside that system where they're moving really fucking fast. So in that example, it would be 10 times greater, that distance.
Yeah, but it's easier to think about it in reference to time. I think when you're talking about the speeds, I mean, you could think about it that way, but it's just like I said, it gets a little tricky. But if you talk about it in reference to time, the time that it was thrown is different for both observers. So that way, that's why the speed's different. The time that it took to throw the stakes was different for both observers. It happened at the same time.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, the time. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, yeah. So then the time would be. I guess
I have the hard numbers.
Okay. But the
So I
time
can
would be
tell
greater
you,
though, right? I mean, relative to the person outside, right? Like the person that's not moving at all, I guess they would see the person inside taking a longer time, right?
yeah,
Because
the
they're slower.
person at the yeah. So that I'll tell you the numbers I got. So, let me break down the scenario, okay? Because in this scenario, we have two trains. One train that happens to be 3 million meters long.
Oh
And a
shit.
train that is inside of that train, same length, but skinnier. So it's basically sandwiched in between the other train. Okay.
Yeah.
Or in the other train, but it's same length. Also 3 million meters long.
Oh shit.
Okay. We're going to use speed of light as 300 million meters per second, just because it'll make this explanation easier. But in this example, from the reference frame of the outer train, right? From the reference frame of the outer train, the inner train travels at 3 million meters. Oh, I'm sorry, and also the train's traveling at 3 million meters per second.
Wait, which one?
So
The outside and the inside, or I'm confused.
Yeah, well, for right now, just the outside. Let's just talk about one first. Let me start with one. So we have one train, no trains inside of it. It's traveling 3 million meters per second.
Okay,
It's 3 million meters long, and so in 1 second, it's traveled the length of itself. So it's
Wait, 3 million meters
after 1 second.
How fast is light again?
300 million meters.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so the tail of the train is where the nose of the train was when it started.
Yeah.
From the perspective of people on the train, but for the perspective of people off of the train, the same time from the tail to the nose, it's more than 1 second that's passed. It's a second with 4 zeros and a 5. So 1.00005 seconds had passed. Okay, so the speed of the people outside the train or inside the train, they think they're traveling different. They're not traveling the same speed that the people who are watching them travel are going, because they're going slightly slower than that. And that you keep on adding that. So if you put a train inside of that train, the train that's inside the main train and the train inside of it, the people on the main train are going to have the same experience for the people on the inner train, but the people on the ground observing the middle train experiences the middle train going. It'll be it'll be twice the speed as the first one, so it will be twice as fast. It'll be 6 million meters per second, but it won't be per second. It'll be point what is it? It'll be what is it? Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, so it'll be 1.00045 or something. I may have messed up the order of the numbers, but regardless, it's going slightly more time than the other one. So it's going faster. Like it's almost going twice as fast, but not exactly twice as fast. It's a little bit less than twice as fast. And anyways, this trend continues. You have a train, 32 trains inside that train. The 32nd train is going, what is it? Like 99 million miles per hour, or meters per second, but it's not per second. It'd be 1.05 seconds. And so what will happen is at about 90 trains in, you'll get to your 90th train within the train 90 times, and it'll be going fairly fast. That's almost the speed of light. It'll be something close to 259 million meters per second. But at this point, it's not per second. Already 2 seconds have passed. So in the amount of time that 1 second is experienced from that inner train, 2 seconds have passed from people on the ground observing that train. So even though it's going almost the speed of light, it actually appears to be going about half that speed from the people for the people experiencing it from outside the train. And basically by the time you get to almost like 100 trains, actually, yeah, about the 100 train inside the train, you're already 7 times. It's already 7 seconds. So even though that number seems to be approaching the speed of light, it's actually divided by 7 because 7 seconds, not 1, and it's so it's you're always gonna end up from depending on which frame you're in, you're never gonna experience anybody going faster than speed of light. There you go.
Real fast, Coach Show. I barely followed that. I think I still followed it for the most part, but I'm pretty sure you lost everyone though. If I'm gonna be honest with you. 'Cause I did
Yeah, well,
follow.
no. Yeah.
Yeah, for the most
I
part.
wasn't expecting any.
I dropped out, Coco. Can you repeat it?
No, I was doing that for me.
Okay.
So that when Jeremy says his bullshit later, it can be clear that his bullshit got destroyed, regardless of what he delusionally thinks.
Hmm. That is interesting though. Like I said, I barely followed it. I'm like I think I got like good 85% of that. Just still like a 15%. I'm a little, but you know, I think I get it for the most part.
Well, Armin, let me ask you something. You know how you said. So let's just imagine the case of two trains. Okay, two trains to Rapper. In that case with the two trains, hold on one second. Let me just make sure my thing's on. Cool. Yeah, my fucking AirPods are really fucking up. But anyways, where was I? Oh, right. Two trains. So in the example, there's two trains, as I said. Get the right number this time because I didn't get it the last time. Who's jerking off?
No, that's me like, tapping my bottle, and that's not like a like a thing for my dick. No, I'm an actual bottle. I'm tapping a bottle. All right.
See, that's
so
the
excited,
difference
man.
between. For sure, that's the difference between us and you guys, right? You're gonna do a bunch of calculations now, and if your numbers come up, that's it. You believe, right?
No. The calculations don't give me the explanation. The calculations verify that if my explanation is correct, then there is no contradiction, and so we have to go to what my explanation is. My explanation is that time is constant, and because time is constant, we apply the Lorentz transform to it. I think it's like so the time experience to the people outside the train is equal to the time experience to the people on the train divided by the square root of 1 minus their velocity squared, or their velocity squared divided by the speed of light squared. So anyways, long story short, that number that time is divided by is usually equal to 1 when the speeds are very slow. But as those speeds increase, that number is not equal to 1 anymore. So you're not dividing time by 1. You're dividing it to something close to, or it basically makes that time bigger and bigger. So what happens, like I said, after about 90 train cars, when the train's going almost 270 meters per second, 200 million meters per second, it's already not 1 second anymore. It's 2 seconds. So it's not 270 million meters per second. It's like 135 million meters per second.
So 1 second becomes 2 seconds in your fantasy.
As experience to the people outside the train, who will be the only people who will experience the inner train going as fast as Jeremy claims it will be going. So actually, from those people who are outside the train, they will not be experiencing it go that fast. They'll be experiencing them going that distance in a greater amount of time, which is actually slower.
So in other words, 1 second becomes 2 seconds, or 2 seconds become 1 second.
Well, 1 second experienced by the people on the train, at that same time, 2 seconds is experienced for the people outside the train.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you did all that with math?
Well, no, like I said, the math was to figure out the numbers of what occurs, but the explanation is just based on the constant.
No, but that's the only way you can say that. Like, if I'm a viewer outside and my 1 second has the train going from A to B, but if you're inside the train, you actually experience 2 seconds of travel. That's just mathematics, right? Like,
Oh.
no.
No, it's not. It's not mathematics. It's based on the speed of light being having a maximum value in every reference frame. And so, if the speed of light is approached, or if you're talking about light, then so from that frame, from any given frame, that can't be violated. So if
Okay.
you're in a frame where you're seeing light, which is in every frame, then if you're going faster and faster, your experience of time is going to be faster and faster.
Okay.
Than the
Do
people.
both people? Okay, the people on the train and the people on the ground. If we start shooting stakes into the ground, no matter who you are, you experienced whatever happened going in between the stakes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But if we shoot stakes on the ground of the train, and the people on the train time it, the photon, they're going to get to the speed of light, right?
Nope.
Okay, so if I shoot light from the back of the train to the front of the train in a vacuum, so it's going at C, and the people on the train clock it, they're not going to clock it going at the speed of light.
No. What happens is, like I said, at about the 90th train, or the 90th train inside of the train. Let's say that the person
Bro,
leaves
forget
a
the
stake.
90 trains. Forget
No.
the 90 trains.
No. Let's say the person puts a stake down. For the second they start, and they put the other stake down after it reaches the other side of that train, the 90th inner train. Okay, it turns out that light would have traveled 1 second, and they would have traveled 1 second, and the distance they would have traveled is going to be about 259 million meters per second. That's how far they're going to put the second stake down, and so they're like, yeah, dude, that we
Bro, you
fucking
already
did it,
lost
dude.
me. You already lost me. Listen to me. There's a train going at 1,000 miles an hour. They clock the light of speed, the speed of light in it. Right? They got a clock in the train. They put stakes down on the floor of the train where the light leaves and where the light hits. They do the math. They find out it's the speed of light because they did it in a vacuum, right?
Continue.
Is that correct so far? I just want to make sure.
Does light travel at the speed of light in a vacuum? Is that what you're asking me? Just continue, dude.
I'm asking if the people on the train, is that what they're going to measure? This thing
Yes,
moved at
dude.
the speed of light. Okay. So if they instead were to put down that they have a time, the people on the train have a time. Now, if they were to instead shoot the stakes out and shoot them on the ground outside the train in the earth, non-moving earth, they would have a longer distance, right?
Yeah, it'll be the yep.
Yep, it'd be a longer distance. They have a time. They already have
Yes.
the time.
Yes.
They already have the time. So did they experience the light moving through the two stakes on the ground?
Go ahead, dude.
Did they experience the light moving? So if you have the same time and a longer distance, guess what that means for the speed?
I didn't hear. Honestly, I didn't listen. I didn't hear the last thing you said. I wasn't listening for the last time you said something. Say the last part again. I thought that it was just
yeah.
They
have the stakes on the ground inside the train. That's the speed of light.
Yes, I heard that.
They have a time.
Yes.
They
Inside
put,
the train.
And now they put stakes. And now they put stakes on the ground outside the train. They still have the same time, but a bigger distance. They don't have the same time?
Okay, so here's how it works. Because this is back to fucking train number 2. Train scenario number 2. We're on train scenario number 3.
There's no.
You don't want to talk about train scenario number 3, but you want to go back to 2 with the stakes. Okay? With the stakes that they put down on the train, in the train, that distance is going to be referenced by the clock that happened inside the train. So the stakes inside the train is referenced by the clock inside the train. Okay?
Okay,
the stakes that are thrown outside of the train, the stakes that go outside the train are referenced by the clock outside the train.
Hold on. Okay, let me just stop you right there. Did the people in the train not experience the light traveling between the two stakes that are on the ground outside of the train?
Wait, no.
Why not? Let's say this is a clear train. You can see everywhere through this train. You can see everything. This is a glass train.
Just give me 1 minute, dude. I'm listening, but I can't respond. No, it's fine. No. I'm listening, but there's stuff. Just give me 1 minute, but keep talking.
We'll put a pin in it. This is where
finish your scenario. Just make it last. Make your scenario last a minute.
It's over. I did it. They have the same time, but a longer distance. Guess what that means?
No, they don't. They do not have the same time.
The people on the train. They have a time.
Yes.
They have one time on the train.
That's right.
And if you put them on the stake, if you put the stakes on the ground inside the train, it's going to be a shorter distance than if you were to put them outside the ground, outside the train, and into the non-moving earth. So they have the same time, different distances. Guess which distance
No.
the light actually traveled in through free space? Those stakes in the ground. That's the actual distance it traveled. You're fucked, bro. I'm sorry. It's
Just give me
over.
10 seconds.
This whole Einstein speed of light,
10 seconds.
speed limit thing, it's done, dude. I mean, I don't want to be the one-eyed janitor that cracked relativity, but I mean, I think this is over right
Yeah,
here.
you're the one-eyed janitor on crack. Give me a second, dude. All right, here we go.
You might have a good topic, dude.
Here we go. Here we go, dude. All right, ship sailed. Ship sailed. You're not on it, okay? Because you got the wrong time. Because I've said this 1,000 times, dude. The ship or the train and the clock on the train, they're best friends. They go together. They don't leave each other's side. The train platforms, people outside the train, and the clock outside the train, they go together like peas and carrots. Okay, the train inside the clock inside the train and the stakes outside the train do not get along. They're not friends. They don't even know each other. Okay, there's no reason to bring up the clock inside the train and the reference frame of the ground outside the train. This doesn't make sense to do it like this.
Dude, listen to me.
What happens is you look at the stakes outside the train and you look at the clocks outside the train, and it's longer than a second. It actually took longer than a second for those stakes to be to hit where they hit.
Forget everything outside the train. Now we're only worried about the people inside the train. They're inside the train. They clock the speed of light from the ground inside the train. It's moving at the speed of light. They shoot stakes outside the train. They have their speed. No matter what, the light traveled from the stake outside the train to both the stakes outside. That is the actual path the light took and the time for the people on the train. They're going to come to find out that it was faster than the speed of light because they have the same time, but it's a bigger distance. There's no getting around this.
Yeah, dude, it's very difficult to try and express this in a way that's not going to hurt your feelings, but you just don't. You're not in tune with reference frames, dude. You don't treat reference frames like that, man. Reference frames are being abused.
Just
when you
call
do
him
that.
an idiot.
He's not an idiot.
Yeah, but
He's
that
just
would help.
stubborn.
I would get you past this moment.
The people on the train, they experience the light moving from the stake in the ground to the other stake in the ground, non-moving ground outside the train. They experience that. Remember, it's a glass train. They can see the whole thing.
Let's do it like this, man. Okay.
Why? I already did it. Well, let's do it like the way I just did it, which breaks relativity.
No, how about this? We're scientists in a lab, okay? I'm the lead scientist. You are an intern. And we're in the lab, and we're going to do this experiment for real. I'm a computer programmer. I'm a programmer in real life. And so I'm a programmer in the scenario as well. And I decided to program the results of our experiment into a computer system that can model it and everything. And I'm going to use a coordinate system, okay? And so since you're my intern, I'm going to leave some things up to you. So up to you, I'm going to say,
Good lead scientist.
sorry, give me a second.
The people on the train experience.
Listen, no, sir. No, listen, dude. Y'all don't break yet.
Distractions.
Y'all don't break, dude. Sorry. But I don't break yet. So let's get to right. So you're my intern. I'm gonna make you do all the monotonous work. Okay. And I'm gonna say, listen, I need you to make the reference frame, so we can model this. So what's the coordinate system of this reference frame? Where would you say the reference frame of the people on the train, the clock we're using? Where's the coordinate system? Dude, it's your time to shine, intern.
If the people on the train want to figure out how much distance the light actually traveled through space I would use the reference frame of the sticks on the ground because that's the distance that the light actually went.
Okay. Well, that's the problem is we're using that reference frame now. So, okay, I'm taking notes as the lead scientist. Okay, I'll make
Why?
that the
If I had
reference
a
frame.
baseball, if I had a baseball and I just held the baseball there, what's the actual distance the baseball traveled? Is it still or is it moving wherever we put stakes in the ground outside the
From what
train? Is that
reference?
where the baseball?
From what reference frame? When
We're
you make a
talking about
coordinate
in
system,
reality, the reality
I know, but
reference frame.
yeah, but listen to just if we're scientists, we're not just going to leave it up to interpretation of what we're saying. We're going to describe what we're saying using a coordinate system, so we can describe how far something's moved. So we have to have an origin of that coordinate system, and we have to have what that coordinate system
Okay,
is
we're
attached
on
to.
Earth. We're on Earth. We're trying to figure out
Okay.
a distance between of how much distance something moved. I'm going to put 2 stakes in the ground where the thing left and where the thing stopped.
Okay. Well, then we're going to have to use the clock. We're going to have to use the clock as experience from that same reference frame that we're using the coordinate system.
The
So the coordinate
I'm sorry,
system.
the people on the train experienced going from one stake to the next stake, though.
Yep. And so if you want to describe it from their coordinate system, we can do that. Or we can describe it from the coordinate system you just said, which is the Earth. So whichever one you decide to use, we can use that. We're going to have to use the clock.
We're going to use the train on Earth. The train on Earth.
The train on Earth. But where's the coordinate system? Is it attached to the Earth or attached to the
If we're
train?
trying to figure out how much distance something traveled, we're going to use the ground. We're going to use stakes on the ground to see how much distance something traveled.
And we're going to use the Earth's reference frame, and we'll put the origin of that coordinate system wherever we want, and we'll describe how far it moved in that coordinate system, and the amount of time that is represented in that reference frame, and the clock that we're going to use is the clock that is in that reference frame, not the one in
on a bus,
moving one.
If I'm on a bus and I have a watch, and because I'm not moving on the bus, does that mean I'm not actually moving? Or even if the bus is moving, this doesn't even make sense, dude.
You can describe from inside the bus. You can describe how, like the distance between you and other objects. You know what I mean? Like if you know you're going 60 miles per hour, and you look at your watch and you notice an hour passes by from 2 points, you can say, well, whatever speed I'm going, 60 miles per hour, I just went 60 miles because I marked the
Because
0
we can
point
shoot
and then
stakes
the
in the
hour
ground.
point.
I can get a
Yeah, but
clock
that's
I can get a clock in the car. I can shoot stakes on the train. I can shoot stakes in the ground and use my clock and then go out and measure the stakes, see how much distance I traveled, use my time, and we'll have how much distance I traveled.
Yeah, but you're talking about putting stakes in the ground, and so you're talking about using the coordinate system of outside of the car, which is not the same thing.
Dude, the people on the train experience moving from stake to stake.
And you're either describing this from
I don't know what to tell you.
You're either going to describe this
train,
from.
they can see the stakes, they can see everything. They could keep moving and look back at the stakes, do some theodolite measurements, and be like, "Oh yeah, look, these stakes are this far apart." Whatever you want to do, bro.
Yeah, but you can either describe this from as viewed from inside the train in that reference frame, or as viewed from the ground outside the reference frame. If you want to describe it from distances represented by the ground outside of the train, then that's the Earth's reference frame. Those distances are represented by a coordinate system that's fixed to the Earth. If you want to describe the light's movement in that reference frame, you're going to have to commit to that reference frame, including the clock.
No, dude, I don't know. You're making this up. I can use the clock on the train because the people on the train are going to experience going from the stake that's on the ground to the stake that's on the ground. I can use their clock, bro. You're making up this thing where I can't use their clock. That's stupid.
No, it's important to know that light has the same top speed in every reference frame, and
Yeah,
because
that's
of
the
that,
claim I'm
that makes
debunking.
that
No,
I know, but
no,
that makes distances in time variable. So the time is variable. So that means that you can't just use any frame's time and then some other frame's distance or speed and distance traveled.
Do the people on the train experience going from stake to stake on the ground?
Do they experience that? They experience if from their reference frame, it's not like if you're using their reference frame, the distance isn't going to compute to the same thing.
Yes, I'm going to use their reference frame. I'm in their reference frame. I put a stake in the ground when it starts. I put another stake when it stops. I'm in their reference frame. I experienced going through the distance of those stakes, right?
Yeah, the stakes in their reference frame, yeah.
I experienced going through that's the distance I went through. That's the distance I took. That's what I experienced, that distance, right? It's over for you, bro.
Sorry, my earpod died, but I'm still listening. But yeah,
I'm on the train.
You got a good topic here, Jeremy. We got earphone excuses. We got all kind of reference frames.
I mean, I've already given the
Third time
explanation.
your AirPod died in 20 minutes, bro.
I know. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the issue with them is, man. I'm charging them.
It's these trains.
Bro, if I'm on the train, I experience going from stake to stake. There's no way around this, bro. You've tried everything the past 4 days.
I'm back up. Listen, though, this is the third scenario. Oh, this is the fourth scenario. And in this fourth scenario, the same problem is true. I mean, the same solution is it's the same thing. It's not. There's not an issue with you debunked it or something. And the rule is that, and this is if you accept our model. So if you're gonna try to debunk our model, you have to go from the frameworks of our model. In our model, we've discovered that light has the same upper limit regardless of what frame you're in. And so when you happen to approach that upper limit, because you can use something called the Lorentz transform, which at lower speeds has no effect on the difference. Like you on a bus versus you not on the bus, you're not going to notice any difference at all. It's minuscule. It's only until you reach speeds that I started describing earlier, like 3 million, like 1% the speed of light, like 3 million meters per second. At that point, the second experienced by the people on the bus versus people off the bus is different by about 50, about one. So it's 1.00005 seconds versus 1 second.
That's
That's
relativistic, right?
at 1%. Yeah, it's relativistic. That's right. But this is our frame. This is our paradigm. So if you want to debunk our paradigm, you have to use what we're what we're explaining our paradigm to be, and then which is light being constant in all frames, or light being the same upper limit in all frames. The upper limit being constant. And because of that, the other numbers involved in speed can't be fixed any longer. They have to be variable. And so
remember the day, guys.
You change speed. You change time by the Lorentz transform.
Remember the day when the speed of light from constant went to upper limit. Remember it.
Well,
I'm
trying to make that clear because I realized yesterday that some people were confused on what constant meant.
Sure, Kosho.
Constant, it's important to understand constant in math, like when you have different symbols representing different values, the ones that are variable, like X, Y, Z, whatever, those are variable. They can change. Constant variables did not change. Same thing in programming, same thing in math, like pi, C, these numbers don't change. So they're universal constants. And that's all it's meant. But some people think that means that light moves at a constant speed at all times, but that's not the claim.
Mm-hmm. That's your story? You're sticking to it?
Yeah, that's my story.
The speed of light is variable now. Everybody heard that, right?
It indeed is.
Okay.
I thought it was constant. C.
No, it is not. No, C is a constant. C is a constant. And constant here just means it's a fixed value. But the speed of light is not always C. The speed of light can often be C, and then you do what is it called, refractive index, or not refractive index, the coefficient, whatever it's called, which is basically the speed that it travels in that medium.
C representing the speed of light is not constant, is what you're saying.
C is a constant, but light does not constantly travel at C.
C is a constant, but light, when it travels as C, is not constant. It's
No,
variable.
it travels at sea. If it travels at sea, then it is now traveling at a constant speed.
But if it's variable, it's not traveling at sea. Variable.
That's right. If it's not C, if it's less than C for whatever reason, it's not a constant anymore. It's not constant.
Can it be
anymore.
more than C?
C is a constant because that is the speed light goes in a vacuum. That's why it's a constant because it constantly goes that speed in a vacuum.
No,
Hold on. I got
that's
this
not
for you
what
guys.
it means, dude.
Hold on,
That
guys.
is
Hold on.
exact. I read it five effing times last night. Okay.
Hold on. I got this. All right. I made up a constant. It's called
Armbar is going to clear it up for us.
Yeah. Check it out. All right. So I got the Brandon constant. Right. It means it's 100 miles an hour. Okay. Some cars can travel the Brandon constant. All right, but that doesn't mean they have to travel the Brandon constant. All right.
Yeah, but there's a rule that says, there's a rule that says when light's in a vacuum, it travels at a constant speed. They name that speed C.
By the way, my name is Brandon.
The thing that we read didn't say that.
They said
Yeah, but the thing
exactly
you
that
didn't say
verbatim.
that, dude. No,
I'm gonna fucking read
I'll
it
tell
again,
you exactly
son
what
of
it
a
said.
bitch.
Yeah,
I'm gonna read it again.
Please read it again. Please read it again.
Reading
Because what
it
it said
again.
was light travels at C, a universal constant. That's what it said.
I'm reading it right now. Are you ready? The speed of light in a vacuum is a universal physical constant.
There you go.
Yes,
Read
because
the very first part. Read the whole thing, dude. You skipped out the part where you said C.
What do you mean? The speed of light? Yeah, I skipped the part in I skipped the part in commas so that it's more clear for everyone, and you can follow along. I'll read the whole thing. This isn't necessary though. That only backs me up. The speed
Let's
of
see.
light in a vacuum. The speed of light in a vacuum, comma, commonly denoted C, comma, is a universal physical constant.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. It's a constant because
Which
that's
means
the speed it
variable.
travels.
No. The speed of light in a vacuum is the constant. The speed of light, a value for how fast it moves in a vacuum, which is C, which is not just light. It's every information that has no mass will move at that speed in a vacuum. Is a universal constant. But it's important to understand what constant means there. Like gravitational constant. What does a gravitational constant mean?
Let's sort it out right now. Does C
Hold on,
always
but
move?
the gravitational constant.
Forget
It's
about
not,
that.
it's
We're
not a
on light.
speed.
Does light move? Does light move at the same speed through a vacuum always?
But that's the maximum speed. There's nothing impeding it. It's got no need to change speed, so it travels at C. Everything does.
So
in a
light.
vacuum
Okay, so light always
without
travels
mass.
at this. Okay, so light always travels at this